Welcome back to the CCT Series number 8. I'm T-Time, joined by Teltros as we continue our journey into the playoffs. And what a playoffs it's been already, Teltros. We've had some interesting times. But before we talk about interesting times, let's also talk about what's at stake over here for this tournament. Big old prize money, big old prestige also coming through, $30,000 for first place. Second place obviously has to settle for just a 10, so everyone's fighting for the big one. But right now, we're going to be starting things off in the lower bracket where teams are going to be fighting to stay alive. OG, the invited team, getting knocked down maybe a little bit earlier than expected. Yeah. Shout out to Robert Yagi.
And it's certainly unexpected, right? But OG, if you've been following OG's journey from the past few months, even back with PGL Wallachia season number 3, they're a team that is consistently just struggling, right? And this is yet another roster change that we are seeing coming from their side.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, you know, you're looking at a lot of these players who they've brought in. People in the tier 2/tier 1.5 scene have been keeping an eye out on them, right? You're looking at Stormer, obviously doing so much in Avulus. You're looking out towards Kidero. You're looking out towards Lava, who coming over from Nightpulse. Who, listen, anyone who's been watching the CCT series knows exactly what these guys are bringing to the table. Yeah. And this is strange, right? Because OG, you think back to what it stereotypically has always been, the brand identity has been a core 5, right? You stick to a team, you stick with it for a very long time, but it does feel like that brand has been slipping and sliding away in ways that they're not really fully in control of.
Which is incredibly surprising, right? Considering the fact that they're essentially picking up heroes, like you mentioned, which are in those tier 1 to tier 1.5 teams, but still, you know, not managing to find their success. But that's yet something similar that is being represented by Team Endgame, right? Even though you have Mind Control, the former Team Liquid player, who is also happens to be a TI champion, right? This is again a team that has not found its success in the way that it was designed, losing out to Passion UA as well in those group stages. They won against everyone else, sure, and that was great, but it's this, you know, TI champion, they should be gunning for that number 1 spot.
I mean, you can't talk about this team without also talking about triple SA spotted, double SSA spotted as well, right? Going back to the Adfinem days and whatnot, this is one of the players who it does feel like has consistently been trying to find form. Obviously peaked out towards the finals of a major back when we still had those. And ever since then, ever since Adfinem, it doesn't feel like he's been able to truly find himself. And it's surprising, right? Because, you know, that was a team that transitioned into mouse sports and whatnot, and you're normally looking at these veteran support players thinking, yeah, this guy is gonna make it a killing whenever he's paired up with some rookies and whatnot, but he was never able to parlay that fortune forward. So now this double veteran combo are hoping to sort of put their minds together and get Nande, Wish, and GZ forward as well. GZ, I've been keeping my eye out on as well. Obviously, out from the Turkish scene, not a scene that we normally see too much representation from in Dota, and to be fair, also for Nande and Wish, you don't really hear about Georgian players at all, do you?
And no, but still, you know, all of these players, they, apart from SSA Spartan, they have been competing in the tier 3 to tier 2 stage, right? And here's hoping that they can have a lot more success, coupled up with Mind Control on that coveted leadership position, right?
Absolutely, and this is where you're also looking out towards the kind of options that open up to them, right? Mind Control, you're thinking back to his times in the winning ways. A lot of that came out of the flexibility he was able to have with his second position player, very often with his carry position as well. Very different meta back then to now that you've seen the map expand the way that it has and whatnot. It does become a little bit more difficult to truly draft into some of these teams in a way you'd like to be able to do so in an ideal way. Now, we're starting things off. No surprises over here from Endgame, banning out the Terrorblade, banning out the Nature's Prophet. You've got Tinker and Templar taken out from OG. Anything you're looking forward to in particular for this one, Teltros?
I'm not exactly too sure, right? Because there have been so many roster changes for OG, and I just need you to cover for a bit.
Don't worry about it. I've got you. I understand. You know what? I do think that was a better look for you, to be honest. But hey, it's okay. We're not going to be playing Blue's Clues with you just quite yet. But no, right now
I need a more permanent fix. Yeah.
I believe you're gonna get there eventually. I've got my autofocus issues. You've got OBS popping off and on. We're both never gonna be hired again for this one, Teltros. I hate to break it to you. But yeah, Beastmaster ban coming out again, one of those heroes that has maintained relevance from patch to patch over the past 3 patches or so. It does feel like you do want to take away some of what that offlane aggression, the flexibility in that offlane that both Beastmaster and Nightstalker are offering you. Nightstalker, you've been talking about it to death, has always seemed like one of the big winners of this patch as well.
Yeah. It seems the teams haven't exactly been experimenting with the maximum level void, right? Because just simply having that level 100 a night is a major boon to start off with. But I think the level 5 void also has a lot of things going in favor of that. But OG going to go for a first pick Phantom Assassin, and I wonder if Endgame are going to pick that Warlock or Magnus up for themselves, or if they'll actually just go for that banning it out.
I mean, Phantom Assassin has also been one of the most picked heroes in the entire tournament, right? So far, PA vanishes like you do, Totris. And the thing about this PA is that it's actually managed to do pretty well overall, right? Generally speaking, you're also looking to pair it up, like you said, with that Magnus that's been massively buffed, with that Warlock. You're seeing both of those heroes picked together very, very often. But for OG, beyond just going for tried and tested, it also just gives them a lot of flexibility in the draft and what they want to do. And it's weird seeing PA like this, right? As an older caster, as someone who's been around for a little while longer, PA was always that niche hero that you maybe picked in the 5th stage to hope and pray that things just work out for you. And that's where it was always like, hey, can it really out carry anyone unless you're getting towards the 35-minute mark or so? But all of these recent changes have made it so much more powerful. Plus, I'll be honest, man, I love me some RNG heroes. I like the idea that, hey, blink in, get your crits out, and sure, it's a little bit less RNG than it was once upon a time, but it's still a good time. Tusk and Tide banned out as well. Again, Tidehunter, one of those classic mind control heroes coming out in that regards. That's another hero that obviously has been nerfed as well in some of the sub patches coming out into this patch, but it still has maintained massive relevance. You're also just looking out towards a hero that can have that kind of control in a team fight even without the Ravage, just by having that sort of suction, that sort of taunting capability where everyone is forced to focus it down massively. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, sorry, I had to fix all of that. Warlock being banned out, right? If you remember, Phantom Assassin plus the Fatal Bonds, just too big of a combination, right? But now OG do have that option of picking up that Magnus, right? Very good hero in 7.38C, but also just the, one of the most stable combinations throughout the history of Dota, right? The Empower or even the RP followed up with Phantom Assassin doing his thing. But whether or not that can happen against a Darkseer and a Jakiro who are pretty good counters to that Magnus, right? And not even to that Magnus, but also to that Phantom Assassin, or just melee heroes in general who love to pop off. That Vacuum plus Ice Path can be that blockade against that.
Jakiro is also the most banned hero coming out into this one. You've just seen how incredibly powerful it is. I think especially when you're looking out towards sort of the tier 2, tier 2.5 stages, that sometimes the beginning stages of CCT can be as you head into the playoffs. It's difficult to counter it out in a way that doesn't require a lot of coordination on your part, right? So when you put all of that together, Jakiro just suddenly looks like, hey, this is the kind of hero that can just ruin whatever your carefully thought out plans are because of that flexibility that you mentioned. But speaking of flexibility, I love me some Archers.
Yeah, and it's most likely going to be a position 4 Wind Ranger, right? I don't think we're going to go for a core. Of course, the kill shot Wind Ranger is fascinating to see because you're not really expecting the power shot. It's a bit similar and a bit different to the Ancient Apparitions Ice Blast, right? Because the Ice Blast is just a whole lot slower, but the power shot catches you off guard because it just comes so quickly and you won't see it coming.
That flexibility is nice to have, though. You can always just try and put it together with something like a PA, right? When you're looking at PA in lane, and obviously Wind Ranger is probably not going to be a position 5, but when you're looking at maybe a rotation to come through, etc., something like it, PA generally needs a lot of disable to be able to actually collect on the kill together with her, right? Her Stifling Dagger isn't able to slow someone enough. One support's normally not going to be able to provide enough stuns without trading off that survivability, but now that you've got an Elder Titan there, potentially setting up for a shackle shot, something like the power shot to finish things off, you could see that flexibility come into play, but that also is more of a counter to, hey, are Endgame going to be picking some slightly squishier offlane? Are they going to be going for something a little bit less meaty? But no, you've got the Ringmaster coming out from Endgame.
Yeah, and overall, a pretty good counter to, I wouldn't say counter, but I would say Ringmaster has one of the better save mechanisms in the game, right? That just that escape act from coming in, it will catch that Phantom Assassin off guard. It's not even so much you become untargetable, right? Which
Yeah.
the Phantom Assassin just simply does not like to play with. Normally, when you have a Ghost Scepter, you build a Nullifier up, and it's kind of like that Ghost Scepter, that escape act. And not to mention that ultimate once it comes out, and some of the other spells that you have, such as the Whoopee Cushion as well. Just incredible amounts of utility from that Ringmaster coming out. But still, we're talking about all of these heroes, but we haven't exactly seen many cores coming out apart from the Phantom Assassin over on OG and the Darkseer coming out from Endgame. But what are their core heroes going to be? So far OG have left that Magnus, as Endgame are going to be picking themselves up a Tiny, a hero that does incredibly well against the Phantom Assassin, and a hero that right now has multiple setups to succeed.
Yeah.
Like, you
See,
have
the
the
problem-
Ice Bot, have the Vacuum, you
Yeah,
even have the Ringmaster ulti.
That's what it does feel like. The problem is that Endgame are setting up for something that's a very comfortable, very easy, put together team fight, right? And it's spammable. That's the biggest deal. You're not reliant on any major ultimates like you would be if there is a Tidehunter being picked up or anything like it. And I'm actually really surprised we haven't seen a Magnus coming out from OG so far. You mentioned the cores. We could still have that Magnus be a combination, but it does feel like then you're relying too much on some very large cooldowns of the RP to actually have proper team fights. Wind Ranger, obviously, with the second facet, can go for a slightly more AoE focused Shackle Shot. Good setup with the Elder Titan as well. But that Dragon Knight does feel like it provides a lot more, consistent fighting potential and some frontlining as well with that.
The most surprising thing, or rather, I'm not sure if it's all that surprising because OG went for the Dragon Knight instead of the Magnus. But one of the caveats to that is that if you go for that Frost Dragon against that Tiny, that is a combination that works out really well. Just the amount of slow to a hero like the Tiny, who is already so slow once you level up your ultimates, right, as you go along. So that Frost Dragon does quite a lot against that Tiny, right? Even that healing reduction. So someone like the Darkseer who loves to build those auras won't be as effective against that Frost Dragon, if assuming that OG are going for that one.
Yeah.
But so far it is a workaround to that Magnus. It's like saying, hey, we really don't want to play that Magnus. We're so bored of that combination, and we don't want to risk not getting off the successful RP, right? So let's go for the Dragon Knight, a much more stable pick.
Absolutely. Now, this is why I'm also just a little bit curious about how this is going to be shaping forward, because obviously you're looking at the Bristleback, you're looking at the stars are being banned out. So the assumption is that the Magnus probably can't be coming through from Endgame as well, or at least if it is, then you're willing to deal with it on that side. I'm actually a little bit curious. Endgame do have the final pick. Do you think that maybe they could even go for something like a mag, or is that too melee reliant up against a Wind Ranger, up against a PA, something like it, right? Because it does feel like giving that Tiny a little bit of extra punch would also go a long way. You've got good damage on yourself as well. It's a lot more control. It's also that big oomph to try and counter out the natural BKBs that are going to be coming out in the Dragon Knight and the Phantom Assassin. So I'm wondering if that's something Endgame can also sort of prioritize into.
Magnus, that they definitely could pick themselves up a Magnus, but I would say they get someone that can have that break mechanism, right? Because right now the break isn't just good against the Dragon Knight, it's also incredible against the Phantom Assassin, right? So you either get the MKB against the Phantom Assassin, or you get that break mechanism, which achieved near both of those things achieve the same thing, right? So either someone that's a natural silver edge builder, right, which the Magnus can go for, is just not ideal, but someone like perhaps something like a Slark even would be pretty good.
A Slark versus an Elder Titan, and I mean, well, the Magnus is in the conversation anyway. OG does get in the end, which is kind of insane that they do get it towards the very last pick. But Endgame obviously must have been expecting this, so the question is, how are they countering it out? A Slark, like you said, is an option. For me, it's a little bit going too far. I don't think the Silver Edge is enough of a priority to maybe even build into it, and with the potential of, hey, Tiny versus Dragon Knight in mid, that's going to be comfortable enough lane, versus a Magnus as well. You can go for a lot of maybe even just anti-damage in your carry, something like a Razor or something of those sort, instead of just going for this pure. Yeah, I would love a Razor over here instead of going for just like a pure, hey, I will invest 5,000 gold into trying to counter out the Blur and the Dragon's Blood.
The problem is, regardless of what hero you're going to pick, I don't see how that hero is supposed to survive, right? Against the RP. And against the Dragon Knight who has that healing reduction, and against the Phantom
I mean,
Assassin
you do
who's
have
going
the
to be jumping on
Ringmaster,
you.
right? Like, theoretically, Ringmaster is supposed to be what keeps you alive in this regard.
Yeah, and then you also have the Ice Path, and you have the Vacuum, so you have all of those heroes that are meant to keep this Tiny and keep this Carry alive. Oh wow, the Life Stealer. Okay, yes, that's definitely, you go for the
That'll
Rage.
live.
Yeah, you go for the Rage, so the RP won't hit you as bad, but still.
I'm kind of
Phantom
surprised
Assassin-
actually that the Lifestealer has come through, because I mean, outside of the fun infest bomb ideas between Tiny and Lifestealer, it's always good to see. I'm actually more concerned about the fact that Phantom Assassin just straight up right clicks a Lifestealer to death most of the time, especially when you add an Empower. And don't forget, Kidaro's taking away any armor that you have as well.
And not to mention Stormstormer, who's probably going to pick that Frost Dragon up, right? So Nande is not going to be getting as much lifesteal as he is hoping for in this game. So that's why I was thinking Lifestealer in my mind, but I was like, Lifestealer just does not have a great game this time around. So, but apparently Endgame seem to think that they can assist their Lifestealer and make this work out. So for the win condition for Endgame is quite simple, right? I do prefer OG's draft here. It does seem very well rounded, and it seems like a bit of a surprise that Endgame will let that Magnus go to the other side, honestly, but they have, and now they've kind of boxed themselves into this kind of position where they need this Lifestealer to farm up, and they need this Tiny to get that early Blink Dagger and make those heavy execute plays, right? If you do not get pickoffs in that early to mid game, then you're going to be setting yourselves up for a straight up loss, because you cannot contest against the farming capability of a Magnus and of a Phantom Assassin, and later on when that Dragon Knight comes online, because there's no way to punish the Dragon Knight.
I'm actually very curious about what you think about this as well, just in terms of the dual lane setup that's coming out, right? Ideally, you're hoping that OG will probably be punished a little bit, but when you're thinking of the Phantom Assassin and the Elder Titan together, how does it actually fare up against the Jakiro, rather not the Jakiro, the Ringmaster and the Darkseer?
I mean, I think the Phantom Assassin is always going to be struggling against the Darkseer, irrespective, right? But Elder Titan is one of the better, I would say, heroes to trade hits with, right? If you're the Ringmaster, you don't have a lot of HP, so the Elder Titan will be able to zone at least the Ringmaster out, and perhaps the Darkseer just a little bit. But overall, I would say that lane goes pretty even for both of these sides. Phantom Assassin, despite of the fact you can't get hit by that Ion Shell too much because you don't have a lot of HP, you still have that Stifling Dagger. And that Stifling Dagger is a farming mechanism built in for that hero, which means that you shouldn't be falling too far behind. But that is, as you're pointing this out, that is a pretty crucial requirement for OG's win condition, right? Sure, they have that Magnus who can farm pretty quickly, and they have that Dragon Knight who's very difficult to take down. None of it will matter if your Phantom Assassin doesn't have that damage output later on in those fights. So OG need to get their Phantom Assassin to farm. The only thing is, between both of these sides, I'm thinking that the Phantom Assassin farming up is not that hard of a requirement compared to the Tiny, or rather compared to the Lifestealer over on Endgame.
Just to update everyone on the Dragon Knight as well, by the way, Stormstormer has gone for the Corrosive Dragon. He has not gone for the Frost Dragon like we mentioned, so you're not going to be seeing the anti-lifesteal coming into play. Instead, it is going to be a bit more of that building damage, making sure that you're able to build up whatever of an initial lead you can to give that Phantom Assassin the farming space. So not quite all their eggs in one basket, but it does feel like if there's an omelet to be made, then one side is going to be a little bit more fulfilling. Trades coming through initially. Nande will be forced away, but shouldn't really be a kill coming out of here. Just needs to dodge out the power shot.
They're going to be fine.
Daze, by the way, has gone for the kill shot as well. So up against Nande, I think in particular, that can be a really powerful tool versus the Lifestealer, who will sometimes be brought down low and hoping to get away with the rage or anything like it. If you get clipped by a power shot to the end, that's difficult. But Daze might be taken down a hair, or at least forced to use the TP. And he doesn't actually have himself a salve, so he's going to be trying to tangle himself up very slowly.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit painful. He does have 6 tango, so he came prepared for this lane. But it's interesting, Tea Time, you notice how Daze loves to play these lasery heroes, the Morta, the Wind Ranger.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a man who knows what he wants. Put it that way.
Doesn't quite like Counter-Strike, so he makes do with Dota. But talking about these lanes, right? The Magnus plus the Wind Ranger against Nande on that Lifestealer and the Jakiro. And the thing is, the Jakiro has to be careful, right? Not a lot of kill potential on that bot side, but rather it's on that top side against Cheesy.
I mean,
that is surprising. I mean, we did talk about it a little bit, right? The Elder Titan can zone out their Ringmaster.
Mind Control doesn't have Surge yet. He's still level 2, by the way, so they are just bullying them. OG's done a really good job of just actually punishing the fact that Endgame went for the Impalement arts on the Ringmaster initially instead of saving up a skill point for potentially an escape, something like it. So he's trying to trade. When they see that, Kidoro can just run him down. And it's not really the highest movement speed hero coming through in the first place. You add in a Stifling Dagger and things get tough. And, well, that might be the story of the game.
Yeah, Mind Control. Skilling up that vacuum, so there's not going to be a lot of kill potential anymore. But still, you know, until that Surge comes online, GG is going to have a very difficult time because the Stifling Dagger is just going to slow you down a bit too much, right? Meanwhile, mid lane, this is perhaps going to be the most boring lane in the two heroes which had the highest amount of HP in the game going at it, right? The Tiny versus the Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, bot lane Daze finding that kill shot. As OG, perhaps they're going to win 2 out of 3 of these lanes. It is a bit too early to call it, but still, their heroes just have too much pressure build up, right? The kill shot threat, the Stifling Dagger threat over on that top side, because it's not as if the Darkseer can make moves of his own, right, on towards that Phantom Assassin. He'll just blink out. So Endgame are going to constantly be forced to react rather than do or start anything of their own.
You don't really have the best reacting heroes either as a problem, but maybe they can start something. The Dalai Lama is not feeling the most comfortable, but as he's turning around with the creep wave coming in to help him out, it is going to be A-okay. Lotus fight goes the way of Jakiro. He's going to be able to keep his carry nice and healthy. Nando will be feeling very happy about that.
Meanwhile, last hits, probably expected because sure, while you can't zone any of these heroes out, you can still achieve those last hit objectives, right? The Lifestealer 16 last hits, the Tiny 15 last hits, but it is the Darkseer who is struggling just on 10 last hits right now.
Yeah, I mean, GG is not really able to provide too much more over here to help him in that regards, unfortunately.
But things overall, I would say they're still going pretty alright for Endgame. It's really going to be the mid game where things either take turns, take a really bad turn, or they continue with the momentum that goes in favor of the farming carries over on either side. But you know, so this is interesting, right? Only one carry out of these two is actually going to have a good time, right? Because one of these teams is going to increase the pressure, and right now it's Endgame over on that top lane.
Well, let's see whether they can actually make something work, because remember, Mind Control has always been kind of flirting with Casualty a little bit, so.
But too much right
now. He is going to be almost taken down. Kidoro's got the movement speed to be able to continue chasing. They're going to need a little bit more, though. The Stifling Dagger will be what finishes them off. Now, Jeezy will trade, but he himself isn't feeling too good. Creeps are nearby, but 423 will have to back off soon. One charges or not.
Is he going to blink back in? 423.
I mean, Jeezy's going to have that wand off cooldown if he does, so probably not.
But still, a bit of a lackluster play coming out from Mind Control, taking all of those hits when he really did not need to. And he had no mana, so I'm not sure what the approach there was against an Elder Titan. Elder Titan is perhaps the best hero at trading hits in that laning phase. But now you have the Jakiro.
It's impossible to do anything with him around, but maybe with 3. It'll still be difficult, though, is the thing. The call's been made. They know that Nande doesn't have any support nearby. They've already got players heavily into the small side camp. And with the TP coming out from the Wind Ranger, this might be a turnaround. Double SA Spartan isn't going to be ready for this one. And Jeezy should be going down to the power shot. Kill shot comes into play. And while Spartan chases up, he's suddenly realizing this is becoming difficult. Spartan should be going down over here as well. And indeed he will. MC doesn't have much to add to the conversation other than a kill on Kidoro, and even that isn't guaranteed because Daze comes in with the kill shot, the difference maker again and again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for Endgame, and you saw it. You saw the desperation, the sheer amount of confusion coming out from Endgame over on that top side once GZ fell, and it doesn't even seem like they don't actually have a proper way to initiate either, right? So it I'm not sure if that top lane was where they wanted to make a kill happen, right? Perhaps they could have gone over on that bot side where there isn't that hyper mobility available, right? The Phantom Assassin, that's your ideal target, right? From that kill attempt, but he has a blink out. So how do you get that kill without a sure shot disable? Just overall, I mean, from start to finish, from think tank to execution, that was not the right call.
I mean, it's also just a really good timing on the TP from Daze, right? OG recognizing that Jakiro's probably going to be rotating in. And the fact that we talked about Darkseer having to give Phantom Assassin a bad time, and now you compare the net worth and see what's sort of going on over here. Sure, PA might be behind the lifestealer because he's managed to get a few neutrals under his belt as well, but largely speaking, PA is generally okay.
Yep, and it's going to be okay, right? 2,900 net worth, just there's no way to stop his farm. Meanwhile, mid side is coming in, but wasn't able to find that shackle shot. There were no creeps, no trees.
1-for-1 wisdom trades as well. Nothing too fancy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Jakiro is
hanging
nearby
around,
as well. We might end up having a bit of a tower seed situation being planned out. Now, Wish does have just enough mana for one ability, but obviously Soul Ring will be able to help him out. The issue with the Soul Ring is it does make you a little bit more liable to that kill shot if there's a Dragon Tail landed, so you can't actually approach the wave at all. Instead, they're rerouting backward. Jeezy and Mind Control will be the victims potentially once again. Daze making his way over, and Mind Control hasn't recognized it. The Blood Grenade connects on range, but maybe Kidro will go down before Daze can even do anything about it. Daze comes in, nice double shackle, but it won't really matter. In the meanwhile, Jeezy finds Kidro.
The shackle was just a bit too late, but a lot of space being created by that Elder Titan. Now, obviously, you don't want to die creating space, but I think he wanted information on that triangle to see what kind of stacks were building up.
This might not be the most advisable initiate. Daze is nearby, TPs are available. Wish realizes it and decides, you know what, I'm gonna stay back actually.
Meanwhile, yet again, mid side, they want to contest, either find information in the form of those stacks which are building up, or take this tier 1 tower down over on the mid side. Leave the Phantom Assassin alone to farm because you can trade well against Mind Control. Look at this, they really want to contest this. But perhaps they want to actually take down Mind Control.
I don't know if that's going to be possible anymore. Mind Control is playing it much more conservatively ever since. But even just recognizing those stacks is important. This deep ward that they've got set up will give them an idea if there's going to be any sort of mid-rotation towards it, but obviously that's only happening if it ends up being the Tiny to come and take them.
Did buy, I would say, another minute of time because you took a ward stack away. And look at this. Both the Magnus and Dragon Knight are queuing up that Blink Dagger, recognizing their sole win condition that this Phantom Assassin needs to be huge by the mid game, right? Otherwise, you're going to be lacking on that damage output because you've also gone for that Green Dragon, that Corrosive Dragon. So once those Blink Daggers comes online, you know, if OG have taken 1 or 2 towers, they're going to be in prime position to take some of these fights.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and Magnus is doing a little bit more slowly than maybe we would have liked, because obviously Daze has been rotating away as much as he has, and you're never winning that 1 versus 1 versus the Lifestealer or even doing evenly in it.
Oh, full regen rune being picked up by the Dragon Knight. Stormstormer, of course, wasn't all that low to begin with. But interestingly, the Lifestealer actually is pretty close to his Sacred Relic. Just 1200 gold shy from it. And it's going to be one of those early Radiance builds coming out. Perhaps even before the Phantom Assassin is allowed to get that Battle Fury. As endgame, they recognize their #1 threat right now. That's why they're stacking up 3 heroes on this top side time and time again. Can 423 make it out of this attempt?
The thing is, Kidro is very low leveled, yes, but even just with 1 Echo Stomp, he provides so much to just try and force people away. It's very difficult to dive a defensive Elder Titan. But if 423 blinks forward like that one, maybe there was a world where
He's just
Which
teasing.
was
He
nearby.
knows because these heroes have been throwing out so many of their abilities. OG know that Endgame are stacking up towards that top lane and probably are more than happy to give this kill away because there are 5 heroes from Endgame over on this top side. Really want this tower, but
Radiant's bottom tower
it's
is under
better to
attack.
give away a position 5 than it is to give away your Phantom Assassin.
Also, giving up this tower isn't really the biggest deal in the world, right? You're still maintaining so much map control. You look at the wards that are actually down right
Yeah.
now from Endgame as well. They have one Observer ward near their Ancients, and they had one Observer ward a little while ago up near that gateway on the top left.
It
Beyond
really
that, Daze has been dewarding everything, even when they put wards down in their own jungle.
It really feels like Endgame taking down that top tower was what OG allowed them to do, or what OG were happy enough to let that get by, rather than it being a strategy from Endgame.
Yeah, I mean, OG's almost got the Blink Dagger coming up from the Magnets, right? They're about 30 gold away from that one, but Stormstormer is catching SSA Spartan in the meanwhile. Nice little shackle shot.
Yeah.
Style points are always nice. even if they're
Stormstormer has that
sometimes
dagger now,
unnecessary.
right?
Now he
So
does.
It's from here on out, it's going to be Stormstormer or the Wailama with those Blink Dagger initiations. Of course, Magnus, as you mentioned, does require a few more gold, a bit more gold for that Blink Dagger. One thing, oh wow, what a read from 423. Three
Wow.
heroes on him, but oh,
Wish
man,
is not
this
going to be happy about that at all.
Yeah, he's still struggling. He needs around 800 gold for his own Blink
And-
Dagger, or rather
and the thing
1,000
is-
gold for his Blink Dagger.
Dultrus, OG is trying to set up for a kill onto this Lifestealer. Right now would be a critical time. He's got the Relic almost at the point of the Radiance. If they can find this Lifestealer with the first RP, reveal the Blink Daggers in that process of doing so, that'd be huge. Instead, they're going to have to settle for a tier 1 trade, but I'm not quite done with that prospect yet. The question is, will they go hunting or no? If Lama blinks away, they will allow him to continue farming on Nande.
Yeah, and I think this works out, right? 13 minutes in, a 4,000 net worth lead. As probably the reason for this collapse was that top lane for Endgame, just time and time again not finding what they wanted. But now it seems like they're going to be forced towards an initiation as Stormstormer heads towards that top lane.
Endgame has done a very good job of keeping control over the dire side jungle, now with this aggressive ward that they've put down as well. The question is, will Daze be dewarding it? No, not quite. Not quite yet, at least.
Stormstormer is going to go for a full BKB. Oh man, they're going all in for that Phantom Assassin.
Does that come
Interesting.
back to bite them, though, is the question, right? Because when you're comparing it on the other side, you do actually have maybe a little bit more diversity in where the damage is coming from. You've got the Tiny, obviously a lot of magic damage. He's almost got his own Blink Dagger on Wish as well. Obviously, Radiance is now up and running on the Lifestealer as soon as his courier does make its way over to him. This is a dangerous position to be in for OG.
It is. I would imagine it is a bit dangerous, but it's also heavily surprising how. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to
Hold
finish.
the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like there might be an initiation over here. They will have the blink forward. There'll have to be some dragon on dragon action, and Stormstormer finish off double assist spotted. Now the question is, can Nande do anything about this? The shackle shot will be dodged. Wish tosses the Dragon Knight back, and Stormstormer will only be given solace thanks to the Echo Storm. And as Nande continues to fight, it's the backlines that are suffering. This Dragon Knight has no backup though, and it's going to end up being a 1-for-1, but maybe not done yet. Surge onto Wish, blink forward. He's got the avalanche. Does he have the toss? No targets nearby to toss him backwards, and another Echo Storm should be enough to dissuade. In the meanwhile though, Wish will already have found the kill. OG going too deep too soon.
Yeah, just being heavily punished for it. I mean, they didn't even have their heroes in position, right? The Magnus wasn't there. It was just 3 heroes being led by Stormstormer, which is, I would say, not the ideal play because there's not a lot of real follow-up that Elder Titan provides you. You just have that kill shot and that Breath of Fire, which does about, what, 700, 800 magical damage, but that's it. A Dragon Knight just has a Blink Dagger, so no real physical damage coming out of him quite just yet. And that means you can't take Wish down, you can't take the Lifestealer down, and if you're trading a support for a core, at the end of the day, that's never going to be worth it. This Endgame stacking up on this Tormentor.
I think they should be nice and comfy. I mean, I say that.
But
They are
there
taking
is
a lot of damage, to be fair.
Daze is here though. Daze is here.
No, we're not getting any crazy triple kill shots.
You know why I was hyping it up is because I've seen Daze do it.
Not this time. Too many heroes.
5 and 8. But it's what's actually interesting for me is how this new OG lineup is somehow playing
Exactly
with-
like the old ones.
Yeah, it's actually playing with more trust and more unity than the OG, which brought their veteran squad back, right? With Imperial Wallachia, with Seb on that roster, just did that. That
We're
OG
gonna have to
squad
hold the
didn't have-
point because right now this OG squad is about to say goodbye to Kidaro. We know you just got here not too long ago, but we're sorry. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
At the end of the day, information, I suppose, but they are giving up their lead. What was supposed to be a 4,000 lead a few minutes ago is now down to a 2,000 lead. And this has been partly due to the fact that Radiance is up on that life stealer, so he's just going to get farming away, and he's going to get massive, right? Will we see a situation where that Phantom Assassin is able to counter out that life stealer? It probably won't happen unless it comes off of at the back of that RP, right? Which
Put it this
so
way.
far we haven't really seen.
We are not going to see this PA in a fight before 20 minutes, right? She wants a BKB.
Dire's middle
I still will have a
tower
Sanjay
is
Yasha by
under
then. And with the Radiance. That's a beefy boy, and that's before you even consider the fact that you've got a mechanism on the Darkseer, on mind control. You've got Wish on the Tiny, now building into a 4-staff. He's going full utility at this point. Does not want to be the primary damage dealer over here at all.
Yeah, but needs to be careful. Yet again, 3 heroes stacked up around him, but it seems like Nande will be safe. He'll just end up going back. But it's Endgame who are on the move, having smoked 3 of their heroes up. And a double damage rune.
Oh, this could be tough. Wish with the DD would really make up for what he's been missing out on as well so far.
423 doesn't have the HP to survive a DD toss.
They pinged out the fact that the
They
shrine
pinged
was
the PA
taken.
out, but they
No,
didn't go
the,
there.
it's actually Kidaro pinged out the fact that the smoke is here because Wish did end up going forward and taking
Dire's middle tower is under
the
attack.
little shrine of visibility.
Nande has a full armlet up. A Radiance plus an armlet. Oh man, that's not only is that so much damage, but that's also so much sustain. He has 214 HP coming in from those last hits from his feast.
I'm
And-
kind of surprised that he didn't go for the Sanjay Yasha first, actually.
Me
But
too,
maybe
to be honest.
expecting to fight earlier on. It's just when you have so much money, when you've got like 3,000, it's like, well,
Is under attack.
might as well just go in for the movement speed and the like. There is a lot of kite on OG. You do need to chase a fair bit.
It is a very niche thing what I'm about to say, but the armlet does counter out the kill shot, right? If you toggle on the armlet, the
mean-
kill shot won't bring you below the threshold.
That's
So you'll never be below
very,
the threshold.
very niche, especially because the kill shot has a pretty high threshold. I mean, it's 12% on full execute, so
But the armlet does give you like 500, 600 HP, so-
450, I think, right?
Listen,
Like
this is one of the
25
only
strength.
times where I might be mathematically correct. So just give me this one.
Isn't 25? It's 19 HP per strength, right?
Under attack.
I believe so. Around that much, yeah. It's either around 21 or 19,
It's
as
one
you
of
say.
them. Well, we'll talk about this later because right now it's been time for a smoke break. But will the smoke be broken by Tiny or will it be broken by time? That is a question. Wish is about to be evicted if he goes for this one. Blink backwards though, just manages to stay alive, taunting and tossing and bringing over some dragon support of his own. Now Stormstormer has had to settle for Spartan before, but now the tides are turning. The Tiny wants to go back in. Stormstormer's BKB forced out, and this means that by the time Nande comes in, this is going to be a little bit more of a juicy dragon to bite into. Still no mind control. Remember, he is quite far away. He'll want to be using the gateway down below, but will they have a fight to fight over here? Wish.
Oh,
still
Jeezy's been
stalled
caught
away.
out. Jeez has been caught out on the other side, and the pings are coming in. OG recognizing their way inside of this fight. Jeezy, of course, expending that ultimate to keep himself safe, will be able to make it out because OG were afraid of that counter initiation. But so far, both teams just bluffing each other and getting away with it.
Mind control's pissed, man. He was having a good time farming on the top lane. He's been called down for nothing. Get a smoke out, guys. But Nande has to be careful over here, Tulshus. He will have to recede back pretty soon. goes back to the safety of his jungles instead. And while Kidoro reveals position, this might be a setup for a siege on the mid-tier 1. It's been up for too long, they say, but maybe they can't change anything about this. Magnus TP's in. There's already an Ice Pass ready to receive. A vacuum back as well, and the skewer already used. Open wounds to try and chase the BKB using Divine Llama as well, will be forced to use his 9-seconder.
Has fallen.
OG expending a lot of those big golden boys for nothing but fading away.
Yeah, and you know, having used the BKB, that TP for a tower that was just at 200 HP, I'm not sure if that decision making is appropriate for this stage of the game,
Dire's
but
middle tower is under
you know,
attack.
Stormstormer having expected his own BKB, and now Wish is going to go in on towards that Dragon
There's
Knight.
no backup over here.
I mean, it's coming.
Yeah, Daze is nearby as well. Overcommitting for this one would be difficult to justify. They don't have vision either on a couple of these heroes, but no, it's going to be a-okay. GZ spotlights will be giving him not too much.
And this is incredibly surprising how OG, despite of the fact that they have multiple sources of initiation, haven't been able to get it off, right? Despite finding isolated heroes time and time again, I haven't seen a consistent RP play. Is that because they're not ready to fully commit, or they're afraid of the risk that it carries?
I mean, it just doesn't feel like they've ever been in a position to do it, right? And this is where I find it weird that you're saying that, hey, we're seeing OG play with so much coordination and communication, right? Because for me, it does feel a little bit like Stormstormer is never quite at the same place as Divine Llama and vice versa, right? So you aren't getting this great initiation, but maybe
Stormstormer.
there can be an initiation from the other side of a hair. Oh, he's been spotted. Is there a blink? No. He's going to be okay.
I mean, OG were playing with a lot of coordination in that laning phase, right? When you looked at Daze's rotations. But then again, you know, to be fair, Daze's rotations have always been on point, regardless of the team that he's been in. So, it's...
Is that Daze or is that OG?
yeah. Right now, though, this Roshan is all OG. As 423 will pick that Aegis up, has a BKB. Now with 3 BKBs up for OG, all of their ultimates up, and possessing that Aegis, surely now they're going to be ready to fully commit.
Do you say that? But the problem is, I'm just thinking this is
Dire's
kind of an unkillable Tiny unless you blow everything on him. The life steal is very hard to kill unless you catch him without the rage on, or you just get a perfect RP and stun combination. If there is a full 5 versus 5 team fight, OG are not even necessarily guaranteed to win this, even with the Aegis. Now the question is, will there be a full 5 on 5 team fight? Stormstormer certainly hopes that there won't be. There's a blink forward, GZ's caught out, and he's a dead man. Is that the target he wanted to go for, though? I certainly doubt it.
They are still inside of the smoke, and the C mind control is going to get skewered down, and the Wind Ranger is going to launch those hits. Of course, shackled down to the trees as well. The RP being committed for the Ice Pass. In return, the Infest is there, and now suddenly OG taking a whole lot of damage. But will it be enough, as both of these teams falling incredibly low? But 423 able to hold his ground, will get tossed up in the air and lose his first life.
He still has the BKB though immediately after respawning, so they have to be careful on Nande's side. Reblink in from Stormstormer. He's got another catch up, and as Mind Control stays alive somehow again and again. Another mechanism. It's 422 on the backlines who's being brought low. There comes in the Wheel of Wonders, and the BKB forced out again. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is, barely just. Stormstormer fades back, but 423 will not have quite the same luck. That late BKB is going to be enough to keep him alive for a while longer. The blink away as well. Straight to Divine Llama, but is it a blink to safety or is it blink to combine death? Wish will hope for the demise, and again the skewer backwards gives 423 another opportunity. Nande cannot continue to chase despite the Radiant span, and in the end this Phantom Assassin will stay alive. OG barely just coming out ahead of that fight.
And when you say just barely, you can't overstate, you can't put overemphasis on that word, right? Because that Phantom Assassin was so close to losing his life, and that would have completely changed everything. But when you consider the fact that you did lose the Aegis as well, OG didn't actually win that fight. And it came down to the sheer amount of, I would say, Divine Llama, when you look at it, when that Phantom Assassin was in trouble, he skewered back just so that the Phantom Assassin could blink out. So there was a lot of desperation coming out from OG as well. As Endgame, like you mentioned, it seems like they're just too tanky for OG to take down. OG even expended, Divine Llama even expended the RP on that.
I mean, the RP did nothing.
Yeah, on a solo mind control, right? The first RP of the game, which turned out to be incredibly lackluster from OG.
What do you mean lackluster? So it's not like mind control stayed alive for another 45 seconds later and it didn't die at all, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's just no damage output, right? You talk about a hero like the Phantom Assassin, who's meant to straight up melt heroes, but still, it seems like he's trying to carve up a rock rather than the butter he's used to.
The thing is also, it's strange because Endgame also doesn't have that much damage, but they're okay with that. But you're looking out towards how this fight went. Jeezy wasn't there in the beginning. He had to respawn for the Wheel of Wonder. You've got, sure, some damage coming out from the wall and whatnot as well from Darkseer, but largely speaking, Nande wasn't close enough to hit them, but OG just had to disperse because they're on so much more of a timer because of their BKBs. Endgame have got these blinks, these 4-stops, they've got the tosses. They're actually staying alive with mobility and communication. OG are staying alive on the basis of quickly depleting golden bars.
And just the sheer amount of mobility they have, right?
They're going to give up this tier 3.
Yeah, it's not a great look for OG. It's just, it really does seem,
That's not
RP,
enough. That's not
yeah.
enough. It's just a Jakiro. He's taken down. It's a sacrifice he's made again and again.
Just a millisecond too late, right? Because he wanted to catch Wish out, and he would have, but that blink out at the last millisecond was just phenomenal coming out from Wish.
Wish has had a few of those at this point.
Dire's
Be it
bottom
the RP or be it the Dragon Tail. He's been dodging like a demon.
And for me, Wish is that star player from Endgame. You know, I casted one of the group stage matches for Endgame as well, and it was Wish that came out to be the MVP instead of, you know, as most people would expect, mind control would be in that position. It's actually Wish, and it's actually the carry from Endgame who are doing super well, at least in this tournament.
Wish is going in once again. You say his name and he is ready to answer. Wants to get the Blink Dagger out, and this time if there will be a fight, there's more than just that one solitary support to try and target Daze. So will be the first one they go in on. It's a stun in the back lines as well. Both supports call out, and Nande says goodbye. Wind Ranger will do what she can, but what she can is insufficient. Daze's mastery over the map has now come to an end. It is no longer the early game, my friend.
Yeah, and despite of this, OG are surprisingly still possessing that net worth advantage over on their side. And that's only due to the fact that this Tiny hasn't gone for a farming build, right? The Tiny does have a blink and 4-staff.
Every single BKB used so far from the Dragon Knight, he's now down to 6 seconds, has been defensive to try and get away.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like that Frost Dragon would have done so much more in this game compared to the Corrosive Dragon, right? Your OG are lacking that finishing capability and just are not able to deal with the sustain coming out from Endgame. Even with that last fight over on that Riverside against Mind Control, like he just take away the mechanism, but...
This might be asking for too much, Wish. You will have mind control nearby. There's still a fight with the Wheel of Wonders to be had. He stays alive for a while longer, but that while is now depleted. This was really too much. Even the double skewer back from Mr. Device, second name Llama, comes into play.
Is the Darkseer going to make it out of this?
I'm sure he will. Mind control seems to figure it out somehow or the other. I mean, that is wild. That is crazy.
Yeah, this time around though, everything working out for OG, even the split earth coming in from the other Titan, destroyed that Tiny over there. And then the 2-man skewer coming in from Levi Lama was just really great. And that's what OG really need to do. But that was perhaps the perfect execution from in what was a very narrow corridor where you just couldn't miss your spells, right? There was no way to miss that skewer, no way to miss that split earth. And that circumstance isn't going to happen for you each and every single time.
I mean, he blinked in on the Tiny without the Lifestealer nearby or without really any backup onto the Phantom Assassin. That shouldn't happen ever again. Speaking of the Tiny, by the way, he also does have an Octarine core. Let's get a quick item update out, shall we? We've got the Lifestealer now building into a Mjolnir, not too far off from it. That's going to be a tough one to fight up against, but it is also quite squishy, right? So you're not picking up the AC or anything like it.
Dragon Knight does have the Assault Quest, though. You talk about
That's helpful.
armor, but... And he's making a way for a Satanic. He might not have the damage output, but he sure as hell will have that lifesteal.
Isn't that reassuring?
Dire are scanning.
Well,
I mean,
the
his dragon
corrosive-
does give the
Yeah, that's what with the corrosive, at least there is that.
And with Endgame maximizing on their magic damage output, right? Because Wish isn't exactly dealing physical damage, too much physical damage at this point. It's entirely the Lifestealer who's doing that bit. So perhaps building up on your sustain in terms of armor and in terms of lifesteal is the right play.
Well, there's the right play from Dalai Lama coming in. Wish is a goner. You know it, I know it, but maybe there's still a delaying factor. Nice four-man vacuum with the BKBs to respond in a Gale Force. It'll keep Nande away. Ray's now forced out as Kid Row will say goodbye to the burn of the Radiance. But this reinitiation is now going to be over. They have to be careful. There could be a Magnus to try and pull them in again. Mr. Device still has the RP. He will not be screwing him back on Nande, and Nande will stay alive for a while longer too. Turns around, goes on a Stormstormer who does not have the BKB, do not forget. But now this is becoming a split-up team fight. The backlines is MC being kept away from 4-2-3. And
Still do
Divine
have that
Lama
RP.
still with the RP. Blinks in again, another skewer backwards, and it's a Dragon Tail onto the Lifestealer to keep him away. RP on 2, and this is the fight they were looking for. But as Nande continues to fight back, it's Double SA Spartan who's taken down on the high ground. It's a whoopee cushion to try and make a getaway, but GZ knows he's a goner. It's all about buying time for Nande to find a bit more, but even Device stays alive, and Stormstormer TPing away. This is now going to be a fight to disengage from. A fight that's already been won. 4-2-3 considering fighting on, considering staying on, but up against his Lifestealer, there's no way you're doing that. Still, Blinks all over the map, and as Nande will continue to be kited, he has to accept it. That fight, masterfully played by Devi.
Yeah, they don't even want the Lifestealer, to be honest. And just, this time around, Dalai Lama coming in with all of those plays, just phenomenal, right? We saw him struggle in the first 20 minutes of the game, but this time around, he's finding those skewers, he's finding those RPs, holding Nande in place, and holding the mind control in place. That was really good. And the Phantom Assassin, don't get me wrong, in what's supposed to be an extremely long drawn-out fight, right? It's so difficult to know when to commit your BKB. You can only use it once, and the Phantom Assassin was just perfect with that BKB usage. Just recognizing the timing to go in, being able to take down 3 heroes with just that one BKB duration is exactly what OG need to continue to mount their lead.
It's time. Endgame have realized they need to make a move. They will not let OG build up into anything, and remember, there isn't that tier 3 tower, so the smoke is not going to be popping right where you'd expect it to. 4-2-3's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. He's a goner and he knows it. Now we'll be trying to keep him alive with a Glimmer Cape, but OG cannot do so. No buybacks either. It's already in the base. His high ground is already gone. They just don't know it yet. Buyback from the Elder Titan will do what it can, but while there's Divine Lama skewering back Nande into the tier 4s, he's just got the rage, and there's a toss back on the other side. Wish doing what Lama does, but better. OG have taken down the big 2, and they might be about to take down these big 2 Raxes straight in middle. Top
No
lane
buybacks.
also going to be susceptible to being torn apart. This could even be a fight for the tier 4s.
Yeah, and of course, Endgame do not know if OG have that buyback, but OG just got caught off guard, and Endgame will be able to take so many of these Raxes. It really seemed like OG were building up a 35-minute game only for it to be taken away in the blink of an eye. Endgame. So far,
Dire's top tower is under
it
attack.
seems like every time OG have had to play everything perfect in order to win a fight, but Endgame don't have that same requirement. Endgame just have to get a few things correct in order to win those team fights.
And the thing about OG is that you're looking back to the items of 43 and whatnot as well. He's got himself the Satanic, the BKB, the Nullifier. You know, Divine Lama's gone for the Aghanims and the Magnus as well. you don't have the damage to take down the Lifestealer at any point, even though he's gone for a Mjolnir.
Which is surprising considering you're playing with a Phantom Assassin, but
Yeah.
still, it's one of those.
It's an immediate
I see a
smoke on
fight.
smoke. There's going to be a chance of a hit to try and get an RP on a few, but the Gale Force to try and keep them away. The RP used in the back line. It's going to be a dead Jeezy. It's going to be Wish saying his last words, and well, maybe not quite. He's blinked away. Nande is fighting into them, and they've got nothing to do about it. The wall of Replica continues to zone them out. Divine Lama is gone, but as 423 re-engages its Stormstormer to keep Nande out of the party, and while there's Shackle shots, Dragon Pills, and Echo Stomps to keep this Lifestealer away, you can't do the same to the rest of the team. Nande still with the Aegis, still with Wish nearby.
He
Will
didn't
be able to
TP out, so
disengage.
Lifestealer's still here. Hanging around.
They can't kill him, is the thing. If there is a Jakiro and a Tiny, it doesn't matter if all 4 of OG are focusing on him, he's not dying.
And this time around, yet again, OG didn't exactly find that perfect initiation, right? That RP only hit the Ringmaster, and sure, you had a great skewer onto 3 heroes. It really seemed like Phantom Assassin was struggling to latch on towards any kind of target, and ideally you'd want to go for an Abyssal Blade at that point, right? Because if you feel like you are lacking that lockdown, how many stuns do OG really have? They have the reverse polarity, they have the shackle shot, and they have the dragon tail, but at 37 minutes in, 3 disables don't exactly create that
To be
perfect win.
fair, they did just get all those stuns onto the Lifestealer as well. I don't know if I agree with you on the full Abyssal, to be honest, for 43. I just think he needs more damage to be able to deal in that stun duration. And Abyssal does help a little bit, but even so, I like the MKB, actually. I think this is a good pickup for him. It will be helping him out a lot, but that's only if he can get to it before Nande gets to him. Nande rages up, and Sylvan
should be
Pursuit
fine.
wants to make it at least known that, hey, I'm the big bad boy, not you.
Has a full Satanic up,
Dire's bottom
by the way. Like, this Phantom Assassin is absolutely huge, and we'll get the MKB. Now, I do agree that
Dire are scanning.
apart from the damage output, MKB is just a really good item this game because you are faced up against that Radiance, so
Radiance.
you don't want to be missing on a lot of hits. But still, you know, it seems like that you have this. Sometimes carries are forced into this position where you have 2 major requirements. You need both lockdown and the damage. And
Yep.
unfortunately for OG, I do feel like this is one of those games.
And the thing is, that normally happens because of your prior itemization, and I do sort of look at the Satanic as well. It's all been used once. It's been there for about 8 minutes or so, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Satanic normally
Not
it's
8,
required
sorry,
for a
about
really
4.5
drawn out
minutes,
fight,
basically.
right?
Yeah.
And OG, what we've seen them struggle is dishing out that damage within that 5-second duration. And
There's
I'm not
no
sure.
one here to defend, by the way. I mean,
Radiant's
Dragon Knight just isn't nearby. Even if he comes in, he will not have the mana, so he has to TP back to base. In the meanwhile, though, there is a skew onto Nande, but he wants it. He wants that action. An RP, a refresher, another RP, and back to the fountain. Maybe that's how they make it work. And that's exactly what happens for the Aegis. But remember, in the back lines, you are losing out on your barracks. Echo Stomp to try and keep Nande out and over. A Horn Toss into the fountain. They need it all. But in the meanwhile, the damage, they can't deal with it. Elder Titan already down. Divine Llama with the BKB backs off. Double shackle shot from Daze will keep MC nearby. But as mind control is now finally being focused, 422 will get this kill that he has been so desperately hunting for. OG. It takes 2 horn tosses, 2 skewers, 2 lives of the Lifestealer, and 2 RPs with the fountain in there to take him
That
down.
that was not something that I was really expecting to happen, right? I see it more in the pub games, but wow, Nande just being skewered back. That's one way to create that lockdown, right? Get that refresher up. And even though they were able to take down that Lifestealer, still it's a bit strange why Endgame chose to go for that Lifestealer, trying to save his life rather than trying to take down these Draxes, right? You do have that Tiny. At the end of the day, Tiny deals about 300 to 400 damage on towards those buildings, and they had that time to be taking down those bottom lane of racks. Instead, they chose to engage on that fountain, allowing OG to fight back, allowing OG to not only take down that Lifestealer, but actually go for that defense and saving their racks as well. So, I would say a bit of a mistake from Endgame there.
But can you imagine how sick it would have been if Vicious tossed him back after all of that?
It was a very flashy play. I'm from from OG, and sure, potential for a flashy play from Endgame, but lower bracket. This
Oh.
is not the time for flashy
Hold the
plays.
point, hold the point.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I think there might be a
Radiant's
little bit of
top
work
tower is
to
under
be given.
attack.
No, scans come out, they know. On either side. Now there is going to be a dead GZ, but I don't think we're any strangers to that.
Yeah, he's died about 8 times now, and
Radiant's top
Spartan
tower
has died
has
about
fallen.
9 times now. So really, all the 25 kills that you see over on OG are mostly the supports.
To be fair, he doesn't have buyback. You can just get this
Radiant's
Rax
top
because of
tower
it.
has fallen.
Yeah, the
Radiant's
only
top
one
barracks
that
has
has
fallen.
buyback is the Tiny.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Oh wow,
Dire's
OG
middle
take the
tower
racks
is under
so
attack.
quickly. Thanks to that Corrosive Dragon and thanks to that Phantom Assassin. But still, it's a
What do you think about
12,000
the-
net worth lead. This is surprising. This is perhaps the most surprising net worth lead that I have seen. And not just in this particular moment, but throughout the game, right? Even when Endgame took their first racks, the first mid lane of racks over from OG, it was still OG that had that lead. So I'm baffled by the fact that they're able to consistently farm up, able to consistently take the lead, despite of the fact that some of these team fights have not worked out.
The thing is, Endgame have never really had ward control over a lot of the map, right? Other than when they tried actively invading into the dire side jungle in the initial stages of it, when they lost the laning stage. Even when it felt like Endgame have better fighting, map control was definitely something OG's been able to hold on to. But now, with the smoke being revealed, Mind Control would like to go in, but 423's got much of the same intentions. There's a fight in the Mac lines. It's already begun. Mind Control makes his way over. And right now, it's going to be another double RP onto the players you want. That's the problem with the Infest Bomb. Sometimes the bombs come right back. The Wall of Replica doing what it can with the damage, but it's going to be the death of Nande. Still kept alive for a while longer. Will he be able to re-engage? Maybe, maybe. 423 will settle with Mind Control, but as Nande makes his way over again, 423 is a corner. No Satanic used over here. Nande now wants to fight. There's no big bad PA. Daisy's going to fall. Kidero likely nearby, but while Stormstormer looks to fight an invisible dragon, it's his own demons he'll have to face instead. Backs off. Kidero will end up falling. Another quick casualty as Endgame are able to maneuver around that double RP, but there are buybacks galore available for OG.
Yeah,
be
it's
okay.
just, once you lose your Phantom Assassin, you lose the fight. It's just as simple as that. And if you're not able to take down the Lifestealer, it seems like we're now in a position where the carries are the most important heroes to take down. And if you're not, and whichever carry survives, his team ends up winning the fight, right? And
I know.
really, if you can't take down the Lifestealer in 2 RPs with a Phantom Assassin who's dealing 2,000 damage hits, then I'm not sure what else you can
Well,
do.
Nande's still looking to fight over here. He does manage to force out the buyback, but I don't know if he'll stay alive. Turns around with the Abyssal. Stormstormer's in trouble, but Nande isn't. He just invests up and backs off. He's fine to giving up his Jakiro for this one, and Stormstormer's got to be careful pursuing so far forward. Jeezy's the one who's been targeted. There will not be a Phantom Assassin nearby. Jeezy keeps himself alive for long enough for Nande to back off and fade away. And while that happens, it's going to be Stormstormer who's been turned on. Spartan finding 2 with the Macropire.
Oh, this is a bit of a disaster for OG. They all bought back, and now Kidero might end up getting caught. He's frozen in time, and with a Lifestealer on him, Nande, it will probably just be swiping him down. With 3 heroes alive over from OG, none of them. Actually, in fact, it is Stormstormer who does have that buyback, so it is at the very least going to be a 4v3.
The thing is, Magnus does have his RP up again. No refresher though, so you're not going to have the quite full escorting service available. Divine Llama also misses out on the horn toss. He doesn't use it, and that could be it. That could be game. Stormstormer, the Abyssal Blade comes out. Witch Cube says to Spartan alive for a while longer, and while 43 re-engages, it's only the duration of the BKB he'll be able to fight. Icebot will come out immediately afterwards, and he blinks and dodges it, but the vacuum back into the Avalanche cross combination. It's over. The 3-man RP will not matter. Divine Llama will have to say goodbye, but Stormstormer does it for him. GG called. OG. That net worth lead finally reversing on 1k, and he will win it out.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, if you land 2 RPs, right, you use the reverse polarity, refresh your skills, and then you use the RP again, and still, if you are not able to take down the opposing team's carry, then really, at that point, what else can you do? Because you have a fully 6-slotted Phantom Assassin, right? You have that refresher up. It's 45 minutes into the game. You have a 10,000 net worth lead advantage there. What more can you ask for? What more are you hoping for in those fights, right? So
Damage items?
really, for OG, they tried their best, but I think that Endgame were just a few steps ahead of them at nearly every turn.
Look, I hate to harp on the same point, but it does just feel like at the end of the game, PA had one damage item. It was MKB. She had a Nullify, she had a BKB, Satanic, and Boots, right? That doesn't feel like it's enough to take down a Lifestealer who's been farming all game, getting that max HP up, has Radiance as well, has got the additional armor from the armlet and whatnot to, Sanjay and Yasha. And that's what Wish and company recognize, right? Wish in particular, going for that Blink 4-staff Octarine core build on the Tiny. He's playing pure utility. They had 2 offlaners in that game. Like, effectively, that's what it did feel like. Tiny was never a real damage dealer, but fantastic stuff from Endgame. Outmaneuvering despite some disadvantages. And as much as OG did in the laning stage, as much as Daze was able to get done on the Wind Ranger as well, they can't take it away. Not to say that they can't take it away in the series. We still have more action where that came from. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to be back after a short break for game number 2. Talking about the CCT Series 8, I've got my autofocus fixed up, and Deltros promises me that he's going to be okay and not vanish on me. So this time, this drafting phase should have two casters who are entirely here, not blurred out at all, and all of the work. Now, if you think about all of the work from game number 1, OG did lose that one out to Endgame, and maybe you're surprised, like, what? Egad. Well, I hate to break it to you, OG lost it out while being in a net worth lead all throughout the game. It didn't feel like that, though, necessarily. All the team fights was going the way of Endgame, and off the back of, just a couple of these small kills that Endgame was able to find. They got to Raxus at 35 minutes, ended the game not too long afterwards. OG fought in, did feel like they were always in the game, but always just a little bit further behind than they should have been.
In terms of net worth advantage, they were always ahead of the opposing team of Endgame, but still not being able to capitalize. I believe a few choices they made before the game even started, such as the facet for the Dragon Knight and the itemizations coming out from that Phantom Assassin, didn't really help them out too much in the mid game or in the late game. But entirely new draft. Here's hoping that OG can change things up a bit. Now, I will say that Stormer, from having seen him play throughout Team T and then later on through Team Avilus, yeah, he's not exactly known for those sustained heroes. He's known for those playmaking heroes, right? Such as his Earth Spirit or even
Storm Spirit. Yeah,
exactly. So that's a Storm Spirit, right? Not heroes with a lot of sustain or those frontline abilities, but rather heroes that have those flash mechanisms that go for those pickoffs and that secure those kills. Or even those teams, the heroes that initiate for their team in a big way, right? The Dragon Tail, sure, it's good, but it's not, it's not what we've seen Stormer with.
A respect ban coming out from OG on the Tiny. I do appreciate that. Wish was fantastic with his Tiny in the last game. Morphling, Tinker, Tupper Assassin, Slather and Nightstalker on the other side. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I would be surprised at this point if we don't see maybe a Tidehunter ban being prioritized out from Endgame rather than from OG. In my opinion, it did feel like that Magnus, although it was very, very impactful later on in the game, it did feel like, up until that 21-22 minute mark, it was a bit too reliant on getting that Blink Dagger, getting that perfect combination. Couldn't do that much on its own. Tidehunter does feel like it serves a lot of similar capability. I'd be expecting something of that sort to be banned out.
I wonder what OG are going to be going for in terms of picks, right? Because it's not as if their draft wasn't good last game. Even though we can talk about Stormer and him not having his favorite heroes, OG still had the better draft, I would say. As Endgame, going to go for that
Control's Darkseer is something we obviously didn't talk too much about because it was always one of those situations where it's like, hey, you don't really see it, but it's there, right? It's like the love of your parents. You're not supposed to know it exists. You're just supposed to be supported by it. If you know it's around, they've probably done something wrong by that point. But Darkseer, Mind Control was always staying alive, always on point with an important surge whenever it was needed. Great vacuum to reposition. The wall, I'll be honest, was kind of lackluster, right? Like, it was good against the Phantom Assassin because you are getting back some of that damage and whatnot, but we didn't feel like it was giving all that much. But the good thing is, sustain was always there. That consistent brick in building up a team fight was also always there. So not too surprising that they do prioritize it again.
Yeah, to be fair though, landing those skill shots as a Magnus is a lot harder compared to landing the vacuum as a Darkseer, right? Because you have multiple attempts at that vacuum, but still kudos to Mind Control for getting it done. It was a bit late at times, but still, their endgame are going with, if it ain't broken, why fix it? Picking themselves up that Darkseer as OG go for a Monkey King, and I'm not too sure about this one pick, right? Because if you are in those trees as a Monkey King, the vacuum will still bring you down. Of course, the Nightstalker is banned out though, so for endgame, I wonder if they go for something like the Clockwork to give them that vision over the Monkey King in those fights. Not to mention the Clockwork does pretty well coupled up with the Darkseer.
I think you could always go for a pause for Monkey King, those things. I don't know if you want to necessarily prioritize too heavily against it.
Have OG ever played a support Monkey King?
I mean, OG has barely been a 5 for too long, right, at this point. But no, it doesn't feel like a Days here. I will say that, even if it does have some of those nice skill shots and the like and whatnot. But and also a little bit more limited these days on the position 4 functionality, I suppose. Still, Jakiro being banned out coming out from Endgame, that's obviously been one of the more hotly contested heroes. We saw how incredibly powerful it was in the previous game as well. Just those late game ice walls always being ready to even just mitigate when you're trying to siege is so incredibly important. A span from OG. What are you pairing with this Monkey King, Teltris?
I mean, ideally, you might even want to pick yourselves up that Clockwork just to take it away from Endgame, because it is one of the heroes that counter out that Monkey King. Of course, that is going to be dependent on whether or not this Monkey King is in fact a core, which I do think it is a core, but still, you can change things up. But still, Clockwork, in my opinion, a very high value pick right now for OG. But some of the other heroes, I mean, you're faced up against a Darkseer as well, right? So you want something that can lock that Darkseer down, even potentially stop that surge from coming out. And OG are going to be using the Crystal Maiden to accomplish that, right? The Frostbite is going to hold the surge target in place. But
It's a
apart
classic
from
counter.
yeah, and not to mention, you know, the Freezing Field plus the Monkey King's Wukong's command when it eventually comes out is a potentially disastrous AoE combination as endgame. Probably have to stack up on more counter initiates, right? You can't simply just utilize that vacuum to be countering out that Monkey King and Crystal Maiden's ultimate. You want something more.
To be
And
honest,
again-
I don't even hate and setting up for another life stealer at a point like this, right? Because we're
Oh,
on
yeah.
one end you're talking about, you know, counter initiation. I'm also just thinking about pure tankability, right? Monkey King isn't necessarily going to be doing too much outside of the ring to just burst someone down. Crystal Maiden is obviously, you know, the kind of disable that she provides aren't hard disables per se. This is setting up for another non-day special if you want to go in for that. So right now, I'm not even thinking about counter initiation. I'm thinking more about, hey, what are my tankier potential supportive frontliners going to be in a situation like this? You know, you had the Jakir in the previous game, you had the Tiny who built into that secondary offline style mid, and it is going to be the Clockwork, so you do get both of what you were discussing, A, the rockets, but B, also a lot of tankiness in that front line, and frankly, a pretty good lane with the Darkseer.
Yeah, and not to mention the hook shot, right? To stop the channeling of the Crystal Maiden is going to be pretty good. Going for that
Easy
Ringmaster
Ringmaster.
this time around, rather than OG having that, is going to be
Endgame had it in the previous one as well.
Oh,
Jeezy had the
okay.
Ringmaster.
Oh, right. Jeezy had
right?
that Ringmaster.
Yeah, and Jeezy did a great job of it. It was also able to find that good farm out for that, you know, 28 to 30 minutes agonyms from what I remember. And with that, the double saves coming through were incredibly impactful of keeping Nanda alive. So again, I am just leaning back into thinking about, hey, if OG don't ban out the Life Stealer, that is going to be a little bit... I'm raising some eyebrows at that one.
Yeah, you definitely have to see that life stealer coming for you, right? Not to mention, this game around, Jeezy is going to have a much better time with that Ringmaster. When you talk about the escape act inside of the Wukong's command, right? Or even inside of that freezing field, it's one of the better counters to those AoE ultimates, because then whoever's is under the effects of that escape act can just simply walk out of that Wukong's command, can simply just walk out of that freezing field. But an Ember Spirit pick coming out from OG, certainly pretty good, right? When you talk about the Ember Spirit against the Clockwork and against the Darkseer, the simple fact that you can just Remnant out and
It's also
the
much more
lockdown.
comfortable hero for Stormstormer, right? Which is what you were discussing. It's not one of those Dragon Knights which are kind of, hey, I'm just a tower, right? But I move around with wings. Ember Spirit has got more flash. You've got a lot more play potential. It's also one of the heroes that on Avila Stormstormer did very well with the Ember, even when he's playing from behind. So that's good to see a bit more comfort being prioritized for him. What's your second support coming out, though, from the OG camp?
I would imagine that they want more of lockdown. Oh wow, they're going to go for a Keeper of the Light. It is now, Keeper of the Light has made his way into the meta as of recently. Right after PGL Wallachia, I think teams have now been picking up that Keeper of the Light quite a lot. Just the Illuminate coming out, not to mention the cooldown reduction that you gain, is going to come in handy, and not to mention the slow that's going to be coming out on a lot of these heroes, right? But of course, you can't stop the surge, as it does give you an undispellable movement speed burst. So I wonder if that's a mechanic that doesn't exactly favor the Keeper of the Light over here, but what they're going to be banking on is the slow coming in from the Keeper of the Light and the follow-up coming in from that Ember Spirit Searing Chains into the Crystal Maiden. As endgame going to go for a Nature's Prophet. Wow. That's
I mean, That was something that OU was prioritizing very heavily in the early bans coming out up against them as well. Endgame, I think, mind control on the Nature's Prophet is something that you always have to be a little bit concerned about. Funnily enough, Nature's Prophet is the sixth, rather, it's only been picked 3 times in the tournament so far, but it's the 6th most involved hero because of how many times it's been banned. It has been banned 39 times across the course of the tournament so far, compared to 3 picks, which is kind of wild.
And that's not new, right? Nature's Prophet has had the highest pick rate in PGL Wallachia, but did not have the win rate to match it up. Just a near 30% win rate with that hero. And even in this game, right, you talk about the Nature's Prophet, but the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit are 2 heroes that are so good at taking that Nature's Prophet out.
Even
right?
Gottel's pretty good at it.
Yeah, like if you're using the teleportation into some of those side lanes, then you really have to be sure of where the Monkey King is, right? Because if the Monkey King is in those trees and you teleport in, then you might just be giving away your own life to the Monkey King. So
yeah,
Endgame really have to be a step ahead this time if they want to be making this Nature's Prophet pick work out. Not to mention, they don't have a lot of sustain over on their side. Nature's Prophet, Ringmaster, 2 very squishy heroes. The Clockwork and the Darkseer, sure, you have those auras coming in from those heroes, and that's naturally going to give you a bit more sustain. But again, it's not exactly so much sustain that you survive the onslaught coming in, the magical damage coupled up with the physical damage of OG.
I know that you don't have that typical Empower carry with you, but I don't hate a Magnus pick coming out for Endgame here.
Magnus. I mean, it can work, but again, not a lot of sustain, right? Now, I know that Magnus has a lot of HP, a lot of survivability in the meta right now, but it's still...
I mean, what else can you go for in the mid lane then? Dragonite's already been banned out.
Normally, when you use the RP, right, the RP is a signal to the rest of your team that now is the time to go in. So you stack up on that same position. But if you look at OG, the amount of spells they can throw down on a single target, right, or on a single location. The Illuminate, the Ember Spirit Searing Chains, and the Remnant inside, the Crystal Maiden's Crystal Nova, Freezing Field, the Monkey King's Wukong's Command, Boundless Strike. It seems like Endgame can't prioritize squeezing OG. So I wonder what they're going to be going for. And I wonder if this is a Nature's Prophet carry or if this is a Nature's Prophet mid. I do think that it is a mid Nature's Prophet. Now, I recall having covered Endgame previously in the group stages where they did pick up a Nature's Prophet.
I'll check it out for you. Don't worry, I got it.
Yeah, so, okay. So, in the group stages, the very first day, April 2nd. Yeah, it was a carry Nature's Prophet. And this time around, it's going to be much of the same.
Interesting.
OD coming out for Endgame against an Ember Spirit. So, oh man, Stormstormer's going to have a horrible time.
In the lane, yes, but okay, so here's what Endgame have, right? You're talking about survivability and sustain. They've got a lot of vanishes, right? Or rather just, hey, you don't exist for a little while, face shit out of existence. You've got that to cover for you. They've got a lot of single target focus, but nothing really pairs well with the Darkseer when I'm looking out towards it. Other than the Wheel of Wonder vacuum combination, you're not looking at this Darkseer and saying, hey, you are anything beyond utility. Centaur Warrunner on the other side for OG. It does feel like it's got some good synchronicity with the rest of the team as well. I am concerned about this endgame draft so far.
But I mean, the vacuum into Wish's ultimate, right? The Sanity's Eclipse is going to deal a lot of damage to everyone on
it's not like you need a setup for the Sanity's Eclipse. It's massive. It's so big. You're not.
Yeah,
I mean, what I mean is
true.
You're comparing it to, hey, an Ice Spots from a Jakiro. Maybe the closest thing I can get to it is like the Cogs from SSA Spartan at most, right? But you don't have anything where you're saying, hey, Mind Control can rely on another hero to make his work, which is sort of what was happening in the previous game. Not to discredit him, he's obviously doing his job, but his job just becomes a whole lot more difficult now when you're playing a matchup like this. You don't really feel like you can afford to lose in that lane anymore. You don't really feel like you can afford to be behind at any point anymore as Mind Control.
Yeah, it's... I do think that it creates a lot of requirements. I think OD is a very game-specific hero where if you do well, your team is just going to be in an unlosable position. But I wonder if Wish will acquire that. Once you get that 30 to 40 minute mark and you do have that scepter up on that OD, is when that OD becomes unkillable. Not to mention, you do have a save mechanism, right? We were talking about the amount of single target lockdown coming in from OG in the form of that frostbite and the searing chains as well. And OD with that astral imprisonment can buy any of his teammates those extra 2 or 3 seconds of crucial timing, allowing for that counter initiation to come in from that clockwork and that dark seer, right? So that's a way that it can work out, but still it's not the easiest task in the world, right? And for both of these sides, the requirement is much the same. For Endgame, I do think that it is yet once again a bit more difficult because they are in a situation where they need their carry to farm up and become big, because that's where their major damage is going to come from. But this time around, instead of the Lifestealer who can attain that requirement a lot easier, they've gone in for a Nature's Prophet, which if the Nature's Prophet even has a slightly bad time, then the Nature's Prophet becomes kind of useless.
Now, the good thing is Wish will be very tanky in a couple of these fights, right? Because you astral out any of these heroes, OG are pretty heavily spell dependent, right? The Monkey King, the Ember Spirit, all of these guys are going to be using a lot of mana in a team fight after they've been astraled. So theoretically, you could end up having a lot of, over team fight surviving for both Wish and, say, someone like a Mind Control. So maybe the Ringmaster only has to focus down on keeping Nande alive on the Nature's Prophet. But largely speaking, I do feel like OG, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, hey, I think this is a better draft for them overall. They do have some issues within the Ember Spirit itself. The Stormstormer will probably not be able to come alive too easily versus the OD. But that is a separate conversation.
Yeah, and the Ember Spirit can pretty much recover later on. The Sleight of Fist is a decent farming tool.
That was so sick.
You mean the steel or the bounty rune? I mean, listen, if you play enough Ember Spirit, I know it looks sick,
I know, but it's so much fun. Every time I see it, I'm like, yeah, boy. Yeah, you get that bounty rune. I know it's
easy to pull off, though.
Listen, I play on 170 ping, okay? It's harder than that. God. One day we'll play in 10 ping, Teltras, I promise you. And I'll still miss it.
But again, it's so frustrating playing against an OD because half of the time in that laning phase, you're just not playing the game, right? Yep. You're just... Oh, bot lane though. Mind Control going to end up falling to Kidoro, and GG will probably be able to find that return, but this exchange heavily favoring OG, as the carry did end up getting that experience.
And 423 is going to be more than happy to just continue on farming up in the meanwhile. Mind Control will not have the same luxury. Hey, man. All good for OG. Now, in that mid lane, I know you're saying that Wish should be having an easier time.
Oh, wow,
what level does the OD get this far forward?
I mean, right now, the OD isn't forward, right? You take a look at the last hits. Ember Spirit or Stormstormer has 7 last hits, and the OD is just stuck on 3.
That's what I'm wondering. Is this a level requirement that we're waiting for? Is this just Stormstormer saying, hey, I am better than you?
Once the OD rather, Wish gets a few more levels on his Astral Imprisonment, he should come out ahead.
Pause you down a little bit, but SSA Spartan should end up going down. The Blinding Light and the Blood Grenade combined with the Stomp and Double Edge. Divine Llama will be able to get that kill.
Yeah, Nanda just unfortunately can't actually do anything in this lane. Throw out a Sprout or 2 and dish out those last hit damage, but it's not great, right? Because its Centaur Warrunner starts off with around 1000 HP, and if you're a Clockwork trying to run the Centaur down, then it's just not a great look.
Tiny Tin Man running after big boy horses.
Meanwhile, mid lane, as you were saying, OD should not be getting hit by that Boundless Strike. And the reason I say this is because you normally want your Jingu Mastery to become active before you use the Boundless Strike, and OD can just straight up freeze the Monkey King if, the Monkey King, or rather, sorry, oh wow.
Imprison. I'm very confused.
You can just straight up imprison if the Ember Spirit is a big enough threat, right? For a second, I got confused really hard. I thought there's no Monkey King on the mid lane. It's just an Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
But Stormstormer, you know, again,
He's
I
doing
don't
a very
see-
good job.
Yeah, he's doing incredible, right? Which is very surprising. It's not as if Wish is not a strong enough mid laner. I would say he is one of the stronger mid laners in CCT right now. But still, just struggling. He will recover, but
Yeah.
as in a matchup where you are expected to come out ahead, recovering isn't supposed to be the requirement you're going
Wow.
for.
Bottom lane 423 is going to have to go back and recover his health a little bit as well. A regen on him. Still chasing down Kidoro, making sure they're taking full advantage of the glyph on the creeps as well. Mind Control just wants to make this Crystal Maiden's life hell. And 423 in the meanwhile will be settling for just that one last hit. Now this is where Nande has a chance to come ahead. Mind Control does have that level 2 Iron Shell, but he's now overplayed his hand. He will not have any surge. Remember, he's already revealed the vacuum, so he has to play a little bit more conservatively for the next 30 seconds or so until he gets that surge up.
Yeah, he's going to be fine though. I mean, this is a bit of a double-edged lane because there's so much skill potential from either side. One small mistake can end up costing you your life. But you have to be careful. If you're 423, you can't give up your life, right? So you want to be playing in a way where even if you're trading out your position 5 rather than your own life. But for endgame, you know, both of the Crystal Maiden and the Monkey King are going to be viable targets.
Oh, Kidoro is more than viable. He might just be dead over here. Does manage to keep them slowed down. 423's with the Jingle Master to get the regen right back up. And GZ's now suddenly at risk. Mind Control comes in. The body blocks will help out. And 423 will just continue to bash on out. Now, he will have another Boundless Strike not too far away. It's about 5 seconds or so. So you have to remember, Endgame don't really have much of a chance to reinitiate unless they're able to do it before that.
Oh,
Nice cancel on the solve, but it might cost GZ his life. There's that Boundless Strike that he was trying to navigate around.
Yeah, that was impressive cancel, but unfortunately wasn't
Less
able
impressive
to
than-
make it out, and that just makes it very unimpressive, to be honest.
It's only
Keeper of the
cool
Light
if it
over on that
works.
mid lane. OD doesn't exactly have that ultimate, and now with the Searing Chains back online, of course, Wish should have seen Stormstormer regaining all of that mana, so he should be aware that that Keeper of the Light is there. Yeah, Endgame are aware of this, the clockwork is moving in.
I mean, SSA Spartan's over here to just put a ward down, make sure he's okay. Cottle doesn't really have much to offer here. Now, I do need everyone to remember that this Nature's Prophet, you're thinking, wow, he's so far ahead in last hits. He kind of is, right? He is, but 423's been running after heroes, as you can see over here as well. Mind Control will not be able to fight for the flowers, and 423 will be more than happy to take that bouquet home.
I
Mid
wonder
lane.
if he should have gone for that chase.
Well,
But it seems like they'll probably be able to get the chase on towards GC. But no, yet again, as you were mentioning, 423, too busy running after heroes. Meanwhile, the Nature's Prophet is continuing to farm up. You have to be careful about not giving too much away to that Furion.
Daze has been caught, but I don't know who's really caught over here. This Clockwork's going to be immediately pushed back into the tower. The last hits, rather the right clicks coming through, and Kidoro should be able to provide
Yeah,
that
he's dead.
Crystal Loba to get the last kill. Now, can Wish save him with the banish? He can't banish Spartan, so no, he can't. Daze, oh no, the Lotus as well comes in. And Spartan keeps himself alive. Nice clutch heal.
Surprising that Stormstormer did not initiate. I thought that Clockwork was going to be dead with 3 heroes on him. It's wow, and wow, Spartan's already
almost
on the top
died.
lane.
Stormstormer in the mid lane almost died. The Sanity's Eclipse is used on him. Odie thought he had maybe a little bit more damage than that, but doesn't actually finish him off.
And that's a pretty big win going for Stormstormer, right? Because OD just used a 150-second cooldown ability. Stormstormer's back in lane, and perhaps even an initiation on towards the OD, who's currently frostbitten. The counter initiation, the teleports are coming in from Endgame, but can they save this OD? And then a surge will be there, and 423 is in a world of trouble. He's going to end up losing his life, as Kidoro is probably going to be the second one to fall, but it will Endgame continue their
Stormstormer.
run.
Oh, Stormstormers goes down as well. Nice little TP comes through from the Nature's Prophet. He's able to get himself involved as well. And that dive onto the Outworld Devourer, which looked like it would be oh so successful, ends up going a bit too wrong. When you get that Astral onto the Ember Spirit, he was probably expecting Wish to use it on himself over there. So when you get that Astral out, you just completely negate any damage that OG had left.
And suddenly, the Sanity's Eclipse being completely worth it. Which is interesting, if you think about it that way.
Mr. Llama is not going to be brought back as Stampede used, and that's another big cooldown. 100 seconds on the sideline, so matching out the remainder of the OD Sanities as well. Bot lane, mind control, caught inside the ring, but who's catching who? 423 doesn't know that sometimes the ring can be a little bit dangerous even for yourself.
Of course, Ringmaster in a trouble, but Stormstormer is confused between taking the Ringmaster down or trying to come to the aid of 423. It seems like he prioritized his carry, but can he get anything out of this? Remember, he died earlier, so he really needs the skill to recover in this lane. Sitting at the bottom of that network chart in terms of cores, going to go in for another Searing Chains and will clear mind control up. It is going to bring him back a little bit, but still, for Stormstormer,
he has no TP, he has no remnants.
Yeah,
he has to
exactly.
walk. He can't junk alive there. He has to walk back to lane.
And Wish has just spotted out so many of these creeps, right? The ancient stacks. There are 4 stacks up for both of these sides. With Endgame having positioned most of their heroes up and Stormstormer not having a TP, perhaps they go for these stacks.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, mind control's moving there. It seems like that is exactly what Endgame want to be doing. But do OG even realize this?
They've got no idea. They have absolutely no idea. Otherwise, Blaze could try and go over and try and get some Illuminates out, maybe steal a few of these last hits, but instead it's just going to be mind control, getting all the recovery he needs after that rough lane versus the Monkey King. In the meanwhile,
All
there
the
might be
stacks
even
are
more.
going to be
There might
stolen.
be even more to collect on. Setting up for a fight in the middle lane, but instead it's Mr. Llama who's going to be focused down. Spartan doesn't have his hook shot yet, otherwise that could have been
Dire's middle
a potential target to go on.
Yeah, but I don't even think Endgame were wanting to fight there, because if you take a look at that triangle, Darkseer just cleared up all of the stacks that OG were building up for themselves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So what do you do now that Endgame has the network feed?
I mean, it was always going to be a bit of a recovery game for Stormstormer, right? And you also ideally need a few items up on your Centaur Warrunner, either the Aura or the Blink Dagger. Normally, you go for the Auras, right? Because the Stampede just gives you max movement speed, allowing your team to initiate. But still, even with the Stampede,
Dire's middle
I'm not
tower
sure,
is under
because
attack.
Endgame have a lot of saves, right? The Astral Imprisonment and even the Clockwork and the Surge coming in from that Darkseer, the Ringmaster, Escape Axe, so many saves on this team. So for OG, do you continue to farm up, in which case the Furion, there's a chance that the Furion will out-farm you, or do you go for those pickoffs, in which case you need to be perfect at them, because against all of those saves, if it goes wrong, then you might end up losing multiple heroes on your own side, as we saw earlier in the game towards that mid
Are
side.
scanning. Radiant are scanning.
I am just wondering what the objective priority is going to be, because your only real hero with, you know, sort of farm and damage is going to be the Monkey King, right? So how do you try and fight in with this MK without him falling ridiculously far behind the Nature's Prophet while you're doing so?
I mean, you want map control, right? Unfortunately, you're going to be boxed into a 4 protect 1 strategy where you have to play with Stormstormer to be getting these kills. The Centaur Warrunner farming off is not going to be worth it.
I mean, how are you going to be protecting them when you're dead yourself? Daze himself is going to be taken down overhead. The Battery Assault going to guarantee it. And it is the Astral Imprisonment, but the Sanity's Eclipse to turn things around. Wish is trying to fight back into a Crystal Maiden, taking full advantage of the lack of imprisonments. A full freezing field will go off, and it's a great 1-for-1 trade.
Radiant's middle
Yes,
tower
Oh,
make
make
it
it a
two.
1 for 2 as Stormstormer was able to clear up that Clockwork, and Nande has actually teleported himself towards this bot lane, but it seems like OG are not interested in that Nature's Prophet. Rather, it's Endgame who are interested in punishing Kiriro for taking out their mid laner, and they'll be able to get that kill. But as you mentioned, the Darkseer mind control was not in position to be assisting that OD, who was facing the full brunt of both the Wukong's command and earlier the freezing field, which did not help him out at all. Top lane, it seems like the White Llama is in a bit of trouble.
Oh, he also uses Blade Mail beforehand as well, so he doesn't get all of that extra survivability potentially, so he has to use the Stampede.
Oh, the hook
Oh,
shot coming
beautiful.
in. Sandy. Oh man, that was
Spicy. That's what it was.
Spartan-
Nicely done from Spartan.
yeah, Spartan proving a Daze that it's not only Daze that's the really good FPS player.
You can't keep calling everything Counter-Strike just because it's a skill shot. I get that you can't play Counter-Strike. Okay, I get it. But
I know, but these skill shots are a lot easier to land in Dota now, right? Skill shots back in the day used to be a much bigger deal than they are now.
well, Stormstormer is experiencing some whiplash as he will be forced back. I love
But
the idea of saying
it's still
whiplash.
trouble for OG, right? Because I don't know, their Centaur, despite having the Stampede, and I mean, he doesn't have it right now, but he does have a full Blade Mail up. And right now, OG are banking on the fact that Centaur Warrunner will pick himself up that Blink Dagger, and then they're going to fight. But is that timing really ideal for OG? I'm not too sure of that.
Well, right now it is pretty ideal for 423 to get this kill, and idealism doesn't really work out for him. Spartan will just run
going to
away.
die.
Mind control now comes over, and although Daze is nearby
They're
too,
all going to die.
it is just going to be death for all, death for Daze.
Radiant's bottom
It's a
tower
tough
is
time.
under attack.
How did he...
I don't know.
That was a very weird decision to make, because surely by this point you know that Spartan, that there's a full neutral camp above the Shrine of Wisdom. So Spartan was always going to get off that hook shot. That was never going to be your kill. And sure, you can tell that you can secure the Wisdom Rune, but surely you're expecting a counter initiation from Endgame at that point.
I'm with you.
Radiant's bottom
just,
tower
you
is
know,
falling.
That just seemed... I don't know.
It's a tough time.
It's your carry. It's not even a tough time. It's giving away a Tormentor, right? Because that was a 14-minute Wisdom Rune, and it's giving away so much space to the Nature's Prophet from Endgame. Oh wow, that was...
Dire's top tower
DZ also
is under
gets
attack.
the Tormentor for himself, so you've got yourself the Spotlight as well, which is going to be incredibly good versus the Monkey King, and to some extent the...
Oh, initiation on towards that Clockwork, the reveal of that Blink Dagger, but again, it's not that great for OG, as they only found a support, and now Endgame have the information that the Blink Dagger is up and running on the White Llama.
Now, top lane, Kidoro and Daze might be looking for something to do with mind control. The question is, what exactly is that going to be? Monkey
Waiting
King
for
makes his way over as
MK,
well.
yeah.
You've got the Frost Sky Bite out, the stun forward, and there's what that Blink Dagger was supposed to be used for. Big kill. And that'll make defending this tier 1 tower a little bit more difficult as well. Already down to about 30% HP or so. He'll be happy.
Oh,
with
Spartan.
that. Less so
Oh,
now.
Wish just got an entire kill on towards Stormstormer.
Dire's top tower is under
And for OG, even if they find this kill on towards Spartan, I'm not exactly too sure this is worth it, right? And with them having expended all their ultimates, the TPs are going to be coming in.
Now, it's got Daze locked and loaded, but Daze will be able to run away with the help of the Stampede. That's the one benefit you will always have with Llama being alive. You can run away real fast.
It's just so many ultimates for just a few kills. A 6,000 net worth lead, and they haven't punished Nande. You have to punish the Nature's Prophet. He's had complete free farm. He's sitting at 7 assists right now. Having a full Mjolnir up, you know that this Nature's Prophet is going to do nothing else except just farm and farm until that 25 to 30 minute mark where he finally comes online. But if you don't punish him before that, you're going to be setting yourselves up for serious trouble.
He already basically does have a Mjolnir out of 4 stuff, so yeah.
Meanwhile, you have a Monkey King who just has a Maelstrom to his name. Going to be going for that BKB, and still, you know, expending so much time in these trees rather
You
than
got a whole
farming
point,
up.
I'm sorry, because mind control has at least been found out in the meanwhile.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be a bit of punishment coming in on towards that Ember Spirit. Stormstormer managing to zap out, but Wish did find that kill over on that side lane. Meanwhile, Stormstormer actually went back in for a kill on towards that Nature's Prophet, was able to take him down, turning this into a 3v5. Endgame are incredibly low right now. Stormstormer going to Remnant forward, finding himself a triple kill, and now the OD in a lot of trouble. Wish has to get away. 423 finding that bounce forward, but Wish was just too far away. Endgame kind of fumbling that one.
Yeah. I feel a little bit like that's exactly what Stormstormer needed to put himself on the pathway of recovery. Now, you know, picking up those 3 kills for himself, will be able to continue farming up for a little while longer. Now, he's never really catching up to Wish without at least one more team fight like it, but at least this puts him in relevance with a lot of where the carries are.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
11 and 11 right now. 5,000 net worth lead up for Endgame, as it seems like Stormstormer is doing all he can to be buying his team base, as he's constantly on the prowl, but OG aren't doing the best at capitalizing on this. Meanwhile, they're going to go for yet another possible initiation.
Who do they look for over here from Endgame?
Dire's
423.
bottom tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, they might
find
just
him.
come
It's going
across
to be the
a
Crystal Maiden in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh no, they bypassed Kid Hero completely. But guess what? Monkey King's already gone off to the other side of the map.
And they're going to follow,
Radiant are
follow perhaps through the outpost. Yeah, there they go. And they might actually pincer OG right now, as they're going to come up behind 3 heroes from this rotation.
Nande's going to be going on first, though, so the first part of the pinch has already been found. Nande's going to be caught up by the Boundless Strike. The follow-up stun from Llama as well is going to be enough to finish him off. And now suddenly, this pincer is looking a little bit weaker. At least Wish will be able to start off with some good damage, and Astral Imprisonment, though, will stop him from getting the kill. Sanity's Eclipse comes out to guarantee it. Stormstormer's already down, and while Wish is being bashed up by the Wukong Ring, it's Kidoro in the middle of it all, the freezing field, keeping them at bay. This is an incredible barrage of ultimates, but now it has come to an end, as has 423's life. Kidoro knows that he's got nowhere to go. It's only about distracting them from the rest of his team. Kidoro is going to be saying goodbye as well. So despite the early kill onto Nande, OG find themselves punished for overreaching.
Yeah, GZ was just a second too late with that TP. Otherwise, he could have gotten that escape act on towards Nande, and perhaps that Nature's Prophet would have been alive. But if you didn't notice, those impalement arts from GZ were absolutely on point, even in the midst of all of that chaos from happening. And OD, that Sanity's Eclipse is just too much. And as time goes on, it's going to do even more. For OG, they did find their task of punishing this Nature's Prophet, but did it
At what
really
cost?
happen? Yeah, exactly. 1, at what cost? And 2, it's so late into the game that they
Dire's
did
middle
that.
tower is under
There's
attack.
a full 3,000 net worth discrepancy between the highest hero in terms of net worth from OG and between that Nature's Prophet.
While Stormstormer might be caught out of here, I don't know if you can quite take him down. They're really going to be relying on...
The cogs didn't latch.
Yeah.
The cogs didn't throw him back, rather.
Otherwise, with the cogs and the hook shot, maybe it would have been enough damage.
Ideally, you want a silence as well, right? And it's surprising that none of these heroes are going for that. I would have ideally liked to see an Orchid coming out from Nande. But
Ideally, I'd like some fries as well, but I'm not getting any of those things without spending money.
I mean, he did spend the money. He has a full BKB up. And hopefully now, he's going to be a lot safer from those initiations. But still, for OG, they still do have a lot of damage, but it seems like they're going to be gone on.
Well, now the initiation should be paying off. The fair is there. The whip will not be enough disabled, though. You already had a further back remnant available for Stormstormer to try and jump to, so it's okay. Still, there continues to be consistent pressure across the map. OGR finding farm on the Monkey King, though. I don't know if it's enough. It's not quite the super late game wow hero that a Phantom Assassin would have been if we compare to the last game.
Yeah, and, you know, as far as OG are concerned, the MVP for this is surely going to be Stormstormer, just creating so much space, doing everything he can to allow 423 to farm. But unfortunately for him, it's just not enough. Endgame having acquired the Aegis and suddenly Wish is simply a target that you cannot go on. Even if you take him down once and he doesn't get off his ultimate, when he comes back online, that Sanity's Eclipse is sure to fall. Oh man, this is a bit rough for OG. Remember, they're an invited team, dropping down to the lower brackets as soon as they started their playoff run. And if they lose this, they're going to go out of CCT without having won a single win. Or without having won a single game.
I think they got one versus Robert Yagi, but no series wins. Absolutely, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, if you're OG, a match win against Rabot Yagi isn't,
it's not enough. Look, at the end of the day, this is one of the things that you have to keep in mind about CCT, right? Invited teams come here to die.
That is true. That is
Invited
true. Unless you're
teams
Navi
come,
Junior.
I mean,
Unless
they
you're
weren't
Navi.
invited, right? They worked their way up. They didn't start from the invites. But playoffs invites very rarely actually end up winning the entire thing. 423 now. BKB won't really matter too much. They will be able to just continue going in on him. They've cancelled, rather, thought they'd cancelled the TP for a second with Hookshot, but no, that won't be the case. One control is being chased away by Stormstormer, but that's where the Wheel of Wonders can come through and keep Stormstormer down and out. Although there's a nice two-man stun from Llama, that's what will allow them to get the Ember Spirit away. Llama, though, might not be quite as lucky. Without the OD, however, it doesn't feel like there's going to be enough damage to take him down. And now,
423 is coming in.
ask and he shall receive.
423 is here to play with that Wukong's command over on the other side. It seems like they'll be able to take Nande out. The Ember Spirit is still here, finding that searing chains. Meanwhile, the OD is inside of those cogs. Do they want to go back in? For Endgame, you've lost your carry, and you are playing a 4v5. Of course, OG are a bit too low over here. They have so much lockdown that they can simply keep on going for those catches. Stormstormer yet again finding those bottom searing chains. This time around, might end up getting a bit more punished for it.
Endgame keep on trying to fake this one out as if they're going to be able to go back in. Llama's only got himself the one, and that means that you're still going to be able to get damage out of his OD. That's what the Heavenly Albert is there for. He's been disarmed, can't get the fights out, can't get the duels away, and as Wish will find one kill from downtown, it's going to be 423 forced to try and bounce away. Now the fight still continues. It's being continued on by one brave Stormstormer. He's going to have a Remnant soon, but the whip will prevent him from using it. Even now, the Remnant will not let him go as far away as he'd like. And another engage, another Wukong's command, and another opportunity to fight for this Monkey King. But as 423's BKB is used for what seemed like the second time in this entire fight, it's Nande who's already come back over. Nande takes him down, turns his eyes over to Daze, and Daze is likely going to be a dead man, but the movement speed, it's too much. Nande can't get that one last right click.
Yeah, and Stormstormer is also going to be in so much trouble. He managed the Remnant out, but in fact, it's Kidoro who's going to end up falling. What was supposed to be OG's win, because they took out Nande earlier on, it turned into a complete collapse. And unfortunately for OG, they had the right idea. Keep stacking up on those disables, allow 423 to come in for that Wukong's command, and you should be able to finish off endgame because you did not have the Sanity's Eclipse available for Wish. But the only thing that went wrong for them there is that Nande actually respawned. That fight was so drawn out, it allowed the carry to respawn and come back in. And once you had a full HP and mana Nature's Prophet up in that fight, I'm afraid there was simply nothing you could do. OG had expended so much.
The thing is also, you have to always remember, Nande is not the real damage dealer, right? It is Wish. Even if he doesn't have the Sanity's Eclipse, the Arcane Orb is giving him so much damage. So when they're starter stepping backwards on Endgame's side, you combine Wish's damage with the Escape Act, you combine it with the Astral Imprisonment, you combine it with as much save and recovery as they have. It becomes so hard to full commit in when you also now consider 423 was low and whatnot. Now, this should be a freebie, right? Daze would at least be able to blindly light them away, and as though, I thought it should be a freebie. And in the end, you will need Nande to come through. They've got the Glimmer Cape as well. Daze will end up going down. There you go.
Nanda's just too big. And unfortunately, Monkey King, 423 doesn't exactly have that much damage. Ember Spirit Stormstormer, despite the fact that he
Radiant's bottom tower
was able to make
is
so much space for his team, even he doesn't
Dyer's
have the necessary damage to be taking Endgame
Dyer's
out.
top tower is under attack.
The main problem is this OD,
Radiant's
right?
bottom
The main
tower
problem,
is under
even
attack.
in the previous game, it was
Dyer's
Wish
middle tower is under attack.
on that Tiny, and this time around, it's Wish on that Outworld Destroyer who has a full BKB up, and you really have to be wondering, what can OG possibly do to take Wish down? And the simple answer to that, the only thing they can do, in fact, is take down this OD before he has a chance to activate his BKB. But that is perhaps such an extremely difficult ask, because you not only have,
Dyer's middle tower
because OD
is
not
under
only has a
attack.
save for himself, the rest of his team, the rest of Endgame also have save mechanisms, whether it's the Surge coming in from the Darkseer, or the Auras from the Guardian Greaves and the Pipe, or GZ coming in with that Escape Act, or not to mention the sheer manpower that Endgame are able to provide by Nande coming in to support his mid laner, despite of the fact that he may not have much else. So, I'm not too sure how OG can actually take Wish down. It's a situation where, at best, even with perfect initiations coming in from OG, they'll be able to take one core out, or perhaps if they're lucky, take two cores out, but then they just straight up lose the overall fight, right? I have a feeling it's going to come down to a high ground defense for OG if we're going to be seeing a comeback, because
Are scanning.
outside of defending your high ground with that Wukong's command, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure what other options OG have.
The one good thing is that with the Monkey King and with the Ember Spirit, you will always have split push, right? You will always be able to try and keep the lanes pushed out, sort of dance with death as you're doing so.
Yeah, very risky split push, you're right. It's, you know, the Clockwork giving vision, the Nature's Prophet that can come in, and it's only a matter of time before the Nature's Prophet gets some disabled items up, right? It's perhaps something like a Hex up.
Does feel like Hex might be more of an OD item. Nature's Prophet is going for a Satanic right now, if I'm not wrong.
A Revenant's Brooch, and then followed up with a Satanic.
Yeah. Not quite the disables yet. Look, to be fair as well, the extra damage is obviously going to be helping out a lot in trying to siege high ground. He is the only player who can actually hit buildings. And in the meanwhile, everyone can hit horses. Apparently, Miss Lama is going to be forced even further back. This is just a mess, and Divine Lama will be trying to keep himself alive, trying to keep the Stampede there as well. But he's got no HP, and the Wheel of Wonders will continue to wonder out Stormstormer. He's going to have to try and Remnant away. The BKB now used, still fighting back, but with Mind Control alive, the Wukong's command is only going to be useful as a zoning tool. Centaur had already died, so this was going to be a 4 versus 5 fight. 4 versus 5 fight.
Yeah,
all along.
even, I mean, there might have been a lot of chaos, but don't get me wrong, Endgame did not even break a single sweat. They just held their ground so well. And now, knowing that there's no Wukong's command, what's stopping Endgame from pushing on towards that high ground? OG have nothing right now. Of course, they will get that Stampede in about 10 seconds, but
Dyer's top tower
It's-
is under attack.
What does it
I
do?
don't know. What do they do right now?
Dyer's bottom
They wait and they
These-
watch. They
These
watch the
towers
battering ram
fall
of
so
Endgame.
quickly as well because of those treants coming in from Nande.
Radiant's middle tower has
And he's not even 25, right?
Dyer's
Yeah.
bottom tower
It's-
is under attack.
He's still got so much more to build into. And well, while he builds into that, it's going to be a bit of a disconnect coming out from 4-2-3 in the meanwhile. You know
You
what's...
were able to take down the bot tower from Stormstormer, so that's, you know, coming into that split push, you did get that down. But,
I'll tell you something
It's-
interesting, Dolchus. Because
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about this in the break between games. In a lot of stand-up comedy clubs, in Boston especially, it's famous that headliners come in, and headliners are these famous traveling comics, and they come in and they're invited and they're given like the best spot and everything, and they go out, and what happens is all of the local comics who everyone knows, they go out and they kill the show. They just have such a good time, and they make it so difficult. The audience's expectations are so high that it seems like the inevitability of failure for that headliner. a lot of the time for these CCT tournaments, and right now what OG is experiencing is a lot of the same. Which is that you're coming in, you've been built up, you've got this brand, and sure, it's newer players, and sure, it's everything, but you're coming in versus these teams that, maybe if you're watching the comparatively lower echelons, you're not, compared to the Dream Leagues of the world, compared to the Riyadh Masters of the world, and things like it, you might not ever see some of these players on Endgame. OG comes in and they don't just see it, they feel it. They've been outplayed, they've been outmaneuvered. Game 1 was about the late game, Game 2 is about the all game. They've never been ahead.
And it's just a difficult position, right? I mean, like you mentioned, and that's actually something that's very unique and interesting about CCT, right? The teams that have gone to transcend expectations are the teams that had to battle it out, or the teams that had to improve as they kept facing the stronger teams and kept losing. Keep in mind, Passion UA, when they started off CCT Series 1 or 2, not that well, and now they're a consistent contender in those playoffs. Navi Junior, previously,
when this is a big one.
Yeah, when they started off, they didn't have that much success, but now consistently making it to those grand finals in CCT, right? Not once, but multiple times. Team Avulus, perhaps the biggest name of them all, who started off at Team T in CCT Series number 1, then rebranded to Team Avulus. Now they're consistently making it into those Tier 1 lands, Tier 1 tournaments, even winning in those close qualifiers against big names like Tundra, like Spirit. I believe Spirit. No, I'd have to check for that. But I know for a fact that they beat
the point
Tundra.
is, you don't know what kind of demons lurk in the darkness
Yeah.
of CCT, right? The group stages come through with some punch. First, it was Robot Yagi, and Endgame are hoping to finish things off right here and now for this OG journey. A journey we were excited for, we were waiting for, we were thinking, oh my god, how far are they going to go? This newer lineup. I know you're a big fan of Stormstormer as well. I'll let everyone in on a secret. Tell just messaged me on WhatsApp. Tell just messaged me on WhatsApp like a couple of weeks ago. And he's like, "Hey, bro, OG stole Stormstormer from Avalanche. I hate them."
Man. But it would be worth it if they ended up making it work out. Right now, can we really say that this current lineup over on Stormstormer with Stormstormer is better off compared to Avulus?
Look, it's the early days.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, that's what you have to remember. And Stormstormer is hoping that those days will be a little bit longer, at least in the CCT Series 8. So far, Endgame has made them think of an early dusk. But this smoke presents what could be their one chance. A counter initiation, perhaps, but no reason for Endgame to go in. They just want to play around this Roche pit.
But can OG even contest the Roche? Is the point. Or the problem.
They will stay in the vicinity, right? That's something that at least they are able to do very quickly, push out waves and whatnot. The problem is the mid wave.
Scanning.
Now, if you want to TP and recall and have that little combination going on, yes, you can absolutely look at something like it.
Are under attack.
But neither team should be able to pick up the Roche. The difference maker is Nenda.
Yeah.
He continues to farm.
That's the thing, right? You need 5 heroes from OG to be contesting a possible Roshan. Meanwhile, you don't exactly need Nande to position himself near the Roche, but he can continue to farm up and push out those side lanes. But OG have different plans. They want to be going in on towards mind control.
Mind control should be going down over here, even the Wukong's command being used, but look at the heal, look at the sustain. The escape artist and Nande is TP'd in. They're fighting inside the Wukong tree. They don't care. The Sanity's equipped to finish him off as well. OG have got nothing to offer into this fight, nothing at all.
Throwing down everything you have and not being able to take down a single target. Not only that, Endgame didn't even seem like they cared about that Wukong's command. Didn't even seem like they cared about the freezing field coming out from OG. Nothing mattered. They just stood their ground and fought. Right now they have too much HP, and that's even without the fact that OD has a scepter. And mind you, that's without the fact that Nande didn't even feel bothered to teleport in.
He did actually teleport in and he did fight. But that's okay.
I didn't see him. I saw
It's okay.
I saw a big Wukong's command. And
it's hard to tell inside all of the chaos.
Dire's
I did
bottom
say
tower
Nande's
is
already
under
here and
attack.
fighting, but you never listen to me anyway, Teltris. It's okay. I
I'm
understand.
just looking out for the plays that is happening, or rather for OG from the plays that aren't happening.
And unfortunately for OGs, I don't know what plays can be happening right now.
14,000 net worth lead. A full Aegis up on the OD, and he's the one that's actually going to... Oh, he's going for a Parasma, right? And then later on, he's going to be going for that Hex. I mean, there's just items that are going to be so big for endgame because they're this far ahead, right? They're on their next tier of items, which are endgame items.
And right now, Llama's been caught out again. He continues to try and find any sort of farm. The Wheel of Wonders and the Sprout will pull him back. He's got nothing he can do. Endgame. I mean, they're not even 6-slotted is the thing,
Radiant's middle
Teltris.
barracks are under attack.
You can't even lie to yourself like, hey guys, they're not going to get any stronger than this, right? Right? Right?
Yeah. Oh wow, towards that top side, 423. Oh, the Eclipse. He just got 60% of his HP just vanished from that Eclipse, and with the Monkey King down for about 70 seconds, no Centaur War Runner up as either for OG. It seems like it's going to be a free lane of racks.
I mean,
You do have the
there is an
buyback.
opportunity to fight right now when Wish isn't there, but you're right, the buyback needs to be used for that. Nande is behind enemy lines, and he's making it look like a pool party in a summer home.
I mean, he has a full Satanic and a BKB. There is absolutely nothing that OG can do to take this Nature's Prophet down, even if they buy back. I mean, again, it all comes down to the lack of lockdown at this part of the game for OG, and even the lack of the damage. In fact, there's a whole bunch of lack of everything they have.
Well, maybe we can focus on what they can actually find, which is they can find a little bit of damage out onto the Dire side. No kills, unfortunately. The full freezing field is going to be enough to keep Jeezy away from the rest of the bunch. Clockwork will end up falling. That's going to be SSA spotted to hit the deck, but even then, you can't over-engage. Remember, Wish has the Aegis.
And the Hex up on that OD. Oh. I thought he was going for that Parasma, but just using the Mystic Staff to, in fact, craft a full Scythe of Vice. 17,000 net worth, OG only having found 14 kills. And mind you, they've only been able to take this OD down once. So, it's... I don't know, it's probably going to be a one last stand for OG in about a few minutes, as 4 heroes are smoked up. Nande, of course, can join whenever he wants, and then Arcane Rune, just when you thought that Endgame couldn't be stronger. They don't need their last tier of items, D-Time. When, you know, Gaben is giving them an Arcane Rune on perhaps the hero that makes the most out of it.
They just want to fight in. They just want to go find the Centaur War Runner. Going on to Llama once again. They've got the Hex. No Blade Mills this time. Sanity's Eclipse to blow him up.
It doesn't seem like OG. Honestly, you know, I know I want a way back. I know I want to find a way back, a path forward for OG, but it just seems difficult, right? I thought that it would come down to a high ground defense with a great Wukong's command. That would have been their way back in, but time is running out. And you can see this from Endgame, right? The fact that they're so comfortable and playing and easy right now because their Aegis is expiring and they don't even care. They don't even care enough to push out this top lane right now, take down that tier 2 tower. They're going to be doing it at the back of those creeps, naturally pushing in and going for that last lane of racks without an Aegis.
Well, What does Stormstormer have? Does he have anything that's gonna bedazzle me? No, doesn't quite look like it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Llama's been
Dire's bottom
having a
tower
tough
is under
time all
attack.
throughout, and I don't think that's about to change anytime soon. If you want to fight, you need to take down Nande, you need to take down Wish, and hell, you might even need to take down Mind Control to take the other two away with you. Fight will now begin. It's going to be the Hex, it's going to be the Centaur, and he is a goner.
Radiant's top
Blown up in this time without even using the Sanity's Eclipse.
Doesn't have buyback.
Doesn't have a chance. Wheel of Wonders gets pulled out, so Stormstormer is forced to use the BKB early on, and as there is going to be the Wisp to be pulled out by the Coddle, it's just quickly dismantled. OG will have nothing to do over here. There's a Hex onto the Crystal Maiden to make sure she doesn't have another freezing field now, but the Wukong's command will be on to Nande. Nande's taking a lot of damage, forced himself out, but he's brought right back in, and now as he's going to be caught at the very edge of it, he decides to turn around and fight
Ultimates have
instead.
ran out.
The Satanic is going to be used, and he's A-OK.
Oh.
There's that big Sanity's Eclipse. The hammer is dropped. And Crystal Maiden immediately buys back. Stormstormer has got the buyback, will not be committing it. They're hoping that Endgame overcommit, but I don't think that that's even possible at this stage unless they do so in disparate manners.
Yeah, Endgame, it seems like they allowed OG to use all of their ultimates. Giving a very wild statement out that you can throw everything you have and it still won't be enough. As Stormstormer is going to go back, buying back for one last hurrah. They don't have any of their ultimates up, but still trying to fight against Endgame right now. Will it work out? The Stampede being executed. Kiro doesn't have the ultimate, but they're trying to hold the Nature's Prophet in place. In exchange, OG are also losing out on a lot of their HP. Do they really want to be going back in? Lama moves strong forward, but the Astral Imprisonment keeping the Nature's Prophet alive just for now. As the White Lama's BKB has ran out and he's going to end up falling probably, but is the Monkey King over on that back line who's in trouble? He's going to end up losing his life. 423 is down now and OG have to get back, but will Endgame allow this?
Doesn't feel like it's going to be anything that OG has to offer. There will be no buybacks. There will be no chances, and Daze has recognized it. GG is called. OG has fallen. They will be eliminated from the CCT Series 8 by none other than Endgame.
Oh man.
A collection of veterans, a collection of scrambled together players if you're looking at the face of it, but what a performance coming through from them all in all.
Yeah, Endgame played incredibly well in that game. And I mean, just straight up from their execution, and in fact, even with their draft, even though I think that OG had the overall better draft in game number 1, it was that their execution is a bit lackluster. Their itemization sometimes comes off a bit lackluster, and they make decisions. They made decisions too late. Punishing Nande at 21 minutes rather than going for that Nature's Prophet earlier on was just too big of a mistake. And ironically, T-Time, you know, this is very interesting. Stormstormer has never been eliminated this early on in CCT. Neither has Daze. Daze has not gotten eliminated this early on either. So for OG who are trialing their new draft, is it really, you know, being eliminated without winning out on a single game against Rabot Yagi, against Endgame? So I mean, it's a bit tough for them.
Look, it's tough for them, of course. Being eliminated from a tournament always will be, especially something like the CCT. But I think I want to focus on Endgame and what they managed to accomplish, right? Wish was incredible on that OD. And honestly, SSA Spartan is doing such a good job of drafting for this team right now. You look back to game number 1 with what the Tiny's been able to do. You look over towards game number 2, this OD that completely turns the draft on its head. And I know you're talking about how OG isn't punishing Nande, but who are you going to use to punish Nande? A Stormstormer who's gone up against an ODE? Or are you going to use the Monkey King who's, you know, been kind of trading poorly in lane as well? Or is it going to be the Centaur who doesn't have a blink, right? The question is, how do you actually manage to get something like this sorted? And Endgame were just proving to be too tough of a task for them to actually complete. Fantastic stuff from them. They keep themselves alive in the tournament. Still remember, this was just the first round of the lower bracket. There's still a lot more Dota to be played, and a lot more Dota to be played today. For now, though, we've got to be sending it off to a bit of a break. We're going to be back very soon with the second match of the day, I believe, in about 25 minutes or so. So yeah, stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere.
I'm burning up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back to the CCT Series site. We apologize for the momentary discomfort, the discomfort of not having me in your life, and I know how bad that can be. No, of course not. Welcome back. We had some internet issues, electricity issues. You know how it goes, guys. It's online broadcast, it's life, and life will go on as will the Dota. One Move versus Passion UA in the lower bracket, in case you weren't over here with us before, and of course, the man who was here before, I know, because I could see him, Tultrus right there with me.
Yeah, and just to bring you guys quickly up to speed, I do want to talk a bit about the changes that One Move have made to their roster. You have Ififall and Nesphere, who were players from Yellow Submarine. Of course, Yellow Submarine competed in PGL Wallachia season number 3, so you have veterans of the tier 1 stage coming in to join One Move. Meanwhile, Vo is now moved to the inactive side of One Move, so you won't be seeing him there. Meanwhile, for Passion UA, we don't need to give any special introduction to Passion UA. They're one of the consistent, if not the most consistent roster in the CCTs throughout the CCT series. Of course, having Cracker, who has been there for the past 2 seasons with Passion UA, but the rest of the heroes, Crystallize, everyone else, they are still there for Passion UA.
Well, there you go. That's what Tultrus is here for. What Passion UA are here for is picking up the quick Medusa pick early on into things. Always love it when you see an anti-mage having to be banned out first phase, because the only way that hero is going to be viable that early is if you have a Medusa on your team.
Yeah, and this does mean that Medusa is going to be a core position now. I have been seeing, or rather a carry position. I say that because I have been seeing a lot of position 3 Medusas come out where you go for that Gaia into Meteor Hammer build, because you have that additional radius through the Ensnare that Medusa throws out. But this time around, because they're banned now at that anti-mage, I do think there is going to be a carry Medusa rather than an offlane one. But One Move are going to be going for an Ancient Apparition. Now, a hero that doesn't exactly do a lot against the Medusa, right? Because the Medusa doesn't exactly rely on that HP. So the Ice Blast is only going to matter until you're able to drain away all of the mana from the Medusa, which if you're able to do that, it doesn't even matter, right? Because the Medusa has... I think the Medusa who has no mana available down is not really difficult.
It is one of the most picked heroes in the CCT Series 8 so far, though, in general. I think a lot of it comes down to just the flexibility you do have later on into the draft. It's a very safe early pick and can lane with pretty much anything as well. There is some flex potential in it, but, not necessarily what it's the most known for overall. But, yeah, PA man coming up.
We might see a Wind Ranger. For One
I
Move,
would hope so.
The kill shot plus the Ice Blast. I really want to see a combination of that coming out. But in fact,
doesn't it just counteract each other, though? Is there any point of it? Isn't it just the same thing?
Well,
like, if you're underneath 12%,
Yeah.
isn't that just like completely useless?
You're right. See, I am horrible at maths. You know this. The viewers all know this. So, I thought it would be some kind of 12% plus 13% shenanigan mind blow.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how percentages go, Tultrus. But we do have a Tinker being picked up over here, and as much as I hate this hero, it does get a bit more shine in this latest patch. Tusk on the other side is always a fun one, especially when it's in the hands of Passion UA. It's been a hero that they've been prioritizing from patch to patch, from CCT to CCT, and for good reason. Fernand's is a damn good hand on it.
Not to mention, Tuskar is one of the better heroes against the Medusa, because when you are able to get that Aghanim Scepter upon a Tuskar, you can just straight up Walrus kick the Medusa either outside of the fight or inside of your team by blinking in. And because you have a Medusa, this game is going to go past that 40-minute mark.
You'd hope so. Silencer, on the other hand, though, is a hero that I do think has very little counterplay if you're surrounding it with the right heroes. So I think it was Passion UA we were actually casting the last time we saw this Silencer coming out as well, and it was just this incredible performance from Cracker where he was never caught out of position, where he made it absolutely impossible to fight into him. And, to be fair, I just think Silencer is generally an incredibly strong hero these days. Just a reverberating silence it's not fun.
Especially against the Ancient Apparition, right? Because if you use the Global Silence after the Ancient Apparition throws the ultimate out, then the Global Silence is going to prevent the Ancient Apparition from marking that Ice Blast. So if you time it correctly, then your team may never have to face that Ice Blast in those team fights. But One Move going to pick their Primal Beast, and now this is, I think, Difference's favorite hero to go for, right? Every single CCT series, I do see One Move picking up that Primal Beast on that mid position. But is it all that great? Because One Move are the only teams that go for this. Now, a lot of the times that one move have gone for it, I will say that Difference does a pretty good job on that Primal Beast. So the question isn't whether or not he's going to be having a good game. The question is, can the Primal Beast in fact provide enough do one move to take down this Medusa? And the answer is going to rely on which carry they go for. Oh,
I'm not the biggest of fans of Dragon Knight versus the Medusa, especially because it feels like they're both heroes that like to play out team fights with very slow, tanky right-clicking from range, and Medusa just does it better, right? The split shot makes it so you've got more targets coming out. The Dragon Knight is a good hero versus the Silencer in a lot of ways. I will say that, especially because once you've got your dragon form off, the silence doesn't affect you too much, and that's nice to have, but it feels like it's still going to be struggling. Storm Spirit now on the other side as well is going to have a pretty free game so far. There is only one, maybe two real disables if you're including the Primal Beast ultimate, but that's really something where you have to get up close and personal anyhow. Same with the Dragon Tail, it can be dodged in the range form as well. This is a very good Storm Spirit and a very good Medusa game so far.
not to mention you can even dodge out that Ice Blast, right? And the Dragon Tail if you are quick enough Storm with those zaps. But for one move, I was really expecting a Diffusal Blade builder. There are a lot of heroes that can do that. Even something like an Ursa Warrior that is not only good against the Medusa, but also good against the Silencer. But one move didn't prioritize that. And perhaps they can still shuffle these heroes around, right? You can
I'm
still
surprised
send that.
to see the Ember Spirit ban coming out from Passion UA.
Yeah, so this is what I meant by the shuffle. Perhaps you send this Dragon Knight down towards the mid position, this Primal Beast down towards that offlane position, and you go for that strong carry pickup against the Medusa, right? Dragon Knight will be doing pretty well against the Storm. The Remnants aren't going to be doing that much damage against the Dragon Knight, and that's one way they can work about it. And that's actually what Passion UA are thinking for themselves right now as well. Because right now, as things stand, one move heroes can't take them down to Medusa. There's no way to burn the Medusa's mana, right? The Tuskar is going to be keeping the Medusa alive. The Global Silence, once it drops down, is going to negate a lot of the initiation coming in from one move. So burning away at the mana requires a drawn-out fight, and it seems like one move's heroes are exceptional in drawn-out fights, right? The Snowball coming in time and time again, the Ice Shard as well, the Arcane Curses, and Storm loves a drawn-out fight. Just able to regenerate his mana is going to allow Storm to continuously go back into those team fights.
It's interesting to see the Wraith King ban still coming out from one move. They are expecting this to be likely a position 3 Medusa, not just a full position 1, which is probably why they haven't gone so heavily into actually countering it out as well. The problem, though, is, Tultras, is that at the end of the day, that still means that Passion UA can stick to having a position 1 Medusa if they really want to. And in the offlane, you've got so many options still open to you because the Tidehunter hasn't been banned out, the Magnus hasn't been banned out. You can go in for basically anything you want over here.
Night Stalker isn't banned out either.
That's true, and Night Stalker with Storm Spirit is such an incredible combination, especially if you've got the Silencer to prevent any sort of counter initiation as well. I mean, I just feel like Passion UA have completely outdrafted one move, or maybe one move kind of outdrafted themselves so far, unless there's this fire 5th pick.
Yeah, it's really impossible to stop any kind of jump in towards your backlines if you're one move. Like, how do you do this? Because the Primal Beast and Dragon Knight are going to be jumping forward, meanwhile Passion UA are going to be jumping behind one move. So interesting. Yet again, Passion UA thinking that this is going to be, oh wow, so they are going to be playing a position 3 on that Medusa and are going to be picking themselves up a Swen on that position 1, but the Swen isn't exactly a hero that does great against one move right now. Just several disables, not to mention the laser coming in, so the BKB is a hard requirement for the Swen, and the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast is going to deal significant amounts of magical damage. Does one move go for a sniper on that mid lane?
I'm so confused. Like,
oh yeah, it's a sniper mid, and it's going to be Codex on that Primal Beast offlane position, and is going to be a carry Dragon Knight. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
how do you so this is where I do feel like the Sven actually drafted them even more into a corner, especially if sniper was going to be what they were prioritizing regardless. Unless the Sven gets an Aghanim's, it does feel like against a sniper especially you're not going to be doing all that well. Medusa in the offlane is also not a hero that you're expecting to be able to get these sick initiations off, so you've really pigeonholed yourself into one primary initiating point coming into the mid game, and Tusk is no longer able to do it with his snowball. It's just a Storm Spirit, and you never want to be a solitary initiator as a Storm Spirit, because then all of the items are going to be about countering you. All of the decisions are going to be about focusing you down. Everything is just about, hey, make sure Niche doesn't get anything done.
Yeah, and for one move, they realize the difference on that sniper is going to be the primary target for that Storm Spirit. So, like you mentioned, one move are going to be prioritizing disabling Niche and enabling their sniper to do as much as he can. And I'm not sure what the Swen is going to be able to do in this game. The cleave doesn't exactly help you all that much, because you're not going to be cleaving into anyone. You're going to have a sniper who's going to be dishing out damage. The Ancient Apparition is not going to be seen anywhere. And you have a Tinker who's just going to be dropping down those marches and those lasers. So it's very difficult. I do feel like Passion UA were onto something magical with their draft, but their last pick doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Because even if you wanted to go for something more of a fighting style melee carry, I go back to one of the heroes that you mentioned, even just Ursa, right? Like, you're thinking that maybe that's going to be able to provide you a bit more. It's got a lot more sort of natural damage. You're still going to be able to go for the Blink Battlefield if you really want to have the cleave and the farming ability and whatnot. So, yeah, a little bit strange. I will say, a little bit strange.
But let's see. I mean, it does come down to the execution, right? Fashion UA have that harder execute and the additional win condition where they have to make the Storm Spirit work out. And somehow, like you mentioned, have to provide enough follow-up for the Storm Spirit, which means that you will probably see a Blink Dagger coming out for the Swen, ideally. But the global silence needs to be on point as well, because you can't get you can't have a laser on Niche, right? Because that will mean that his zap, when he's expending around 40 to 60% of his mana, and if he gets lasered down, he won't be able to get out of that position. So, pretty difficult. But I will say this, Passion UA, if there is a team that requires synergy to make it work, then Passion UA certainly do possess that.
That's not something we've ever questioned about them for sure. I do really like the sniper pick though, because I don't think we've talked enough about that. I think that that's actually really well suited into what Passion UA is bringing to the table.
It is a bit of a open-ended pick, right? Because it's a... Oh, I'll hold that thought for now.
It's a nice little slow onto Eyesight as he might be turned blind. Great shards, and Eyesight is going to be the victim of a quick first blood. The Fairy Fire will keep him alive, and in fact, no. That'll be enough. I'm lying to you through my teeth.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Dragon Knight, he did take his Breath of Fire, so he's not going to be regenerating that much quickly. Of course, the lane, by the time the lane comes, he should be back up to 50% HP. But like I was mentioning, the sniper, it's such an open-ended pick, which makes it amazing, because it suggests that even if Passion UA ran a carry Medusa, the sniper could pick up a Diffusal Blade, and if the Medusa wasn't off lane, then the sniper can go for his usual set of items. Either side works out well for one move.
Well, let's see whether he ends up dominating this lane as you're expecting him to do so versus Niche on the Storm Spirit. That's another thing that the sniper's going to be very good about. Just making sure that Niche is never really able to rotate away, and the only way Niche will have that opportunity is if he's very heavily gripped. Buddy? Mark of the Machines is going to be enough with Code being nearby, but got scared for a second. Niche
until Storm gets his level 6, right? Because that's when the lane will change for the Storm Spirit. Sniper doesn't exactly have a lot of HP. All it will take is one simple rotation, and outside the rotation, a positioning error by difference, and that will mean that Niche will be able to get that kill. But he needs to survive the laning phase in order to get that, which, as it seems, is going to be pretty difficult. Now, Difference did go for that ghillie suit instead of the shrapnel facet, so won't have that additional burst inside of the laning phase, but at the very least, he'll be able to farm up. And this is perhaps the first time I'm seeing difference not playing a playmaker mid. He has probably run this before, but the most of the time where I've casted one move, it's been him on that initiator or frontline role.
Well, I think Sniper can be a playmaker as well. It makes the other team play into you. He will cause all the initiations, one way or another. I'm curious about what Eyesight will be sort of building into in the position 1 Dragon Knight over here as well. Naturally, he has gone for the Frost Dragon, not going for the Corrosive Dragon as we saw in the OG series.
I do think it's a bit of a difference between the carry and the mid. The mid position, even though OG should have gone for the Frost Dragon, the carry, when you're playing carry, you ideally want to be going for that Frost Dragon over the Corrosive Dragon because you're ideally not looking to take down objectives or towers as such. You are playing around optimizing on your team fighting capability later on, and the Frost is going to help you with that. Although it won't help you much against the Medusa because, again, the lifesteal and heal reduction.
Well,
oh,
that's not great for Niche. He was already playing with fire, already having a difficult time, but then when you're going up against a Sniper and trying to play into the creeps, you are going to be likely going down. Now the bot lane, Eyesight's not feeling too good about himself, but the full freeze on the Fernandes will dissuade from any further aggression.
yeah, Batchuk is going to be able to hold his own. And unfortunate, I really don't expect a Storm Spirit to fall on that mid lane because sure you have that shrapnel and that huge rain from Sniper, but you know the full extent of the, you know the full capability of the Sniper, right? You know his limitations, so you can always play around it. I mean, falling, not taking a few last hits and just staying back from the lane is a whole lot better than giving away first blood. And it's not as if Niche doesn't have the opportunity to fall back in the jungle, right? Even if he falls back behind Storm Spirit, once he stacks up some levels on those remnants, he can come back pretty easily.
And what this death does is it does take away your opportunity to stack up those levels pretty heavily as well. I mean, look at the difference between them. Sniper's, what, level 5.5? Niche still 4.25. So you could feasibly see, as we will see, another kill coming out. BB3 taken down. Fernandes will be forcing Eyesight away. You know, this is the lane where a difference could be made that recovers Storm Spirit. Once he's got level 6, he can try ganking over if you keep the DK low, which is hard to do, admittedly.
The problem I'm having is why is the Tinker not towards that bot lane and why is the Ancient Apparition there? Because ideally you don't want to trade out aggression, you just want your Dragon Knight to farm. You're not going to be able to take down a Medusa or a Tuskar. And the March of the Machine should be providing that additional heal for that Dragon Knight just to farm up, right? Meanwhile, Ancient Apparition, the Cold Feet, the Chilling Touch, it's better designed to pair up with Codex on that top lane where Primal Beast can utilize that slow to trample on his opponents. So far, the way that OneMove have decided to play their lanes is working out for Passion UA as if not only getting a kill on that bot lane, but also they're playing a Medusa, which is a super greedy hero, and they're making it work.
That's fine, but I'm just concerned about this Sniper.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
a big concern to have, even if it's the one concern to have.
Definitely huge, because the Sniper already has his level 6, and Niche is pretty far away from it. Now, I will say that the Passion UA are going to have the opportunity to slow down difference over here.
How?
Look at the confidence.
I don't know how.
I mean, they need a rotation once the Storm Spirit gets his level 6.
Who's
right?
rotating? The Tusk is the only person who can rotate, and I don't know if you can leave Batchik there. Fernandes is more concerned about trying to pressure out on Eyesight. Eyesight gets that Dragon Tail onto him and keeps him away, but yeah.
Batchik is going to be pretty safe on this bot side, I would say. Even with the Ancient Apparition coming in, you have a lot of survivability on this Medusa. Just a lot of mana to cut through because look at the way that he's itemized. 2 Null Talismans, an entire robe of the Magi as well. So
the issue is that Storm, even though he does get that level 6 because he's so busy trying to get the neutral farm out, right? He's got the Soul Ring, he's got the full bottle to be able to keep his mana up in farming. getting the kill on the difference is still going to be very difficult, even if you've got a Tuskar rotating over. Tusk is now going to go back at that Wisdom Room initially, and overall, by the time you actually look for a fight, it's going to be around that 8:30 mark at best. And
Yeah,
look at what
and
he's doing to Nish in the
The
meanwhile.
shield rune doesn't exactly do Passion you any favors. Oh man, difference is going to be quite huge this game.
Now, the one hero we've not really talked about so far, and that's because I don't know what to say about it, is the Sven. As the Sven is also being given pretty much free farm. Is there
Does
anything
he-
it can look to achieve? Let's maybe think about that in a second. Fernand's nice little ice shots to keep him away. Will juke his way out of there as well. Gives Batiak the space to come over. And everything's all good.
I will say this works out for Passion UA because one move Dragon Knight is not farming as fast as possible, and Dragon Knight, you know, because of the changes to the Dragon Knight, he's not going to farm as quickly as the Swen will. But the question is, like you mentioned, what is Swen going to be able to do even if he farms up, being faced with the laser from the Tinker, being faced with the front line of the Dragon Knight and the Primal Beast, and constantly being lasered down by that sniper is a very difficult question to answer, right? And it's just going to require a lot of farm, right? You need damage, but after you get that damage, you need an initiation. You really need that Blink Dagger or perhaps an Aghanim Scepter so that when your Storm Spirit initiates for you, you're able to go in with your Swen on that sniper.
Code is being able to turn around on a Cracker, but he doesn't know what's coming for him. So much damage already there, and Fernand is about an ice shot away from being able to hopefully finish him off. Doesn't even need it necessarily, but they will get it out regardless. Goes very tanky, I will give him that, but one last strike of the sword and Crystallize will collect on a kill as well.
They're still not doing anything about difference. Great kill to be found, but if you're rotating someone, I mean, you did rotate a Tuskar, right? So, and left Patrick alone over on that bot lane, but not on the ideal target.
Dire's middle tower.
Getting Codex down is great enough, but it's difference who has the free farm, leading a net worth chart, and is the highest priority if you're Passion UA.
The thing is, now with the Brawny Rip his Lash as well for difference, he's just got so much more HP. It's not easy to take him down with even just the two players. Considering that you are going to have some sort of counterplay that is going to come through, he still has his tower and everything.
How does he have 1500 HP? How does he have
He's got the
nearly the same
Ripper's
amount
Lash.
of HP as...
He's got the Brawny Ripper's Lash. And with Strength, he's got 1500. Now with the Dragon Lance and Strength, he's got 16. There you go.
He has more HP than the Swen does. I feel like
Well-
there's something wrong about the game at that point.
Sven took the alert. Like honestly, the enchantments on the neutrals does make a very big difference.
Yeah.
Sven took the alert enchantment, which gives him attack speed for farming. Sniper says, screw your farm. I've got farm anyway. I just want HP. The power creep is real. Now
Man,
Niche
just-
is going to be given a little bit more help in terms of stacking camps and things like it.
I wonder what
Right.
item he's going to go for, though. Is it going to be the Witchblade, or is he going to skip the Witchblade and go for something like the Kaya?
I think it has to be a Witchblade. He just needs the damage. He needs to be able to fight when this Sven is farming.
My concern is the laser that's going to come out from that Tinker. How is the Storm going to play around that? That's really going to be key, right? Because even if you can make all the damage items in the world, but it won't matter if you're blinded and all of your attacks are going to be missing.
Well, let's see whether or not that becomes a fact. He is going for the Witchblade for now.
They really do want the Sniper.
And I can understand why.
Difference does have to be careful.
The problem is pretty soon I think the Sniper might start wanting them too. That's when things become troublesome. Niche continuing to farm up enemy jungle as well. If nothing else, Passion UA are setting themselves up magnificently well to have full map control and take advantage of the fact that this Dragon Knight is a nothing burger right now.
Dire's top
Yep.
tower is under attack.
Even if they've lost out the lane in mid, Niche is still much more adept at farming out the rest of the map, courtesy of what his hero is in comparison to, something like a sniper. So DK's lost lane hurts a lot more in the long run, at least in the next 10 minutes, when it comes to the number of camps you can farm across the map and what you have access to.
I really think Passion UA should be able to take down this bot side tower, but you know, like you mentioned, just consistent, just happy to farm away for now. And I'm not sure who this works out for more. Is it the Swen who's sitting at the top of the network chart and is arguably the fastest farmer in the game thanks to his cleave? Or is it the Sniper who is incredibly good at that defense? And if he becomes big enough and the Storm Spirit can't take him down, then the Sniper will be the difference maker for most of those team fights. As I say that, Storm Spirit is smoked alongside the Tuskar, and it looks like they want to take someone down. But yet, once again, they're choosing to go for the tankiest hero in the game, which is the Dragon Knight, instead of...
I don't think you can kill the Sniper, I'll be honest.
I mean, he's too far. He's stuck.
Even if you
in
could,
way
even
too
if you
safe.
get close to him, Ancient Apparition now has his ultimate as well. You're much better off trying to go for Iset, and Iset's even used that Frost Dragon, so this kill becomes twice as valuable. Global Silence now comes out to make sure the TP responses can do nothing, but here comes difference, and that's the problem. No man on the Storm Spirit, so you might as well have marked him for dead even before he hits the deck. And Dusk is going to be much the same.
Oh man, if that was so unlucky from Passion UA, because the Meteor Hammer was just right outside of that Dragon Knight, right? Eyesight did not get hit by that Meteor Hammer, and he survived by around 10 to 20 HP. That was unfortunate to say the least. And I mean, sure, even if you took the Dragon Knight down, your Storm Spirit was still going to die, right? Because you're essentially going in for a tier 2 fight, and you know that there are going to be TPs coming in. So it was, at best, you would have been able to take down their carry, but that Sniper was always going to turn that fight. So was it even worth it, even if you got what you wanted? As now, Passion UA are arguably going to fall pretty behind of one move.
Well, right
As
now,
Nietzsche's
Fernandes is going to be spotted down.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They are likely going to be able to get the D ward on that Observer because of it as well. Let's see whether or not that happens. Yep, there you go.
Global Silence on cooldown for about 30 seconds. Impressive how Batchik is able to make this much space and actually farm up as much as he can.
Top lane though, Code's not looking for space, Code's looking for kills, and it's a big one to find. Crystallize is going to be a dead man. BB3's ultimate is what will take him down, but is there any sort of response? Well, not really. No, there isn't.
Yes, Swen unfortunately can't do a single thing before he gets his BKB. That's just the reality of this game. He's just faced up against too much. The laser, the Ice Blast, the slow coming in from that Dragon Knight, it's just not possible for him to contribute much.
I'm curious about what the Sniper continues to go for more sort of health-oriented neutral items or not. But we'll see that. Yeah,
I mean, I think he goes for damage now, right? Because he does have the Hurricane Pike, so he does have survivability even if the storm jumps on him.
The thing is that Dragon Knight has gone for Middleman, so you are seeing like a pretty damage-heavy DK, even though he's a pseudo position too, right? Sniper will always have farm priority in this game, even if the safe lane was given to the DK.
Yeah. I mean, I think the majority is mostly the farm up for that Dragon Knight. It is the farming tool that DKs make now, considering the fact you don't have that cleave while you are in human form.
Of course.
But still, I mean, you talk about farm priority, and all I'm seeing is one move being able to farm up on any hero that they want to, right? Whether it's Codex on that Primal Beast, who has a Blink Dagger up and ready, or the Sniper, who has that triangle and top side to play with, or the Dragon Knight, who can farm uncontested over on that bot lane, because...
See, look, you're saying that, and that's true, right? I don't want to take it away, but what's interesting is that Passion UA, by virtue of who their heroes are, will still always find farm. The problem is this, that can you stay alive? Global Silence will be able to guarantee the life of Niche, but that makes it a very dangerous next 2 minutes for all of Passion UA.
It's a pretty grim look when your Storm Spirit, instead of creating engagements and pickoffs, is the one that is getting picked off inside of your jungle, right?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Medusa very close to the Glyphir.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, she's not going for it, is she? Oh, sorry, she is. Never mind. I just saw the blade mail recipe and I'm like, wait, what? He has all the items.
Dire's top
With
tower
that Glyphor,
is
that's
under
going to be
attack.
providing a lot of catch. As now Passion UA look for yet another engagement.
I'm surprised that Niche still feels like he can go in for this one. Not confidently so without the global silence, but I suppose with Sniper nowhere nearby, even though I don't think that that's information that they are privy to, he feels more
Radiant's
comfortable.
middle tower is under attack.
Gwen does have that Blink Dagger up and ready now, so...
Yeah, but no BKB.
Still requires that BKB. But will they even wait for that BKB? No, they're actually going to go for a smoke, and now they should know that they should know that one move's Sniper difference is on that top lane,
Dire are
as he is hitting those creeps with shrapnel.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But
attack.
okay, so they are going to make a move on towards that Sniper 18 minutes in. But if they don't get this, it's going to be a wasted smoke. So
Gonna be Sven wasting a lot of time.
they'll
as
see
well,
the
but-
courier on the way out though, so they'll know the
should be a-
Sniper is there.
I mean, that should be a dead giveaway. Difference. He's gonna be gone on. Snowball will connect. There's a zip in as well. Difference knows he's gone, and well, he might be a little bit tankier than expected, but he's a dead man regardless.
Nicely done by Passion UA, recognizing their timing to go in. And in fact, a difference actually went for a diffusal bait in the end as well. So good to deal with the Medusa, and also good with that slow in case you want to slow down that Swen. But Passion UA have bought themselves some breathing room, enough so that they can actually put some pressure on this tier 1 tower towards that top side. If they're able to take this down, then they're going to open up the map for even more pickoffs near that triangle.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So setting themselves up quite nicely, I would say, for this mid game.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, the Meteor Hammer push.
Tower is under
And
attack.
It's
one of
so
the things that
difficult.
one move is struggling with is not only defending this mid-side tower, but also trying to keep their primal beasts alive in this bot lane. He's taking a lot of damage right now, but it's only just the two supports. One of them has been lasered down, but the silencer will find that last hit.
Bernard has to be careful over here, but Crystallize has got the Blink Dagger forward. He'll have to Storm Hammer soon, but the Blink out for the Tinker is hardly making things easier. BB3 will be able to TP away. Grip will not say the same. That aggressive Blink is what ends up costing him his life. An overcommitment that one move will surely be regretting.
Yeah, they didn't have their Dragon Knight, didn't have their Sniper, so I'm not too sure what they were doing there. Near the tier 1 tower, where you are going to be expecting teleports coming in, irrespective of whether or not Passion UA defend their support or not. Again, a similar situation to when Passion UA lost the fight near that tier 2 tower, trying to pick off the Dragon Knight. That was a move by one move that was designed to fail. It was, or rather, destined to fail. Because even if you get the Tuskar, you're still paying heavily.
Dire's middle
Sniper,
tower
by the way,
is
does have
under
his
attack.
Diffusal Blade and a Brigand's Blade as well, so he's got that extra attack speed from the neutral item.
Still 5 and 5, and it really does seem like this Medusa pick is giving so much space to Passion UA, as with 2,000 mana up, the Medusa is just too tanky for
While
target
that Medusa
to
is
initiate
now
on.
being targeted, it's a global silence and the Stone Gaze that'll keep her alive for now, but yeah. Oh, sorry, it wasn't the global silence, my bad, it was just a normal last word. Oops.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's so annoying, right? The Medusa just goes near your tower, just use a Meteor Hammer to take some HP down from that tower, and if you ever get in trouble, just pop your ultimate, just pop your Stone Gaze, and you're good to go.
Radiant
It's sort of like what Medusa does anyway, but only with a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
Right, like, let's not pretend like Medusa
We're
doesn't do
back
the
to the
exact
memes.
same thing.
Tea time, we're back to the meme hammer.
It's like, ah yes, the slasher's way. Smoke up from Passion UA, however. There's a big fight to be had in the mid lane, and they might be able to connect on it. Fernandes wants to initiate, will be the one going forward, and with the Medusa in mid as well. They're hoping that Batrick will be initiated on before they are counter-initiating, but before that, Crystallize goes in, quick stun out, global silence as well, and Niche is going to be able to wreak havoc. Is a Meteor Hammer onto 2, and Difference has realized all that farm will not be helpful when he's underneath the might of a Meteor.
barracks are fortified.
Yeah, just 3 heroes caught out by Passion UA, and the Medusa's Ensnare also hitting all of those heroes. Just impossible to react, right? Because the sniper ideally plays from the back line where you're utilizing the max range of your auto attacks, but if you're caught out, you are 90% likely to die over there. Passion UA just too far ahead, and I feel like they're going to snowball in from this position, right? Suddenly, Storm Spirit does have enough to zap in, even if he gets caught out in a tricky position. That Global Silence should be enough for him to zap back out. And currently, One Move don't possess the damage output, right? Because Dragon Knight went for a BKB after the Mjolnir, he does not have nearly enough damage required to take the Medusa down, to take the Swen down.
It's also interesting to see that these last 2 deaths for the sniper have actually pushed him neck to neck with the Storm Spirit. When you consider how dominant the lane was against Niche, the fact that he's come back to this point is incredibly impressive.
And once the Storm Spirit has that Parasma, Sniper can't do anything, right? Because ideally, you don't want to BKB this early on for the Sniper, but he might be forced to go for it. I mean, I don't know how the Sniper survives, to be honest. I think this Diffusal Blade was a bit of a mistake.
What else should they have gone for it? Just a straight BKB?
I mean,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
yeah. Like
The Medusa the Medusa does seem kind of like a Fugazi hero, right, to build a Diffusal Blade for, so I completely understand, but I also think that just from the perspective, hey, if I can get a few right clicks out of the Crystallize while he's in the fight, drain down his mana, he's not going to be able to use more than 1 Storm Spirit per fight and whatnot. It's a very
Dire's
tempting
bottom
idea.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
One move,
attack.
going to lose their topside tower. The problem is, T-Time, I don't think the Medusa is a viable target for One Move anyway, right?
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
up until you
has
take
fallen.
down the Storm Spirit or the Swen, right? You're going to be forced to deal with the Swen because he's going to be on the front line with that God Strength activated. So, in that kind of situation, I don't see the Diffusal Blade working out as much for the Sniper. But pretty soon, One Move are going to be collapsed inside of their high ground, forced to stick to that narrow box, but it is going to be a pretty good high ground defense, right? Sniper, one of the best heroes for that high ground defense, as Passion UA look to finish up Roshan, and will be heading to One Move's high ground with a full Aegis up, having taken down most of those outer tier 2 towers. The only tower remaining will be on that bot side, but it's only at 300 HP.
The one good thing is that Dragon Knight is about to have his Blink Dagger ready with the 9-second BKB, right? So if you want to put up a last stand, then you do at least have the weapons to do it with.
Ideally, you go for a pick-off, right? Before the last stand.
Radiant's bottom
So,
tower is
in
under
my
attack.
opinion, if you can catch out the Storm Spirit, you can buy yourself enough time so that you can cause the Aegis to expire rather than defending your high ground in a 5v6 kind of scenario. And it seems like One Move are going to be able to do that, but unfortunately for them, if they wander closer to their jungle, they're going to be coming towards that Medusa, who is a very tanky target, and the Global Silence is ready.
Stupendous.
Whoa, no, that's hardly ideal. You're using the Pulverize on the Batrick, immediately being cancelled as well. Batrick's got himself the Blade Mill to try and keep you away and buy more time for the rest of his team to make it over. Batrick was all alone there, only Krekker behind him, no one else, and
They need to be careful. Passion UA, the Swen Crystallize is moving in towards that top side, and you might end up losing this fight.
well, it feels like it, but at least there's a blink forward initiation on the Fernand. He's able to counter initiate for now. The snowball collects the Sven as well, and he's fighting right back. Crystallize has got so much cleave damage inside the ice charge, but the Pulverize is back off cooldown. Codex will go down, but Niche comes in with no mana to spare. Grip will have to be taken apart by the right clicks, and Niche is up for the task, but he's already lost his Sven in the meanwhile. Codex will be going down as well, and with that, it is going to be another collection. The man with the Aegis does not fall, but he's able to
It's
make
gonna be
sure that
full
at least
team
it's a
wipe.
full team wipe on the other side.
Yeah, it wasn't a great look. I mean, as soon as you went in for that Medusa, and your pulverize got instantly cancelled. That should have been the signal to fall back. As the Swen was moving in from towards that top side, even as you initiated in, you could see difference just being confident with his position, trying to dish out that damage against Batchuk. But with the Storm Spirit teleporting in towards that outpost, he went in for an extremely long zap, and Passion Yue knew that if you are able to take down that sniper, one move's team fighting capability is just going to collapse, and that's just, I don't know, it's the decision making for team fights is often the decision making you make before a team fight will dictate how a team fight is going to go, right? Even before you have spells being thrown around, and this was a perfect example of that.
Honestly, I thought they had a chance of actually making this work out, but the problem is also you Blink's dragon tailing the Dusk, right? It's not really prime candidate to go on unless you can guaranteed burst him down. The snowball keeps him and Sven alive for long enough to get an extra storm hammer out as well.
And now Sniper has a shard, so additional amounts of survivability going his way, but still very far away from his BKB. He's at this point, one move are desperate to get that BKB up on difference. As Niche has a full Parasma up and ready. He has 150 intelligence, and 0.75 times of his intelligence is being dealt as damage for over 4 seconds.
Per second for 4
That's
seconds.
400, around 400 magical damage, right? I'm not going to do the exact maths because
do you want me to do it? It's okay. I'm good at this. It's about 480 damage or so.
480 damage, not even counting the overload or coming in, not even counting the static remnant coming in. So without the BKB, Snipers loses about 1000 HP right off the bat.
And the thing about having Batik over here is whether or not he's an offlane, whether or not he's a carry, he's always going to be good at sieging high grounds on the Medusa.
Dire are scanning.
Which is an interesting contrast to what the Medusa was originally designed to be, right?
Well, there comes out the zip forward, and you've already said goodbye to your Tinker, so all those questions about the laser, this laser, that laser, yourself out of here. You're not welcome.
One move. Deciding to actually let this Rax go, I believe, as the Aegis is still up for a full 30 seconds, so they don't want to be fighting it in this one. And that's going to allow Passion Yue to just chip off of this high ground and probably be able to finish off this Rax. No Glyph available for one move, no Tinker available, so no March of the Machines to even try and slow down Passion Yue. As they're just content on mowing one move down.
Well, at least they do catch out the Storm Spirit, but remember, that's a Storm Spirit with an Aegis. Niche doesn't even mind going down. No, they would have killed him right after the Aegis.
They need to be careful, he might just end up going back in.
Be able to regenerate because he dodges out the Assassinate, now zips back in. You've got the stun, you've got the Walrus Punch, and for now, one move only have one move to make. It's to call GG. This game looks pretty open to me.
Yeah, even if you activate your BKB on Codex over here, it's not going to matter. Stuck inside of the shards, the Sniper, the only one alive. I mean, as I was mentioning, you know, the outcome of a team fight is decided before that team fight even starts. Once that Aegis expired on towards Niche, I'm not sure why one move were chasing back in because they were down 2 heroes, and it was so obvious Niche was going to go back for that zap.
Well, to be fair, I think the team fight was decided before that decision was made, but yeah. Blink forward, and I believe that this is going to be a tough time. We don't want to show it all to you guys, but with the global silence coming through, it's just a quick reminder that, yeah, at any given point, Passion Yue can choose to shut down the team fight. This time, though, Sven does die. If there's another few kills, maybe something interesting to happen. There is going to be the route out, the Atos coming through long range onto Niche, but Batik returns with his own Atos, and this has got lightning.
18,000 in terms of net worth advantage. I'm afraid that one move, even with their solid high ground defense with that Sniper, is just not going to be enough. Because, I mean, Sniper is just too good at picking you off at that high ground, right? It's just one of the best. As good as Sniper is at defending the high ground, Storm Spirit is even better at making pickoffs happen at the high ground, because it doesn't matter how far behind your Sniper is, Storm will just instantly get to you. All this without a BKB on that Storm, by the way.
Well, He's not planning on getting one anyway, so. Waiting for the Aghanims up next, and I don't blame him for that.
Refresher on the silencer.
Well, it helps when you have an early Midas and, you know, a ridiculous amount of assists.
And you've only died once on Cracker. He's 2-1-12 right now.
Yeah, I mean,
And
look,
a
I
flawless
don't
game
know
on
what to say.
Bajic. It's very interesting. The state of the game right now.
Batrick, for context for everyone at home, is 0-0-13. Which some say is the ultimate Medusa game.
Stupendous.
To be fair, the ultimate Medusa game is 0-0-0. That's when things really get good.
Oh man, just waiting out that Aegis should come online soon. Of course, you'll have that 2-minute timer
Window.
for Roshan, yeah.
Now, 3
But-
whole minutes, that's the longest you could get.
They might not even wait for this. I mean, essentially, your Passion, you are just going to choke one move on this high ground, right? They can just continue to farm up, and Medusa can just continue to lay down the Meteor Hammer. You can't go on Medusa, that's the problem. Medusa is quite literally unkillable right now, has a full Hex up.
We have 70 HP left on the tower as well. Now, one more Meteor Hammer will take it down. I think maybe even through backdoor. But that backdoor's not there regardless. Backdoor heals you after damage is already dealt, right? So, like, if it's 5 HP, you can just right-click it, it dies, right? Does backdoor reduce the amount of damage you take?
I think backdoor reduces the amount of damage you take before the hit is applied, as far as I know.
Okay.
So right now, this mid-tier 1 tower can't fall.
Well,
Or
it has.
You don't have backdoor, so...
Yeah.
I think Bachi can actually just finish this game off alone. Right?
I
Because-
wouldn't go that far.
I mean, he can't take the throne down, but he can
needs
actually mega
emotional
right now.
support from his teammates. Patrick likes having cheerleaders.
But now one move are on the move themselves. They have...
Look, they found one. That's a Tusker. But again, Fernandes has been very happy to be the one to take the L whenever need be. Code, however, has actually managed to move forward, and Krecker will be given death number 2 over here. The refresher global silence is really feeling a little bit out of place, especially when you consider that this Roshan is not going to be up for another minute and 20 seconds. So you have a window of about 45 seconds without any global silences at all.
But still, I mean, with the Medusa having the Stone Gaze up and with the Storm Spirit having that Zap up, contesting the Roshan isn't out of the question for Ashen UA.
Niche doesn't have his Aghanims yet, but he will by the time the Roshan respawns, presumably. It's a bit unlucky for one move that the Roshan isn't there yet, otherwise that could have been something they look towards to try and turn things around.
Interestingly, Codex has less net worth than the position 4 from one move.
Well,
And the position 5 from Passion UA, which is not the best position to be in. Primal Beast has struggled this game. Of course, the Primal Beast mid is the specialty of one move. Not so much the offlane though.
You blew it.
wow. Nisha's got 2 with him.
Yeah, with 23 stacks up, he just regenerates mana so fast. 40.6 mana regeneration per second. Means that he can literally dish out a remnant and his mana will never run out.
It's a tough life. And Difference is hoping to make it slightly easier.
Radiant's middle
Batrick will continue to be the frontliner. He is A-OK with whatever you throw at him. Like you mentioned, Ultras, he's got mana for days, for weeks, and maybe even months. BKB's up as the initiation was perhaps being planned, but Difference, I think that might have just been a stumbled finger, which means that for 90 seconds, you will not have the Black King bar. Now, Blink in from Fernandes, from Crystallize, they're fighting back in, and although there is a nice Ice Blast, the Global Silence should be the end of things. BKBs will not stop that from being activated. Nietzsche has found himself yet another kill. You barely believe that this is a man who lost his lane.
Just going to back out. I mean, they got what they came for. They took the racks, forced out the buyback. And with the Aghanim Scepter ready for Storm Spirit, that's an additional danger that you need to be watching out for. But it's not going to matter. Sebastian Yue are going to head inside of the Roche pit and one move have a very difficult question. Going for a last Hail Mary play at the risk of losing this game number 1 or choosing to defend their high ground against an Aegis. But it may never come to that. As Sebastian Yue, they might not even go for that Roshan. Okay, never mind. They will. Yeah, they will. For a second
They
there, it
also
didn't
want
seem
some
like they
farming.
were.
No, they just want to farm up the Ancients as well, just in case.
The Roche roar will go out, but one move suddenly can't do anything. And look at this, Sniper just stuck at 3 items from what was supposed to be a phenomenal game for difference.
Dire are scanning. Roshan
But they had 3 big
has fallen
items.
to the Dire.
Are
Ish.
they? They're quite medium-sized items.
Okay, fine. They're 3 reasonably sized items, alright? But he's got 1 disperser. That's a big one.
But you know, they're these items, the Hurricane Pike, the BKB, it's not the size of those items.
Yeah. It's how you use them, and unfortunately he BKB'd randomly, so yeah, that wasn't the best use. No,
But it is going to be that last defense, right? The Roshan banner placed down, Passion UA confident that they can take this game number 1 while one move struggle to hold on.
Is there a last stand? Is there going to be a heroic effort over here? You'd certainly hope so, but no. It's a first hurrah from Niche to go right back in. He doesn't care about your last stands, but maybe he should have. Aegis is still there, might be expended soon, decides against using it, would like to re-engage with the Aghanims. One more Vortex would allow that to happen. Remember, that Refresher Global's still available, so if Storm Spirit wants to go in, you know, dive bomb through, give up his life, he will have another one where that came from.
Of course, this is just a temporary pause for Passion UA, still holding on to that Aegis and, in fact, a full shield rune up and ready for that Storm Spirit. And a level 25, so he has that 2 times Overload bounce, not to mention he has that shard as well, and this is Storm Spirit at his strongest, right? This is the ultimate power spike for Niche, where Storm Spirit just turns into a monster.
Especially when you've got this many sort of frontline blinkers as well. Fernando's got the deep ward. This is about to be a nighttime surprise. Difference is not going to like this one bit. As soon as the smoke is revealed, it's time for Niche to go, go, go. The Vortex catches him. That BKB will not help. And although Sniper's been able to get himself out into the fountain, the re-engage is going to be the problem. Now BKB is used across the board. The Stone Gaze comes out from Batyak. Sniper is going to be caught out by the Meteor Hammer as well. And as Niche re-aggresses, Crackers found himself yet another kill. Niche still with the Aegis, wants to die, just wants that mana back. And Difference for now is trying to hold on for dear life, but life just isn't dear enough. Buybacks from 2 with the Ancient Apparition without 1 means that Passion Yue can always re-engage, and it's still going to be a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, the fact that Storm Spirit has so many charges means he's going to regenerate his mana, and Passion UA are going to go back in on towards one move. It really doesn't seem like one move are going to be getting any kind of breathing room.
Well, at least the Sniper isn't caught out this time, because he didn't have the BKB, would have been certain death. Instead, it's certain death for everyone else. The Difference stays alive, at least.
Yeah, but they're going to throw the GG call out. No way to defend with just 2 heroes. Passion UA, despite of the shaky start on their mid lane, they stuck to their guns. They recognized the potential of their lineup. They knew that it wasn't, in fact, that Storm Spirit who was going to be making space for their team. It wasn't the Swen who was going to be making space for their team. It was actually going to end up being the Medusa who made space for their team. And it was the Medusa, it was Batchick, who was straight up unkillable, able to take all of those objectives, able to take all of those towers down, and that allowed the Storm Spirit, allowed Swen to eventually come online.
To be fair, that is what the offlaner is supposed to do, right? So maybe job well done. I do still feel like at the end of the day, it wouldn't have mattered whether it was Medusa on the offlane or the safe lane. It just felt like such a difficult game coming out with the first 4 heroes. Sniper gives them momentary relief, does give them some time to turn things around, but again, just such effective farming coming out from Niche. The comeback farm that he had in the enemy raided jungle was so incredibly effective, and they really took full advantage of the fact that Dragon Knight was pushed into as much of a corner as was humanly possible. This was a fantastically well played game by Passion UA. From draft to finish, I think this was a convincing performance to say the least. The question is it going to be a repeat performance? Let's find out after a break. Welcome back to CCT Series 8. We're going to be continuing on with the lower bracket. We've already said one goodbye. We might be saying another very soon, but before that, let me say hello. Hi.
Hello.
There
Oh,
you
was
go.
that hello for me
He's
or for...
selfless. No, I mean, honestly, it was just a bad gag. But let's see what one move can do over here as they are facing down elimination.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a tricky position to be in considering how hard they lost that last game, despite of the fact that they had one or two lanes that were working out in their favor, right? Just a lot of problems with decision making and even execution in that later parts of the game, which is something that Passion UA don't struggle with, right? Passion UA are incredibly good with their synergy, are incredibly good at recognizing when to group up and when to go for team fights and how to go about those team fights. So,
what are Passion UA bad at?
that's a good question, actually. They're
Because I
bad
can't
at the
think of
laning phase. They're bad at their yeah. They're bad at winning matchups that they're not supposed to win. There you go.
Shucks, you heard it here first, guys. This is why this guy is an analyst.
Oh, man.
One move, hopefully you've got a better analyst than I do, however, because they're going to need to pick things up and figure out what went wrong. To be honest, I was about to say I wouldn't even hate a respect Medusa ban with the way things were played out. Batcha gave so much flexibility in that draft towards the very end as well. It was viable on position 1 and position 3, and Batcha showed us exactly what it can do on the latter. Phantom Assassin as the pick from one move is a hero that we have seen do different levels of success today. Earlier on, OG were the team that picked it out as well, and they they started off hot, right? They started off very hot. It was a great looking PA, and then suddenly it became completely irrelevant. Obviously, a lot of key timings, a lot of itemization questions that do come in whenever you're playing this sort of a melee playmaking carry, but let's see what the plan is going to look like. Passion UA can also go for a Magnus of their own. Batchek does pull together a pretty good Magnus if they want to also use that as a deny pick.
Or even a Warlock. I mean, but they're going to go for a Dark Seer. Perhaps they were looking at the previous series, which was being played by OG versus Endgame, where OG picked up a Phantom Assassin and Endgame countered it out with an instant Dark Seer pick. So
I know it's good
this is
against
a bit
the
reminiscent.
in the lane, but I just hate that I have to see Batek on a Dark Seer, because it just feels like Batek's such a diverse offlaner in terms of,
Yeah.
you know, he can offer so much. And Dark Seer, yes, it's, you know, there can be some plays, there can be the big 5 bad vacuum or whatever it is, right? But it's not necessarily a Batek hero in my mind, even if he does play pretty well.
I mean, you know, it is a Passion UA hero though. You remember the
Yeah.
good old days with Fernandes
Fernandes and
and
Flacco.
Flacco. Yeah, the Dark Seer combinations that they were able to pull out. That was you know, a sight to behold. But
Well, Cracker has been filling the shoes of Flacco pretty
Incredibly
easily and
well.
comfortably, yeah.
But I wonder which supports they're going to go for over on Passion UA this time around. But I mean, the Warlock plus Darkseer is pretty good, right? And it makes it even better that you take it away from Team 1 move.
True.
Because the Warlock plus Fatal Bonds, the Phantom Assassin plus Fatal Bonds combination is just disastrous for any team that faces
It feels like
against
the
that.
Warlock is strong enough to be able to pick it, even if you don't have the Warlock Darkseer combination over here. But at the same time, the question sort of also is, hey, maybe we can have a Magnus coming out on one move now. Maybe do we want to maybe even flirt with some early counters to that? Anything with sort of an instant disable comes into mind. Also just good against the Phantom Assassin in general, forces out the early BKB, makes it so she can't fight without in the instant 2 items. Now, obviously Jakiro's been banned now, otherwise that's one of those heroes that goes very well with the
Clockwork is
Darkseer.
open.
But I was going to ask about Lion as well, actually. I know it's a weird The Vacuum Impale is a very difficult combination to actually get off properly, but I've always felt like Lion does pretty well against the Phantom Assassin in general.
I think Shaman is a bit better though. When you talk about a hero that has a hex, right? Lion doesn't have the break mechanism with his hex, but Shadow Shaman
true.
does get that at that level 15 mark. And not to mention, isn't all that bad because the Darkseer creates auras and Shadow Shaman through the Serpent Wards. You know, the auras plus objective push coming in from the Shadow Shaman can be pretty good.
That's
But
true.
still, you know, the question is always, do you want a break mechanism against the Phantom Assassin, or do you want to go around it and just stack enough AoE plus physical damage to
And magical damage in general.
yeah, and magical damage to take down the Phantom Assassin, right? Oh wow, so they do ban out that Warlock because they don't want anything to do with that,
But
and they don't want one
love
move to take
the
that either.
silencer so much, and they're really good at using it. But it's just so frustrating to watch this hero being played. Passion UA have really just made it their own after that reverberating silence comes in, and again, although it's not quite that hex, it's not something like that, but it is a very good hero at removing Phantom Assassin's capability of fighting without at least having 2 items on her.
Not to mention, it also kind of takes away the ability to pick up a Magnus to couple up with that Phantom Assassin, because even if you get an RP off, the Global Silence will come in and you won't be able to get the Skewer off, so you won't be able to get the opponents in position for your Phantom Assassin to be jumping in. So that's a mechanism, but one move going to go for a Ringmaster. This is...
I don't like how that hero looks at me, man.
This is interesting because Ringmaster, ideally, inside of the effects of the Global Silence, can't actually do much, right? Because you can't throw out your ultimate, which is a counter initiation ability. You can't be saving heroes with your Escape Act either.
You also don't have a lot of like good farm. It's not like the Kotl type hero where you can quickly farm up Dispel for yourself either.
They're going to pick up a Clockwork. Now, I do believe this Clockwork was to take away from Passion UA, because the Clockwork plus Darkseer combination would have been absolutely disastrous for that Phantom Assassin. So one move, having their carry and having 2 supports. Currently, their mid laner and off laner is missing. But meanwhile, for Passion UA, they have the opportunity to be picking themselves up a core. Are they going to go for something like a Spirit pickup? Just even a core with high mobility that can jump out of those cogs and not get stuck from that Ringmaster's ultimate either?
I think they might go for Murtha here.
Morta.
Yeah, not for a core, but just as your position for support over here to come through. It would put a lot of emphasis on having 2 stunning 1 and 2 positions, but if you want to go that way, the Dragon Knight is still available if you want to try and pick that one up over here as well. It'll be a Bounty Hunter in the end, though, so it's still going to be an aggressive melee support duo to be played out with the Darkseer, and also, obviously, how can one forget, go Invis with Iron Shell. You're literally just free lane.
Yeah, just stack up those Ancients, throw the Ion Shell on the Bounty Hunter, and the Bounty Hunter can just stand on those Ancients, right?
It's true. It's outsourcing your farm.
Yeah, and the Bounty Hunter gets experience from the creeps that die, right? So it's a win-win for both of those heroes. But still, you know, the picking up a Bounty Hunter narrows your how you play in the game, right? To one simple direction: get track kills. That's just about it, right?
And that could be a good hero to try and pair up with that direction. Tiny with the Blink Dagger. Tiny, obviously, can be played in a lot of different ways. We saw a very interesting sort of position 3 pseudo offlane esque build from Wish earlier on, even though he was playing on mid as well. Now, I am kind of concerned, Telchus, because at the end of the day, outside of the Tiny, I don't actually see that much synergy with this Bounty Hunters, and we're 4 heroes deep.
I mean, if you have synergy through the Shuriken toss, right? Because as you were mentioning about the Lion plus Darkseer, that vacuum, when it brings all of those heroes in with a Shuriken toss with a through and through facet, is going to be dealing all of that damage through everyone, right? So that's potentially a way where that Bounty Hunter can dish out a lot of damage. Not to mention, Bounty Hunter is very good on actually building up those aura items as well, right? So that's going to take away a lot of pressure from the Darkseer, or perhaps disperse those aura items in between to the both of those heroes, right? So that neither one has to be the one to carry all of that burden. Meanwhile,
I
one
love
move.
this Leshrac pick. I absolutely love this Leshrac
You love
pick.
all
I think
Leshrac
it's
picks.
such a good pick. Yes, that's true. I think it's such a good pick over here, though, in general, because although Leshrac is obviously a very spell-dependent hero, if you've got your ultimate off in the beginning of a fight, if you've got at least a stun off in the beginning of a fight, you can have Edict on before as well. It's a spellcaster that isn't necessarily fully countered out by the Silencer.
Yep.
You can go in for a lot of survivability as well, go in for these extended team fights, which is what Silencer hates, absolutely deplores. So I actually really like this coming out. Plus, I like me some fromage, I like me some cheese. If you've got the shard on the Leshrac, you got more stuns, even when you're silenced. Boom.
It's definitely a hero that isn't affected all that much by that global silence, because even if you do use that global silence, chances are the Edict and the Pulse Nova are already activated. So the only abilities you're taking away are going to be the Split Earth and those Lightning Bolts, which aren't the strongest abilities of the Leshrac, right? It's particularly in those team fights. But it is tricky because the Leshrac likes to get up close and personal to dish out damage with that Edict and Nova, and the Darkseer is going to be looking out for that because you can come in with that vacuum, right? So it is a bit of a double-edged pick for one move. They have to be careful. They can't simply run down Passion UA the way that they are hoping for with this Leshrac.
I would still... Again, you're right. Magnus isn't great versus the Silencer. But, man, I wouldn't mind it. Because here's the thing with the Magnus, and look, Mars is good as well. But we can't just treat it like a walking RP. We have to also consider it as a walking empower, right? So just buffing up the Phantom Assassin a little bit more, prioritizing a BKB on yourself. You can try and go for a BKB first if you're position 3, go for a skewer into BKB, obviously, into RP, obviously not the best at all, but it's going to be a niche Queen of Pain, so we are going to have that Co-op versus Leshrac classic mid lane matchup coming through, so that's exciting.
But the problem, Passion
favor.
UA's AoE is, the vacuum, the avalanche toss, Niche coming in with his Scream of Pain and Sonic Wave. That's just so much magical damage. Not to mention so much pure damage as well. So
Look, I get it, but I actually think this is honestly, this is a pretty good draft from one move as well, because you're looking out towards that sort of Mara's Clockwork lane. It should be doing very well versus Cracker. Cracker's not going to be able to get that ridiculous start that he did with the Midas and the Refresher and having such an easy time. Crystallize is the kind of hero, is playing the kind of hero that wants to rotate out, but then what are you rotating out to? There are natural saves available in other lanes and what. I don't hate this. I mean, look, I think Passion UA still have a slightly better draft, but overall, I do feel like one move is... they've quietly set themselves up with a few different win conditions.
now there is a lot of pressure on this Clockwork, right? Because he has to get off a good laning phase and he has to make those rotations and find those pickoffs in order for that Phantom Assassin to farm. And that's going to be a key win condition for one move. They need their Phantom Assassin to come online. Sure, their Leshrac is a hero that will eventually get his farm even if he doesn't have that great of a lane, right? He just has too many AoE abilities and too many wave clears that he can essentially farm up. But if this Phantom Assassin isn't able to farm up, then they're going to be lacking in their damage output. Meanwhile, for Passion UA, you have enough damage output by the sheer amount of abilities that you can throw down in those team fights, right? The Queen of Pain, the Tiny, the Darkseer as well, coupled up with that global silence. So there is a lot of room there. I would say that Passion UA are going to be incredibly strong earlier in the game, and meanwhile, One Move are going to be stronger, or rather better off when their Phantom Assassin comes online. So it's a bit of a contrast, right? Can One Move survive to the point where their Phantom Assassin pops off and it just becomes too big to manage? Or will the Phantom Assassin, or One Move rather, just crumble to the amount of pressure that Niche will be building up with this Queen of Pain? That's the big question.
You want to know something interesting?
Always.
Difference has 950 matches of Leshrac played.
Wow, that's
That's
1/3 of the total amount of matches that I have, and I've been playing for over 10 years.
Well, to be fair, you did also lose that one account of yours that you initially used to play on, so, you know.
Yeah.
I remember that one. The Wraith King spam. Good days, good days. let's see whose days are going to end up being good over here from the one move camp. There's a cute bunny next to the Leshrac, and look, I know what that means. That means good day for the Leshrac.
A walking bunny. It's not even a hopping bunny.
30 seconds.
It's kind of fire, actually.
Yeah.
Might end up being a flying bunny not too long after this.
Meanwhile, Niche versus Leshrac, this is one of those lanes that is kind of user dependent, kind of dependent on who's playing, because there, as Queen of Pain, you have two options, right? You either max the Scream of Pain or you either max the Shadow Strike. Now, versus ranged matchups, you ideally want to be maxing that Scream of Pain because you want the ability to flash farm as well.
The battle
But
begins.
the Leshrac does need to be careful, right? Because Queen of Pain, very difficult to land that split earth on, and not to mention once you do stack up on that Scream of Pain and eventually get your ultimate up, Leshrac doesn't exactly have a lot of HP to survive, right? So
Quap also got the full 70 XP from killing an Observer Ward in mid as well, which is, never fun.
yeah, probably going to get his level 2 before, with this first creep, even if Difference finds a few denies here. But overall, if you talk a bit about the other lanes, top side,
Yeah.
two melee combination in the form of the Darkseer plus Bounty Hunter, but the fact that Bounty Hunter can go invisibility means that Bad Chick can just stack the Ion Shell on him, and essentially all the Bounty Hunter has to do is just be up close and personal with that Phantom Assassin and Ringmaster, and also Ringmaster will need to expend quite a bit of gold to constantly keep the Phantom Assassin safe and alive over on that top lane. Bot side, of course, the opposite is going to happen for Passion UA, as a silencer really needs to be good with his positioning, right? Because Grip can very easily catch that silencer off guard, and you have a Mars, right? So there's a lot of kill potential coming out from one move over on that bot lane. I don't think the Tiny will be able to save that silencer if the silencer is stuck, so
Can I ask you a stupid question?
sure.
And I know this is stupid.
Has been killed.
And I'm 99% sure I know the answer, but just in case, the Spear and Cogs do work together, right?
I don't think so.
All right, thank God.
I don't think so. I think no, I don't think you can. I'm actually not sure. Okay, I'm actually not
Okay.
sure about this.
All right, I'm glad we're both done then. Fantastic.
I
Well,
know
we'll find out.
you can spear someone to the outside of the cogs, but from the inside, I don't know where the target ends up. But you can definitely skewer someone on the outside of the cogs, though.
No, what I mean is, like, will it stun?
It will stun from on the outside of the cogs.
But not the inside.
I don't know if the target rebounds from the inside, which is ideally what should happen, right?
Yeah,
or the target
that's
just
what I'm
gets thrown
thinking.
outside. So that's
Yeah.
something that I'm just not too sure about.
Okay. Well, we will have. Oh, nice. Yo, Cracker with the sidestep, brother. That's. Oh, man.
Tiny is surprisingly not doing all that great in his bot lane. Doesn't have that many last hits. Of course, he will stack up now on those last hits. But Codex is doing pretty well. And that's primarily because Grip is able to draw so much attention away from this Mars. Probably also going to be able to pick up this Lotus Orb, as Passion UA are going to try and contest this Cracker. Is that really where you want to be? Crystallize has used his Avalanche, as Grip is going to probably be able to pick up that Lotus, and now on towards Cracker. One move go. The Blood Grenade being thrown down there as well, which means that Cracker just does not have a lot of HP. Grip does need to be careful as the Avalanche is going to come online, but the Cogs are going to throw the Silencer to his grave, and he will end up giving away first blood.
Dire's courier has been
Crystallize is going to be able to take down the Bracer inside the Courier, which is a nice little consolation, I suppose. But in the meanwhile, on the top lane, the real consolation comes in. Eyesight will be blinded. Goddamn.
Yeah, overall though, I think this favors Passion UA, because you did take down the carry from one move, right? I mean, sure, you did lose your
I mean, look,
support
this early into
silencer.
the game, I feel like we don't look at global fights as a one-for-one. You know, we've got to maybe treat everything.
Dire are scanning.
Just in, yeah, hey, lanes are independent of each other for now, okay? I don't want to think about the global map.
But it's a support versus a carry.
The thing is
I
that Tiny
killed
also
the
loses out on like 5 last hits for it, right? Which,
Yeah.
you know, so does the Phantom Assassin and whatnot. So it's not quite what you might expect. But you're right. Let's see whether or not this ends up still tilting the side of the Ukrainians.
As Niche has gone to max out that Shadow Strike, so he's not gone for maxing out his Scream of Pain. I wonder if he'll take the next level in the Scream of Pain. Oh no, he went for the 3rd level in Shadow Strike. So he wants to zone out this Leshrac from this lane, send him back to the jungle, and just take this lane entirely for himself.
Not the easiest thing in the world to do versus the Leshrac, but let's see whether or not it works. Lash is just generally very good about countering out the dagger with a split earth, combined with, trying to lean in with an edict. The good thing is that because he's always going to be low on HP, he can't really chase him down with that edict. So you're right. We're getting to see that sort of come into play. Leshrac will be forced away. BB3 in the meanwhile on the top lane is going to have to be careful. Batek nearby is going to be able to split up attention. Double blood grenades, not ideal. Fernandes will end up going down over here, likely soon. No. Dust is now extinguished. You can't actually finish off those. Oh, never mind. They found him. He walks into the sentry and he's now removed his invisibility. And because of that, Fernandes will fall. In the meanwhile, Niche in the mid lane, even without his ultimate, will be able to get that quick kill onto the Leshrac.
Yeah, that's not great for one move. I mean, sure, Passion UA made a mistake with that Bounty Hunter, but you've lost your mid lane. Queen of Pain not only ahead in terms of lost hits, but also the fact that you were able to take down the Leshrac without using your ultimate means that the Leshrac is going to be even in more danger as he's going to TP back in the lane. Because when the Cop comes back, the Cop still has that disastrous ultimate, right? Just 300 plus pure damage coming out. Of course, Difference did pick up that Arcane Rune, so should he want, he can choose to rotate rather than coming back into this lane. Seven-minute mark is approaching. I wonder if there is going to be any kind of Wisdom Rune play. You do have a Queen of Pain, one of the better heroes to try and snipe down a Wisdom Rune, but just I don't think Passion UA have the position, and neither does One Move, as Passion UA are stacking up on towards that top side. One Move though want this tiny, so, or rather looking for a trade for these towers. Of course, Passion UA is going to get the better deal because they'll be able to take this top side tower, and One Move heroes just aren't great at sieging that bot side tower. Don't have the Leshracs, don't have that Edict.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Misanthropy will always make it harder to take down towers, but yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You always forget about that one.
Yeah, I kind of always forget about that one. Queen of Pain, I wonder where the Cop will rotate, right? Because you went for that max Shadow Strike, you're not playing a flash farming Queen of Pain, at least in the early stage. You're playing a pick-off Queen of Pain. But so far, he's content on just farming for now. Considering the fact that their top lane has gone pretty well, able to take down that tier 1 tower, that's a lot of pressure removed from the Queen of Pain. You no longer have to necessarily rotate. But you do have to try and help out Crystallize, as he's constantly getting poked and prodded.
How annoying.
Mid lane though, Sonic Wave used on towards Difference as well. The escape act going to momentarily buy him some amount of time, but he will eventually end up falling. But now Passion UA have lost 2 heroes. The Queen of Pain has blinked in, just had a level 1 blink, is coming back online in about 3 seconds, but he's not going to have that time with the arena being dropped on towards Niche, but he finds the blink out. But the Stifling Dagger though, that was almost too close for One Move, but One Move were just 2 moves ahead.
That's a very timely escape act. That's the only reason why they're able to extend that team fight long enough for Code to be able to actually come in and be a bit more effective there as well. This is really well played from One Move. Rotations being present, and of course they knew that Niche wanted to actually pressure onto the Leshrac with the ultimate now there, and because he didn't have those extra Screams of Pain, they know that that's really all it comes down to. Now, this is going to be helpful. Fernandes comes through. Fernandes will find another one. Remember, anything that brings him closer to that level 6 is nice, but less nice when Difference gets a response.
Yeah, it's not a great look for Passion UA. I mean, sure, you do get a bit of experience on that Bounty Hunter, but you position yourself to try and put this Leshrac on the back foot, right, on the back burner. And you were able to do that by getting 2 kills on him. but now he's kind of recovering because you just gave him a free kill. Sitting at the third position on that net worth chart, and despite of the fact that Queen of Pain won the lane, Niche is actually not that far ahead. Again, because you went for the max Shadow Strike, right? You don't have that flash farming ability, but even the pick-off bit didn't exactly work out.
Yeah, that last step really set him back. And this is always a problem with going full dagger, right? You don't have the option of dying. The snowball cannot stop snowballing.
Don't have the Blink Dagger up on the Mars. It is still pretty early. But again, Niche needs to be careful. He can't blink in.
Oh, great. Dust as well. But the problem is going to be Niche is fully caught out. And there's a follow-up stun from Difference as well. Perfectly chained together. And even if the bounty does end up staying alive, that is hardly consolation.
Not great. I mean, Passion UA are not fully committing the way that One Move is, right? Because One Move are bringing everything to the table except for their Phantom Assassin, while Passion UA are playing this kind of disordered lineup where they're sure the Darkseer's on that top lane, but then you have a Tiny that's also farming, that's only leaving the Bounty Hunter and the Silencer to play with your Queen of Pain, and they don't even have their ultimate. So what are Passion UA really doing here?
Well, for now, they're looking to find a little ringmaster, and they might be able to do just that. The vacuum backwards, but there's a wheel of wonder, and they're wondering, what the hell are we doing here? Eyesight chases them off into the distance. He would have rather chased them into hell, but Difference in the meanwhile will find Fernand's a nice hook shot from downtown.
They found Patrick too. I don't know. Okay, so G-Time, you remember you asked me what Passion UA are bad at, and one of the things that I really propped them up for was their synergy. This game around, though, it doesn't really seem like a synergist team. Seems like they're kind of all over the place.
I don't think this is a synergy issue. I just think One Move are generally outthinking them very heavily. Like, look at how One Move are prepping up for countering these rotations. Passion UA are on the same page. It's just they're reading the wrong book.
Question is though, now that they do have that global silence, how are they going to adjust? And how are One Move going to adjust? Because so far they've been able to use all of their abilities without any kind of punishment. But with the global silence being up and ready, Queen of Pain should be a lot safer, shouldn't get skewered in between of the cogs and the arena like last time. Mars does have that Blink Dagger though on Codex. And Clockwork has that hook shot, so Niche needs to be incredibly careful here. Leshrac Difference has a full Kaya and a Vitality booster. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain still struggling to get that Dagon up.
You know, Codex's name makes him look like he's Elon Musk's child.
Yeah, I was actually kind of contemplating that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
One Move going to be able to take down this tower though, and it doesn't seem like Passion UA are going
you've
to be
got
able
to
to do anything.
Are they going in onto this one? They've got the global silence to try and fight with this, and with the wall of replica, they're hoping to bring back Codex, so it's at least consolation. But that's so much used for what? A Mars kill?
Yeah, that's not worth it, particularly as you did stack the Sonic Wave on the Mars as well, and he was already dead. There was no way he was making it out of there, and One Move are going to be a bit happy about this one, right? Because they did take down that tier 1 tower. That's what they went for. The Mars was just as a backup, so that if Passion UA initiate, perhaps you can get an arena off and contest that tier 1 tower. But having given up the full 2 minutes of your Sonic Wave being down, of your heroes having to reposition all across the map, One Move aren't going to be too sad about that loss, as their Phantom Assassin also continues to farm up and is very close to his BKB, right? So his farm is only going to accelerate from here. Of course, the good thing about Passion UA is the fact that their Tiny is having a pretty good time too, and Tiny's farm also accelerates as time goes on. Oh man, if you're Crystallized, you must be annoyed as hell
Radiant's
towards One Move, right? Just every time Crystallized has gone for this jungle, this Clockwork Grip has always either come in with its cogs or just been throwing missiles at that tiny.
Fernandes might be caught out of a hair, and he'll be able to walk away initially, but they still continue chasing forward. And this is the other problem about having a bounty hunter, which is that as much as you might want to scout, a lot of the time you are what is known as meals on wheels. So Nish is out of
no
mana.
mana.
He'll have the stick charges, but it won't be enough. He doesn't quite have the 65 necessary.
What a play by Grip. Burning away the last bit of mana away from the Queen of Pain. Niche, that was a mistake that is really going to haunt them, as one move are probably going to be able to translate this into a bunch of damage on that topside tier 1 tower, or even make moves across the map. Probably going to take the Tormentor, right?
You'd
It is
expect
going
that.
to be Tormentor.
Radiant are scanning.
Can the bounty come in for the steal? Nah, never mind.
No,
They've used a lot of
the
sentries.
bounty hunter is going to come in for his death, as Fernandes has been struggling this game, to say the least. But this is going to probably be a good shard, right? All of these heroes, all of One Move's heroes are pretty good with that shard, and now Grip has that jetpack, giving that flying vision, just providing even more information for his team as before. I have to say, I am very impressed by the plays that Grip has made so far in this game.
No, he's been great. Honestly, he just on the clockwork. He's looked like.
And that
An
was the
absolute-
one, and that was the win condition that we discussed in the draft, right? This clockwork really needs to step up, and so far he's been doing just that.
I'm still very curious though about what Passion UA have planned, because you look at the Silver Edge intentions that they have. By the time it comes out, will it be too late? Now, this global silence has been used just to try and save Fernandes, and they will be forced to initiate back, but there's a vacuum that's been missed. There's a jetpack expended. And that's
And
an
the global
intimidating
silence.
thing. You see someone with a jetpack, man, you're not chasing after them.
Crystallize did come in for a possible counter initiation, but Passion UA are just, they're not ready for these counter initiations quite just yet. Meanwhile, On Move is quite ready to be doing some initiation of their own. A full arena placed down, a skewer on Batchuk.
I mean,
You know when Shrek's voice line gets thrown out, 1,000 of your kind have fallen before me. He's literally played 1,000 games as you.
it's true. It's true. He's getting close to that Grandmaster Leshrak. Look, the other issue I have is I just don't think the Silver Edge does anything. That's what they're waiting for. Crystallize wants a Silver Edge. I don't think it offers you anything in this game. At least not until the Phantom Assassin becomes relevant enough to come to a fight. PA doesn't even just skill Blur for the first time. It's 18 minutes in. The only reason why he skilled it is because he didn't have anything else to skill.
I mean, even if the Phantom Assassin comes inside of the fight, right, you have a lot of frontline that you have to deal with before you can get towards that Phantom Assassin, provided you're the ones that are doing the initiation. So far, it's just been One Move who's been doing the initiation.
Cracker going to be going on right now, and Eyesight has been just delivered meals. Niche will be able to blink away. This time he's got mana, but barely just. He might not have enough to continue the way things are going. Is there a dust? No, but there is a random side swipe on the courier. And just to correct myself, I'm sorry, I forgot that Blur is not what gives you evasion. It is the innate.
Innate, yeah.
I'm an old soul.
But still, with the BKB coming online for Eyesight, it's really One Move's territory, right? Wherever they choose to go in, whether it's that top side or it's that jungle on towards that Tiny.
Difference continues to fight into Fernandes, and although the global silence is there, you're not going to stop this Slash Track from doing less things. Now that the global's also depleted, Difference is able to follow up with the stun onto Niche. The split earth will be, well, it'll be his grave being made.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You really need a Blink Dagger on this Tiny. I mean, Passion UA are just struggling to counter-initiate. The Queen of Pain Niche blinks in and instantly gets disabled. It seems like the global silence from that silencer isn't really doing anything. The Darkseer not being able to find his mark. They need a strong front line over on Passion UA. Their heroes are just too squishy.
This could be what they need. This could be what they need. Eyesight is going to be found before the BKB comes on to him.
Radiant's middle tower
It's a big kill for Crystallize, about 600 gold going his way, but Grip still wants to fight back. The problem is Code has been caught in the back line, so the Blink Dagger will never come in. The disengage has been permitted, but Grip with the jetpack is still going forward. They're fighting into Crystallize. They don't even have their carry, but they still want to take this fight. Crystallize now decides, you know what? I might not have a choice over here. I need to run away. I need to burn my ships, and in this case, my ships are my supports. Crack as a
Nisha
dead
is
man.
coming in as well.
Well, he
Queen of
does.
Pain. Can they prolong this fight long enough for the Sonic Wave to come online? The Mars will instantly fall, and perhaps even the Leshrac will. Niche will come in. There's the Sonic Wave onto her 3, the vacuum as well, but it was so close, but not close enough. As you did lose your Tiny, and one move, able to make it out with just 200 HP.
They just weren't expecting one move to aggress into Passion UA after losing their carry, right? They're thinking, well, we just killed the PA, we've got 3-4 heroes here, they know this as well, there's no reason for them to come onto us. Niche isn't nearby enough to actually engage within the fight because he's obviously not expecting it either, so that Dagon Sonic Wave combo that could have been the difference maker on an initial phase before the Mars is able to get to the team fight, that's not even relevant.
Now the good thing is that those were track kills on a target that was stacking up on that streak, right? So that is a fair bit of gold going the way of Passion UA. That was perhaps the first time that I saw some signs of life, a palpable pulse coming in from Passion UA.
Ultras, I'm with you. But the problem is, silver linings come with some pretty big clouds, and right now it feels like unless you can get out of this one, it's going to rain all over your parade. Cracker's Global Silence does not defend him, and a Split Earth will prevent Fernand from going anywhere. It's a quick sideline kill as a side swipe from Niche will be giving him a bit more. Another slow, though, will keep him at bay, and the Wheel of Wonders, it's not a wing, it's a wheel, will not be able to taunt him out. Otherwise, that could have been even more disastrous.
I'll keep the lion tamers.
Still, just a 2-for-1.
The thing
for
about the
one
track
move-
gold is touch is it's just 40 gold on level 1 for allies.
Yeah, but that's, if you have multiple heroes inside,
Of course.
it's like a full bounty rune,
But it's not like the old days of Bounty
Yeah.
Hunter, right? Where even if you traded like 3 for 2, it would still be better for you.
Does allow the bounty hunter to stack up on those items for himself, right? Provided you get a few track
Yes.
kills. He has a full spirit vessel at the ready. It will make the difference in those team fights against the Leshrac who has a full bloodstone. But it's not enough, right? They need more. Now Batchik has farmed up both of his major aura items, the pipe as well as the Guardian Greaves. Unfortunately for them though, Fernand's has been having a terrible game. Or the worst luck.
I think it might be a bit more of both. From the
Surprisingly,
22 kills that one move has,
it's
Fernand's
impressive.
is 10 of them.
It's impressive how despite the 22 kills that one move have, they only have a 5,000 net worth lead at 23 minutes in. It's not the most significant, right? It's something that can be turned around, but it requires a few well-executed moves. So far, haven't exactly seen that from Passion UA, apart from that one kill on that Phantom Assassin.
It's about surviving the next 5 minutes, and if you can do that, then I'm with you. They have a window.
Dire are scanning.
But to do that, you need to keep your tier 2s alive.
It's Queen of Pain. Is Nisha actually going for an Octarine core this early on? Surely there must be some better items that you can get. Perhaps something like an Aghanim Scepter would be great too in this game, considering the fact that you're
Really?
faced up against 3 melee heroes.
I mean, that's true. In my head, so all I think about is, hey, maybe you just go for like a Witchblade or more damage in that regards.
Yeah, or
something
even
smaller.
complete the Sanj and Kaya, right? Just
Yeah,
provide
that's
this
all.
additional
It's just
sustain and get that
Smaller
BKB up too.
build-ups. But when he has 4,000 gold, right? Look, he has been benefiting of the track kills, like you said. He has been getting, you know, a few of these small consolation kills and staying alive here and there.
Okay, he has changed it, so he is going for that scepter. I'm
Okay.
glad that we were able to get through to him, even though we can't actually speak to him.
It is the karmic forces that Mish will receive from us.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh, Fernand, this is going to be his 11th death, as he was surprisingly able to take that Shrine of Wisdom, though, so a bit of a mistake coming up from one move, but still
That's
we're able to take
almost
down
worth it.
the Bounty Hunter. Yeah, almost.
Never mind. I mean, there are words to be said about this. None of them are suitable for broadcast, and right now Darkseer is experiencing that for himself. There's a full vacuum wall on a 3, the Sonic Wave as well. Is this the window they were looking for? They're climbing back into it. Crystallizes BKB means he can bash them right up. Leshrac taken down, Mars sent off.
Dire's
Despite
bottom
losing out there
tower is
too,
under attack.
support Silence's buyback will be well paid.
I mean, you said it, T-Time. You wanted to see a 5-man wombo combo coming out at the back of that vacuum, and that's exactly the kind of well-executed play that Passion UA need to make to keep themselves inside of this game, right? The Scepter coming in from the Queen of Pain also enables that vacuum to be doing a whole lot more. And sure, this time around, they weren't able to get as much from that kill as they had wanted, but they nearly team-wiped one move. Fernand's going to die yet once again, but the backup is here from that Darkseer will be able to take down that Ringmaster, and Clockwork trying to make his escape thanks to that jetpack.
That's a track kill.
Yeah. As you can notice, Passion UA are slowly creeping up on that network chart, right? I mean, Tiny was never the one who was struggling, but it was the Queen of Pain and that Darkseer. And now Passion UA's 3 cores are actually sitting quite well positioned on that net worth, and it's the Mars that is the one that's struggling. 4,000 net worth lead, 26 minutes in. Again, it's not as relevant right now, as a single team fight can turn things around for either team.
Nullifier almost complete for the Phantom Assassin as well.
Who is he making the nullifier against?
I was hoping you'd tell me that, to be honest, because I've got no idea.
Are you sure this is a nullifier, or is he going for a Divine Rapier?
Who is he making the Divine Rapier for, though?
Don't you remember? One move did this exact same thing.
I know.
They made the Divine Rapier on that Phantom Assassin very early on, destroyed the opponent's team, and then they ended up giving the Divine Rapier away.
No, it's a nullifier. No, I saw him buy the item for it earlier on as well. Thank God.
Okay. Okay.
But-
So it's a
but
nullifier.
what are they
I'm not sure.
nullifying?
Perhaps a surge. You know, perhaps that's what they want to take away. Or is the surge the invisibility that you also take away from that bounty hunter? But you know, taking down Fernandez has never really been a difficult job.
Yeah, I mean, that's if he gets a shard, right? Like the friendly shadow that you get on a bounty hunter. You can make your ally invis. I don't know, man. I'm really
Bottom tower has fallen.
grasping for straws here.
You can also, I suppose, theoretically dispel the aura from the pipe.
Worthy
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't say that the nullifier is the best item to be making in this scenario, right? You can also just stack up on your HP, get the full Sanj and Yasha up and ready for your Phantom Assassin, and even perhaps go for something like the Basher. But I think the reason why the Phantom Assassin hasn't upgraded his Yasha to a Sanj and Yasha is because he wants to be going for an Abyssal Blade later on. So
Well, just we've now crossed that 5-minute mark. We now have had that Aegis expire. All the tier 2s are up and standing. This network lead is exactly where it was 7 minutes ago. Bashan UA feel like they want to set up for a fight here and now.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's exactly what Crystallis wants to go in with. Over and onwards he goes, tossed back on the left track, vacuum back even further, and the arena will not matter. He's already walked through. Global silence to now dissuade them from aggressing further in. Code will be forced away. What is that on Grip? He's been forced out of the fight to the point where he might even live because of that Glimmer Cape. Mars has been taken down, and the Wheel of Wonder keep Batkick nearby, but BB3 should fall if they can just get a stun out in time. They won't. So just the one kill, Leshrac will not be finished off, nor will the clockwork, but...
It's an impressive power play, though. It's an impressive demonstration of the capability of your team fight. If you're able to push one move out, disable them from initiating,
Structures are fortified.
and
And
just
it's a level
force them to
2.
TP out.
It's also a level 2 track. Now it's actually
Yeah.
relevant.
You know,
Like,
every
that's
time they get a
5
track kill,
heroes.
that's 1,000 networks swinging the other way.
They still want to fight a bit, even though they were dusted up. Yes, they do. Grip in the back line is going to be scouted out, but is it going to be too late? Crystallize is already low. He doesn't have any HP to go in with, and with the one single crit, that's eyesight, reminding them of the power of a Phantom Assassin. Ferdinand is trying desperately to disengage, and he will be able to do so, but you still do lose your big bad Rockstar.
Radiant's
Yeah, just
turret
not great.
has been
Passion UA overextending their
are scanning.
overestimating their team fighting capability without that sonic wave, as Niche is also going to pay for it. Difference will clean that Queen of Pain up, as suddenly Passion UA, they're the ones that collapse. They could have taken their win. They could have taken.
Rune?
Yeah, he was waiting for that.
Why
30-minute
is he?
rune.
Why is he? Okay, you know what? Never mind. It's a small thing. Probably
Radiant's
just
top
forgot
tower
about it. It's
is under
okay.
attack.
I mean, if he got the region rune, he could have potentially gone for that bounty hunter, but is it worth it with
For a
the risk
bounty
that it
hunter
carries?
into 3 heroes. He's still
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly worth it. But you know, there is a
Mid
significant
laners
amount of
and-
pressure on this Queen of Pain, right, to be making those plays happen for his team, because that's the only way they come back.
Oh, Cracker. Sorry, buddy. Gave him a lot of pain in the last one. This time over, not quite the same.
Is under attack.
Full 9,000 lead, and it was a 3,000 lead when Passion UA took down that Mars, so they did this to themselves, honestly. But
It's very
still,
easy to forget that the Tiny can't actually fight the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, Tiny just has that 1 to 2 second window where you initiate a fight. That's the most amount of damage that, or the most amount of input that Tiny can have, and it's a lot of input, right? Because the first 2 seconds of that Tiny coming in is incredible amounts of damage. But past that point, that's why you don't overextend. That's why you don't overplay your hand.
Radiant are scanning.
Of course, for Passion UA, they still have an incredible high ground defense, right? Like, I mean, you have a Tiny to go through, you have a Darkseer, a Queen of Pain, so the high ground is not an easiest task. As particularly, as you pointed out, Leshrac does not have that misanthropy, or rather has the misanthropy, right? Yeah, has the misanthropy, so objective clear isn't what one move are good at. Even the Phantom Assassin doesn't have a Desolator, so taking down these towers isn't going to be the quickest.
The only issue is that, I mean, Cracker is still going for the Midas into the Aghanims, which I get it. Listen, it's good. Okay, the Arcane Curse is obviously very nice to have on top.
Codex needs to be careful. He's been spotted out by that Mars, but as I say that, Passion UA are also moving in. Oh, Mars was spotted out. This is going to be a huge team fight.
Nish needs to disengage right now, otherwise he's going to be caught. He barely blinks out, but he's still in a dangerous territory. There's a rock to chase onto him, though. They are expending those for Roshan, which will not be around for a minute and a half. We know that they do not.
Got the track off onto Leshrac though. So Passion UA, they are aggregating quite a lot of information for their own side.
What in the world is Grip doing there? What do you think about the Aghanims on the Silencer?
I mean, honestly, it's really good, right? But I would imagine that Cracker goes for something like the previous game where he gets a full refresher up, because that's something that would be huge for Passion UA. Just that double
I'll
silence.
be honest. Oh wait, whoa, who has a refresher right now? Mars has a refresher, by the way. I'm sorry if you already pointed that one out, but right now he's just hoping to blink away and not reveal it. Look, I just think this is one of those games where probably smaller items helps a lot, like 4 staffs, like Glimmer Capes and whatnot, would go a very long way. Roshan is coming up. It is time. Time to boogie, that's what time it is. And the question is one move going to be able to fight inside this Roshan pit or not? Grip continuing to try and zone them out. Roche has spawned and they will likely reveal themselves soon. But in the meanwhile, the problem is that the mid lane is going to continue to push in. I believe that the Radiant smoke has been scouted out because the Shuriken toss was visible, but now the high ground is in the favor of Difference. Difference will have his smoke revealed. They don't have any detection over here. Fernand is able to reveal it, but what's going on? The back lines is where the fight is actually happening. Niche is not going to be able to finish off Grip because of the Yule Scepter. Code comes back in with a refresher as well. Patrick doesn't move out while his BKB is still up, so Crystallize is stuck. Crystallize needs to move out, but no, he moves in. He wants to fight. The Wheel of Wonder is now over, and his Codex is still alive and still making sure no one can come near that Phantom Assassin.
One move
the
can't
Radiant
stay.
side have been forced back, but will they re-engage?
There's a full niche here. Stacking up on those screams and stacking up on those shadow strikes. They simply can't stay. Niche is going to blink inside, but they're able to take down that tiny. Suddenly Passion away. Only 2 heroes left. Niche is going to blink again, but the Bloodstone heal on Difference is going to bring him back, keeping one move in this team fight as Passion UA disintegrate.
Fernand started off this fight in a way where he thought was fantastic. He thinks to himself, hey, I've revealed the smoke. Hey, we've caught out this clockwork in the back lines with the Yule Scepter buys enough time to be the perfect setup for Codex's double arena. And you could see again the confusion in Passion UA's camp was obvious. On one end, you have the Darkseer who's trying to move out of the arena with his BKB. On the other, you have the Titan who's saying, no, I want to fight.
And that really was the difference maker, right? You saw Niche in perfect position, having stacked up on a Shadow Strike on everyone from one move. All Tiny had to do was take a step back and allow Niche to dictate the pace of that fight, because one move would not have been able to survive from that, but an overzealous Crystallize cost Passion UA that team fight and cost them the ages, potentially even cost them game number 2, but still, in my opinion, it is way too early to call that. As Passion UA, this is not going to be a 40 or a 45-minute game. I do think that we're going to be in it for the long haul.
The problem is the longer this all goes, the more powerful the Phantom Assassin becomes as well.
Queen of Pain did eventually go for that Octarine core, which is, in my opinion, a bit unfortunate. Again, a lot of better items, right? Imagine a Hex on Queen of Pain. The Leshrac can't Bloodstone and heal up. The Phantom Assassin can't do much if you're faced up against a Hex, right? You have a Shiva's Guard coming in from that Darkseer. A Hex on the Queen of Pain would have been huge.
Well, Queen of Pain's been caught out right now. There's going to be a stun to follow up, but the Force Staff saves Niche and Grip misses. Grip misses.
That forced off. Very well played by Fernandes.
That's the difference between having a Force Staff and having the competence of an Agonist.
Fernandes has 15 deaths. Fernandes has as many deaths as Passion UA have kills. So that's a new record. That's a record of sorts.
Of sorts. Does he have any kills? Yes, he does. He has got 3 kills. So can't be the milk attempt. Do you remember the milk?
No.
It might be before your time, actually. It was TI1. Milk won a game on Evil Geniuses with Venomancer going 0-20.
To be fair, 0 and 20 games are the best ones, right? Because when you win,
I mean,
you can say that it's...
support such is different, man. And to be fair, this is a time which was much more unkind to support heroes. You had to buy couriers, you had to buy wards, you had to spend gold for those things.
Radiant are scanning.
Hell, if you had a toxic enough mid laner, you had to buy them a bottle.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, I remember those days.
Yeah, I know, because I was the
Remember,
one buying
the
you a
single
bottle.
courier? I don't understand how we played back then with a single
Fine.
courier for 5 heroes.
And then one of them would be bottle crowing as well.
Yeah. Definitely a time where there was, I would say, a bit more skill or a bit more teamwork
It
involved.
was just strange, man. It was just strange. Dota.
It was strange, but I don't necessarily agree with all of the quality of life improvements in Dota 2. It does feel like it's catering to, I think in competitive
You've
play,
been playing for 15 years, Daltris. Yeah, I think that's the problem.
yeah. I think in competitive play you do need to limit the amount of couriers, just to make courier sniping
Listen.
more useful.
Maybe we can have a chat about this off screen, because right now the screen is about to have a little bit of buildings being tickled.
Radiant structures.
Fashion UA are not in position to defend just quite yet, but they will soon rectify that.
I mean, there's only a minute and 30 left on this Aegis, right, on the Phantom Assassin, so you have to be wondering, do you let a Rax go and fight 5v5, or do you fight against an Aegis and possibly lose the game? So it's a difficult decision. So far, Fashion UA are choosing to defend this, or at least clear these waves. Why is the Tiny not hitting the banner? Okay, so the Queen...
He doesn't want to go too close to it, of course not.
I mean, he
got
has
a
the Echoes.
clockwork
He
on
has
the
so
other
much
side.
range.
You got a clockwork on the other side.
7,000 net worth. Again, at 40 minutes in, doesn't mean much, but what does mean much is a team wipe, because at this stage, 40 minutes in, a team wipe means a lost game, especially this close to your base, where you don't necessarily have too many buybacks. Only the Queen of Pain and Bounty Hunter currently possess one.
Phantom Assassin right now is my problem, though. Not the net worth, not anything else. Who kills the PA? He's not
I mean, it
too
just
far off
has
of
to
his
be a
satanic.
drawn-out fight. It has to be a drawn-out fight where you
Well,
stack
right now
up
it's
on
not
Queen
going
of
to be a
Pain.
drawn-out fight. If the Darkseer is the one who ends up going down, there's a BKB used up and a long-range nullify, but the Sonic Wave to try and disengage. There's a wall of replica down as well, but there's no more fighting. And remember, the problem is Code does have that refresher, so if they wanted to try and punish these low HP targets, they would very quickly be reminded of Mars' secondary initiation.
Of course, one move, we're reminded a bit about how much damage that they do face. Just at the back of that one Sonic Wave and a couple of Shadow Strikes being procced out, Tiny's first 2 or 3 swipes.
Speaking of that Queen of Pain, she is feeling mighty risky right now. They've only spotted one, but the problem is Crystallize is invisible. He's going to be caught out as well. The BKB, the Abyssal on the Niche makes away, but Crystallize doesn't have that same capability. Throws into Invis once again, but they already have the detection. Of course they do. You've got a bounty on your team. Well, you had a bounty on your team, you had a Tiny on your team, and pretty sure you're going to be having had a Darkseer as well.
Shouldn't have trusted your eyes.
They had a lot of things, but I mean...
Chance was not one of them.
Yeah. And in my opinion, synergy was also one of the things I was like... I mean,
Radiant's bottom tower.
not synergy, but decision making. I don't know what they were doing in that position, honestly, against one move. Why not just go for high ground defense rather than this lackluster way? And now they might actually lose their Queen of Pain as well. Niche is going to be the one to fall. Does not have buyback, as he did buy out, I believe.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, he did go for that BKB, so did not have the opportunity. So if you don't have the buyback, why are you leaving your base?
Tower has fallen.
It's strange.
It's also just that, you know, it's farming that jungle as a solitary hero with a support is very different to, hey, we're going to have a couple of smokes up. They clearly thought one move was going to leave 1 or 2 stragglers behind and they might be able to catch them. Now, that's not the case. One move continues to bunch up and one move continues to impress us. It's been an incredible game from them through and through. It's not been the net worth, but it's been the navigation
Radiant's
that has been giving them this match.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mega creeps are basically guaranteed. GG is practically a formality. One that might not be fulfilled.
Of course, Passion UA are still going to play this one out, even though they don't have their Queen of Pain currently, and they might just be faced up against Mega Creeps. At least they'll have the Queen of Pain up if they give up these Megas.
Under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Well, vacuum backwards is only just a nuisance, nothing beyond it.
has fallen.
Raxes are all gone. Arena has been pulled out once again. The Wheel of Wonder is just making them wonder, why are we still in this, really? Magic Surge and a BKB will give him some space, but not very much, as a bash from Eyesight will be enough to keep him locked in place. Will still stay alive, but again, no one can deal with Eyesight. No one can put him down.
Niche
Even
is here.
Quick is kept alive. Niche now blinks in. The BKB is a point of initiation, but Eyesight has one of his own. He'll be able to blink away as a result of it. Different turns around. He's got himself that stun, the Hex follow-up as well. Sonic Wave on 2 is great damage, but now comes out that Bloodstone. If you can't take him down in one, you'll never take him down at all. GG is called, and Fashion UA finally realize it's time to take the knee.
Yeah, I mean, they several times in this game they had the signs of life coming about. I really thought that Passion UA were going to be able to put up more of a fight, but one move were just, in terms of strategy and in terms of decision making, it really does seem like they got a lot better, at least from the mistakes that they made in game number 1 to coming in game number 2. It seemed like they really had that right strategy in mind, just taking off all of those pickoffs, even baiting Passion UA to coming in with their Queen of Pain, even recovering from their Leshrac on that mid lane, right? It really seemed like everything came together really nicely for one move. And for Passion UA, there were a couple of lackluster decision making that I'm hoping that they can improve upon so that both of these teams can be at the max for game number 3.
Because honestly, one move, it felt like the Eyesight's Phantom Assassin was just being disrespected a little bit. A lot of times over, you're not really looking over at that BA and thinking, whoa, that's crazy damage, that's crazy hard to kill. He's got a BKB, he's got himself that evasion if you've already used the Silver Edge, right? This is not a fight that we should necessarily always push forward to. So even when Passion UA was given an inch, one move didn't let them take them out, and that's how you win a game of Dota when you're already ahead. Fantastic stuff coming out from them. Hopefully they can continue that form and we can have that big old clash of head-to-heads in just a bit. We're going to go to a break. Map number 3 coming up after a short one. Welcome back. We've got ourselves a draft, and guess what? We've also got ourselves a game number 3. The best kind of game, some would say, unless it's a best of 5, in which case it would be game number 5. The point is, we've got a decider on our hands. I'm T-Time Taltrus, and you are watching CCT Series 8.
Yeah, and it's a pretty exciting one, right? Because Passion UA, they come so far ahead each and every single time. Meanwhile, for one move, this is going to be a match where they prove their mettle, because time and time again, despite having a really good roster on paper, they really do struggle to make it further ahead in the playoffs than they usually end up in. But perhaps this time for them, this could be their lucky break as they look towards picking up a Phantom Assassin yet again. First pick, second time in a row.
We saw what it could do in the previous game, right? Just absolutely out-carrying everything Bastion UA brought to the table. Bastion, however, will go back to basics. We'll go back to game number 1. We have the Medusa coming out from game 1, which absolutely enabled the stomping of map number 1. We have the Phantom Assassin from map number 2, which enabled not necessarily a stomping, but a nice sort of slapping at the very least from one move. So we are starting off both drafts with strengths and strengths and strengths.
Yeah, I wonder this time around though if Passion UA are going to be sticking to that offlane Medusa or are going to be transitioning this towards the carry Medusa, because remember, Medusa does do pretty well against the Phantom Assassin if you're talking about carry versus carry. But
what
still,
about an offlane versus carry?
I mean, it still does pretty well, honestly. Does the root or even the Gleipnir plus the Ensnare coming in from the Medusa, Phantom Assassin can't blink out, so it is pretty good against the Phantom Assassin on that offlane position. But what I'm more curious to see is actually how one move will respond, because in game number 1, despite the fact that they had a pretty good start, they failed to do anything to the Medusa later on. This time around though, perhaps they will be investing in more stable diffusal blade builders. But as I say that, they've already picked themselves up a carry Phantom Assassin, so there's not a lot of room to be going for that, apart from, say,
Diffusal Phantom Assassin isn't awful.
Yeah, I mean, it does take away a lot from the damage output of the Phantom Assassin, right? Because ideally Phantom Assassin wants to be bursting heroes down. You're not really relying on Phantom Assassin dishing out 10 to 15 hits against the Medusa, slowly chipping away the mana, right? You want the Phantom Assassin to be going in
on the Phantom
with...
Assassin, okay? it's like a smaller Deso. If you're behind, you can use it. That's all I have to say.
But this time around, they will be getting themselves up a Warlock. Passion UA did not ban that one out. They went for a ban on that Silencer, and one move will be having that extremely potent combination. And in fact, a Clockwork, who, if we remember, Grip on that Clockwork did phenomenal in the previous game.
Grip was very good. Absolutely. Now, I also like the Warlock because it's one of those heroes that does incredibly well versus the Medusa in general, right? Any sort of sustained damage over time that is then magnified. Even if you're attacking the Medusa and you've got a good Fatal Bonds on with 2 or 3 players or something like that, you're still dealing good damage to the rest of the opposition, if I'm not wrong. Or am I wrong and it doesn't deal any damage at all? Because you're going to have to correct me on that one. But I do know the reverse is absolutely true. That a lot of the time when you're trying to kite out the Medusa and deal damage to her teammates, you're taking so much in return and you're not really burning away her mana. Warlock enables you to do that a bit more effectively as well. Yeah. But actually getting a 2-3 man Fatal Bonds is never the easiest task in the world.
Perhaps the Magnus pick could help them out with that, but again, Magnus is a bit risky, right? Into a Medusa. But the Clockwork should help them burn the mana, and there it is, right? The mana, or rather, no, in fact, it's the Wind Ranger over on the other side.
Confused for a second, like, what are you saying?
Confused. Yeah, I thought one move where, like,
position for Wind Ranger though is always a fun time, especially when you're putting her up against something like a Phantom Assassin. Wind Ranger is very good versus PA. You're looking out towards that early level 4 power shot, even if you don't go for the kill shot. It's insane damage. Like that's just one of the highest bursting repeatable nukes in the game. The only problem is obviously Medusa doesn't really provide much in the way of setup, but you know what, the Wind Run, the power shot, this is just generally a very good hero in lane versus the Warlock Phantom Assassin combination.
Now, Passion UA are a bit squishy, right? Even if you do activate that Wind Run, if you do have those Fatal Bonds on you, like you mentioned, you're able to dissipate a lot. You're able to receive a lot of damage, right? Even if you aren't going to be taking any hits. Now, with the Kunkka pick,
Is this a thing?
This is kind of a thing, but it's a thing that I've never actually seen work out. So
That's what I mean.
core
yeah.
position Kunkka. So now a lot of teams actually play that carry Kunkka as well as the mid Kunkka, and I am not too sure about this honestly. Kunkka, the problem with Kunkka is that it does really well in that early game and even in the mid game, but Kunkka falls off a cliff in that late game, right? Just doesn't do all that well. I mean, isn't exactly designed to survive against someone like that Phantom Assassin either.
It's pretty good versus a Leshrac though in general, right? Like the rum buff and whatnot, you do okay. The only issue is you don't do as okay in the mid lane, so it does feel a bit pigeonholed into a safe lane Kunkka, which is what one move are expecting as well. The puck ban coming out from them to reflect that. At this point, I feel like you have to ban the Magnus, don't you? Like, you'd be silly not to.
You can go for a Magnus ban, although I would.
On Bastion UA, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for a Magnus ban. I mean, it's as good as a ban as any, right? So if you do want to be banning that hero out, then it will be a good option for you. But one don't necessarily have to get themselves up a Magnus. They can even go for something like the Night Stalker, right?
I don't like the Bristle ban at all. I think Bristle doesn't provide the control that you sort of need in a situation like this. So unless it's going to be something that is particularly countering out to the rest of their lineup, I'm not so sure about it. Bristol's also pretty bad versus the Medusa.
I mean, Passion UA are thinking that one move is going to be picking up a strong frontliner, right? Because currently their composition is very squishy. The Leshrac, Clockwork, Warlock, Phantom Assassin.
In
all
my head, it's
Tidehunter
or Magnus, right? Tidehunter then comes into sort of that stronger frontlining offlane specialty. If you're going to be looking at sort of a Mars lookalike in that regards, also needs a little bit less farm, which means that Leshrac and Phantom Assassin, which are two very naturally greedy cores, can do pretty well for themselves. I just think Bristleback, even if it was fine over here, it would be too greedy as well for one move to go for. So yeah, it's maybe just a hero that Passion UA doesn't like to play up against. We've seen a few of these Bristleback bans coming out from them in the last two banning stages.
I do think the tanky hero is needed, right? Perhaps this is a lineup where one move can actually get away with a Primal Beast on their offlane if they want to give it up to Codex, you know.
I agree. I think that's a good one. I'd still prefer Tidehunter, but
yeah, definitely. I mean, Primal Beast isn't in the meta. I'm suggesting it because one move love to play that hero or love to play around that hero.
This could be in the mid lane for Passion UA though.
Mid lane for Passion UA, I think you go for either the Queen of Pain again, or you go for a Spirit pick. Or perhaps even a Dragon... no, that's bad. A Dragon Knight would be pretty bad against a Leshrac. One move going to go for a Darkseer, so all in on that AoE combination, combo wombo. But yet again, one move still pretty squishy, despite the fact that you will have a lot of auras up for yourself, but those auras are going to fall off pretty quickly. So they require their Phantom Assassin to farm up. But what are Passion UA going to go for?
Can you make this a position 3 Kunkka?
And a carry Medusa? You can make it a position 3 Kunkka. I just don't think it does all that well, because the thing is, there's so much control coming in from one move that a carry Medusa might just be getting thrown here and there rather than being able to hold their ground. For Passion UA, I mean, ideally a hyper-mobile mid laner is something that they're going to be looking for, right? Just so that you don't get caught with that vacuum or that Clockwork
game, to be honest. Like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Who's going to stun you at all? The Leshrac is your only sort of AoE-ish stun, but even that's not really reliable. That's a skill shot as well. It almost feels like a shame to even think about a hero like Queen of Pain when you can go for a Storm in these circumstances.
Or even an Ember. You know, like, because the Searing Chains can be a really good setup for that Ghost Ship.
Ember also gives you a little bit more of that right-click damage and the Sleight of Fist as well, that it does feel like, you know, Passion UA right now are kind of lacking.
Oh. Okay. I mean, listen, it worked out for them. That's all I'm going to say about this one. Okay,
did it work out for them with a mid Kunkka?
No.
Okay, so there's good things about a mid Kunkka over here, and I will at least argue for that, right? The good thing is, a Kunkka is actually decent against Leshrac, funnily enough, because one of the things that it does provide you is Leshrac is very good at not getting ganked because of two reasons. One, movement speed, and two, the damage you take if you want to close the distance. X marks the spot pretty much counters out that movement speed completely. So if you want to make this like a Fernand's killing shot sort of rotationary Wind Ranger in the setup with niche, that's good. And they aren't very good counteracting defensive support. So Kunkka can at least do well in that regards. And the other way Kunkka does well is that if you're able to continually push out the lane versus Leshrac, he struggles to go to the jungle as much, or at least he will not out jungle you in that regards, right? So if you wanted to keep up for farm until the point where Crystallize can take over the jungle himself, Kunkka is good for that. That being said, I do hate this.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like. I mean, it really seems like there were much better heroes, but the thing is, having a Kunkka as a carry isn't necessarily all that much better either, right? So the problem I'm seeing for one move is that one, their heroes are so incredibly squishy, and two, they have the same win condition now, right? They need their Phantom Assassin to farm up and get huge enough that they can actually take out Passion UA. But whether or not it's going to be possible, yet again, it's much of the same requirements as game number 1, right? How are they going to counter out this Medusa? Because they don't exactly have a lot of damage to cut through the Medusa. In game number 1, they at least had a sniper with a diffusal blade, right? For that mana burn. In this game, they don't have any of that. So
Leshrac is very good at cutting through Medusa's like mana in general, right? Like you do have heroes that will do this. You don't need mana burn necessarily to cut through Medusa's mana. That's something that should always be kept in mind, because normally the issue is when you're going for single target damage, the Medusa soaking up damage means that the rest of his team isn't, right? That it's obvious, but that's how it goes. Leshrac and Warlock deal with that problem pretty well.
But the question in my mind, T-Time, is that Leshrac needs to get up close and personal with that Edict and Pulse Nova, and with the amount of control that Passion UA have, right? The Wind Ranger, Kunkka, Ringmaster, Swen, can you really stand in that to deal that magical damage against Medusa? Because it's a pretty difficult task, right? You need a Bloodstone, and you also perhaps even need a BKB to be able to stand in that fight. As for Passion UA, you know, they're going to play this methodical. They're going to play this the exact same way as they did in game number 1. Farm up on Crystallize, get that Blink Dagger. Farm up on that Medusa. Just push out those overall towers. And for this Kunkka, it's going to be a bit different because Kunkka isn't a Storm Spirit, so you can't exactly find pickups the way that the Storm was able to do in game number 1. And you're not exactly... You don't. I know you farm decently fast as a Kunkka, but you don't farm nearly as quick as a Storm Spirit, and you don't exactly have that globalized presence as a Kunkka either, right? You're not that mobile. So if you're stuck inside of the cogs, then you don't exactly have a lot of ways out. If you get vacuumed down, you don't have a lot of ways out. So it's an interesting pickup. Meanwhile, for the lanes, if we talk a bit about the lanes, it is going to be a Darkseer Clockwork combination against Krekker and Swen. So the Ringmaster obviously needs to be really careful with his position. If he gets stuck inside of those cogs, he could potentially end up dying. I don't think there's a lot of kill potential on towards Crystallize. On the mid lane, you know, we spoke about the Leshrac versus the Kunkka lineup. At the very least, I do think the niche should be able to get a bunch of farm. And top side, of course, is going to be Fernand's on that Wind Ranger and Batchik on that Medusa, who, again, there's not a lot of threat for Passion UA on any of these lanes. Fernand's does have the Wind Run, so he can always pop that if he wants to be making his escapes. One move, have, at least for the laning phase, not that huge window of opportunity.
Difference is missing quite a few last hits, funnily enough, but over in the mid lane, he's making things a little bit difficult for Niche. He's actually diving with the Misanthropy Edict. He will get himself first blood, so last hit speed, damn. It just makes it work. That's full style points. And it's a double wave underneath the tower as well. Well, it won't end up being denied, but still, that is pretty heavy.
Yeah, not that great. Meanwhile, top side, Fernand's overextending there. Very close to his level 2, and he just became a bit too impatient at the cost of his life. All you need to do is have your Wind Run available, and you can't die. That's not a huge ask, am I right?
But Wind Run makes me go faster. Why wouldn't I want to go faster?
Radiant's bottom tower
Speed is good.
under attack.
Just
I mean,
like Green.
hopefully not. Fernand's had, an unfortunate game in game number 2. Had over 15 deaths. Can't give away too many of those kills against the lineup, against a mid-game oriented lineup such as One Move, because I don't see the comeback potential from Passion UA as strong as it was in the previous game, in game number 2. Right there, they had that opportunity. This time around, if Kunkka falls behind, if he dies once again, if Windranger if Fernandes dies on this top lane as well, I don't think that Passion UA will be able to mount up a successful comeback as easily.
Well, look, mid lane Niche might be able to actually get a bit of a response right now because Difference is trying to dive in. Cracker comes nearby, but he's not going to be able to get in range for Tame the Beast. Instead, it's just a couple of extra impalements that are being sent out. So, yeah.
He's really good with his impalement, I have to say.
He's really on point with those, actually, yeah. They're also not the easiest to hit. Like, I know they're hard to see, but they're very slow-moving projectiles.
It has a high cast animation time, and then the projectile speed is not that fast as well. So...
Yeah,
but it's also almost kind of tempting to run into them, if you know what I mean. The squishy sound that you hear. Of course,
I don't know what you mean.
If you're competing for $50,000 of prize pool, you might that sound may not be as tempting.
Maybe just find like a YouTube clip of it playing the sound instead. Lane for Code and Grip. This has still been a relatively successful pursuit so far.
Oh, difference though. This time around, he's going to get torted up inside of that tier 1 tower and falling incredibly low over here. TP is coming in, but are they going to go for that chase? It seems as if they won't.
They might be able to get the kill because of the power shot. If he has the full range, he's dead. The kill shot will take him down.
Very nicely done by Fernandes. Difference this time around was tempted by that power rune. He could have chosen to head towards the cliff and not pick up that rune, but he overplayed his hand.
Hey, it happened once to Niche, it's gonna happen once to Difference, right? Now, the problem is that Niche doesn't actually get any experience for that, which is obviously not great, but at the end of the day, a kill's a kill, and if you can bring Fernandes up to a higher level as well, that's going to be quite helpful. Remember, the power shot is not only good for trying to finish people off, it also just does, 300 damage at level 2 or something?
Yeah, around 470 damage at level 4, so 370 damage at level 3.
Yeah.
Overall, the magical damage, of course, is going to be too much for One Move, so they do ideally... I mean, their window of opportunity is going to happen when they do get those items up. Ideally, the BKB for that Phantom Assassin and the Bloodstone for that Leshrac. Before that, however, it is going to be Passion UA who is going to be dictating the pace of this game. So far, though, having done a decent enough job at bringing this Kunkka back by getting a kill on towards that Leshrac, but they need to make more of this happen for them. Fernandes is towards that top side rune, as the rest of One Move are going to be able to secure that bot side rune for Difference. I wonder who the rune is going to go towards. Of course, Niche does have a ghost ship.
Yeah, it's a shield rune on bot, so not something that's going to be enabling a kill or anything like it, likely, but Difference can feel a bit more secure in the lane for a while longer.
Codex needs to be really careful over here. The Kunkka is ready with his ghost ship. Of course, Grip is going to get surged up and on towards Cracker they go, but a two-man Stormhammer, and now Grip's cogs are actually holding Codex in place and setting up for that eventual torrent from Niche. Crystallize will be able to clean the Darkseer up. One Move, kind of making a big mistake there. As well as Grip played in the previous game, this time around, his cogs were not on point.
Yeah, just going very deep for that one overall as well, fighting into much more counter-gankable territory. And the death of the Darkseer is going to be quite significant as well in that way. Now, the good thing is, for One Move, that you do still have Eyesight feeling like he's having a very good time over on top lane.
Yeah, it seems like it's a bit reminiscent of game number 1, right? One move just not trying to contest with the Medusa at all. And the thing about the Medusa is, the longer the game goes, the more difficult it is to contest the Medusa. So Medusa is the weakest at level 1. But still, it's not as if one move have too many windows of opportunity to be actually contesting that Medusa, right? It requires too many resources pulled in to take the Medusa down. So even if you do that, there's a lot of space that Passion UA will get. Top lane, Shackle Shot on towards that Phantom Assassin. They're throwing a lot of their spells on towards one move, but Phantom Assassin, thanks to the Shadow Ward, will be a-okay.
This is, yes, in some ways you're right. This is definitely reminiscent of game number 1. But for me, the difference is right now, you have a Leshrac who, the second he gets a Kaya, can actually force a Medusa back from the lane, not by killing her, but just by providing enough pressure and being a point to push with, even without the Edict damaging the buildings, that you can actually still force offlane back a little bit more so. Whether that ends up being the case or not, we're going to have to wait to see. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that very same Leshrac is going to be saying goodbye. Grip is going to be caught out in the meanwhile as well. It is going to be Fernandes who's been given a quick little escape back, but Grip is still pursuing. He's trying to buy time and space for the 3-man last word to come out.
But it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for one move. And if he fall, has to get back.
Did I just call it a last word? What am I saying?
3-man last word. Now that would be, bro.
Yeah.
I think it actually, Warlock naturally gets that as well.
I think we've
Or
got
rather, doesn't get that anymore. It did get changed. But before, I think at that level 25 mark, Warlock could essentially throw down multi-Shadow Wards.
Yeah, that's what it was. Last word is the silencer one. But no, Code has been brought back by a quick little Cyclone, and now he might be brought down as well. Crystallize has got that Storm Hammer. Fernandes is going to be able to finish things off with a quick kill shot. And I have to say that is one of the most satisfying deaths I've seen on a Darkseer.
The power shot just has too much damage, man. 470 damage is absurd. But now one move, suddenly they don't have a clear execute the way that they did in the previous game. I mean, they had the Mars last time around who got a pretty early Blink Dagger, but this time around, they have a hero that has to walk in for that initiation. As Difference is going to try and walk in, but he got X-marked quite early on, and he won't be able to get that initiation. But Clockwork is here, doesn't have the hook shot though, so...
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Medusa has a full Kaya up and ready.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really seem like one move will be able to slow the Medusa down at all. They're too busy. Passion UA are keeping them too preoccupied with the rest of the map, making all sorts of these rotations.
Do they want to though, right? Because it's Phantom Assassin's almost at the BKB. Right now, Passion UA, like you said, the pressure continues on. As long as one move can make sure that this pressure doesn't result in kills, that's the difference maker. The problem is they can't do that. Grip is keeping Crystallized away for now with the Battery Assault, but it's going to be the power shot slow that's enough to give them that one bit of distance closing that they really needed.
And the Meteor Hammer has been created by that Medusa. Now the Medusa is just going to rotate all across the map and trying to dish out all sorts of damage, right? Batchik placing himself on towards that mid lane, meanwhile the rest of Passion UA aggressing upon one move over at that jungle, and now going to aggregate towards that mid side for that tier 1 tower towards the mid lane, and also going to try and buy some information and plant some wards while they're at it. So overall, Passion UA coming together quite nicely in game number 3. And meanwhile, for one move, I have yet to see that aggression coming out from Difference, who played a huge role with that Leshrac in game number 2.
They've done a very good job of taking him down. I mean, these 2 deaths that he's found, that he's been forced into, combined with how much pressure has been put across the map to keep him at bay, it's been the difference maker. I hate saying difference maker because his name is Difference, right? And it just feels so cheesy, but it is unfortunately the case.
A lot of stacks for that Phantom Assassin though, over at that triangle. I don't believe Fernandes spotted that out as one move. They are smoked up. But if Fernand tanks this entire smoke,
my
it might just be
goodness.
worth it. And oh man,
That's not even nearby.
needing to tank it. Yeah, that's
I think
grip, slightly losing his grip on this game.
Niche is going to be able to get the X-Mark Torrent combination. After they want to re-engage, they do have players nearby. The power shot to slow Cracker to come near through as well. But the
They know
problem
the
is
hook
you
shot's
don't
been
want to
used.
fight with code here. Yes, that's true, but Phantom Assassin has got no reason to come into the fray. She can just continue farming up. So one move decide that they want to stay back and stay far, and Passion UA will allow them that comfort.
I mean, for Passion UA, this is completely okay, right? Because one move, even if they're in the jungle farming away, is just going to be a lot of chip damage on towards some of those towers. And even if it's a trade, even if one move were to move towards that tier 1 tower mid-side, it would still not be worth it. And there's a Passion UA and a Medusa with a Meteor Hammer towards that top lane tier 2 tower. So again, a repeat of game number 1, 13 minutes in, one move are going to be losing a tier 2 tower. It's not good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
Is the
tower
farm that
has fallen.
difference is able to get in the Radiant side jungle enough to compensate? I mean, I feel silly even asking that in a lot of ways, but do you think that difference is going to be able to maybe bring himself up to that Bloodstone at an early enough point for him to be majorly relevant?
Dire's
I mean, it
turret
really
has
depends on what one move is
smoke-
able to do with the
The
smoke.
smoke's
though.
immediately been dispelled. That's a problem. It's a quick little ghost ship on 2, and you've got Crystallized nearby as well. The cleave is enough, and although there is the rock to be dropped, it will not be doing anything. Cracker is going to at least watch his teammate fall. Niche will be the one to go down. Difference to take him apart. The fatal bonds do certainly help out, but yeah, it's really
I mean,
does feel like
that was a pretty good start though. I mean, Difference found the kill on towards the mid Kunkka, which was a pretty big find.
Yeah.
But problem is, they had to expend everything, right? They had to drop down the golem, they had to bring in the vacuum, and they even had to bring in that Phantom Assassin, who ideally does not want to be coming in this early on. And it's
This is a
Fernand.
difficult fight to justify. You do have Batek nearby as well, and with Crystallizing the Storm Hammer coming over, the problem is that Fashion UA are split up, their aggression rediverted across 2 different fronts, and again the disarm is enough to keep the Sven from getting the kill, but it's not enough to keep one move's players alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think you should take these fights. I think you should just take a breather, and for one move, you need to get this Bloodstone up as quickly as possible. These lackluster initiations, I mean, don't get me wrong. One move are incredible when they group up because they have all sorts of synergy with their ultimates. The Golem, the Darkseer Vacuum, and the Wall of Replica, the Clockwork Hookshot. But when they're separated, when they're playing as a bunch, as groups of 2 or groups of 3, they're not as strong, and that essentially hurts the speed at which Difference can come online with his Bloodstone.
Dire are scanning.
No, what's going on over here with the Medusa? She's looking, she's hunting, she's also screaming for a good time.
Yeah, just did not feel comfortable with the vibes in the air.
Yeah,
So,
gotta clear him out.
yeah.
Batrick is just impossible to deal with.
Even as he's used the Stone Gaze, right? You can still see the fear from one move about wanting to engage there. Just too much required to take him down. As it's better to expend your efforts elsewhere. Now, Leshrac, Difference does have an amplified damage, right? That's really good on a Leshrac. So, are they going to be going in on towards someone, or is he going to continue to farm up very close to his Bloodstone, mind you, just about 800 gold away from it?
Fernand doesn't see Grip just quite yet, but he's going to very soon as they walk into Grip. Grip is going to be a dead man if they can only just get the X off. They don't. Instead, it goes on to Code and it's used preemptively. The X-Torrent combination will not hit, and because of that,
Meanwhile-
they're instead going to have Batchuk, who's the man going on. We asked how you're going to deal with him. This is how, taking advantage of Stone Gaze, not when it's used, but 60 seconds afterwards. The mana is depleted, and that side quest is completed. Medusa taken apart.
Did not have that Stone Gaze. And I think Passion UA did not expect that kind of response, as they did see a couple of heroes towards that bot lane, a Darkseer and that Clockwork, but one move instantly backing out and TPing towards that mid-side tower to this time punish the aggression coming in from that Medusa rather. And now they're on the move yet once again. Fernandes is going to be the one that gets revealed, but does have the wind run away. No hookshot available means there's not going to be that threat for him, but so this game is a bit different, right? One move are able to at least get a few kills off, as Swen is going to finish off that Warlock perhaps on that bot side. As I say that, the Jukes keeping if he fall alive just for a little bit, but it won't matter.
Eyesight also hasn't really come to fight so far, right? So we don't really have a full evaluation of what one move is bringing to the table. When you look at the net worth chart, you can't forget, this is a very farm Darkseer, this is a very farm Phantom Assassin. If not for the Sven, all three of their top heroes would be the most farm in the game. The difference in net worth comes from the supports, not the cores, and often that can be a misleading difference.
Yeah. Sphere, I mean, he does have his BKB ups, right? So ideally, he can choose to fight, as difference has made his Bloodstone. So one move have gotten these two major power spikes, and they really need to make a move because you don't want to be giving yet another tier 2 tower towards this mid side. Passion UA, however, they're a bit dispersed. They don't have their Kunkka or their Swen nearby.
Patrick is going to be the target, but no, maybe it's going to be Eyesight, who will not be able to get off any of his escape acts because of this. Batkick now suddenly feels afraid, and that's for good reason. Stonegaze has been used. Eyesight, considering how he wants to engage, and he decides and realizes that he can't. It's going to be just a support found, but no real cooldowns used outside of the wall of replica, and that's only 90 seconds.
Clockwork is moving in from that side though. Grip, it's probably going to come on towards Batik here, keeping him inside of those cogs. Passion UA, 4 seconds for that Ringmaster to come online. Do they want to respond? No Stone Gaze available for that Medusa, but he does have that Grip there and that Ensnare on towards that Clockwork. They're throwing everything on towards Grip. They'll probably be able to take the Clockwork down. The Golem to drop from one move as well, but can they make anything happen as they've lost their Clockwork? Nesphere, holding the Blink for now, will now jump on towards that Kunkka, who's going to get escape act received from Cracker. As Batchuk, he's taking a lot of damage. The Phantom Assassin is going to jump in, Blink on towards Niche here as well. He's falling incredibly low. Will he be able to survive? Blink out on towards that Clockwork, but it won't be enough as Nesphere is going to lose his life. One move have lost their carry, lost their Clockwork, and they're on the retreat. But will Passion UA be able to punish one move for a kill on towards that Darkseer? Turns out it will. 3 heroes to fall from an overextension.
One move managed to stay alive on such low HP on so many players that they feel overconfident, and you can see why, right? They think that the Sven isn't doing too much. Sven's actually blinked onto the Darkseer and initiated, blown his full load over there, with the God Strength as well being used in that regards, while the Clockwork's being initiated on. Then that save on the Kunkka from the escape act is what allows them to enforce out the overextension. One move get desperate. They're thinking, well, we've used our chaotic offering, we've used so much, how can we not try and fight into this? And in that process, in that thought process, they're reminded of their mortality. Phantom Assassin Eyesight almost gets away, but now Eyesight's re-engaging onto Batik. He still wants his Medusa. He wants him bad. But Batik is hard to find, and it's even harder to hook. Duke
but the
comes through
surge
from the Medusa. Will they still want to fight here? Crystallize is nearby. He has that 9-second BKB.
I don't think they fight. I think you have to take a breather. And what was surprising for me was the fact that Phantom Assassin was taking so much damage on that chase there, despite of having activated his BKB and possessing all of that evasion, right? It still did not help him. So, for one move, this should be a wake-up call that you need more items up before you can take some of these fights.
That's what you can evade right click, you can't evade cleave, and you can't evade this Sven right now. Disarm or not, it's still going to be a dead Grip.
Grip struggling in a similar way to how Fernandes was struggling, right? Because you can see Grip trying to provide information to his team, but just getting punished in the process. 22 minutes in now, and 6,000 net worth going in favor of Passion UA. The kill score might not be that significant, but It's the fact that Passion UA have utilized the space available to them in a much better way than One Move have. And of course, the amount of towers that Passion UA have taken certainly help as well.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under
And they're about to take another one.
Dire's
Thank you, Badger.
Sheer persistence from Batchick. I mean, this. I don't think Medusa has gone outside of this mid lane ever since he rotated out past that laning phase.
He's only on 11,000 net worth for a reason. He's not been going to jungle, nothing of the sort. He's just been solely focused down. Now, if he gets any kills in the process, he's not going to mind that at all. Batjack says, don't mind if I do. And goes ahead and picks up the tower as well right there with it.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And an instant smoke coming
Bot
out from
lane.
Passion UA bot side. There is a Swen,
they-
but it seems like Passion
you
UA
can't
want to
go
be
on it.
making. Yeah, they're making a move towards that top lane though. That's where their initial target is. Niche is actually going to spot out Nestsphere over here, but does he have enough backup? Meanwhile, towards that top side, there's also a TP coming in for that Leshrac. It seems like they want to leave Nestsphere alone, and they want to make a move on towards Difference here. He's X-Marked, the Bloodstone activated. It's not going to help him, as he's just going to end up falling. Fernandes, despite of dying 15 times in the previous game, this time around, he's unstoppable. Oh man, one move?
This is...
Kind of crumbling. They're kind of
Yeah, this
collapsing.
is looking like you can't do anything to stop this last tier 2 from falling. You can't do anything to contest Roshan with the way things are going. If you're going to be outplayed around the map like it, how do things get better?
I mean, to be fair, that was an incredible play from Passion UA, threatening that Phantom Assassin and simultaneously also threatening that Leshrac. Sure, it was partly, in fact, because Difference did not have a great position. He was within an earshot away from that tier 1 tower over on that top side, but Passion UA, despite having a Kunkka who isn't as mobile as the Storm Spirit of the previous of game number 1, they're able to play in this hyper mobile way, right? Just constantly moving in and around the map, being everywhere at all times, meanwhile leaving Batchick here to dish out damage on towards that tier 2 tower over on that bot side. Look at this. There's a Medusa on the tier 2 tower, and there's 4 heroes from Passion UA taking Roshan. Who do you go for? Do you defend, or do you contest Rosh?
Or do you
The
just
answer
farm?
is neither, because one move are simply not in position for anything.
That fear is... Well, right now it is going to be another kill on Equip, and I think I do like the fact that you've compared it to what Fernandes is going through, because it seems exactly the same. The problem is, Fernandes also had teammates that were, you know, around the map to make things happen and whatnot. Right now, you've just lost Roshan. You're also about to lose your last tier 2 tower.
And faced up against a 10,000 net worth lead, and then Aegis. Radiance opt for the Kunkka as well, and this means the Phantom Assassin
Radiant's top
outside of
tower
that
is under
BKB
attack.
duration is going to be missing a lot of those hits. So now you have this window for one move, right? Within the BKB duration of that Phantom Assassin and within the duration of that Bloodstone, you need to get a few core kills. If you can't do that, then you're going to run out of fuel and Passion UA are going to take you down. The problem is that Passion UA possess the Aegis of the Immortal on towards that Kunkka. So even in that BKB duration, even in the Bloodstone duration, you're not going to be able to win that fight. So now one move are forced to wait out this Aegis, but how much damage is Passion UA going to inflict on one move's high ground is the big question.
Well, you're gonna have to do it with a buyback on the Warlock, it does feel like, because that high ground siege could be coming out any time now. Well, it's
Phantom
already started.
Assassin, Clockwork, and Warlock, the only 3 heroes to possess buyback. The Leshrac and Darkseer do not have it, and this means they need to be careful.
And Leshrac is one of the most important heroes to have buyback on,
Yeah.
right? Because he's not reliant on
Radiant's top
necessarily
tower
having the
is under
BKB
attack.
online to be able to get right clicks out or anything like it. He's not reliant on necessarily, you know, big cooldowns or anything of the sort. Split Earth initially on the Batchick is going to be helpful, but the problem is Difference has been caught out. The X mark comes through a little bit early. And as a result of that, Ghost Ship fleet will be missed.
Has a decent enough cooldown, so at least one move have an entire minute for their Phantom Assassin to farm over on that top lane. Should be able to get that nullifier in that minute.
Radiant's top tower is
And I'm not sure if it will make that big of a difference because the Sven Crystallize does have a full MKB up, so not even needing to rely on that cleave or any kind of break mechanism, he can just straight up swipe down that Phantom Assassin.
Radiant
I-
are scanning.
I mean, I genuinely can't find a way that
Nesphere.
this works out for them, because right now Nesphere as well is just forced to use the BKB, and as much as he might be able to stay alive, that is now 90 seconds without the BKB.
And the Ghost Ship will come
abilities
online in about
used.
15 seconds. And
Yeah.
Passion UA are so close to the high ground of one move that I think this is going to be their time to go.
I think so too. Klepnir comes out from Batrick just to keep Grip from feeling too comfortable. Ashrak does have the Split Earth Aghanim Shard, so at least that's going to be making this high ground defense a little bit more comfortable on their side.
Nice Observer Ward planted by Grip.
Yeah, it's going to make things very difficult.
And Passion UA don't see this, so all of their heroes are visible. The question is, you know, Passion UA have essentially boxed one move in, and the Phantom Assassin is the only one who's farming right now.
Gale Force comes in to try and prevent them from engaging onto Grip, and Grip will be saved by the Force Staff. The secondary fleet will also not connect, but Niche in the meanwhile has to be careful. He goes in to bring the tidal wave onto Difference backwards. He's trying to use that Aegis to the max. But as there's no kills coming out, there's only one certainty. That certainty is that there's a Meteor Hammer on Batyuk. Still cancelled for now.
Godfrey pop.
Re-engage comes in. Crystallize has gone forward, but it's actually the X marks the spot that they're trying to use to just get maybe a support kill or anything of the sort. Difference uses the BKB, and Sven's out of there.
That's a full 9-second BKB that they were able to use. The God Strength, of course, it will come back on 9. And the thing is, there's no such thing as a wasted God Strength, right? Because it actually helps you to farm as well.
Oh,
Now-
the wasted God strength if you die with it. Yeah.
Every coin helps.
Oh, and that might actually just happen because Grip has seen Crystallize over here. The Sven does not have that BKB. He takes a hook shot. The vacuum, the wall of replica to be placed down as well, but he can just activate his BKB and try to escape away.
No.
The Golem drop to try and actually stop that BKB. As Passion UA, they're struggling over here. Crystallize is going to melt, and now Passion UA need to find an exit out of this fight. Wind Ranger's TP is going to get cancelled. They're going to lose 3 as one move. Fight back.
If there was ever a world where things work out for you, this was it. Then feeling like he could BKB TP away. That's his first time using the BKB in the game as well. So you're talking about wasting those 9 seconds. Well, that's exactly what they do as well. Aegis is now depleted. So not only have one move survived with their high ground standing, they've also done so with a big team fight going their way.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
And in the meanwhile, you've got Nesphere on the Phantom Assassin who's building into the Satanic as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
18 and 9 right now, as suddenly this lead T-time, 4,000 net worth. It's nothing.
And here's the thing, the numbers on the net worth is not what's concerning at any point, right? The point is that the map control is now gone for Batyuk to continue to do those Meteor Hammer shenanigans. So although you might have found a tier 3 tower, Batyuk suddenly becomes really useless if he has to play on his side of the river. This offlane Medusa does nothing but soak up farm that both Kunkka and Sven desperately want.
Of course, Kunkka is making his way towards that Shiva's guard, should help him in that team fight, but an Eternal Shroud on Batyuk, it really does seem like this Medusa is just built for sieging that high ground, or rather taking down those objectives. But with the lost map control, Passion, you know, one move have bought themselves a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes before Passion UA are going to be able to push out those lanes.
Now, Batyuk's actually playing Scout right now. Grip will just hookshot away, and that does reveal the fact that there's multiple players nearby. Niche is maybe echolocating out the Warlock and bot, but that won't be a successful endeavor either.
Back to the high ground though. A lot of Observer Wards. Look at the Observer Ward placement by one move, just right at the outside the cusp of their high ground.
Code. He's going to be caught out of ahead. They've got the Storm as well. They've got themselves the Wheel of Wonder. That means the taunt is out. This Darkseer is a dead hero. And guess what? He doesn't have buyback. Grip will be able to say that he has that second life available to him, but it doesn't feel easy to actually fight into the Radiant side without the wall and the vacuum.
Yeah, that's their
Both
primary
together.
initiation.
Are under attack.
Like, how did they go in? One move.
Are fortified.
I mean, there's not even a TP back coming up from Nesfair. He's decided against it.
The only other person who can initiate is that Clockwork, right? But you need to go for that buyback. If you don't go for it, then you're giving up this lane of racks for free, and I'm not sure if that is the right decision. As
Crystallize
Passion
might
Yue aren't going to
overextend
stop.
here. I mean, that might be an overextension from them, though. Remember, God's Strength isn't there just quite yet, and by the time it does come through, there will be a Darkseer and a Phantom Assassin getting ready to break it down on you. Nesfair is going for a Sanj and Yasha 33 minutes into the game as a 6 item, by the way. I'll take your thoughts on that in a bit. When you have time.
I'm just distracted by the fact that Niche is holding on to his bracer rather than selling it and completing his Shivas.
I think he wants buyback, which he doesn't have.
I mean,
If he does sell it. He sold the bracer, so.
okay, good. Because he was
Yeah.
next to the secret shop holding on to his bracer, and I'm like, what is this lad doing?
I think he marked it down for the sale, but maybe, the right-click market for sale thing, and maybe they just didn't sell. It's a new feature, man. It's a beta game.
Oh,
The smoke is there, and this
Yep.
could be the last one. Crystallize leading the charges, maybe not the best of ideas. Remember, Batiak is a slow snake. Slither, 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 but very slowly.
Both teams do want to contest Roshan, though. It could be a major boon for that Phantom Assassin should he get that Aegis.
There's no
But
Roshan for
Passion
2
Yue-
minutes. Passion Yue don't know that. One move do that gives them the advantage. They start off with a split earth on the Patrick, but he doesn't care. He's just going to continue forward. Grip is the one caught out. Grip is gone. He'll force out the buyback immediately if he wants to fight with difference, and exactly that's what happened. A 3-man vacuum. The BKB from Crystallize means he can continue to fight into left right. Difference is gone. But the reinitiation, 3-man hookshot, split earth onto both of them as well. But the PA just isn't doing enough damage. It's not enough. He's going to be forced away from the fight. He can't come back in. Nesfair is waiting. Nietzsche's gone. Nesfair blinks up, and somehow it's the rest of one move, which of the damage providers difference so much that Clockwork cogs into the triple split earth. That's what wins them the fight.
Man, those stairs, and because of the position for both of these teams, all of the AoE abilities from both of the teams were able to find its mark over there. But the simple fact that the Phantom Assassin held on towards that Satanic until the very end, he was able to come back up with most of his HP, able to lifesteal all of it, and the Swen had ran out of juice there. And the Medusa left alone is not like the carry Medusa. It is an offlane Medusa who just simply did not have that potential. And this is the problem with that Kunkka, right? In that early to mid game, you do have a lot going for you, but you fall off incredibly quickly. You don't offer all that much in those team fights because the Ghost Ship against a BKB target, or even against a Leshrac who's activated that Lust, doesn't exactly do anything.
Grip's also going to stay alive over here unless the urn takes him down, and it won't be doing that. It'll be Fernandes instead, who's been reminded of what Game 2 felt like, a quick little death to death.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's all coming crumbling down. The only
Roshan is
problem
up as well.
that-
And it
only
doesn't seem like one move are going to be able to take down Roshan before Passion Yue can actually group up for that. Look at how quickly this Roshan falls. It's dead.
I am a bit
Aegis-
concerned, Tultrux, about Nesfair and his lack of ability to grow, though, in terms of items. Right? Because
I mean, he can
at
he can
those
keep his
perfect-
threats now.
I mean, those perfect fights that are coming through on those staircases, that's not going to be every single time. And even though he stays alive and whatnot, he's not actually doing all that much damage in the fight.
Yeah. I mean, the growth from the Phantom Assassin once you become stick solid is naturally going to be that Divine Rapier, right? I mean, that's probably where we'll head. 10
Can you just sell the Nullify for an Abyssal?
I don't. A nullifier for the Abyssal? What do you mean? Do you no, I don't think you want to sell it. I mean, if you want to disassemble a nullifier, then you can just pick up a divine rapier, right?
Yeah, that's true. That always is
And
true.
but what you do is actually you disassemble the Sanj and Yasha and you create the Abyssal from that, and then you just sell the Yasha.
Well, I was thinking more because Yasha, Sanjay Yasha also gives you movement speed if you want to sell the power treads.
Yeah, the
Movement speed's
power
great.
treads are most definitely going to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well,
so still a bit of room for growth there, but the problem is that one move have an ultra late game carry in the form of that Phantom Assassin, and Passion UA just don't.
I'll have you know, Sven is a hero. Sven does all right. Sven does. So the thing is, when Sven gets his Agnum Scepter up, he does actually gain a lot of mobility in the team fight as well, and he does okay, especially because that can be very useful at trying to get away from like a bad vacuum situation. If you can try and use BB3's Warlock to try and go onto and whatnot, that feels like there
I
are
mean, Swen's going to be
places
contesting
go.
against the Hex that the Dark Seer is currently building. Right, that's the problem. The offlane for one move does incredible in team fights because you have all sorts of these items, the auras coming in from that Dark Seer and the Halberd as well, and the Hex later on. Meanwhile, over for Passion UA, their offlaner is just designed to siege, and outside of that, doesn't do much apart from throwing down that Stone Gaze.
Well, speaking of sieging, it's going to be helpful to be able to siege up with Crystallize on the X marks the spot as well. So they do have a lot of ways to siege.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Medusa is building into a Mjolnir as well, potentially, but that goal is going to be quite far from actually being achieved. I think the real big power spike that we might see is going to be from the Leshrac. Leshrac still has himself some space to build up even more. He can upgrade the Blink Dagger, he can upgrade the Kaya as well.
Oh wow, Cracker actually has that Aghanim Scepter. Full 2 charges for that Escape Act.
That's really difficult to actually fight into when you're a Phantom Assassin, right? Unless you get Cracker taken down. Having a 3.2 second basically target removal twice over, dude, that's your BKB timing. That's completely finished.
Of course, it is very dependent on the positioning of your allies, though. As if you're caught out in between of everything, it doesn't matter if that Escape Act comes out or not. Of course, Crystallize does have an entire Satanic of his own, and it seems like Passion UA are about to cut one move off, or is it the other way around, as one move do see where the entirety of Passion UA currently are.
But look at how things are positioned. Passion UA have the high ground over here. Difference goes in onto 2. The split up. It's everything. The BKB to avoid the Wheel of Wonder while Crystallize bashes away. It's going to be the fight back though. Satanic used by Nesper. He's still in there. He's still fighting. Gets it done. And that's a Kunkka and the Ringmaster on the sidelines. With the Aegis now used, Passion UA feel like they're saying goodbye, but very, very slowly. Badjak. Mana can be refreshed. He can do what he wants, but that's not going to bring the Sven back. That's not going to bring the Ringmaster back. They both don't have buyback.
And I mean, this was an absolute disaster. I mean, yet again, Nesphere so close to dying, but the perfect Satanic timing coming in. Able to lifesteal all of that HP up. And the problem for Passion UA is that when their BKBs run out, Swen just got hit by that Halberd from that Darkseer, not able to do any kind of damage. And then the Medusa, you can quite literally just ignore the Medusa. It seems as if the Medusa doesn't matter outside of that Stone Gaze, right? As one move, they're so close to making it further into this tournament, eliminating Passion UA.
I mean, there you go. Blink forward once again from Difference. He's been so difficult to deal with, but brought down low, and he doesn't have the Aegis this time over. Another Nullifier as Difference is going to be brought down low, but he can be healed right back up with the Shadow Word as well. Stuns continue to be channeled. The Wheel of Wonder will try and buy more time, but as Nesphere is bashing onto the racks, it's the X-Mark right back into the Ghost Ship. Another one where that came from. Nesphere is low. Could this finally be his death? It might as well be. He's gone. No buyback this time on the Phantom Assassin. It's a game of buyouts, not of buybacks.
Of course, Codex will be able to TP out. They threw everything they had on towards Nesphere, able to take that Phantom Assassin down, and it really seemed like one move they weren't prepared for. Where was the rest of his team? Where was the backup? Where was that insurance that that Phantom Assassin is we're going to be able to get our carry out? As now, as you pointed out, no buyback for that Phantom Assassin. He's just simply too far away from it. But the question is, do Passion UA realize this? Because they need to make a move towards that high ground. They need to actually close this game out, because I don't think that they can actually take team fights anymore.
You need Megas over here, and even that might not guarantee it.
Dire's
Megas and a couple of kills.
is under
I
attack.
think you go Throne. I think you have to go Throne, but Passion UA don't realize this. They're thinking that there's no way that Nesphere bought
This could
out.
be big. Difference is going to have to force his buyback out. No! Blinking! Vacuum! Split out! It's everything! The golem as well! And Badger can do nothing! Difference is BKB runs out. His Bloodstone will keep him alive instead. He needs no Golden Fever. It's going to be Sven, unable to attack, unable to hit. Flapped around like a finger. And he will be brought down as well. This time the buyback's available, but no Phantom Assassin needed. Fernand's being pursued up, and although he's got the Gale Force to buy a bit more time, it's Batik on the back lines who will not have that same luxury.
Oh man, that was... You can tell the state of the game, right? When you don't even need your position 1 to be defending. The weakness of that Medusa, the weakness of that Kunkka, 43 minutes in, visible for everyone to see. And it's so unlucky. The Swen just gets disabled. I have to say, Codex, as good as his vacuums have been, his halberd usage on the Swen has been phenomenal. Just disabling the Swen from swiping.
Barracks are under attack.
Unable... he just crystallizes us unable to finish anyone off. As one move, descend upon that tier 3. Of course, Passion UA do have those buybacks. Has a buyback on that Swan and Kunkka available to be used. So they're not out quite just yet, but it's a sign of the end times.
Now Leshrak has bought out completely, by the way. He bought that Scythe of Vice, so look, I could see things going wrong even now. We've already had enough flips, we've already had enough falls. The Wheel of Wonder will go out to try and defend these Raxes, and Sven's buyback will not be needed. One move realize, they will not overstay their welcome. They recede.
Phantom Assassin queuing up that Divine Rapier though, and oh man, even if you talk about mistakes, or even if you talk about the potential for a buyback, for a comeback in this game, Passion UA, it just seems like an incredibly difficult task, right? Medusa actually switched up to try and gain some DPS 15 minutes ago, but it's just too far, right? He has a Mjolnir and has an entire nullifier up, but unless you go for a 65 to a 70-minute game, this is one move's game for the taking.
It would have to be big mistakes on their part now.
Refresher up for Codex. T-time, double vacuum.
Refresher up for Warlock as well, by the way.
Oh man.
That was up for the previous fight, to be fair, but yeah.
And he drops a golem on his death. Warlock should just buy a Blink Dagger at this point, toss both of the golems in, and just sacrifice his life. 5 golems can just finish the game on their own.
Does it do it even if you have Aegis? I've never seen a Warlock have Aegis.
Yeah, I don't think a Warlock has ever been given an Aegis.
It's all right giving it, it's not taking it, and right now they're taking Fernand's upstairs, right on their own high ground. It's going to be the escape battle to keep him alive, but as Crystallize struggles to find a target, this BKB is going to be running out soon. There's no dogs here this time though, but no! Refresher! Golem galore! And with Niche and Crystallize both stuck in a rock and a hard place, both of those are fighting them down, beating them down. Buyback from the Sven. The difference is the only casualty so far. One move. They've done it. Aegis unnecessary, but will be taken as a trophy. The head of Roshan to hang over their inevitable victory.
It really doesn't seem like Passion UA have the capability of a kind of comeback, right? And it's just the weakness of their heroes. They just took too long at finishing this game, made a few mistakes with some of these team fights, and just gave too much space away to one move there. You can see it in the fact that Swen just can't hit anyone. And even if he lands those hits, right, you have double golems dropping, you have double vacuums coming in. Leshrac isn't even the highest valued target, and still Passion UA are so desperate to take difference down, right? It's Nesphere who has an entire Divine Rapier, 600 base damage, dealing 2.5 thousand damage critical strikes, and yet you can't even get to the Phantom Assassin. Going to be one last hurrah, one last Hail Mary play for Passion UA.
Sven is going on Codex. I mean, Crystallize, you can't kill him. It's literally not possible.
Yeah, he literally has a halberd, right? I don't think.
And a
even if-
refresher. I mean, refresher off cooldown, but yeah.
Radiant's
Oh man.
has fallen.
Well,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
it'll be a 5-on-5 at the very least. You will have a fair fight.
So it's not Nesphere, it's Eyesight. Its Eyesight is different. I thought it was just.
I
a
was
name
very
change.
confused by why you kept calling him Nesfer as well, I'll be honest, because
Because they're
we have to
they're-
use official names. I've just taken away Eyesight's sick plays by calling him Nesfer in all of these.
I mean, you
team
can't
fights,
take away
basically.
Eyesight's sick plays, man. His sick plays are literally on the screen.
Radiant's
You threw me off,
has
man.
been killed.
I'm sorry. I thought
It's okay.
Wikipedia, man. It lied to me.
Passion UA, however, they don't care who they're going up against. They just know they're losing.
A 30,000 net worth advantage. One move going to secure everything they can before going in for the final kill.
You want a Tormentor? Go ahead. You can have a Tormentor. You want a Shard? Go ahead. You can have a Shard. I didn't realize Oprah was on the one move side.
Surprising that the kill feed is only now in favor of one move really goes to say how far of a, or how big of a comeback they have managed to mount this game.
Well, if you only had one chance, one opportunity to make it happen. But this is not an Eminem song from a movie that receives an Oscar. This is one last ditch effort. It's a quick vacuum down under for Bartek, who's able to stay alive because of the escape back. But even so, Eyesight is fighting back and staying well out of range of these abilities being used. Crystallize on the back line is caught out and his damage is insufficient. Another vacuum down.
It's over.
Leash is caught out. It's going to be GG. Crystallize doesn't even wait for the last drop of blood to fall on the battlefield. He'll just dip out.
What a game by Team One Move. Despite of the fact that it looked like it was going to be over, that they didn't have a clear plan for Patrick, they were able to mount a comeback in this game, just consistently farming away on Eyesight, by the way. They boxed all of their heroes in and they trusted in their position one, who was farming away quite slowly but surely. He came online, and shout out to Codex. I mean, those vacuum plays plus the halberd plays disable Swen completely from doing anything in the later half of that game. Passion UA simply lost out on their fuel. They simply ran. Their tank went empty towards the end of it there.
And it all really changed when you saw that one fight in the Dire Side Triangle where they're getting stuck inside the staircases, they're getting 3-man hook-shotted, they're inside cogs, and then you've got the Leshrac split earth being used twice in total, including the shard reoccurrence. I mean, it's fights like that where Passion UA felt like they already had the game in their pocket and they just had their pocket picked and pinched out by one move. That being said, though, we still have a lot more Dota where that came from. We're going to be moving out towards the upper bracket now. T-Time and Toltros are going to be signing off. We're going to be having another group of fantastic casters to guide your way through the action. Stay tuned for the upper bracket. We're going to be back very soon.
Welcome back in, everybody, here to the next series of the day. We've got Zero Tenacity coming up against Na'Vi to see who's going to be moving through in the upper bracket semi-finals to that upper bracket final, and who is going to be knocked down here to the lower bracket. I've got Snur alongside me. Snur, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm chilling. I am very excited about this matchup because today has honestly been a day of surprises in this tournament. OG getting knocked out, the previous Passion UA versus one move game going completely lopsided in the last 10 minutes. So I know we're going to get some very exciting Dota. I can't wait, honestly.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go because Na'Vi, obviously my boy Ari is there. We've got the UK Dota there representing, but on the other side as well, Zero Tenacity, I spent time with LeBron in Serbia when we were doing the RES event. Great head on his shoulders. He knows so much about the game. Well, compared to me anyway. He might have been talking nonsense. I couldn't tell. But it is fun to see how these teams are going to square off. What ideas they're going to be coming up with. Na'Vi coming into this one for me probably going to be the favorites. But Zero Tenacity again, they do have a good team around them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can squeak this one through. What are your thoughts coming into this one? What are you expecting from either team?
I think for me, it's going to mainly come down, it's a bit of a cliche, right? But it always comes down to the draft, in particular because Na'Vi has Ari on the team. And Ari is one of this, there's a niche of 4 position players that you have to address in the draft, right? Thinking of the likes of Crit, maybe somebody like Baboka from China. He plays these weird heroes, your Spirit Breakers, your Bounties, your Rickies. Even when these heroes aren't in the meta, he's always willing to mainline them and try to make them work in the game. So it's something that you have to think about, you have to address if you're coming from the side of Zero Tenacity. And I think also another thing is Sanctity, because his mid lane pool is also very off kilter, right? He plays these heroes like the Phoenix in the mid lane. He's still continuing to roll with heroes like Earthshaker, Earth Spirit. So I do think that's going to be the biggest challenge for Zero Tenacity, addressing that side of the draft. However, the one weakness that I've noted from Na'Vi is that they do have a bit of difficulty coming back in games where the laning phase goes completely awry. So for Zero Tenacity, if they come out the gates with a very strong, aggressive early laning phase with their draft, I do think they'll be giving themselves a very strong chance to win the game.
Okay. We'll see exactly what they're going to go for, if they're going to go for those early strong lanes. If Na'Vi going to let them as well through the draft, like you say, those heroes coming out that I saw yesterday, the Ricky mid was the big, not a surprise, but it's kind of that, the 4D thinking coming out where we see a puck. We're not going for the Dragon Knight. You're not going with anything for the Storm Spirit, anything like that kind of comes out fairly equal to that puck. No, straight into the Ricky. And there was just, like you were saying, Sanctity just went full steam ahead here, got very aggressive onto it, and the puck just couldn't stand in the lane. And we'll see if Zero Tenacity, again, they're going to have something different to bring into this one. If they're going to have something up their sleeve, going to be anything out of the ordinary on their draft. Looking through what they have been picking up here. So we are seeing more Ringmasters, Earthshakers coming out here as well. Slardar is being picked up. Slardar as a whole feels to be getting a little bit more popular. The pros getting a kind of wrangle on it in the pro games. Gyrocopter coming through here as well. The Sven is the big question mark to me, and it feels like every team has a Sven, in the back pocket that they like to pull out, but I've only seen it do well, I want to say 2 or 3 times in the dozen times I've seen it over the last couple of weeks. That hero to me, it just needs so much to come online, but teams, they still try and make it work. So again, any thoughts on this? Any thoughts on what we might see actually draft-wise? Any specific heroes we're going to be looking out for?
I think the main hero you should be looking out for when you look at Zero Tenacity is going to be Stoikov on some kind of Spirit in the mid lane. He looked excellent last night on the Storm Spirit. During the group stage, he had some really good puck games as well. And I feel like Zero Tenacity, he's the one that generates the space for the team, right? Willing to move forward. Nefrit plays his more anchor style of Dota, I don't necessarily see him making the big moves on the map. So Stoikov is the one I'm looking forward to seeing the most coming out of the gate. And speaking of the Sven that you were mentioning, I think a lot of the time when you see Sven, it's picked up when there's no other carries left, right? Enemy team already has PA, Morphling gets banned, Gyrocopter is out of the pool, there's no room for a Slog, no room for a Lifestealer. You don't really want to play Magnus carry, so you're just like, well, if the enemy team bans DK, I guess we'll pick Sven as the leftover carry. And the thing that sucks about the Sven hero is it's 0 to 15 minutes, the hero is very meh. 15 to 25, 30, the hero is amazing, and then he falls very steeply off a cliff afterwards. So I don't imagine if we see it, it's only going to be at the end of the draft. Everything's been banned already, and then whoever's playing carry at that point, whether it be Retsu, whether it be Uragi, has nothing left. I think it'll probably be Retsu, because I have seen Na'Vi tend to prioritize allowing Uragi to have his pick earlier on in the draft. So I do imagine they'll make sure that he has his carry pick in the game no matter what.
Yeah, and it feels like Navi, like you say, yeah, getting that Yuragi pickup first. The ones that I've seen coming through, the more popular one's been the Terrorblade. You know, making sure that he has that as soon as possible because probably one of the best Terrorblades in the actual event itself. So, and one of his favorite heroes, it feels like too. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the first 1-2 pick going that way, like you say, going the way of Yuragi. On the other side as well, Zero Tenacity, I mean, they did quite well in the groups. They went 3-1 in the group, only dropping a game to Apple City Gang. You know, those two teams that are at the top of the table on Group A. So both teams looking fairly good, and we'll see, you know, who's going to be going through on that other upper bracket semifinals of Rabbit Yagi as well as Apple City Gang a little bit later on. But I think, yeah, so you look at the teams, there was a little bit of a I think a falter for ACG when they did lose to Y5. I think that was, yeah, Y5 got 2 matches, so they went 2-2. ACG might have just been off the game a little bit here because they have been looking really good, not only in this one, but on all the online Dota I've been watching for ACG. They do seem to be in the group stage, you know, one of those favorites to do well. So Zero Tenacity here, like I say, it's no shame losing to them in the groups, and again, maybe just an off day for them. We'll see what they're going to be coming through here as well, because you don't have to put it all on the line. You know, obviously you put in as much effort as you can, but you still have, if you go down, you have that lower bracket run to come through. So Zero Tenacity, you know, I don't want to say pressure is off, but the expectations definitely going to be on Navi's side. They're going to be coming into this one as the favorites. You know, if they falter, we'll see how their mental's going to go, if they can recover onto that one. And Zero Tenacity, they can chill, man. They can come into this one and just hang back. You know, as long as nobody falls asleep in the draft, you know, and we get ourselves through and we have a 5v5, it should be really chill here for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, definitely there's less pressure on them. Like, the name Zero Tenacity does not carry the same prestige as the name Navi. Even though it's been many years since Navi's been on top of the world, you still have that historical winning record with them. A lot of the players as well, like people like Ari, Kaori, Yuragi, these are guys that have currently been bounced off from better teams, even Boom in his own regard. And they're trying to sort of, like, you know, prove the haters wrong, show that this entire time they had the capability, they had the skill. It was just the wrong environment to allow them to thrive. So definitely a lot more pressure for them. And more pressure for them because they do have access to the first pick. And I do think right now, first pick is really good, but there's a lot of decision matrices, right? Because no matter what hero you pick, you know for a fact you're letting something broken through the pool. So it's kind of a pick your own poison type of scenario when you have first pick these days.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to try and, you know, how the teams kind of get around that. Like you say, that there is always going to be something broken. So they ban the AA, Tinker gets through here, Warlock gets through as well. You know, we are going to be seeing the Dragon Knight getting through. So yeah, you say that there is a whole list of heroes here. So I wonder if they try and, there it is, there's going to be, oh, I hate him so much. I just, even down to his little pipe, I hate this hero. But, you know, like I say, so the Warlock going to be here for Zero Tenacity if they want to. They can go for that DK. They can go for something. Well, the Nature's Prophet, actually one of the answers to the Tinker, it feels like, going to be banned out here. So I wonder what is on the list for Zero Tenacity, what that first pick is going to be.
It could also be Nephrid on this team, right? And his most successful hero for him is the Bristleback. Not a hero that we often see in the first phase, but he is one of, generally speaking, I've fallen off Bristleback, despite the fact that I spam the hero. However, he's one of the guys that I can definitely allow them to pick it up often. And the other hero I was going to mention is this Ringmaster. This hero, Rob, honestly, I feel like it's, the hero itself is not busted. Escape Act is a busted spell. A stupid, ridiculous, obscene spell. Why does it have the same range at all levels, right? Why does it not at least scale in terms of how often you can get to cast it? It's obscene.
Does it make the hero faster when they're in the box as well? Why isn't it like half movement speed to escape? You know, why isn't that slowed right down? You know, why did he get more movement speed? I get it, the Escape Act, you know, you're trying to save, but like, Cold Embrace doesn't get that. You don't get to move at all when you're inside the Icicle. Why do you get to move at all when you're inside the box?
Cold Embrace doesn't get it. Shadow Demon Disruption doesn't get it. You know, Snowball doesn't get that. The other spells that can at least save you. The trade-off is you can't do anything, right? You can't be repositioned. But him, they're like, nah, gang, don't worry about it. Do whatever you want. Not just you can move around. You have phase movement, slow resistance, bonus magic resist. What the hell is this? What's going on? No. I hate that spell. So that's just for that. Escape Act alone makes this hero top tier material.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see it in the next letter patch, maybe even the next big number patch. He's going to get hit by the nerf stick. I think he's going to be first in the queue. Well, maybe second right behind this Tinker. And then we're going to have Medusa right behind here as well. Because if you've seen that offlane Medusa, it is ridiculous ridiculous. The Glemnir coming out into the Meteor Hammer there as well. So yeah, I'm making a list. You know, it's a list of heroes I've got on my wish list to be nerfed. You know, no buffs. I think the heroes that, like, I'm seeing the win range and seeing a lot of play, you know, with that kill shot, it's fairly nice. Seeing a lot more, you know, I know you said the Beastmaster falling off a little bit, but he's still getting a lot of picks coming through. Slardard's getting back up there as well. So these heroes that I do like, hopefully they stick around, but a few heroes just need to be toned down. Not even a little bit. They need to be put in the bin for a good year and a half. And Tinker Ringmaster for me, top of that list. Even though he's just come out, he can get away.
Controversial opinion. I actually think Medusa is fine. I think
Really?
it's acceptable. The reason I feel like is like the way I see the Medusa being played right now from the offlane, because 33 is the one that popularized it a couple months back, and it plays sort of like how Death Prophet from the offlane used to play, where this is an anchor hero. So she's not gonna move around. She's not gonna be making plays on the map. You have to, as a team, make plays elsewhere and then decide, right, we're strong enough to just get behind the Medusa. We push forward with her, and then she can be the one that soaks in all the damage, anchors our fight. They're never strong enough to kill all of us while also dealing with her.
Yeah.
But a lot of teams I've seen now deploying offlane Medusa are sort of playing it as if it's like a Doxy or whatever, right? Where it's like, well, she's going to be slowly pushing out the waves and whatever, but they're not really anchoring and drafting completely around her, which is what I think you have to do to make her really, really good. So I have seen recently some offlane Medusas fail, and when I see it fail, it's because the team's not playing around her. So I think there's still some play. You still have to be intelligent about how to use this hero. Ringmaster requires 0 IQ. I just press a button, hero doesn't die. It's very simple, too simple.
Yeah, listen, if I can play it, anyone can play it. You know, that's the kind of thing going on, and I find that hero very straightforward to use. So yeah, nobody should be panicking. Speaking about, I don't want to call it broken, but Jakiro feels very strong as well. You know, I am seeing teams, or players even, go between the two facets as well. The Icebreaker, if you need a little bit more control, but that Twin Terror coming out that gives him the buff up onto the right clicks here as well. That looks very strong in the lanes, and then that early shard coming out as well for the Jakiro. You know, I am seeing him kind of rule lanes here. I saw, I think it was yesterday, an Underlord coming in, couldn't even get to the creep wave because the Liquid Frost came out, Liquid Fire came out, the right clicks were coming through with this Twin Terror facet, and the Jakiro ran that lane, completely opened it up for his carry in the lane. It just looks so good. So we'll see what they're going to try and do on the side of Zero Tenacity to deal with this. The Doom coming out here as well for Na'Vi. Probably going to be the off lane. I've seen a couple of TA2K carried Dooms in the past few days, but for the most part, this is being run as the off lane for the other teams picking it up.
Also a Boom special that he loves playing this hero. I actually like this Doom pick a lot, right? Like Kaori, of course, he is a Jakiro specialist. Even before the hero was popular, he's always been running this. But the thing I love about the Doom, not only is it good against the DK, breaking him, giving the heal reduction onto that hero, stopping him from casting spells, but you're playing Tinker, right? You're probably expecting that the enemy team, you've already revealed that Tinker's probably going to be the mid hero because you picked Jakiro now. He can't be the 5. So when you have mid Tinker, you need to protect him from heroes like the Storm Spirit, heroes like Puck. And those kind of heroes hate being doomed. They can't buy the items to try and deal with that, but they don't want to have their offensive potential having to be, you know, tangentially related to go defense instead in that regard. So kind of protects the mid Tinker as well. And it does make sure that you have another hero that can scale throughout the game. You're not going to be left behind in the net worth battle in case things go really, really south in the laning phase.
Yeah, and on the other side here, Zero Tenacity going straight in for the Night Stalker. It's going to be interesting because the past few times I've seen this Night Stalker, specifically on OG last night, it was the Night Stalker 4. You know, the entire job is to get in, get on top of the Tinker, you get that Crippling Fear off, but I wonder if they're going to play it here as an offlane Night Stalker, try and get that Blink Dagger a lot quicker, because that Tinker, especially like you say, if it is going to be that mid lane Tinker, comes online so damn quick, because it doesn't need to buy the Boots of Travel anymore. You know, gets around the map so quickly, it gets all the farm out, gets in and out before you even know it's there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this going to be a core Night Stalker. They can keep it flex, you know, or is it going to be that position 4? And if it is the 4, what are you sticking it on the lane with? Because that means you're more than likely going to be running the dual melee off lane, which really is not a good lane to come up against this Jakiro support.
Oh man, I'm very sad that they picked Silencer. I was really hoping that they would pick Doxia here. Like, it's going to be what you were talking about with the offlane Night Stalker. I think they do want that Blink Dagger earlier on the Tinker. What I've been seeing recently, though, is some team have been putting my favorite combination with Night Stalker. You put him 4, you bring Doxia into the mix, and then Doxia through the Surge gives the Night Stalker all the tools he would have had with the Blink Dagger anyway, and he can still farm the Blink Dagger as a secondary item. And I think I would have liked a Pipe Builder in this game because there's going to be a lot of magic damage you're dealing with on the side of Na'Vi. But now that you have that global silence, they needed some kind of way to guarantee that if they jump the Tinker actually dies. So having the global will help in that regard, but they will still need some items from the Night Stalker to get to their damage route, because right now, Rob, the only damage dealer on their lineup is this DK.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see whether it's going to be that corrosive dragon or the frost dragon. Again, I think the fire dragon's completely dead in the water. It's gone. Team's not really running that one more. So yeah, if you're looking at it here, the Zero Tenacity looking for the mid lane hero, and if we're talking about damage, are you looking for something like the Queen of Pain coming out here? I've seen a couple of ODs over the past few days. Invoker's being picked up as well. What is it that you think that ZT want to go for here in this mid lane?
I think Quap, Puck, Storm, Ember, maybe. One of those kind of heroes. Because I think they can just play around consistent damage. Looking at the spells that come out from Na'Vi, Doom wants to drop the Doom. Supernova's going to come out, but their skirmish potential is pretty much entirely locked behind the Tinker. So I think you just pick a hero that can continually skirmish alongside this Night Stalker. So one of those that profile of hero that's continually just in and out of the fights, forcing Na'Vi on the back foot the entire time. But the number one thing is a hero that can make sure that when Night Stalker jumps the Tinker, they can immediately follow up and get the kill directly during the global silence.
Okay, and we'll see what it is going to be. And I mean, actually, this DK, how's the matchup mid against the Tinker here? Is that something that you could run and pick up another carry? Is that way too greedy coming out here with this? Because the Dragon Knight does like to find a little bit of farm too. So the banning out mid laners on the side of Na'Vi, carries on the side of ZT. Yeah, I just wonder if the Dragon Knight, because the Dragon Knight shouldn't really be under too much threat against the Tinker, but I suppose melee hero, that laser, really going to mess with his farm in the mid lane.
If you want to go really greedy, fam, what you can do, you can put the DK mid and pick up some Spectre for the safe lane. And then you force the DK to go the early Blink Dagger, he plays around with the Night Stalker, and then Spectre just keeps farming. And then you get to this uber crazy stage of the game, you're just always able to jump the Tinker. And usually as Spectre, you're so far away from the fight initially that you never have to really worry about the Doom. If you're playing Spectre and you're getting doomed, you're honestly doing something wrong. You should never be close enough for that to happen. But I doubt they'll do that, but that would be really fun to see.
Yeah, let me just make do not get doomed as Spectre. Okay, yeah, that one's going to the top of the tips there for me next time I'm playing onto the Spectre hero. But yeah, looking at it, we do have one more ban to come out for Na'Vi. They do have a lot of reserve time here now as well, so over a minute 14 for them to think about what they want to be picking up in that next ban, what they want to be picking up as their carry too. So the Sven has been banned out, Terrorblade's gone, Lifesteal. I mean, we were talking in the draft about Yuragi picking up early on, but it looks like he's not going to be getting his last pick. And look at all the bans. The Magnus is gone, the TA's gone here as well. On the other side, Bristleback, Monkey King going to be gone, Medusa off lane and carry there as well. Both can be taken care of. So what have we got left here? The Tiny could still be available for them. They could go for no, they can't. The Nature's Prophet's been brought out.
It's Tiny Gyro Morphling that's left.
Yeah.
Morphling, maybe Monkey King, now that they've banned this Ursa. That could be a possibility. They go Mars. They're actually going to play carry Doom. You were correct earlier on.
Okay.
They are going to be playing carry Doom for TA2K.
And Yuragi, right? Unless TA2K...
Oh, Yuragi. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
No, it's okay. I put the idea in your head, like I say, saying VP, they like that one. ZT on the other side, they've only got about 20 seconds about this last pick. We'll see what it is going to be, whether they want to put that Dragon Knight mid, or if they've got a different idea here for them. And again, draft-wise, we're looking at... it's going to be the Lina here. So, long attack range, spell damage coming through as well. Going to be the first time I've seen a Lina in a while here. So, Stoikov going to be running that one. We've got Nefrit on the Night Stalker coming through. Boom, Mars, Sanctity Phoenix. Sanctity Phoenix, mid Phoenix here. It's gonna be Ari on the Tinker, and then we've got Carry on the Jakiro here, and Yuragi playing that carry Doom. On the other side, yeah, Retsu on the Dragon Knight, and just waiting now for the two supposed to be picked up. So LeBron on the Silencer, and it will be Pablo on that Ringmaster. So looking at these two lineups coming out, again, a couple of twists and turns here. Still support Tinker, that carry Doom coming out. Whose lineup are you preferring? Who are you looking at here going, yeah, they've definitely got the win. They're going to be coming out on top here in game number 1.
So Navi's draft is extremely tanky, right, across all the roles. Ari is going to be supplying some additional survivability with the defense matrix. Jakiro, naturally tanky hero. So are Mars. So is Doom. Sanctity is going to be over-leveled on this Phoenix, so he's going to be super tanky. At the same time, they also have a lot of playmaking potential. Like Yuragi can get himself an early Blink Dagger. He can move forward with this Doom. I'm still worried about their overall damage output. Like, they win fights over an elongated period of time now, right? You still have to drop these big ultimates, but you still have to get kills during those ults. Like, envision a scenario where nobody dies during the first arena or during the supernova. The follow-up damage isn't really there from the side of Na'Vi. At the same time, Zero Tenacity, now that they've got this Lina, have given themselves a ton of damage. The Zero still does a ton of damage. She's also going to be the only one on the team that can hit the supernova egg. One of the fastest right clickers in the game, so she can do it without too much difficulty. There's a DK and Night Stalker in front of her to protect her. That being said, the Night Stalker has to do like all of the work in this game. Like
Yeah.
you were mentioning how they might want to get an early blink dagger out of him. Now it's a requirement. So if the lanes go south, and I'm not too sure about how this lane is going to go here because of just how tanky the opposition is going to be. Overall, I prefer Na'Vi. I do think that the execution level is a bit higher, but I do think the heroes are harder to kill in the early mid game. And I think that's where Zero Tenacity are really, really, really going to struggle. And if they can't bridge that gap, I do feel like Zero Tenacity might fall behind without being able to fully scale into the late game.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is actually going to break down as we get ourselves into this first game. Here's going to be the smoke on smoke action. And I've been seeing this over not even the past couple of weeks, the past couple of months. A lot of teams doing this as a defensive way to scout out the runes here. You go into the rune, smoke breaks, roughly, okay, there's going to be enemies around here. How many enemies? Do we get any information on the other side of the river? Scouting this one out. It is going to be a Mars rotation coming up here now, too. Watch it go in the way of LeBron. So, boom. Just get seeing the pings coming out here for LeBron. So he does get a ping out, but they don't know who else is behind that Mars. He is alone. So we'll see if this is where they want to try and move. There's still a couple of heroes smoked up as well, but Z10 actually moving towards the bottom rune, which is stacked up from the side of Na'Vi. So is this a bit of a again, a bit of a mind freak coming out here from Na'Vi, trying to force Z10 into a wrong position, and they're going to split up 2-3. Let's see how they're going to try and break this one down. Actually, the Tinker's moving himself up towards the top lane now. So it's going to be the fight breaking out. Dual Breath comes through here now as well. What can they do? Nefrit's going to be taking a lot of damage from this one. You've got 3 heroes right on top of him. Nefrit can't get himself away. The first blood, it goes the way of Sanctity. Now even LeBron going to be slowed down, going to be taking a lot of damage coming through here from this Phoenix. And LeBron back up onto the high ground. But yeah, did get baited into that one, it looks like. Bounty Runes, it is going to be a potential 2 for 2. But First Blood going the way of Na'Vi, and again, they just weren't sure what else was behind that Mars, and a bit of a mistake coming out there from Z10 to start.
I cannot believe that happened. Nefred and Pablo, after the smoke had already broken, so they had no way of scouting who was going to be up the hill. They just walked uphill, had no vision on the high ground, no watcher taken. They just went there, and they went both of them. Losing, honestly, the fact that they only lost Nefred is kind of a miracle.
Yeah.
To make matters worse, in the mid lane, Stoikov took a lot of damage out of Ari, so he ended up having to use quite a bit of regen to get back up to a regular position. This is not the start that ZT needed. They need a good start because there's going to be a point in the game where DK and Lina are just farming, and Night Stalker needs to make moves on the map, so he cannot afford to be the one dying early.
No, not at all. I'm surprised that they didn't go for a longer wraparound. You'll go through maybe the lane stage, and then so they were on that high ground anyway. But yeah, like you say, maybe a bit of a mistake there coming out to Z10, just warming themselves up the first game of the day. So they've got to wake up. We're only just getting into the gamer hours where we wake up, we play till 5-6 a.m. and then we sleep. So there may be a little bit of sleep in the eyes of Z10 here as they get themselves used to. But meanwhile, on the actual lanes. Is there anything you're looking at as a potential kill lane here? Is there anything that you think, okay, this is going to be overwhelming, they need to be careful about positioning, or is it just going to be a bit of a brawl, do you think, on all 3 lanes?
I think top lane they can lose Tinker. He can die. They could lose Silencer as well. Oh, speaking of, they're actually going on Tinker right now.
Yeah, they're going to try and go. I was going to go for the TP. No more interrupts. That Dragon Tail was used. He does get the TP back. Look at all the damage here. It only goes back to the tier 1 tower, not all the way back to base here on the Tinker. So he's going to have some regen. Is it going to be... yeah, he's got 5 tangos, including the one that he's using. So he's going to be able to get a decent amount of health back here.
He's chilling. He'll be fine for now. But I think he's the only one that's in big danger of dying. They could lose LeBron as well. But
he's turned around.
I do think if there's going to be a kill, it's going to definitely happen top.
Yeah, look at this. The curse is coming through now as well. I was going to try and do what we can. The right click's coming out now. The merchant machines come out. Is that the repair bots as well? It is. So a little bit more sustain coming out for Boom. Doesn't need to use his tangos right now. Going to get some health back onto that one. But yeah, like you say, these curses coming out, these dragon tails, going to be incredibly effective at just making sure they get the position down for the spells. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Pablo going to be ran down here as well. Kaori with that dual breath doing a lot of damage out onto Pablo. Even the Infernal Blade being thrown out. There is going to be the Impalement Arts coming out for the Ringmaster, but only level 2 at the minute, so he's not got that second charge, not got that extra damage on top. And level 3, level 5, that's where the Ringmaster really becomes a threat in this laning stage, I feel.
Nefrit starting the lane with Night's Rain, a Ringmaster. The enemy side has Doom Jakiro. Man, these are such difficult heroes to bring down. We're certainly going to see a lot of harass between all of them, but if somebody dies, you will definitely see whoever killed him have 0 mana left afterwards.
Chasing him down, the blood grenade's going to be here now as well as to tame the beast. Nefrit going to get on top, one more right click. That is with the dual breath. It's a lot of damage now as well. Nefrit going to get low, but does he want to go into Yuragi? Yuragi, he's going to be taking damage to the face, but he doesn't stand his ground. Has that Infernal Blade out, and Nefrit gets low now using his last tango. might be able to get a salve in on the courier here. It's actually going to be Ringmasters that's coming in. And Ringmaster, does he get that Lotus now as well? Might have to give that over to Nefrit, because Nefrit, he's looking pretty beat up here in this laning stage already.
Well, thankfully, his dutiful support when they return to the lane is going to bring him... Oh, no, the courier is going to bring the boots. Pablo, what the hell, bro? What's this, man?
Well, he didn't go back, did he? He, Kaori coming in, on the TP, like you say, but Pablo actually just went over to secure the Lotus, so Nefrit just relying on his trusty Curry here. Top lane, boom, Ari being forced back. It's going okay. Not spoke about the mid lane a whole lot here, but Stoikov going to be the, top of the last hits with this Mars, so really going well for the Lina up against the Phoenix at the minute here. Curse coming out into that Dragon Tail. Do they have the damage to get onto Boom? Boom's going to try and get himself away from this one. The laser comes out. The LeBron going to get low with the Blood Bay coming out now as well. LeBron, he is going to go down. Ari going around the long way will be able to pick up that kill, and Boom will live.
It's one of the moments where Silencer's at his weakest. Once you are committed to a Chaser Silencer, you have very few options for the retreat, so you get caught in low HP, very easy to bring you down. And I just want to mention this mid lane, right? With the Phoenix, the reason why this matchup is going so well, despite the fact that Lina is usually known as a lane dominator, she lane dominates these days through Dragon Slave and mass amounts of right clicks, right? We'll talk about it in a second.
Oh, yeah, Boom's going to go down here. Looks like the repair bot's not going to do enough, and it will be enough. That Dragon Tail, Ari going to have that clarity cancelled now as well. So Ari, not a lot of mana left. Can get another one out on the career if he wants to. But yeah, back to your point, Stoikov here, having an okay time. But I guess, like you said, is it, just being outranged, Sanctity?
He's going to be outranged, yes. You're going to definitely lose this lane, but most of the CS that Sanctity is going to get here is going to come through Fire Spirits. Those are the only moments as the Phoenix you can have any kind of purchase in this lane. If he didn't have Fire Spirits, strange as it is, right? Imagine being 10 CS behind and thinking to yourself, man, this could have been much, much worse.
Nefrit in the bottom lane is going to take a lot of ferocity. Do get another kill onto Kaori now. It is daytime, so they get that one just at the right time here as Nefrit will be a little bit underpowered now. And again, he's going to have a little bit less regen as well, so going to be careful about how far forward he comes. And it feels like Ari playing a bully onto LeBron. LeBron's just being pushed away, couldn't get himself over to the rune there, and LeBron going to have to go all the way back to base as well. So Retsu going to be careful because he's going to be left alone for at least the next 30 seconds or so. But it looks like Ari maybe even trying to make a push into the mid lane here, because Sanctity being bullied back, and there is a Ringmaster close. Looking for that opening, going to be spotted out though by the Watcher Pablo. So the pings come through. Did he carry on going on to this one? Stoikov, level 6 is up, has that Laguna Blade, could try and throw it out if Sanctity gets way too low.
Sanctity just hit 6 though, and the moment is over. Maybe you can try force him to use a supernova, but actually killing him is probably out of the question.
Icarus dive in. They want to go for it, but they're going to have the right click. Surely, do they have the mischance coming through here? Stoikov, he's going to be forced to run himself away. One more right click, they're going to be able to break the second. Now, Ari's going to be low now as well. One more, it's going to be enough. Stoikov takes down Sanctity and Pablo with the response. Ari will go down. It was a good try, and if Ari was a second earlier, that laser might have spelled the death of Stoikov.
They only connected with one Fire Spirit onto Stoikov, so they had enough of attack speed in the end to finally get the right click out. That is so unfortunate. A very bold move coming in from Na'Vi on that one, especially because they knew for a fact that Stoikov had support. I feel like if they didn't know, it might have been different, but I did not expect them to go in thinking that it was going to be 2v2 and still taking that fight, but they go for it. Now bottom.
They're going to try and go here. Pablo's going to be slowed down. We're getting towards that, the Wisdom Shrine time, and Yuragi will be able to get the kill. So they do claim this one. Mars, it looks like, going to try and claim his side. I always stumble over that because I'm so used to saying Wisdom Rune. It's like, why make it a shrine? Just, keep it as the rune. Keep it easy for me to cast. But yeah, they do get the kill out here, and are going to be able to get both Shrines of Wisdom. So getting a big boost up on that XP for the side of Na'Vi, and Nefrit to be forced away from this tier 1 tower as well. 3 heroes down here from the side of Na'Vi. Going to be able to put some pressure onto this tower. Is there going to be a response? Pablo is down here, but are they going to send LeBron, or are they actually going to try and look for a kill onto Boom? Because Boom, that dragon form is out. It is the Frost Dragon. Forgot to mention that, but that is going to be the facet that we see here for the Dragon Knight. And yeah, LeBron down to the bottom lane. Ice Path connects now onto Nefrit. There's going to be the damage coming through. He is going to be forced back, but the tower, it should be fine.
Doom has tank ability from the tower. They do not have access to Doom either. Only level 5 on the Yuragi Doom, so too much to ask to force them to jump in right there. And like you mentioned, there is still a DK on the other side of the map that could mount a TP in. So a little bit too risky. Also, him going for the Frost Dragon makes a lot of sense in this game. You're playing up against 3 strength heroes and a Jakiro. All of them really want to rely on their tank ability. So the Frost Dragon will help you out in that regard. I like it a lot here.
Oh, Ice Path comes in. Nefrit can get himself away. This time doesn't look like it. It is going to be Ari that picks up the kill. And the Infernal Blade just stealing the deal, though. Yeah, wasn't able to get himself back. It looks like LeBron looking for some easy XP in the mid. I say easy. Look at the damage coming through here from Sanctity onto LeBron. LeBron, though, going to be playing back, getting that solo XP. Looking for that quick 6, it feels like here, as the Lina already moved into the jungle. Looking for the farm. And it's going to be the Witchblade first item for Stoikov after the boots, after the bottle.
The farming build that we've been seeing more and more is coming back onto this Lina. She's going to start getting involved in fights, but they are going to lose their tier 1 bottom. In the long run, they didn't want to commit too many resources. They felt like, well, one defense being mounted against a 3-hero push that involves Tinker Jakiro. Defending it once, amazing work. Doing it twice, probably not going to happen, so just farm elsewhere. The thing that they might want to defend, though, they need to keep control of this triangle. Pablo's going to watch a stack going away, but the future ones will have to be kept alive for the DK/Lina to be able to farm up.
Yeah, and yeah, it does feel like there's been a little bit of a shift in the sense that the offlane towers a little bit less important than the other towers around the map, but you need those safe lane towers because that's where the Tormentor spawns if you get a quick TP to the towers, even using the Twin Gate here. But the offlane towers, feels like they let them go sooner rather than later in these games. Dragon Tail out to Ari. Ari, the Impalement Arts comes out as well. Ari, no way away from that one. No points in the defense matrix and will be taken down. At the same time, though, Sanctity does get the kill on LeBron. It's going to be helped out by Kaori. Comes in for that Watcher. Pablo and Stoikov are close. Impalement Arts gonna connect. Did it connect? It did. Connects out onto the Phoenix. So a lot of damage here onto the Phoenix. He is low, but surely no one gets in range to get the kill out often to Sanctity. And Sanctity, if he desperately needs it, he does have that Supernova now as well.
Stoikov didn't believe that Pablo would actually hit the Impalement Arts. If he was closer with the Dragon Slave, they would have forced a Supernova out of Sanctity, which would have been a pretty large win, but he chose to secure the Watcher instead, which, can't necessarily fault him for it, but that's one of those moments and my Ring Master's like, come on, bro.
Icarus Glaive comes in now as well. Stoikov going to try and move himself away. There's going to be the escape pack coming out now as well. Can they get themselves far enough away? There's going to be the Supernova. Does it go off? It does. The arena comes out. Boom. He takes down Pablo. They can go for more. Nefrit is low here. The chase coming on. They're going to be able to get the kill out to Nefrit. And next, LeBron will fall. 4 heroes dead. And it feels like they did hesitate a little bit. The escape act came out. The Supernova was going. They couldn't hit onto it. And one by one, they all fall down.
Legitimately grieved by the escape art. He just did a couple of right clicks. The Lina would have died for sure no matter what, but if they get the right clicks out, destroy the egg, whilst the Night Stalker's coming in with the first darkness, the full void, having access to the crippling fear, that fight could have turned in their favor, but Night Stalker arrives literally as the egg pops. All of a sudden the fight has 0 options left, and we were speaking, we'll talk about it in a second, there's a Doom bottom.
Doom's going to be coming out here. He's going to be able to get himself a Win Ring Master. He's going to be, it's more than going to be enough to take him down. He's going to try and do what he can up against Yuragi, but Yuragi claims that kill Stoikov. He's going to try and go. He gets with the Laguna Blade now as well, but Yuragi might be able to run himself away from this when the Void comes out. Yuragi going to be slowed down. Nefrit going to try and get on top. Do we have the Dragon Tail? They do. Will be able to get the kill. Going to cost them that Ring Master, but trading that off for Yuragi in a ball, in a vacuum, going to be more than worth the trade.
The big difference in this skirmish and the one that just happened middle goes back to what we were discussing in the draft, the overall lack of damage from Z10. Middle, they lost Stoikov, and without the Lina there, literally nobody else had damage. This time around, though, Retsu is available to lend some hurt to the process, and all of a sudden, things look very, very different, right? When this DK is there to throw in these right clicks, Na'Vi do not feel nearly as tanky dealing with this Frost Dragon right now.
No. How do you like the build coming out for Retsu now as well? Because he's gone straight for the Maelstrom. It looks like he's going to be into the full Mjolnir. And I assume that Blink Dagger not going to be on the shopping list for a while. Maybe the BKB to come out afterwards. But he's going full farm here as the Spear. It does come out onto LeBron. LeBron underneath that tier 1. Sanctity gets that dive in now as well. LeBron, yeah, he's dead. No way out of that.
I like this build. I think he realizes that in this game, he has to be able to scale quite heavily throughout the game because it's just him and the Lina. Something goes wrong for either of them and they don't have damage. You're stuck in this late game scenario where you're hitting like a wet noodle. So I think for him, just go with a full carry route. And Mjolnir also has dual utility in this game, right? Having that static charge, it triggers basically automatically in these fights, given how much uncontrollable damage Na'Vi has. They have the March of the Machines. They have Doom with the what do you call it? The Scorched Earth. They have Fire Spirits flying everywhere. You will always have the static charge going off over and over again in the middle of these frays. So a lot of additional damage basically for free.
Yeah, and we'll see Retsu how he's going to try and get himself into that fight, because I think maybe A swift blink, maybe an overwhelming blink might be on the cards here later on for Red 2 as he tries to get himself in the middle of the fights. But yeah, for now, I mean, we're talking about the Night Stalker build as well for that quick blink. He's going to go hand of minus BKB here for Night Stalker, so going to be relying on that Dark Ascension. Escape pack comes out, Pablo will still go down.
Oh, you gotta love Midas Gaming, man. He sees Boom buying Midas, he's like, me too, bro. I don't want to be left out of the thing. But honestly, I think it goes back to what we were talking about, because he doesn't just want Blink Dagger anymore. He realizes they're going to need 3 things, right? He wants the Blink BKB, of course. They're going to need Basher, because their lockdown is kind of lackluster. But crucially, they're going to need a Nullifier. Like, how else nobody else can build Nullifier on his team, and they need some way to get to the defense matrix of Ari once he starts to level that up.
Yeah, and we'll see just how long it's going to take him to get there too. Yeah, you could see, again, Yuragi just continuing to farm net worth-wise here as well. The Doom, as expected, he is going to be sitting top of the table, going to be able to farm up a few camps as well. This is always, how often do you see this for a position 1 Doom? Just being able to sit uninterrupted and get all of these camps out with a Scorched Earth, get the stacks out yourself, and really being able to build up that net worth here on Yuragi. Echo Saber's out already, like you say, the Hand of Midas. Oh, Pablo. Escape pack comes out. Can he get himself away from this one? He's still going to be taken down onto this one. It's going to be an LSA into the Laguna Blade. Global Sounds comes out now as well. They do take down Boom in return. The Curse coming out to Sanctity. Sanctity, can he get himself away from this one? Silenced by that Crippling Fear. Going to be doing a lot of work with that Silencer here now too. The right clicks come out. They take down Sanctity. Ice Path Stoikov, though, going to have that point block LSA come through. And I think Kaori, he might be caught out in no man's land, because he's Stoikov just looking for the max distance, still gets these right clicks off and will be able to get the kill. Didn't even really think about that, to be honest. It's just on the tip of the brain, but the synergy between LeBron coming through with that Arcane Curse as well as the Crippling Fear for the Night Stalker, just keeping that ticking while the Night Stalker's on top of you.
We saw it definitely happen there. Two Sanctity could not get off the Supernova. Even if he could, probably would still have died anyway. Stoikov was there with Max Fury Stolfax. That was excellent timing. Pablo just showing off why Ringmaster is such a stupid hero. Buying so much time with that escape art. Level 1 escape art. It's a level 7 Pablo Ringmaster secures your team 3 kills for nothing. Beautiful work. Yeah,
and it only gets better as the spell. I mean, I get it, you only need that 1 value point, and then after that, I mean, level 4, 20% bonus movement speed, because why not? They are going to be able to get a little bit of a lockdown this time. Pablo, can he get himself away? He's already used the escape art, so it looks like they do have the damage to get the kill, but he buys so much information there. He wastes a lot of time and buys so much information on where the rest of Na'Vi are, so where it's going to be safe for Z10 to be farming up, and you can see that they already move away to where it is safe and avoid that triangle where they could potentially lose more heroes.
He managed to drop down some vision before he went down alongside his own life. Buy space for Nefrit to finish off farming on the side of the map here. DK and Silencer are pushing up top. Now, Pablo's doing in this game. Pablo is doing something we don't often see in Dota nowadays. He's playing the Pylai die role. Like, listen, boys, I'm going to put my body on the line. I'll make sure that no matter what, they're going to be killing me. I mean, 15 kills, 6 of them are on Pablo. The only other person who's died as much is Nefrit and LeBron, sure, but most of the big damage cores, Retsu has not died at all. Stoikov has only died once, so definitely he's regarding this as a successful portion of the game here early on.
Yeah. And we'll not speak about Nefrit's KDA at the minute. We'll just let him get on with it, the farming in the jungle. But yeah, going in towards that BKB here for Nefrit. On the other side, LeBron might be dead again. But again, if he buys this information, he's going to be seen by Boom. Going to be able to get the God's Rebuke out. Does he want to throw the spear? He does. And Boom will take down LeBron. So again, early warning system of the supports. It comes through. DK doesn't even move from his farm. He's just like, yeah, cool. I've got my Mjolnir up now. Straight into that BKB for the DK.
They didn't catch up onto Stoikov. They missed the DK. Fortunately, though, they will still get a reward here. The Tormi is available. And who is going to get it? Either Jakiro or the Tinker. For their sake, let's hope it's the Jakiro. But they're actually losing quite a bit of HP. Thankfully, for them, there's no Ancient Apparition on the enemy team. So they can't finish this one. They move away. And indeed, they get towards the Jakiro with the Aghanim shot. A pretty decent one. Not one of the best in the entire game, but still pretty solid.
Yeah, and going to be able to get that. And again, Rotovatos comes through here from Ari. There's going to be the arena. They spend the arena for Pablo. This is how much they hate the Ringmaster. I think they might hate it nearly as much as you.
What? Bro, I've been there before. Where there's a hero. For me, the hero I've always hated that much is Broodmother, where you just overcommit. You're just like, I don't care what's left, as long as you just squish this goddamn bug into the ground. Oh man, that was, dude. Pablo's laughing his way to the bank right now. He's just like, dude, they seriously arenaed me, bro. What the hell?
Yeah, I was talking with Bowie on the broadcast last night about that my top three, it's got to be the Tinker, the Meepo, and the Arc Warden, because every time I come across them in pubs, it's always just Smurfs. Like, they're always, you know, just, like, playing at mid, playing Smurfs, and it's always when I'm playing mid as well. You know, it just seems to be when I have to play against, it's like, okay, cool, just go next. I'm checked out of this game 5 minutes in.
Another one that should be on that list is Old Techies. Good God. That was... Old Techies is the only times in Dota history that I've ever really considered abandoning from the moment I see a draft. I'm like, I don't want to play this game, bro.
yeah. That was always the way, right? Oh, I'll just have a quick one before bed. You know, 4 hours later of that Techies game that he just makes it. It's not even a 5v5 or a 4v5. It's a 1v9 at the end of that 4-hour game because everybody apart from the Techies sick of that game going on. They're going to be able to get the Rotovators lockdown coming through here onto the Night Stalker here, but Ari going to be stunned up. The Wheel of Wonder going to be used as well. They get both Ari and Kaori. Can they go for more now? Yuragi going to try and turn it around. Does he want to try and throw the Doom out? He has. The Escape Act out onto the Night Stalker, and the Night Stalker's going to be flying around. The Supernova will be broken out. Stoikov on this triple kill. Can he make it a quad? It's going to be give him the rampage. Give him the rampage. Yuragi already running himself all the way back to base.
Is under attack.
Scumbag Yuragi denying the rampage to Stoikov. By the way, I just want to remind you of something, right? Stoikov has 8 kills in this game, right? 7 of them came from streaks. A triple kill in the previous engagement, an ultra kill now.
Yeah.
This man has just been served killed on a silver platter.
Well, he might not be
I
done
think LeBron,
just...
though.
Okay, yeah, good be able to get the kill, and there's no follow-up there, so Yuragi good be able to get the kill. I don't want to say for free, because they just lost 4 heroes, but a good consolation prize coming out here for Yuragi.
Something very weird happened in that fight, which was very unfortunate. The Doom from Yuragi went out, right, onto the Night Stalker. Unfortunately, the Doom emerged at the same second as the Spear of Mars did on Boom, and the Spear pushed the Night Stalker close enough into the Rig Master so he could get the escape back off. Without that, Nefrit dies earlier. Perhaps they don't have to chase as far forward with the Mars. Maybe he also survives that fight, but the way things worked out, they were just never going to win because they started that fight losing Tinker and Jakiro pretty much immediately. And these support, bro, they are required. You need this Ice Power to provide control for the Supernova to be able to act in the fight. You need this additional heal that comes from the Tinker and the Defense Matrix as well. Without these tools, you just cannot survive the onslaught of damage that Stoikov is bringing to the engagement.
Yeah, and you can see the build-up. He's actually gone for the 4-staff, so it's going to be the Hurricane Pike coming out. Going to give him even more range, even more attack speed coming out now as well. Ari, they're going to be able to see LeBron. He's going to go down fairly quickly. Even the Sunray going to be committed there. Yuragi will get the credit for the kill. But while this is going on, you've got Retsu pushing out the top lane in that dragon form. You got the bottom lane. Oh, did he actually catch out Ari? He's going to be able to get himself away. The Impalement Arts it won't connect out onto Ari, so Ari will be able to run himself away from this. But it does mean, again, you're buying a little bit of space. You're buying a little bit of time. Dragon Tail comes out. Jakiro, though, inside that Glimmer Cave, and now the Defense Matrix starting to come through, so Red maybe stick around a little bit too long here on this Dragon. Pops the BKB TP out. No way to interrupt this one. Will be able to get himself out alive.
Yeah, but he missed getting the Shrine of Wisdom. He had to pop his 9-second BKB to get out of this one. Nefrit and Stoikov have to get boomed. They absolutely have to here. But they're not. He might get out alive.
Well, I don't know. Night Stalker to be able to get the chase. You're going to have that nighttime, but the spear away now. Boom. Can he get himself out? He has no BKB. He has that Blink Dagger up, though. So not only, like you say, forcing out that 9-second BKB for the Dragon Knight, but also forcing out the Dark Ascension now from Nefrit.
No. Things just went to hell in a handbasket right there for Z10. Losing. And the main problem with all of this happening is we still are... Nefrit actually does need to get this farm, right? He needs to get the Nullifier. But the Dragon Knight, because he went for the BKB as a second item, he didn't go for this full damage, right? So it's not like, well, all right, I'll just use the next couple of minutes. You buy BKB because you're intending to make moves with your team, get something going on the map, and now here's the middle.
Move the courts out now. It's going to be the Tame of the Beast coming out onto Yuragi. Yuragi, though, has that BKB going. The Sans out onto the Lina Throm, that Doom. It looks like the dive in. Sanctity, what's he going to try and do here? Retsu gets caught out. Dragon Form is up. Can they get the kill out? Ice Path. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through. The DK will fall. Retsu, but the Laguna Blade here. Did he actually break the Supernova? The Supernova is going to be close. One more right click. No! And now it was Stoikov. He turned. He ran away. He didn't think they were going to be able to get it out. And now the Rotovators comes through here. Can he get himself away? Stoikov, the BKB is down. They've lost 4 heroes. Nefrit, he's just sticking in the jungle. He's just like, none of that's my problem. You know, I'm busy farming. I'm playing the PvE game here, but they lose 3 heroes on the side of Z10, and they just... It's such a good engagement there from Na'Vi.
Na'Vi recognizing that, hey, didn't we just force this GK to use his BKB top? Yeah, we did. He's not going to have it for this fight, will he? Sure not. jump him easily, absolutely nothing he can do. The worst part about all of this is they're the ones, Z10, that were pushing very far forward. Then Lina was on the high ground, trying to force some pressure onto the tier 1 tower. She gets doomed for her efforts, but we also had Dark Ascension having been used in the previous fight. Nefrit does not have a blink that cannot make his way towards the engagement. And the rest of Z10, once they recognize that Stoikov is putting all the pressure onto the Supernova, there's no damage elsewhere. You've already lost Retsu, so what else can you really do in these engagements? And honestly, I feel like they're getting a bit gung-ho. They need to calm down, relax, finish off their next round of items, because I really do not think they should have bought this BKB on Retsu when they did. I'm fine with the Lina one, but I think they definitely needed maybe an SNY if he wanted for a more defensive item. And he's going for a Sanj now, but I feel like this could have been more useful before the BKB emerged.
Yeah, and what do you think that is? Are you still going for the Sanj Nyasha, do you think? Because, I mean, the only other option, right, is the Abyssal Blades come out onto that one, and it's an odd choice to go for that Sanj first if that's the way you're going to be building up. Usually you see the Basher come out first, but, you know, hey, what do I know? I'm not the pro player.
It's a 7k lead for Na'Vi. It's not all bad for them. They still do have this Lina, who, like you mentioned earlier, has going for the Hurricane Pike next. He actually might get a kill here onto Boom.
Yeah, Big Sun's coming out here. Boom, he's going to throw the arena out, trying to keep himself alive. But look at this one. Nefrit is inside. They do get the kill out. Nefrit uses his own BKB to get that kill. Ari had to go for the jump away here too. Down towards the bottom lane here. They're going to be able to get the stun out onto Retsu. Retsu, do they have enough damage to take him down? They're going to have 2-3 heroes around here. But Global Stance will be used. Retsu with that BKB TP out. Is it going to be enough to get himself out? Yeah, Pablo might be the sacrificial lamb, but they do keep their carry alive, who a little bit out of position there, trying to go for that tier 1 tower, but he won't barely be able to get that one picked up.
Bro, it's 24 minutes. You still can't aggress into the enemy tier 1 tower without fear of dying. Second BKB used defensively, and mid lane, going on to Stoikov, but he did manage to cancel a TP. Could still die though. Look at the damage from Kaori.
Macropi being dropped. Stoikov has to turn force, staff himself away to safety now as well. It's actually going to be the Dragonlance flying out to him, the full Hurricane Pike too. So he's going to turn around, go for that Lincoln Sphere, which it makes sense to me because it feels like you were saying, if he can't get his right clicks off, if he can't get the spells off, you'll build those Fiery Souls. He's not going to be outputting the damage, so he needs to make sure he protects himself from that Doom as much as possible.
Ike LeBron there saved his life because his Arcane Curse just happened to clip Ari as he was approaching the lane. If not for that, Ari would have just continually blinked forward, found the Rod of Aoi, found the kill, but they keep things going for now. And in the meantime, they have managed to shave away some of their net worth lead. This Lina is still farming, but DK is slowly but surely getting there. He is going to go for the SNY. And look, I didn't like the order of things, but having both is still super solid in these fights. He's now not wholly reliant on this BKB to get him out of trouble, so he can try to save it for the more crucial moments in the fight where he can actually stand his ground instead of being forced to TP out.
Yeah. And the split push still coming through as well. Look at this, LeBron on the top lane, going to be able to push in. It's going to be a double wave with a catapult coming in now as well. And I think they'll TP Ari over there to defend this, but it's still going to be a decent amount of damage onto this tier 2 tower first before they even send over. In fact, Ari's going to have to go back to base, get his mana back before he goes towards that top lane. Meanwhile, in the river, Roshan is being attempted here by Na'Vi. The scan comes out, but I don't think there's anything they can do because of how low Roshan is already. And yeah, Na'Vi looking like they're going to be able to get an Aegis for free. The smoke coming out now from Z10, but I think it is way too delayed.
Oh, well, Pablo.
Oh, yep, going to be able to get a catch out here. Yosef will be used escape tactic as well. He's going to be able to keep himself alive as long as possible, but his teammates, again, not making a full beeline over here. Maybe just going to try and go for this tier 1. TP coming in from the Mars now as well. Mars, Yosef will be used. TP coming in from the Jakiro as well. Retsu, though, does he have that BKB backup? He absolutely does. Global Sound's going to be used here. He's still going to be stunned out. Can they get the kill onto Kiori? Kiori, the arena wall's going to do a little bit of work here. You're right with that BKB on the back line. Sanctity silenced up. No BKB here for the Phoenix. The Phoenix, a couple more right clicks. The Icarus dive away. It's going to be the Supernova being popped here. Retsu will fall. Supernova, can they break the egg? No. They've got to pull the ripcord onto this one. The BKB out here for the Lina, but the Lina going to go for that TP away. The Lina Stoikov, he gets low. And the target priority just didn't pay off in the end for Z10. I thought it was looking like a really good start to the fight, but they split themselves up. They focus on this Phoenix. They leave the Dragon Knight for dead. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi, they get another 3 or 4 kills on the board.
One of those unfortunate scenarios. Well, it might actually be another kill because Nefrit is dead bottom.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get out. BKB comes out here. Spear, nothing to interrupt. Quick fingers on the BKB for the Night Stalker.
The worst part about that fight is it's kind of the right thing to do, right? If you don't focus the Phoenix and get rid of the Supernova early on, the fight is kind of impossible to take. You have to kill him during the global silence. Unfortunately, you just didn't have the overall damage to do it. Oh, middle. Are they going to get this? No, Pablo lives for once, maybe.
No, the laser. Oh, it's not enough. The Scorched Earth are going to be doing a lot of work, and Yuragi will be able to pick it up. Defense Matrix comes out. I'm going to soak up all those tower shots.
Another thing about that fight is because they managed to bring Retsu down, not just getting the kill onto the DK, but separating him away from the egg. Once they got the BKB down from Stoikov, they just yelled him into the air, so he can't throw out the right clicks onto the Supernova. If Retsu was there, you know, it's difficult to use them both into the same time, but the way things broke out just became too easy for Na'Vi. Just a little, if things were going slightly better, Rob, like slightly better. One more level on Nefrit, you know, one more item available on LeBron. Or hell, if Pablo didn't die heads up just before the engagement starts, maybe he's there for an impalement art, a little bit of tick damage from the wheel. Something could have happened, but they took the fight at the perfect moment from the side of Na'Vi, knowing for a fact it's going to be 4v5. They exploit that numerical advantage.
Yeah.
And they keep doing this. Most of the fights they've been taking have been with them having a numerical advantage, and they're going to try again. Look at them moving top, trying to hunt these heroes down.
Yeah, might be able to get the kill out. LeBron is going to be the one closest to them here now. So if they make a jump down here, LeBron is going to be the one to reveal out. They are smoked up here, so where can they go? Boom, he's got that blink dagger. You'll step to 2 come out, gets the jump out. They're going to be able to go into LeBron. It looks like the rest of, Nefrit, as well as the Dragon Knight, might be able to move themselves away, but LeBron will be going down. And yeah, one of those things that you were saying could be going right here. Maybe the Silencer could have the same net worth as a Tinker, because even though he's a support, the Tinker is just able to jump around the map, farm up the camps, he'll farm up the lanes, and he's got more farm here than the Mars as the Dragon Knight. He will be caught out. Has that BKB going to be forced to go for this one into the TP now? And it feels like every time I've seen this BKB for Retsu, it's been followed by a TP because he keeps going so far across the map and getting caught out like that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
My man is out here playing like he's Nightfall reincarnated with the way he's been moving around with these BKB TPs. Man, it's tough. I mean, you mentioned this Tinker. Tinker has more net worth than a Night Stalker that bought Midas. And Tinker's actually setting up for a kill onto Pablo yet again.
Yeah, because why not? Because this hero is so dumb. It's so dumb. It is so dumb what the Tinker can do, especially as a support. And you're like, yeah, we don't actually have a second support. We just have 4 cores. It's so dumb.
You know, we spoke about this at the end of the draft that I was worried about Z10, that Nefrit is the only one that has reach on the team. He still hasn't bought his Blink Dagger, right? Like I mentioned, he does need the Nullifier to deal with Defense Matrix, but because he doesn't have Blink, and Stoikov is playing, you know, a turret, very static, sit there, throw it, right-click 0, there's still no Blink Dagger available for the DK. They have no reach. The Tinker pretty much has a free game. Nobody can approach him, ever. They don't have the requisite tools to do so. You know, if they had some Storm, some Ember middle, maybe that could happen, but with the nature of their heroes, Ari, honestly, Rob, I'll be surprised if he dies again in this game.
Yeah, no. And you look at that again, he sets up, gets that TP in. There's going to be the Harpoon out for the Doom now as well. So he is going to be able to close that gap to anyone that he does find out. Has the Aegis for another 36 seconds. LeBron is down once again. Na'Vi, do they want to try and go high ground with this, or is it a little bit too late here with that Aegis only being there for the next 28 seconds or so?
Let's see. Nah, they can. Wait, maybe not, because they just picked up a Revenant's Brooch on Lina. I was going to say they might not have enough damage on Z10 to really scare them, but with this Brooch, yeah, that's pretty scary. Lina with Brooch and BKB ready, you don't want to take that smoke. And Nefrit, unfortunately, he gets caught. He was farming in the one place he thought it was safe, but sadly, when there's a Tinker on the game, nowhere is safe, my friend.
No, not at all here. Pablo is going to be close as well to Sanctity. If he scouts this one out, there is going to be pings coming through here. Retsu is close now too. Retsu just going to have to play from behind if he wants to farm this one up, which he does. But you can see that, again, Na'Vi, they're looking to take control of the map once again. Even going to look to take control of this Tormentor. 3 of them with the Marching Machines coming through. They have the Defense Matrix. It's barely any damage. Arius will be the one that takes the brunt of it, but just goes right back to base. Going to be able to get the rearm. TP is going to be for free for him once again. And if you look at this here, your Na'Vi 15k net worth lead up 32 to 16. You know, they're getting kills every time they go forward. They get at least 1 pick off onto the supports. What can Z10 do to try and slow this game down? You'll shut down the aggression coming out from Na'Vi, because, like you say, it feels like they have the upper hand on the side of Na'Vi, and their heroes really not under too much risk with all these defensive options coming out for the side of Na'Vi.
The only thing that I can foresee in terms of them actually being able to turn this game around, a refresher from the Silencer, which thankfully he is building right now for LeBron to try and get them that double reverberating silence. But they just need a blink on somebody. Like, think about all the fights that we've seen, right? Outside of maybe one engagement, every single fight has been taken on Navi's terms. Even if Z10 are the ones that start the fight, it always breaks down with Navi having the superior positioning, having their heroes in the right place at the right time. So you need a Blink Dagger on this Night Stalker. At some point, you were mentioning earlier, DK, he doesn't need a mobility item. I do think he probably needs Silver Edge over and above the Blink Dagger because he needs damage. They can't do this with Stoikov. He's the only one that's doing anything to these heroes. Like, when is the last time you saw DK kill somebody? When is the last time, rather, that you saw Z10 kill a hero where Stoikov wasn't involved whatsoever, right? So they just need to be able to disperse this responsibility somewhat because Retsu's in this weird place where he doesn't do enough damage to help Stoikov, but he's also not tanky enough to frontline for his team. So he's in this no man's land of just kind of being, you know, a walking dragon turret that doesn't do that much in the team fights.
Yeah, yes, and I was considering maybe Retsu. I mean, he's going to be looking towards that Shadow Blade at least now. Usually from the carry Dragonites, you do see the Orchids into the Bloodthorn, but with, again, the Yule Scepter now into the Wind Waker for Tinker, it's just another defensive option up the sleeve on the side of Navi, and just another way to deal with that. So I would like to see, like you said, the pure damage coming through for Retsu. Just go for that right-click damage. Daedalus, not even stopping off for a Revenant's Brooch. Go, if you get the gold for it, if you can build yourself up, go full Daedalus here, because the Revenant's Brooch is nice. It's nice on the Lena, but it's still not as good as the full Daedalus, right? It's the poor man's Daedalus for a reason, and I think the DK needs to be outputting as much damage as possible.
You go Daedalus when Lena, of course, one of the better carriers of it, but you're playing these DK style heroes when the game is going well and you can build it relatively quickly.
Yeah.
You know, DK, Tinies, game is going super well. You get this Revenant's Brooch, you overwhelm the enemy with damage. But when you're this far behind and you lack damage, you need as big a punch as humanly possible. So I agree with you. Silver Edge into Daedalus, I would love to see. But the team might find a pick-off right now. They're smoked up, heading towards Sanctity, but they don't have vision on the triangle, Rob.
No, they don't, and they're going to have heroes behind Sanctity here. Retsu comes in. Does he see? No, the sentries are down. They spot out Retsu. He thinks he's fooling them. He ain't fooling nobody here. He's going to be speared out to the tree. BKB, slowly stands down now. Can he get himself away from this one? The global stance comes through as well as that crippling fear. BKB out for Sanctity. Sanctity trying to move himself around. Wheel of Wonder will be out. Explodes out here, but you can see that Z10, like you said, it was their fight to engage, and now they're on the retreat here. Can they get themselves away from this one? Stoikov on the high ground. The arena will come through. Blocks those right clicks. The spear. It will miss. LeBron gets low. Is he going to go down? The escape pact. Keep him alive a little bit longer now as well. Can they break this egg? It's going to be the Supernova coming through here. Do they have the stuns? Nope, they back themselves away. TP coming in, and it's going to be just in time net for it, though. Can they actually chase anybody down? They get the kill on Retsu. Pablo, LeBron, all gone here. Stoikov. Pablo, excuse me, it's going to be the buyback coming out for LeBron. Stoikov is going to get low. He goes down. He has his buyback if he wants to use it. I think he no, it doesn't even matter. It's a 5 if he buys back a 5v2. And I think Navi, like you said, they can just go. They've got 60 seconds on the clock on the Dragon Knight, on the Silencer, on the Lena now as well. They can go straight tier 4s.
Yeah. This game is over. But bro, that fight, Retsu, my carry DK with 20,000 net worth was being solo zoned by a position forward seeker. Crazy stuff to witness. And there's nothing you could do. As soon as his BKB finished, like you mentioned, he's used all of it defensively, doesn't have it left for the fight. He has to leave. Stoikov, again, the only one doing anything in that engagement. Ask me how much damage Dragon Knight did, right? The whole team did 9,000 damage. Of that 9,000, Lena did 7. And the Dragon Knight did 600 damage. Like, I don't know, man. This, I think, for me, where the game really broke down and why I was so sad to see that where he built the BKB is if you build BKB at that exact moment, I don't mind building SNY because it still does help you farm. But if you build BKB, you kind of have to fight. And if you build BKB and the next 3 usages of the item are defensive TPs out, you're just never going to get anywhere as a DK playing in that fashion. It's one thing playing Lena, you pop the BKB and you guarantee I kill a hero before I leave. That is one thing. But DK, I don't know, man. It just kind of felt like they were playing this game 4 versus 5. Like, look at the damage numbers overall. We end the game with mass amounts of damage for Stoikov, you know? Shout out to him. 21k damage out of him. Retsu did less damage than Pablo and LeBron on his team. That's what should tell you the state of affairs on this DK. Just didn't work out, but I still maintain that at the end of the day, the main problem I had with this draft, how do you get to Ari? How do you get to the Tinker? I was expecting Nefrit to go very early for the Blink Dagger. You wanted that as well. He went for Midas. I don't mind the Midas, but if you go Midas, then you have to go Blink BKB next. You can't go BKB and then try by Nullifier and then find your team just unable to take any fights. And this is what's going to happen eventually.
Yeah, and looking at it again across the board, like you were saying, Retsu 3 kills, Nefrit 1 kill on the board there as well. Stoikov, he was doing all the heavy lifting. It was on his shoulders. On the other side, Ari 6 kills, Broom 8 kills, Sanctity 7 kills, Yuragi 13 kills, and it was just you look at the combination here. You know, there was nearly as many kills. No, in fact, Yuragi got more kills than all 3 cores on the side of Zero Tenacity put together. That's just how that game went here for the side of Zero Tenacity. And again, I think they've got a good idea. They've got a good, but letting that Tinker through, letting Navi run the aggression, and just like you're saying, getting caught out, Retsu getting caught out across the river time after time after time after time. And Navi took full advantage of that. It was just really well played for them. So that is going to be it for game number 1, Zero Tenacity. They've got a little bit of work to do to get themselves back in the series. Navi, though, they want to close it out in 2. We'll find out how it's going to go. But first, we are going to take a break. So we'll see you right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of Na'Vi versus Zero Tenacity. We'll see if Zero Tenacity going to be able to pull it back, or is it going to be a 2-0 here in favor of Na'Vi? So we get ourselves into this draft. So, Snow, looking at this one, ban straight away, we see the Darkseid being taken away, the Nature's Prophet and the Magnus all being taken out here. And what are you then looking at? Surely this Tinker's got to go here. Zero Tenacity, they have one ban left. Surely they've got to take it out. Somebody's going to remove this hero. Put me out of my misery.
Yeah, they should ban the Tinker, and they have second pick, so if they don't ban the Tinker, they're the ones that have to respond to it. Honestly, I think it's very necessary for teams if you want to have a shot at winning a big tournament right now. There are certain heroes you have to be able to address if it goes through, and being able to address Tinker, I think they were on the right track with the Night Stalker, but it went off the rails once they decided to go for a Lina instead of like a better pursuer from the mid lane. But still, it was crazy strong. I would personally ban it. I would understand if they did it, if they're like, guys, we practice with this, we have some ideas on what to do, but they must be braver men than me because they decide not to ban the Tinker, so we're probably going to be seeing it again from Na'Vi.
Okay, yeah, and I think 3 times out of 3 now I've seen the Tinker being picked up, that Night Stalker being picked up as a counter, and the Night Stalker just falling on its face, and the Tinker just getting away with everything that it wants. So Na'Vi, there's no reason for them not to go back for it here if they want to in that first pick. We'll see if that's what they want to lock in. Yeah, immediate lock in here for me. It's no surprise, and again, they can flex it between the mid lane, like you were saying in the last draft, or now we know Ari can play. We know it's a position 5 hero too, so opens up a big window here for Na'Vi to try and flex this hero around. And Zero Tenacity, just another problem they have to solve.
Yeah, at least they do have a Jakiro right now. That's going to give them. This was a hero that was also posing some pretty hefty problems from Kaori. He did so much magic damage. I mean, if you recall that one engagement middle where he almost solo killed the enemy mid laner by himself. Those are the kind of things that Jakiro can give you. And they're probably reflecting back on that game. And LeBron is like, guys, yes, I put in some pretty decent silences here and there, but I had no damage. I had no way to really affect the nature of these fights. So now I have Jakiro. I can do that. In the lane that we're going to be playing, we will also have push potential because they took way too long to kill the enemy offlane tower in game 1. So this helps a bit in that regard. And maybe, hopefully you're lucky and you do have a reach hero that can find Tinker. And if you do catch Tinker, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, that is enough damage to kill him, whether he's playing in the mid or the safe lane or the support role. So it's okay, but the number 1 tool is still going to be reach, is what's going to be required next.
Yeah, and I have been seeing the Spirit Breaker come out from time to time, but not specifically up against a Tinker, but just, as the pick. Obviously, lanes well with the Darkseid. I'm surprised we're not seeing that a little bit more to try and get on top of the Tinker, because it does feel like the Spirit Breaker kind of getting his way back into the meta. The Dragon Knight, as well as that Monkey King, AA, all going to be banned out from Na'Vi. Zero Tenacity, what do they want to be removing here after the first 4? They did take the PA out here as well, so they've got a choice now. Do they carry on focusing on these carry heroes? Because, again, all 4 of the heroes that they've banned out can be played around. Not even can be. The PA is that carry hero. But, again, the other 3 flex between other core roles here, too. We'll see what Zero Tenacity, what they want to be banning out. And, again, making it a little bit harder whether they go for that Terrorblade ban, that targeted ban up against Hiragi. That he loves that hero so much. But, for me, again, I'm looking at it on the side of Na'Vi, and I'm saying, with this Tinker pick, they're in the driver's seat, even one pick into this draft.
One thing as well, looking at these bans, Monkey King ban, Frost Dragon DK ban, Ancient Apparition ban, right? This could mean that they maybe want some Waffling as the carry, which would be pretty solid. But what it could also mean, my friend, is a Huskar being deployed in the mid lane. Na'Vi is going to be the ones that have the 18th pick to round out this phase. So if conditions look decent for them to be able to put a Huskar in the mix, like imagine a Huskar that has Defense Matrix on top of him. That's very scary to deal with.
No, I won't. You can't make me. I just no. I think I'll keep myself away from that one. I remain happy in bliss in my ignorance. I think. You know what I have been seeing? I've been seeing when the Huskars have been coming out, if they're not last picked, I have been seeing the Wind Ranger into it. Because the Wind Ranger kill shot now, you're the power shot being converted into the kill shot. How will the Huskars want to play? And again, it's a hero that I've been really impressed with. I'm surprised we're not seeing it a lot more. The amount of pressure that hero puts on, that you see, somebody's hanging around low. Okay, power shot, you get the kill. Somebody's not full health. I can run them down, focus fire coming out, power shot to finish off that gank now. And I'm seeing a lot of rotating for Wind Rangers coming through and really putting the pressure onto the other team. And I'm surprised that we're not seeing it here today. I didn't see it last night. OG Daze is an absolute amazing Wind Ranger. Didn't want to run it once last night, which really surprised me. So again, maybe a hero that is being worked on by the team, but I'm surprised we're not seeing it more and more.
OG is also a team that historically has played the Wind Ranger in a support role for a very long time. Back when Seb still went into the support role, he was running the 5 position Wind Ranger almost every game. So OG as a squad should have that in the back locker. But I agree with you that if Huskar doesn't merge, he certainly is a great option. Now, I'd love to see here for Na'Vi. I would love to see Warlock in this particular position right now. Give themselves an additional heal on top of the defense matrix. You get the fatal bonds with all the damage from Tinker, with all the damage and setup from the Mars, and of course you have that just crazy team fight now between Chaotic offering as well as having access to the arena. But more, the best part about having this, you drop the fatal bonds onto a hero Bristleback right in the middle of the fight. Bristleback can bounce, right? And you still can end up killing him in the long run. So I like this a lot. I'm very glad. I'm not only glad they picked the drop, but I'm glad I said it before they did.
I was going to ask you, Snow, what's it like living like 5 seconds in the future? You know, is it good over there, or are we okay? Are we looking at a really good future, or where should I put in my investments?
Oh, not in America, I can tell you that, brother.
Yeah, that's fair enough. On the other side here, Zero Tenacity, take away that Slark ban, so we're going to be seeing what they want to be picking up. They can flex that Bristle between the 1 and the 3 as well, depending on how they want to try and play this one. Looking at what they have been playing as well for Zero Tenacity, let me just get it up. Let me make sure I'm not telling any fibs. Again, they have been going for getting that Earthshaker out of the Storm Spirit coming up very early on as well in drafts. It looks like the Earthshaker pretty popular with that Bristle pack, because it means, again, they can keep that one flexed as well. Going to be the Clockwork, though. So are we going to be seeing something like the Gyrocopter coming through? Are we going to see that classic lane here for Z10?
That's what I was thinking as well. Clock Gyro. This looks like a very comfort draft for the side of Zero Tenacity. Nefrit's going to be playing his Bristleback, I think, one of his best heroes. You're going to get this Clockwork in the 4 position, excuse me. I have, of course, the Jakiro 5. I think the best place now would be the Gyro. It could actually, if they run the Gyrocopter, they're not necessarily locked into playing Gyro Clock. They could play Gyro Clock or Gyro Jakiro. Gyro Clock more likely, but I would like it because Gyrocopter, generally speaking, wants vision of the game. But more than Gyro, actually, I would prefer if they went for a Morphling here. One of the reasons why I'm happy with Morphling, in the previous game, we had a Ringmaster. I've realized last night, and I didn't know beforehand, that Ringmaster makes laning impossible for the Morphling. In this game, they don't have to really worry about him. They don't have much like hard disable on the side of Na'Vi, so you can move in and out of the fights. And looking at their damage output, outside of God's Rebuke, all of their damage is over the long course of a fight. They don't have any big burst available to themselves. So I would have liked that. Sven is fine, Sven probably means it's more likely that Jakiro is going to be the 5, but just this nice, stable hero. The big thing about the Sven as well is that he must buy Blink Dagger to be effective. So you guarantee that you will have at least one source of reach to follow up with the Clockwork jump in the game.
Yeah, I actually saw, talking about that Blink Dagger, it was it Rabbit Yagi last night that played it? Let me find the match. It was. So they had a bit of a different. I was talking about in that first draft how the Sven, you need to build the Mask of Madness, then you need to build the Echo Saber, then you need to go Blink, then you need to go BKB, then you need to. The actual build that came out from the Sven last night, if I can actually get onto it, was fairly interesting because it wasn't any of that. He got the Mask of Madness, he got the Echo Saber up, I think, and then he went back for an S and Y. Let me find the item build. I know it's here somewhere. I'm not just talking out my ass. So he went for the S and Y. He built himself up. He went for he just went straight AC Harpoon coming out there as well. It's completely skipped over the Blink Dagger. BKB came out a little bit later on. Then went MKB after that, which Ursa going to be picked up here now as well. And it was just a different build, and it felt like going for that early S and Y. It offset a lot of the early weaknesses that this hero has that gets dealt with once you get the BKB, but the BKB is such a longer build-up, it feels like, because you have to fight in bigger parts, and you can't fight out when you're building into it. So I would like to see that maybe go for something just a little bit different on the Sven build-up.
I mean, S&Y is generally excellent against Mars, could be pretty good against a Tinker as well, so I could certainly see him going for that route. If he does go S&Y, there's the BKB in this game dodges Mars spells, dodges some of the spells from the Tinker, but you can still get caught by the Chaotic Offering. I'm with you on this one. I would like to see S&Y before a Blink, quite a bit before, in fact. But you might have some issues dealing with this Ursa warrior here. This is a very, very, very scary Ursa game. Can rip through the Bristleback. The additional armor that you gain as a Sven doesn't really protect you that much against the Ursa. And the very scary thing as well is that Sven does his best work when he's the hero that is ahead of the enemy in the network department. Ursa farms are deceptively fast, you know? We all forget how quickly this hero can farm thanks to the overpower. So this hero is going to keep scaling with the team, but the real reason why I think they picked this, right, is Ursa does a lot of damage, right? Sometimes you see some teams being able to kite him around, you know, play until the last vestiges of a couple seconds. In this game, they have Fatal Bonds. If I drop Chaotic Offering, Fatal Bonds on top of you, in the duration of Enrage Overpower, 2 heroes are going to die every single fight. Or at the very least, come so close that the rest of us can just pick them off on the edges of the fight. So that burst damage I was mentioning earlier that they kind of lacked from Na'Vi, now they do get it from this Ursa in the safe lane.
Yeah, and it does feel like they can, they know they can play it safe as well. This Ursa's going to be able to get himself towards the Battle Fury. He's going to be able to get the farm out. He's going to be able to find his items because he is going to be coming up against potentially this Bristleback, unless they're going to do something funky with the Sven, the Bristleback, the way they want to play it. But you know that this Bristleback, he wants to go either into that Heaven's Halberd, you know, he wants to build up into the Vanguard into the Heaven's Halberd. He wants to go for something like the Ag Scepter here as well, but he's not that hero that's going to chase down an Ursa. He's not going to be invading into the enemy jungle, you know, he's not going to be putting the pressure onto the Ursa every second of the lane. You know, it's not like you're coming up against something like the Centaur as well that's going to be able to chase you down. It's not like you're coming up against the Enigma that can delete your buildings quickly with the Eidolons. You know, the Bristleback wants to find the farm. Tiny going to be that last pick here for Na'Vi too. And yeah, it feels like the Ursa, but the Na'Vi just say, okay, we have a guaranteed probably 15 minutes before Zero Tenacity start to get aggressive. That's going to guarantee the Battle Fury and a couple of items here for the Ursa before he starts to get, you know, the boots come out, or something like that before he starts to get aggressed on, if Z10 go for aggressive at all.
Yeah. One thing that's very scary about that aggression is a lot of it is going to be responded to by the Tiny. He's going to, ideally, depending on the lane, laning against the Pango. Okay, that should be fine for both of them. One thing about the Tiny as well, not only does he accelerate their mid-game timing, he's going to go that early blink, move around the map. He also has some really good repositioning tools against the Bristleback. This is going to be a tough game for Bristle. Dealing with Tiny, dealing with Mars, that can both make you face where you don't want to face, which is right in front of the Ursa. You have to also worry in this game about the fact that you're not going to be able to push out your tower that easily. They have so many ways to just defend that side of the map with the side of Na'Vi, so you might be left with left farm space overall. I don't know, man. I do like this Pango. It does help to break up this initiation quite a bit from the side of Na'Vi. At the same time, though, man, there's so much damage now. Tiny, Ursa, this Warlock, Fatal Bonds is gonna go absolutely ham in this game. I'm feeling a 2-0 on this one, gang, because I still, even with the Pango doesn't reliably always have an easy path to catching the Tinker in the same vein as like a Park, a Queen of Pain, a Storm Spirit. So the fact that they still don't have a reliable way to kill Ahri, based on what I saw in the first game, I have to side with Na'Vi on this one.
Yeah, I think I've got to lean the same way. You know, as much as LeBron is my boy, you know, you look at it, the Na'Vi, the lineup just looks a little bit better. I can't believe they let this Tinker through a second time here. Na'Vi, they have that momentum behind them now as well. Going to be able to put this one. And I don't think Z10, even with that Pango being picked up, you know, I don't see this lineup getting onto Na'Vi early on. I think they're going to be looking for their own farm, looking for their own items. You might see a couple of rotations from Pablo when he hits that 6, you know, the hook shot coming in. You're going to have that Jakiro behind him now as well. But for the most part, where's the real follow-up early on going to come from? Are you relying on these rotations constantly from the Pangolier? Because the Bristleback, not going to have that burst damage come out. The Quills are nice, but it doesn't stop you from running away. You know, you're going to have the Pangolier. What's he going to do when the Rolling Thunder's down? Does he have enough damage to follow up these two supports? Or is it Z10 saying that, okay, we need the defense, you know, we need to buy this time, we need to be defensive, we need to get these items up before we can fight? Is that what they're looking at here? And we get ourselves into the second game of this series. I genuinely struggle. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm hoping that they have a way around it, but I'm not seeing how Z10 are going to be able to play into this one and not be just outpaced by Na'Vi.
So the way that they have into this game is going to rely on Pablo, on his clockwork. He needs to be able to ensure that the Bristleback doesn't get overrun up on top. He's going to be providing vision of the Tinker in the middle of the fights. Ideally, he can also come middle and assist Stoikov, because I think if Pablo and Stoikov have really good games, they can create quite enough chaos that the Sven is able to just like continually ramp up in his farm, get to that these early mobility items, show up in the fight, blow these heroes up. Yeah. Thankfully, these heroes like the Tinker, the Warlock, if they do get on top of them, with the Sven, with the Pango, they can kill them 100-0 with not that much disable. The problem is just getting there reliably.
Yeah, And this time around, the smoke breaks there onto Ari. Ari going to back himself away. They're not going to be going towards the high ground here. Pablo walks himself down just to check out what that was. He did have the ward down there as well. So, yeah, you're going to see that they move themselves away here. Boom as well as Ari. Not stepping onto that high ground without knowing what's what. But Z10 sending the Bristleback. No, he's going to be back. Bristleback comes back towards the high ground here too. We'll see what they're going to try and do in terms of rune contest. Looks like not going to be a major, no first blood this time around. No major contest here as Clockwork. For some reason, Pablo always has that Dagon queued up in his quick buy. You know, it's one of those things. It's like, I think it was Amar used to have the Rapier queued up there. It's just always fun to see. But yeah, no major regression coming out. No first blood being thrown out this time yet from either team.
Let's see, which of these lanes seem like they're ripe for a kill? Top, we can probably see Warlock getting brought down if he runs himself very awkwardly into some cogs. Less likely for that to happen to the Clockwork. I can't imagine he'd be careless enough to take too much damage from the Ursa. He should be fine. And then bottom, I could see a kill happening here. Like LeBron could find himself like being speared to the far side of where the March and the Machines are, and suddenly it just takes way too much damage. Unfortunately, it's a little bit harder for Z10 themselves to reach Ari. All they really have is a Stormhammer, but as long as Boom holds a point into Rebuke and Spear, should always be able to push away the Sven before the real damage comes in.
Yeah, and that is something that's different with the Jakiro build from, well, probably before 7.38, that you used to see that early point into the ice path, you know, level 3, level 4, you get that one value point, and it feels like Jakiros at the minute, they don't go for that, you know, it's going to be around level 7, level 8, even level 9, where you push towards that ice path, but for early on, you're not too bothered about getting that lockdown out, so you are right, yeah, they are only going to get that Stormhammer out, no follow-up stun, which, you know, would have been nice, or could be nice for the Jakiro to get out. I didn't see which facet he picked up. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, how's it looking here? How do you play this lane? Because Stoikov, he's going to have the shield crash, he's going to have the swashbuckle coming through. And look at it, Sanctity doesn't really care. He's just going to stand and look for these last hits, looks like. Throw these avalanches out when needed to, too.
You're Stoikov here, you just try to pretend Sanctity is not here. There's literally nothing you can do to the tiny. You're just like, alright, bro, do you? I'm gonna do me. Whatever, man. Let's just, basically, there's an armistice that's going to happen middle. Stoikov is only using the shield crash to farm creeps. He's never going to go aggressive with the spell. So, yeah, literally nothing is going to happen middle. It's going to be very exciting.
Okay. Uragi going to be able to get the chase down onto Pablo here. Pablo can back himself away. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through, but Uragi says, I'm missing out on too many last hits. You know, he is going to try and play himself back and get himself back into the lane stage. So Pablo gets off with a 1 in this time, it feels like, up against the Ursa. He would have had the cogs, it looks like, anyway, Pablo, to try and get himself away. But again, the issue, like you were talking about, Fatal Bonds coming through. You're going to have the Ursa being able to rip through heroes now as well. And Pablo, what's he really going to be able to do when he walks up and gets those cogs out? Because it just feels like if he doesn't get the catch out on Kaori drops the Shadow Word on him. If he does get the catch out onto, you know, the Ursa, even with the damage coming through from the Battery Soul, the Ursa's still going to try and go for him, you know, try and do what damage you can, get those last hits, get those right clicks out here. And yeah, this pickup on the Clockwork, it feels just a little bit awkward to me into this lane.
Well, Pablo's doing the best he can because he is just continually dragging the wave as we saw just now. So that is going to be the extent of his contribution. Make sure that the creeps actually get to Nefrit. And if you look at the CS, so far he has been successful in that endeavor. Uragi is not massively outpacing the Crystal. Oh, mid lane Sanctity!
Did he stop him before the shield crash connected there? It looks like he didn't. Stoikov, boy, he needs to move himself away. There's not going to be any avalanche to follow up. Sanctity already using it. Stoikov using the last little bit of his regen here. And yeah, Sanctity, that was just such a perfect timing on the toss. So, and Stoikov, he's used all of his resources. What can he really do? In fact, he's bringing out more tangos here just to try and keep his regen up. And Sanctity having a fantastic time in this lane, looks like already.
Bridge Tinker times. Just chilling. They made sure to ban the hard Tinker counters in the lane before they did this. So just chilling, having a free time, progressing very rapidly towards that blink. And if the better he does here, it's not even about how much farm he's getting. He's denying Stoikov the easy ability to get experience. So he might be able to move around just before Stoikov fully feels ready to commit to his own movements. And then you make sure that you have the numerical advantage, just like they were securing in game 1 in all of their fights.
Well, we're going to see a couple of rotations here into the mid lane. Clockwork moving himself down too. Sanctity has to back himself away, so it does secure Stoikov the water rune at least. But on the other side, you can see that Ari making the save movements here on the bottom rune. So Sanctity will be able to fill his bottle back up as well. But wanted to get cheeky though, wanted to take away Stoikov both his runes. And the plan won't succeed this time around. Pablo going back into the lane. How's the Bristleback doing? The Bristleback is at least getting the farm here. 22 last hits here. for Nefrit, but really not slowing down the farm at all for Yuragi. So, and this is what Yuragi wants. Again, get into that Battle Fury, get those big items up, and really get it without being harassed out by the side of Z10.
Pablo is still doing the Lord's work, though. If it was a different support hero in the 4 position, they might not have been able to do this, but Nefrit is, I guarantee you, he's astonished at how well this lane is going. He's like, wow, guys, like, this is not supposed to happen, but
yeah,
here I am, 25 last hits, about to hit level 5. I'm actually out-leveling Yuragi because I spent some time alone in the lane, so life is good for this Bristleback, honestly, right now.
Blood Grenade comes out here onto Ari. Ari going to be taking a lot of damage coming through, but again, he has the repair bots, he has the 2 points in the match of the machines, he just farms up here, and yeah, can they get the kill out? It looks like they're going to be able to take down Nefrit, get to kill Kiori. Nefrit will fall after that one now as well, and Pablo will Yuragi with the double kill. So that lane, I mean, maybe dropping a caster's curse on it, but all of a sudden Yuragi going to be able to take it over here, 2 kills, and then a full wave or 2 of creeps as well.
Bro, they played that one so heads up on the side of Z10. They just ran headlong into Kaori. They saw him on the Warlock, still like most HP, and they're like, oh, we can take it. And to their credit, they killed him, but it's exactly what you were talking about. He dropped Shadow Word on himself to elongate the fight, dropped Fatal Bonds on them both, and then Ursa can just come in for the cleanup. Yes, you get the first blood, but definitely not worth it.
No, Ari will be taking down LeBron, at least get some revenge here coming through as well. Ari trying to stand out into those March of the Machines. Rolling Thunder going to be channeled here. Sanctity, can he get to the rune first? He does. Picks up that regen rune now as well. Stoikov, does he just retreat with this one? I think, yeah, doesn't want to be hanging around. Has that Rolling Thunder, will be able to get himself back towards the mid lane, but Sanctity immediately popped that regen rune here for the Tiny, so he is going to be A-okay, really not bothered, and all it means is you've already used that Rolling Thunder, so one of your options here for the Pangolier, it is down now for the next 60 seconds or so.
It's so demoralizing. You pop Rolling Thunder, you see this guy on like 10% HP, 20% whatever. He doesn't die. Not only does he not die, fam, he comes back, clears your Siege Wagon wave, and here they are putting pressure on your tier 1.
Yeah, and we can see here underneath, again, this tier 1 tower, the laser comes through now as well. Stoikov, he's going to be able to get the jump in onto Boom. Boom, only level 4 now. Swashbuckle comes out. Do they have the damage to get the kill out onto the Mars? The Mars going to be able to get a TP back, though, all the way back to base. Stormhammer had already been used, and again, only level 3 on LeBron. No Ice Path to speak of. Ari, though, going to be on the retreat. Stoikov does see him using those bottle charges to get his mana back, but Ari does get the split off. Won't be chased down by Stoikov. Kaori even gets the other side of the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be big. Even if he goes down here, he delays so much XP to the side of Z10. And Z10, it's just, again, it's the little things, but the little things, they are going to add up. And it's when you see that, 4-foot snowball coming towards you down the hill and you go, oh shit, there's nothing you can do. So we'll see how Z10 try and stem this bleeding that's coming out early on like this.
To make matters worse, not only did that movement bottom by Stoikov, the failure to get a kill actually is crazy, not just because of how much time it wasted from Stoikov. Look at the tier 1 tower. Sanctity was able to do this the entire time that Stoikov was missing. So the next move that Stoikov makes, he knows that he's going to be coming back without a tower middle. And Sanctity, it cost him nothing. He was chilling, finishing his phase boots. Nobody came to rotate onto him. His own tower is max HP. Now they're killing Sven bottom. Man, it's just... If you asked me to write like a script for how a good early game would look like for Na'Vi, this would be it, man. Even I wouldn't come up with how good it's going so far.
No, Shadow Word comes out onto the Pango there too. And just, again, back to the Tinker. Man, if he has repair bots, take the damage off the March of the Machines. Let it do one or the other. Seriously, this hero is way too overtuned.
Ari?
Oh, the laser comes through. Is he going to be able to get a kill? He does. Just straight up walks on and kills Stoikov. There was nothing Stoikov could do.
All right, Ari's a better man than me. I would have tipped him right there. Be like, nice farm, bro. What's going on?
Ari's a polite boy, Never had a bad word said against him. Stormhammer comes out. Dual Breath. Boom is going to throw out the arena now as well. They don't want to try to turn around after this one. Warcry will be used, but Yuragi, he comes through the Twin Gate. Red 2 is going to be the target. And again, the March of the Machines, Ari with the laser. And it looks like LeBron is going to be the next one to go down. Turns around with the Dual Breath, but they're all so healthy on the side of Na'Vi. They're going to be able to get healthier now too with the March of the Machines coming through. They take down another 2 heroes, and Yuragi, he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto this tier 1 as well. Can they get this tier 1? I don't think the Sven's going to be coming back into this lane. I think they're going to be able to get this tower for free.
Definitely. Not only do they get the tower for free, the hero that they left behind top is a Bristleback, right? And Bristleback is many things, but right now he's not that leave me alone and I'm going to take the tower immediately type of siege engine, right? Takes the hero a while. So Ari already back mounting a defense top. So Yuragi still has all that space to farm with in the top jungle. They take away Sven's farming space bottom. And look how much the map has just shrunk. all of a sudden, like mid tower is about to fall. It falls now. Remember what we
Yeah.
spoke about. The moment that Stoikov leaves, he's going to come back. The tower's gone. He didn't leave. He died, but the result is the same. 2 towers gone. You have no bearing on the other towers to take yourself. Very little map control. And unfortunately, the only hero you have that farms at a decent clip is going to be Retsu. But Stoikov, where is he supposed to find farm now?
Yeah, you see that he's going to go into the triangle here, find these stacks, try and find the farm that way. Is Pablo going to be helping out getting these stacks up? But that means that, like you say, Retsu's not going to be able to find those stack farms. You know, it's not going to be Nefrit getting towards that quick Ags to find that farm either. And Nefrit, yeah, what's he going for? It's going to be the Vanguard up, so probably going to be the Haven's Halberd here for the Bristleback. Build-wise, after that, do you carry on going? Do you go for the Axe Scepter? Do you want to go back Pipe here? What do you build up here on the Bristle?
It's tough game. I don't think you get the pipe, like as much as there is a lot of magic damage between Tiny, Tinker, and this godforsaken Warlock as well. You need damage of your own. We have the same problem we had in the previous game, right? Like Stoikov, because this game, we've all seen those Pango games where he just goes absolutely ham. He's level 11 at 10 minutes and he's demolishing the enemy team. That's not going to be this game. It's going to take him a while to build into damage. The Sven has completely been shut down in the early game. It's going to take him some time as well. And Bristleback, in the meantime, he's the only one who had something even remotely resembling a good lane.
Yeah.
So he's the one that needs to build into the damage for his team. But it's one of those games you need a lot of different items. But I definitely would go for the Ags if I was him.
Okay, we'll see what the build is going to be. The Cogs comes out here. The toss out onto Kaori, but the Cogs going to be effective now as well. Nefrit, does he want to try and go onto this one? Looks like not. Much of the machine's going to be going down. And again, Na'Vi, they rotate 4 heroes up here just to try and put the pressure. It is a catapult wave. Going to be chased back a little bit, it looks like. Not sure where everyone else on the side of Z10 is. So they give up the Ghost for now. Don't want to put the pressure onto the tier 1 and maybe get caught out, killed off. But while that's going on, you've got Ari in the mid lane finding free farm. You've got the Mars in the bottom lane finding free farm. And again, this is going to be where it starts here for the Tinker. That he's going to be in the support role, getting core levels of farm.
On the bright side, though, because they did have to commit 4 heroes for that move, that did give space for Retsu to farm bottom, and he's doing so with the Plum on the Sven, trying to get himself towards the Echo Saber. So, doing what he can. Unfortunately, he's being hunted, but no, they changed targets. They're going to go mid.
Yeah, Coffin comes out. Stoikov can get himself away from this one. The Ice Path will be used. He uses that Rolling Thunder defensively now as well. Tree Toss, it will be a heat tracking tree, you know, if that actually exists here as the toss comes in, but the Rolling Thunder does still connect out now. They get the D-Ward out, but again, they force out, okay, the Caustic Coffin has been used, but they force out another Rolling Thunder here. They force out a rotation from the Jakiro defensively. And Na'Vi, they are just not slowing down. They might be able to go for a little bit more now as well. Can they get the catch out? Cogs are going to be down. Cogs being kicked through now as well. Kyora's gone. We'll walk through them. Ari, he has the March of the Machines down. They're taking away these stacks that Nefrit desperately needs to farm up. Hookshot comes in, but Pablo going to be caught in the middle of these March of the Machines. Laser comes through now as well. They're going to change targets. Can they get anything else from this one? Because like you say, Yuragi is coming in. And Z10, maybe just have to pull the ripcord on this one. Your parachute out. They're going to have to give up this tier 1 tower, it looks like.
Weirdly enough, honestly, a decent situation for Z10. They didn't lose any heroes. They forced them to commit the full ultimate from this Warlock. Yes, they have them playing in the triangle. Yes, they had them steal some stacks, but Bristleback legitimately took half of it himself. And in the meantime, yet again, Retsu was not here. He is farming. He's going to be their win condition, so they need him to get to his necessary items. And he's slowly but surely been making a recovery. So Na'Vi, I do like the fact that they're doing these aggressive moves, but Z10, they've kept their heads. They haven't been sucked into the pressure of Na'Vi too much. This game is still very much playable.
Yeah, they can. They just need to chill it out like a bit. Like you said, don't panic here. They have that Sven catching up. He's still going to be a ways away behind that Ursa by about 1,000 gold in terms of farm here. But the catch out, LeBron, again, out of position here on that Jakiro, just gets caught out. And again, I know what I was saying last game, it's information, but you're still giving gold over to Na'Vi. You know, you're still giving a little bit of a net worth bump, and you're taking a hero off the map as well for 20 seconds. Stoikov, do we have the spear out now as well? They do. They have the damage out with that God's Rebuke, and Stoikov, even with that warning, just didn't get himself out of dodge here, and Na'Vi, another good pickup coming through. 14 minutes in, 5k net worth, lead 8 kills to 3.
It's very unfortunate because they were actually smoking to go and kill Boom, the 2 supports, but now LeBron caught again.
Yeah, Hookshot comes in now. What can they do with this one? It looks like they're going to try and go, and LeBron gets caught out. The arena will be here. Drops that Ice Path, but again, the March of the Machines coming through. They're going to be able to get one, they get 2, and Yuragi, he claims both of them. Another double kill going his way. The net worth, it just keeps bouncing up and up and up here for this Usurper.
Yeah. LeBron, poor LeBron. He went for a smoke gank bottom. He dies, gets revealed by Ari, respawns, dies immediately again. And to make matters worse, I was wondering, like, Ari was just standing there in Macropie Ice Path. I was like, how the hell is this guy so tanky? My brother is level 10 on this Tinker, 14 minutes into the game. The enemy supports are level 7 respectively. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, again, look at the net worth he has compared to every other support in the game. He's doubling up nearly everybody apart from the Warlock. He's 400, 500 gold away from a mid-Pangolier. Let me say that again. A position 4 Tinker is 400 gold behind a mid-Pangolier. This hero is ridiculously strong, and I'm on a one-man hate crusade. You know, nerf this hero into the ground. Toss comes in. They're gonna be able to get the jump onto LeBron again. LeBron, Ice Path will be used, but the damage, it might still be enough. Warcry, they even throw the chaotic offering for this one. LeBron, it's close to Shadow Word. It should do the job. Kaori gets the tick.
Bro, Kaori even threw a blood grenade at him. Bro, what the hell did LeBron do to you, guy? He was dead for sure. Blood grenade, a chaotic offering. He was doing the most. And they're not done. Look, Boomer wants to catch more. He has Arena in 15, but they also have the Tiny here.
Yeah, Avalanche comes in. He's going to be able to get the toss back now as well, right onto Boom and Boom. But the Rolling Thunder will come through. Do they want to try and go on? Nope, Defense Matrix out here onto Sanctity. So he's going to be able to shrug it off with the heals coming through from the Marching Machines as well. And yeah, Stoikov, they just have to, again, get themselves out of danger. Even though that was well, it wasn't their initiation. The Arena comes through now as well. Oh, the blinking Sanctity. He's going to have the toss, the spear to the Arena wall. And Boom gets the credit for the kill. And again, C10 just bleed another kill.
This Tiny was literally standing. He got hit 3 times by the Rolling Thunder. He was literally healing while getting hit by Rolling Thunder. What are you supposed to do? It's only level 1 Rolling Thunder, of course, because this Pango has no experience. Now they're going to lose Roche, the Ursa specialty. Going to get that for the team, and nothing that the rest of Zero Tenacity can do about this. Retsu is still not ready to fight. Has an Echo Saber, yes, but needs BKB. Bristleback going to go for Pipe of Insight. That's going to help, yes, but they're still going to find themselves bereft of damage, so it's going to be quite a while before Zero Tenacity feel like they can take a fight, and that means that Na'Vi pretty much own this map for the next 5 minutes at the very least.
Yeah, and again, like you say, they're going to be able to take down the tier 2 towers, even though Z10, you know, having to play in like a defensive farming pattern. How much map are they really going to have left here? Because the tier 2 towers are going to be put under pressure. Stoikov, if he gets caught out against Sanctity, he's looking for it. He's looking for that blink in. Pablo, though, they might be able to go. Nope, blink away already for Boom. And it looks like, do they want to go? Ice Path comes out here. What can they do? Does Boom have that Arena out? He doesn't for a few more seconds. But against 3 heroes, the Marching Machine's coming through. The Macropie has been dropped. Ari, is he going to go down? Finally, he will be taken down. Retsu gets the credit for the kill. Rolling Thunder comes through. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage out into Sanctity, but the Avatar comes out now. Pablo will die. Can they turn this one around? They will be able to take down Sanctity as well. Retsu, he wants to carry on going. Boom, couldn't try and run himself away, but the Ice Path, they do lock 3 down. A good 3 kills here. Z10 finally, after the past few minutes of being behind, the past probably 10 minutes of being behind, will be able to get more kills on the board, and they might not be done just yet. Stoikov, Diffuser Blade comes out to Kaori. Kaori, can he run himself away from this one? He absolutely cannot. Ursa going to be able to get involved, and again, Ursa has that Aegis, but everyone else on his team is dead. So Ursa, he thinks twice about diving into 4 heroes, even with an Aegis.
Literally the best case scenario that could possibly have happened. Stoikov got off the shield crash before the subsequent stuns hit him, so he had a lot of that blocking damage. They went into this narrow pathway on the stairs with both the Tinker as well as the Tiny. The 2 heroes that you absolutely need to keep the control. But even more importantly, Boom, he broke a 3-hero smoke, right? They were coming to gank him. He breaks the smoke, blinks past them, but because he blinks past them, he's actually not available for the first part of the fight. By the time he's able to position properly to get off his spells, it is a little bit too late. These heroes are falling extremely low. Retsu has shown up with the Sven, putting in quite a lot of damage. It was a perfect case scenario for 010, and they did not disappoint. They got the kills. They didn't have the Ursa there either from Na'Vi, so the net worth leader of the game wasn't there. For once, 010 take the numerical advantage and gave them a kill, even though they still end up feeding the bear a few minutes later.
Yeah, and again, it's only going to be that that clockwork that goes down. Not giving up too much, but again, it opens up the lane because there's no hook shots coming on, there's no cogs to force them away from that tier 2. So the top lane will be under pressure. Looks like Sven, he's going for the cookie cutter build. Echo Saber's out, BKB's out, Mask of Madness, and the Blink is going to be next. And not going for anything out of the ordinary here, Retsu. I mean, he's 2-2-1, so he's picked up a couple of kills, but really, when you look at the comparison, even though he's fairly even in terms of net worth with this Ursa Burr, it feels like the Ursa just doing a little bit more on the map here. And Retsu, well, takes a God's Rebuke, and yeah, are they going to try and make a dive happen here? He might be able to go hook shot. It's going to miss. There's going to be the Chaotic Offering coming out now as well. The Rolling Thunder inside the cogs, and Yuragi is low, but he still has that Aegis now as well. Sanctity, if you want to turn this one around, the Rotovatos comes out. There's going to be the toss-up now as well onto Stoikov, and Stoikov trying to do what he can. The Swashbuckle coming through as well. They do at least pop this Aegis. Can they go for more? Kaori, he's already dropped that Chaotic Offering, so Kaori going to be in danger now. Sanctity tries to get himself out. Retsu, this is what I was speaking of. This is how the Sven needs to get involved. He needs to hit these early spikes and really put Na'Vi on the back foot. And all of a sudden, Z10, these fights looking so much better for them.
That was actually so genius from Z10. So a couple of really cool things. They noted that Boom was bottom, right? They smoke up with Stoikov, the Clockwork, and the Bristleback. But instead of heading towards where the Mars is at, with the Sven and Jakira being nearby, they say, let's go middle. They don't have the Mars to come in, and we know that Mars is going to try and respond. But when he tries to respond, we're actually going to gank him with LeBron and Sven coming in right behind him. And Boom did not expect that to happen. He dies, being unable to reach the fight. And in the meantime, you can see that Na'Vi didn't really expect them to just jump headlong like that into Sanctity. So by the time they decide, maybe we should drop Chaotic Offering, maybe we should drop Fatal Bonds and all of this, he's already at half HP, losing his life. They've already killed a Clockwork at that point, so there's no target to bounce off the Fatal Bonds. So Nefrit was just sitting there, nobody else taking damage with him, so he can go ham in the fight. And he also revealed the Pipe of Insight, so they blocked most of the damage coming in from the Tinker as well. That was excellent.
Yeah, they did go back for the pipe after the Heaven's Harvest here. The arena's going to be used. What can we do? There's going to be the Fatal Bonds coming through now, and the Avatar gets thrown out. The Marching Machine's coming through. Nefrit, though, is going to be standing in the middle of them, and Sanctity, he gets so damn low from this one, even through the Crimson Guard. Look at the damage. He's going to be able to get the kill. Did they get the Mars now as well? Mars, he tries to get the push away with the Spear, but Stoikov still going to be able to secure that kill, and all of a sudden, Z10, they're looking right back in this game.
Nice. Remember in the previous game when we were talking about the nature of Sven as a hero, like 0 to 15 minutes, the hero's very meh, doesn't really do anything. 15 to 25, 30, oh my god, what a hero. You're nicely in that phase of the game. Got his BKB, still at 9 seconds, has the mom. He actually might have a fight here, but Yuragi clicked on his inventory and realized, I actually don't think I want this smoke right now.
No, and we'll see them backing up. I mean, it is going to be a 5 versus 3 as well, even if Na'Vi are respawning fairly quickly. But like you say, they don't want to fight this one at the hook shot. Does it connect here? Uragi's going to turn himself around as Pablo. Pablo, not a lot of mana left, but does have those cogs out now as well. Nefrit trying to get in. The BKB is out. Retsu is going to be standing man mode. Does he get himself away from this one, though? The Rotobatos actually comes out onto Nefrit. Nefrit, he's going to stand his ground. Uragi, does he want to carry on going, jump in from Boom here? But Boom, not going to be able to get on top of the Sven. The Sven, to be far enough away, it looks like his Nefrit doing so much damage. The toss comes in now, but it's tossing Boom to his doom. Again, Chaotic Offering, it hits onto 3-4 heroes though. Boom, he's going to get low. Does he go down to this one? No defense matrix to keep him alive. The Shadow Word doing a lot of work though. This Boom, he's going to be able to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Nefrit running through the Marching Machines. Do they have the damage to take him down? Fatal Bonds coming through once again. Yuragi, the Stormhammer, do they have the lockdown? The arena's going to be here, but they still get the kill onto the Burr. And it looks like it's going to be in return 3 heroes dead. Look at how quickly they fall as well. Nefrit might be the 4th. Trying to do what he can to stand his ground here, but to chase out one laser, one Rotovators, one anything from Ari will secure this kill. And it's only going to be Stoikov left. Stoikov, though, at least will be away. And that, again, back and forth on the fight. I thought Na'Vi, they maybe blundered the way into a really bad fight, but once Ari comes in and once Boom re-jumps in with that arena, Z10, they just crumble.
Bro, they stood in Stoikov middle. Is he dead?
Might not be done yet. Yeah, the Rotovators comes through. He tries to get himself away, but the Swashbuckle not going to take him anywhere here. The drag back in, the lasers comes through. It might not be a death, but it's still, again, more than a warning shot coming through from Na'Vi.
That previous fight, okay, I want to praise 2 people in particular. Boom is actually a god gamer. Like, the edges he was playing in that fight, the amount of times he nearly died at the very last second, the amount of ways he was using this Tumbler Sway to maneuver in and out, what a god. We see why when he was on Team Secret, Puppy kept insisting that this guy's got the chops for this offlane Mars. So he kept the fight going for much longer than it has any right to be, not just by him staying alive, but the constant spears, throwing heroes back, the constant uses of rebukes as well. Retsu, once his BKB went down, found it really difficult to just stick on a target, just getting pushed away several units back. And then, of course, the other person we need to highlight is our boy Kaori. He was so patient, not just with the Chaotic Offering, but waiting until everyone was bunched together. After they were all sitting in the March of the Machines, that's when he drops the Fatal Bonds. All of a sudden, 2,000 damage in a couple of seconds. You don't see it coming, and the heroes just melt in that instance.
Retsu at least does get a kill into Yuragi there as well. God Strength will be used as The Macropire gets dropped, so really nice kill coming out onto Yuragi. Shows that you can't get complacent here on the side of Na'Vi. You know, you can't uplink in. Was he going to try and go Stoikov? Boom, though. He's going to have that little hop away, the Diffusal Blade. It slows that Mars down just enough. Now Retsu's going to use that last of the God Strength, getting the damage off, and no! Okay! Stoikov will still get the kill. Hook shot on the backlines now as well. Cogs comes through. There's going to be the Yule Scepter spin up into the air. Sanctity, trying to get himself away from this one, will be able to get that jump out and the little hop there too. For the chase out, what can they do here? Tinker, he's milling himself out. I think it was Defense Matrix allowed him to get the jump away there, the Tiny.
Well, there's also the Tumbler's toy. What a silly item. What a silly item. God, I hate that item. Holy smokes. Without it, he dies for sure. But with that and the Tinker, does manage to get out. However, right now they're really struggling to deal with this Sven. And look at him. I was talking about how he needs to be ahead of the opposition, and he's 3k up right now. They've been winning these engagements. He has this Brigand's Blade as well with the additional attack speed. And he is going to keep scaling. This data list is going to be quite terrifying. This Ursa at the moment hasn't necessarily built for HP. So we don't have a very tanky Ursa overall if Enrage isn't being utilized. And Sven, with the full data list, doesn't really care about your Enrage. Just chops through your HP pool regardless.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how they're going to try and initiate a fight here, Z10, when it comes to the 5v5. Because like you say, that last fight, the March coming through into the Fatal Bonds. Hookshot comes through, though. They're going to see Stoikov as well. He's inside that roll-up. Can he get himself away from this one? The shield crash shield, it goes down, and then so does Stoikov. He could not get off that Rolling Thunder now. Pablo trying to run himself away. There's going to be the 4-star forward into the tossback now as well. They lose another 2. And again, just getting caught out of positions. Silly mistakes here, it feels like, for Z10. And just really bad positioning-wise. Can they go for more now? Nefret just going to turn and run himself away.
I'm getting a distinct sense of deja vu from the previous game where Na'Vi is just taking initiative. And it just does feel like whoever takes initiative in this game has been able to win fights. I mean, Z10 at some point were like 7k gold behind. They decided to take fights and they were winning them. But in these last couple of minutes, we're back into that holding pattern of Na'Vi dictating terms. And it's not going to change anytime soon. They've just picked up an Aegis. They have a Roshan's banner. And they can keep going. Look at this. Boom. Reaching forward. He wants LeBron.
Yeah, they want to go for this one. The arena is going to be coming out. Do they actually get on top of him to get the kill? Out now, LeBron. I mean, it's only a support. It's only the Jakiro, so not going to be the tankiest hero in the world. 4 heroes right on top of him. It does mean that the arena is down, but again, it's just another kill to add to Navi's side. And 22-16 here, 0-10.
Radiant are scared.
I don't know how many times I've said in this game, they just need to cut out these silly deaths. And I know you're only losing support, you're buying that information, but it's better to not be dying at all. Just get those wards down, get the information that way. And yeah, Na'Vi just seem to know every time Z10 are alone and how to best capitalize on that.
Nefret has picked up a BKB on his bristleback, so that's going to help against this Ursa, because you'll have BKB with the Heaven's Help. It will guarantee that every single time it will be laid onto the bear. Still, though, it's going to be some time before he finishes, before he feels comfortable making that jump. They need Stoikov to come back, and they need Stoikov to finish the Aghanims. I think that's the item that they're waiting for right now.
Oh, Kaori, did they get the catch out here to get the kill? It looks like they might just do. Kaori, again, a little bit too far forward there. I mean, Ursa was close, so it buys the information for Yuragi, that death. He is going to go Disperser on the Ursa Burr, though, as well. I think he just finished the Diffusal Blade, had it flown into him by the courier. So, yeah, he's going to make the Chitin situation even worse here for the Sven. You'll make it even harder for him to get away if he does get jumped on himself. Boom. He is out in the open here. Can he get aggressive out onto Boom? Boom has that Blink Dagger available to him if he needs to make that big jump away. I don't think we saw him. It is nighttime vision here, and I don't think LeBron came along and saw Boom. So Boom, he's just going to happy continue farming out. He's like, yeah, I'm safe. There's no issues here. And then goes for that TP to the top lane. So they group it up. They know where Retsu is. They want to make something happen here up against the Sven.
It was actually a dangerous TP because the Ursa had just come to the same place a few seconds before, so that was a very long TP from the Mars. If they did have a sliver of vision, LeBron would have caught him and they would have killed him, but he gets out. The exchange is Zero Tenacity, pick up the Aghanim shot, goes towards Pablo, so the jetpack will help them with the vision situation and additional jump from Zero Tenacity. But the more important items is that Aghanim Scepter and the Daedalus from Sven.
Yeah.
Even though, honestly, Rob, even though they have an Aegis, right? I think for Zero Tenacity, you're not going to be getting much stronger in the near future. Pablo also finished the 4-star. I think they should try and force something on the map at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see what they'll be able to do. And yeah, you are right. I mean, the Dale is coming out here for the Sven with the Wrath of God boosting him up. So with all the strength items that he's got, it is going to be very it's in the sweet spot for the Sven right now. You know, his BKB is not too low. He's a decent amount of time as well, a decent amount of damage here. Pablo actually jetpacks himself up onto the high ground here. Did he get the catch out? He's going to try and get himself away, but the spear comes out, pins him to that tree, to the jetpack. Not going to be super useful here. Yule Scepter keeps him alive a little bit longer, but the toss comes in, and Sanctity, he will get that kill. So offers a little bit now, Navi. This window, the clockwork is down, no hook shot. 40 seconds on the sidelines. What are they going to be able to do here? What do they want to try and make a move on with this Aegis window here too? Navi, do they want to try and look to fight? And it looks like Ari actually pushing out, split pushing here on the map. And yeah, Yuragi's going to join him. So not really getting too aggressive with this Aegis so far, Navi.
Pablo's death does save Nefrit because Nefrit was farming bottom. The gank would absolutely have killed him, but they sacrificed yet again Pablo's life. He's been a bit of a punching bag in this series. Something like 13 deaths the previous game, 8 in this one.
Yeah.
20 plus deaths in a B of 3 is that's tough, buddy. That's tough. But if they win, it's not going to matter, of course. The courier actually got vision of Sven. They see Sven top lane. Retsu might just be dead here.
Retsu has to pop that BKB. Can he get himself away from this one now as well? There's going to be jumping on Yuragi. Tries to get that blink on top, and now, I mean, Retsu, the Atos, he just cannot TP out. The hookshot comes in, but it's going to be a little bit too late here in Pablo. He might have just thrown himself to the wolves, or at least the burr. Nefrit, can he get the chase on now? So there's going to be another diffuser blade. The ice path, it locks him down. Macro path going to be thrown out now as well. And the damage, look at this one, Sanctity. He is going to melt in the Macropire now as well. Yuragi, does he want to try and re-engage on this one? The big spells, they are down. Boom comes in. There is going to be that spear out inside the arena. They've got the lockdown. They're going to be able to get the kill. Surely onto Nefrit. A couple more right clicks. He's going to get low. Ari gets it with the laser, and now LeBron. He's next on that chopping block coming through. The Atos for the lockdown. They take down the dragon. And what else can they get from this one? Objective-wise, there is a tier 2 tower waiting right here for them to aggress on it. And I think Navi, they're going to just oblige this. They're going to go right onto this tier 2. And Z10 cannot defend this tier 2 tower.
Had access to the BKB TP out on the Sven, but perhaps he felt there was too much damage coming from the other side.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do it, and as a result, he ends up dead. And now they also caught Stoikov too.
Yeah, do they have that spear after the Yule Scepter coming through now? He's going to be inside that roll-up, so the spear, it will not connect. He doesn't have the Rolling Thunder, though, Stoikov. Does he want to try and chase into the machines? They're going to be able to get the root onto Stoikov, and Stoikov, he just has to back himself away from this one. Yeah, boom. Even the mid lane, look at this tier 2 tower. They're going to be able to get 2 out of 3. And you know what they say, 2 out of 3, it ain't bad here. I wonder if they even carry on the aggression, because look at the bottom lane. The creeps are pushed in. They might just be able to get all 3 tier 2 towers out of this.
Sure, why not? Boom is not that far away. Ari is already in the vicinity. The Sven will TP down though, so he's going to be the one deployed with keeping this safe. And Ari just gets out. They'll at least save 1, but they've already lost 2. And if he moves forward on this high ground, they have excellent vision. They see him right now. Coming up this hill will guarantee his death, and he senses it too, so he'll go play around his own team's vision. Now we're at a 5k net worth deficit, and the Sven's lead that he enjoyed earlier over the Ursa is practically evaporated at this point.
And bit of lag, bit of pause, so hopefully Stoikov not going to be too far before he reconnects. Yeah, looking at the Sven, Harpoon is out, so that's going to help him once that BKB is down to stick to his opponent. He's got the Blink Dagger, Mask of Mana's coming out here as well, Daedalus for the damage, so he is outputting a lot here. Level 22 for the Sven as well. It's just, how much can he do before that BKB wears off? Before he starts to be kited out, Diffusal Blade comes out, the Yule Scepter comes out, the Avatar, so you're going to be slowed down as well, the Spear comes out. So, yeah, Retsu, obviously it's not all going to be focused on him, but it is important that while that BKB is up, and for however long, he at least gets 1 kill, makes it easier for his team to take over the fight. And like I say, the lower that BKB gets, the harder it is to achieve that objective.
Radiant are
We're going to go and fight right now with the Aegis having been gone down. Time to try and make something happen here. BKB is up, Daedalus is up. Main thing though, the main problem that they have is there's too many targets you have to get to, right? If I don't kill Warlock immediately, there's a Chaotic Offering counter initiation. If I don't kill Mars, counter initiation with the Arena of Blood. If I don't kill Sanctity, counter initiation with the Arena Toss. If I don't kill Yuragi, this bear just jumps in and mauls my backline to death. What am I supposed to do? And we don't have that many initiation tools, right? Because the thing is, we have to go on that one target. Sven must go, kill a target, and move on to the next one, but
Jumping
How
there
do
on
they
top of
close the
Nefrit now is
liability?
on Nefrit. Can he get himself away from this one? The hookshot will come in. Nefrit pops that BKB. Looks like they're going to try and move away the ice path now as well. It's going to be connected onto Yuragi. Yuragi stunned up for a little bit longer. Those cogs doing a decent amount of work. I'm hearing the God Strength jump in now as well. Where do they want to go? The Rolling Thunder will be ended out now. So Stoikov, is he out in no man's land? Caught out in the river. Laser comes through. The arena will be dropped now as well. The BKB, it's down for Nefrit. Nefrit, can he just keep its back turned to this one? Yuragi, it's going to be a lot of damage. He will go down here. Z10. Boom, going to be next on the chopping block, but everybody on Z10 getting really down low, apart from the Sven. Jakiro will go down. LeBron falls first here. Stoikov, the chase on to Sanctity, but look at these crits. Retsu, he wants to carry on going. Going to be able to get the blink forward on to Kiori. Kiori wants that Ghost Scepter, but he knows it's only a matter of time, especially with that Stormhammer coming up. The Force Staff, but he's going to be dragged back by the Harpoon. 4 heroes dead. Z10. Amazing fight coming out for them. We might be seeing Tier 2 towers going the other way now for Z10.
Yuragi now paying for his decision to go for the Disperser before going for a Abyssal Blade. He just does not have the HP to stand toe-to-toe with Retsu. If Retsu is able to get on top of him. They're both also down to 6-second BKB, so you can't rely on the BKB duration. The crazy part is, Retsu didn't get a single hit during his BKB. All of that came thereafter. And he killed the Ursa in 3 hits, bro. 3. The Ursa just went down, crumbled like a folded paper, so... As things stand right now, Na'Vi just aren't really kiting Retsu effectively. And all the counter initiation tools I was talking about before, Kaori did not have Chaotic Offering in that fight. It was still on cooldown. And they expended most of their counter initiation on just trying to bring down Nefrit on his Bristleback. So by the time everybody else comes in, the BKBs are down, the ultimates are non-existent. And crucially, Yuragi is very, very far forward. He could not get himself out of the fight. And as he dies, a lot of their right-click damage dies with him because of this Pipe of Insight blocking off the magic damage from the Tinker and the Tiny.
Yeah, and now the smoke comes out from Z10. They want to make this momentum count here. They want to be finding somebody else, and they want to be really putting the fork in Na'Vi here, seeing if they are done and dusted. But Na'Vi sticking together as a group. Yuragi isn't here, though. Okay, the dive comes in. Boom. Quick fingers, the Harpoon. They get the drive back. Defense matrix comes up. Boom. They chaotic offering. It does connect onto 3. But can they capitalize on that? It doesn't look like it. Look at Z10. They're going to try and dive onto the high ground here. Get on top of Boom. Boom. We'll be back on the tier 4 towers. Stoikov might have gone a little bit too far. The roll-up comes through, and it's just going to be rolled up, forced into behind those tier 4 towers. Stoikov, it was brave, but a little bit too far. Now, Sanctity will fall in return. Can they go for any more? Warcry comes out. They're on the retreat here, Z10. They know they've done the job. They've forced out a couple of ultimates. They've got to kill themselves. They don't need to throw too much away here. And it looks like Na'Vi, they are trying to chase out, but Nefrit waits in the trees. Boom comes out. Spear, it won't connect here. Retsu, he's looking for his big jump in. Does he have his ultimate up? He doesn't. But he's still looking for a target here. Boom, defense matrix will be used. Can they go for any more? Kaori, Ari, Boom, Yuragi, they are all going to be close here. Nefrit, he has some protection coming out, but it looks like Na'Vi, they want to go around the long way. Try and find somebody else as Nefrit going to be that target that you go for after everybody else is dead. Ursaba, was he going to try and go here? Smoke Breaks are going to be able to get on top of LeBron. LeBron will go down first here. Nefrit is now going to be that target. The Rodaway's Tears come through, but he has that BKB back once again. You'll set her out. Yuragi trying to run himself away now. Yeah, the rest of Na'Vi, they got something from that. It's not a wasted mission for them. Did he go? Rose Ursa's not back up just yet. They do check the pit. He blinks himself over. Might see Retsu. Retsu, what's he going to try and do? Retsu, he might have that blink away here. Ari's going to be able to get the TP in now as well. Does he get himself out from this one? It's going to be a lot of damage. Do he get on top of the Sven? Let's look at the Sven here. Sven, he's not going to be able to get himself out. The hook shot, it's not going to be able to connect here. But Retsu, can he keep himself alive? The damage, it might be more than enough. No, Retsu goes down to Yuragi. The chase away Pablo, he's got that jetpack. Will be a way to safety, but they lose the Sven.
Oh my goodness. Losing Sven in that moment, but they knew he didn't have BKB, didn't have the God Strength. He literally, as he died, the BKB came back off cooldown. But the scary part is, because Yuragi still doesn't have Basher, it's only arriving now. If that was a one-on-one fight, the Sven would have won.
Yeah.
That's how crazily farmed he is right now. That's a 10. It almost allowed him to stay living, but sadly, Boom shows up at the last moment. But yet again, Na'Vi, their ability to keep chasing on this map has been just so solid. Each time a fight will end, they just keep going onto the enemy side of the map. And it might seem reckless because they were doing that. They didn't have Arena, they didn't have Chaotic Offering. But that aggression nets them a kill, nets them a Roshan, nets them a cheese, and a Roshan's banner to boot.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, this feels like, again, it's their game to kind of throw away once again. He has 6k net worth lead, 30 kills to 23, and Aegis out. Like you say, the Basha coming out now for the Ursaba too. So with the swipes coming out, Ursa and Yuragi should be able to get at least one stun proc in the middle of this fight. Does he want to carry on going out? Defense Matrix, no Sven for the next 30 seconds too. So they are going to be able to take down at least this tier 3 tower. It feels like even with the fortification coming out, 0-10, do they really have what's needed here? The jump comes in, boom, gets that arena out, and LeBron stunned up by the Avalanche now too. This tier 3 tower is still getting really down low. The arena only going to be crumbling out now. They will be able to break that one down. Sven back in 10 seconds. Do they respect the respawn? It looks like they do on the side of Na'Vi. Don't want to fight into this one unprepared. They are going to back themselves away.
They have seen just how powerful Retsu can be. The only time that they've killed him in this game is when he doesn't have BKB or God Strength. Those spells are available.
Yeah.
Best to just let him do his thing. So they get a tier 3 tower for their efforts. They still maintain the Aegis. And they did drop some big ultimates. So gonna be a while for Z10. Bro, you have to fight right now for Z10. You have to.
Yeah.
You have to. There we go. 3 hero smoke. You know that there's 2 big ultimates down. You have Retsu with the BKB, God Strength. It's time to get some kills. And this ward. It just saw Boom and the Warlock. This is perfect.
Are they going to be able to find it? Yuragi's going to be a little bit behind that one now as well. They're going to jump in. Kaori get the Ghost Scepter up with the run-in. Pablo as well as Stoikov. The TP away, the boom. Being forced to BKB TP himself away, and Yuragi just turns tail and runs the other way. So the Hurry Furry Scurry Burr going to be a little bit scared himself here. Has to go back to that top lane. Can't be caught out, this Ursa Burr, even with the Aegis. You know, with them being so far away from the rest of the team. No way for them to get in as well. Ari could TP in. But I think that would just put Ari at risk here too. Sven wants to carry on farming up. What's he got himself? He's got himself that next neutral item being queued up here now too. Ari, this is the big thing, right? That even if you win the fight, how does Z10 breach this high ground? Because you have the March of the Machines. You're going to have the Avalanche coming through. You know, you have the spears being thrown out here by the Mars as well. It's not the easiest way to get onto the high ground. They're not the easiest to fight onto.
Bro, it's really simple, actually. Just kill everybody, and then nobody's there to defend.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, simple. As speaking of killing, it's going to be Stoikov that goes down. And you know what I've only just noticed? Take a look at the net worth thing on the left there. Tell me what's wrong with that image.
What's wrong with that image? That the number 3 net worth hero is a position 4 Tinker? I don't see anything wrong, bro. That seems pretty standard to me.
Pretty normal for a Tinker game. Yeah, that's you know, no way, shape, or form out of the ordinary here. As Na'Vi, they look to chase a little bit more now as well. They might come across Retsu. Retsu stops the farm. Yuragi, does he want to go? He's going to have that disperser up again, speed him up a little bit. Yuragi, though, does he get that blink up? Does he know where the Sven is? Does he close that gap? Get the bash off. Full Abyssal Blade out for Yuragi. Yuragi, he's so far away now. Sanctity, if they get on top, the Warcry does come out though. Yuragi, the Avalanche, they're going to be able to get the control, the toss though.
Oh, no.
It's actually onto the Ursa and not the Sven. That might be the big interrupt they need here. So it's going to be the Ice Path. Aegis gets popped. What can he do here? It's going to be the 3-man Kurtz covering coming through those wards. Excuse me, the Clockwork going to be able to get his cogs down now. Retsu gets a kill onto Sanctity. Can they go for any more? Yuragi, his BKB is going to be wearing off. Just needs to run himself away. Boom. Not going to be as lucky. Jump comes in. The Sven, he will go down. All started from the wrong hero being tossed up there by the Tiny, which not his fault. You know, it made a 50-50 choice in the game. It chose poorly here for Na'Vi. Chose well here for Z10. They take full advantage of that fight here, Z10.
By the way, Sven dealt 9,000 damage in that small engagement. You know, nice and normal.
Yeah.
But Sanctity feels bad, man. The worst part about it is that there's one of 2 outcomes to that fight. Either the one we witnessed, or Retsu legitimately dies 100-0. With Sanctity being there, them having the Abyssal Blade on the Ursa right next to Retsu, they would have killed him for sure. Ari also supplying some additional damage with the laser and everything, but the only outcome that could have been had where Retsu lives is the exact one that we witnessed. And unironically, if they lose Retsu there, he didn't have buyback. That would have been a travesty, but now he does. Back in a position where him dying doesn't end the game immediately anymore. So, honestly, I think that kind of reset the game for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it reset the game for Z10 here as well. You see the net worth pretty much even here between the two teams. They're taking down that last tier 2 tower here now as well. Excuse me, the second to last. Still a tier 2 tower on the top lane for the side of Na'Vi. So, but Z10 going to be able to get some pressure out of their own onto these lanes here. And we'll see what they're going to try and do. Tormentor is up. Yuragi going to get it for free. Who is going to get the shot out? It looks like it's going to be Sanctity. Not a bad shot to have here for the Tiny, especially as a core.
Yep, especially because he's got Echo Saber and the Revenant's Brooch, so this is going to represent a substantial increase to his overall damage in the game.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Where can they go here, Na'Vi? They're just hanging around their own side of the map as they let Z10 push into the base. Nefrit, He's got the nullifier up, yeah. Sanjin Yasha up, Pipe up, BKB, haven't harbored. So everything at Grow and Bristleback needs to be an absolute pain in the ass here for this Ursabur.
Honestly, shout out to Nefrit. When I was casting yesterday with Wingblade, I was telling him about the Nefrit Bristleback and how crazy it is. We got to see it a little bit yesterday, but today he is showing why so many teams still first phase ban this hero. His itemization, I thought he was going to go for the axe for the damage, but he realized that me just not dying is the most useful thing I can do for my team in a fight, but I might have cast us cursed at him.
Well, yeah, speaking, there's going to be the toss coming through now. They have him on the arena. The hookshot comes out now as well. He has that BKB, but again, look at Retsu jumping in. That cleave damage coming through here. Stoikov with his Rolling Thunder once again going to be able to connect. They get the kill onto Kyori, they get the kill onto Boom. Can they go for any more here? Double chaotic offering comes through here. Uragi, though, he's just on the retreat, and now the fatal bonds. All of it goes from 100 to 0 here on the side of Z10. Hex out onto the Jakiro. LeBron gonna get himself away from this one. He's inside that Glimmer Cape. It doesn't matter. They have the reveal. They have the spear. They pin him out to the racks. It's going to be 4 heroes going the way of Na'Vi. Oh, it might even be a full 5-man team wipe here. Nefrit trying to run himself away. Uragi gets on top of him now as well. Uragi, not a lot of mana left. Going to be slowed down. And Nefrit will get that TP out. Buyback comes through from the Clockwork. Doesn't really need it. I mean, I think he got a little bit of an interrupt there. But yeah, it is looking... Again, it's a tennis match. This isn't a Dota match. This is a tennis match with how much the game's being passed back and forth between these two teams.
Winning? Nah, man, we don't want to do that shit. Here, you try. Nah, we don't want to do it either, man. Your turn now. Holy base. Kaori, the double golem from his death coming back in, and then he drops that fatal bonds. My man did 7,000 damage in that fight. They were all inside the modular machines as well, but
yeah,
man, you saw how tanky Retsu was on the low ground, away from the fatal bonds. Felt unkillable, both him and Nefrit, but the moment they're up the hill into the waiting arms of Kaori, they just get ripped apart, and now they might be forced into flying back to defend the base.
Yeah, at least Jakiro does. LeBron, if he needs it, has that macro power. They might just give up one lane of racks here, just waiting for that Sven to respawn. But what damage can they do in 22 seconds as the Sven waiting on that respawn? I'm surprised that LeBron, fortification will be... I'm surprised he's just not dropped the macro power defensively, but there's no creep wave here now. It has been pushed out. Ari going to have to TP back and move himself, into the rest of the team with his creep wave. That is going to buy the time for the Sven respawn.
Another thing that they're really starting to experience trouble with is this Wind Waker from Ari. Just elongating the fight continually. So 0-10 have a bit of a tough time sticking on their targets right now. Man, that fight could have honestly, it came so close. But, well, on the bright side, they only lose one lane of racks, and they know that there's no chaotic offering for a little bit. So they're going to try and ply their fortunes out on the map. But sadly for them, nobody's biting. Na'Vi are fully aware of the state of affairs, and look what they're doing. Being defensively responsible. Everybody back into the base except for Sanctity. And does he have buyback? Yes, he does. So even if he dies, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. This is going to be because the next fight could decide a hell of a lot more than the fight itself. You could lose... Oh, Sven, he doesn't get the jump onto Sanctity. Sanctity in the trees here. Does he want to come back in? Avalanche comes out. He gets the blink away. They pick it up. Retsu, not sure where he's going here, so the Tiny will be able to get the TP away. But yeah, if you lose a fight in the next, let's say the next minute or so, you could potentially be giving up the next Roshan. You give up maybe a lane of racks from that there as well, which would be devastating for Z10. Be heartbreaking for Na'Vi now too. So you see that they are grouping up. Nefrit could be the furthest one forward now as well. Who are they going to try and make the jump on though? Boom. He's looking for that arena in. But the BKBs, if they're quick enough, he does have that Hex as well. Crimson Guard, they're going to go for a big wrap here on the side of Na'Vi all the way through into that Radiant lane. And yeah, not going to be able to find anyone because Z10 on the other side of the map here from Na'Vi.
They were picking out perhaps going onto the tier 2 tower as well, but Zero can actually read the movement. They're coming bottom. They found Sanctity.
Yeah, they're all going to TP back here. They're going to get a jump in. The Stormhammer comes through. There's going to be the control out with the Ice Path now as well.
Wow.
Like he does have buyback, but that's going to be a big force out here if Z10 can get it up against Na'Vi. Na'Vi, 80 seconds without this Tiny if he doesn't buy back. Is that going to be the window? The Roshan, it looks like the big man's back up in his cave too. Can he get another couple of picks here on the side of Z10? Maybe force out a lane of racks after a Roshan take. They're going to be able to get on top of Boom. Boom, can he get himself away from this one? The hookshot comes in. Nope, he's going to be interrupted now. Boom. Do they have the damage? Yuragi, he jumps himself into those cogs. The arena comes out now as well. They're going to be able to get the spear out onto Pablo. Pablo will go down. Retsu, he's going to lose a whole lot of life. life. Yuragi with the bashes, with the lockdown here. Nefrit going to be chased down now too. Sanctity is back. Did he want to buy back out onto the Sven? LeBron, he's going to be speared up now, so the Ghost Beat comes through as well. It's a lot of damage out onto LeBron. LeBron, he's just been left behind here. Sacrificial Lamb, he will go down. No buyback this time. He's already used it onto the Jakiro, and I think this game, I mean, they've got the buyback into the Sven, but they're going to lose Stoikov now as well. Na'Vi, that was an excellent fight for them after the buyback from the Tiny.
Unfortunately, man, the Jakiro might have actually griefed his team there. He put the Yule Scepter onto the Ursa, right? So, yes, it came at the same time as a Chaotic Offering, but it was at the last seconds of Sven's BKB, so he couldn't actually hit the Ursa. Ursa was just in the air. The one target he could hit was already, like, not even dead anymore. So he's like, well, what can I really do here? I can't kill Boom by myself.
Yeah.
That's so sad. Once Retsu comes down, or once the Ursa comes down, he just ripped through Retsu with the Abyssal Blade without any counter possible from the Sven.
Yeah, and look at this one. It looks like it's going to be another tier 3 tower here. They might try and force out buybacks, but again, the two supports going to be dead for just under a minute. And even Yuragi, while that's going on, he just waits. He gets himself into the Roche Pit, gets a free Aegis, so another tier 3 tower going the way of Na'Vi. Another Aegis, another Roche banner. I think we're a few Roches in there. We're going to get on to top of Nefrit now as well. Nefrit can get himself away from this one. The Hex comes out now as well. It's a lot of damage. Nefrit going to be unhexed here. Stands, well, he's going to be forced to stand his ground. Might just be forced. He's going to be forced to buy back now as well. Rolling Thunder comes through here from Stoikov. What can he do? Going to try and get onto Ari on the back line. It's going to get enough damage he can. So it looks like they're going to be able to back themselves away on the side of Na'Vi once again after getting another laner of racked out. And again, there's still going to be heroes down here. So it's going to be the spear back onto the bristleback. Once again, if this is going to be a dieback, this might be the beginning of the end coming out. All she wrote here, but no. Retsu jumps himself in. Sanctity will go down. A dieback there as well onto the Tiny. Spear will miss. Retsu on the chase though. Yuragi, he does have that disperse and not a lot of mana left. He changed targets onto Kayori. Kayori, he dies down. They are going to be able to take away the goal on the 2, but they are 2 lanes of racks down on the side of Z10. They need to even it up right here, right now, having this one hero advantage.
What a crazy back and forth game still. Yes, they do still manage to find a lane of racks bottom, but not free from the side of Na'Vi, and Retsu still displaying an ever-persistent threat here coming in with this Sven. I mean, imagine being Tiny in this game, right? You have 4,000 health, 20 armor, but you're getting 2 shots. What the hell, bro? I'd be so upset if I was him. Like, what's going on here? But it's keeping them in the game, at least for now. Whenever Retsu is available, whenever he has BKB God Strength, Navi's pushes over. But, man, the map is just being choked in at the moment, and they're still really struggling with reaching Ari. Yeah. Oh, no. They found Clockwork. Pablo's dead.
What are they going to have to do here now? So yeah, Boom does get the kill onto Pablo. Rolling Thunder coming through though. Ari backlines is being connected on by Stoikov. Stoikov though, he's going to have to get himself away with the end of that Rolling Thunder and the roll up, because if he gets caught out, I mean, again, he's brought back. Retsu pops his BKB, going to try and get himself away. But again, it's BKB's only, the BKB only going to last so long here. Yeah, to get the catch out. The Abyssal Blade comes through now as well. They have the damage. He holds his buyback though on Retsu. He's been holding it all the time. And it's not going to be over just yet for Z10. But again, losing those two heroes, it just makes it a little bit harder once again.
Retsu, this area of the map is just anathema to him. That's like the 3rd time in this game that he's been caught farming in this northwest quadrant. Each time, it's very impactful deaths. Does still have buyback, but more likely than not going to be forced to use it. They don't have the full complement from Na'Vi, but they certainly have enough to poke and force some very awkward decisions onto the side of Zero Tenacity. And here they come with Ari.
Yeah.
Amplifier is dropped, yes, but dude, it's Yuragi. The bear does not care about fire.
He ain't bothered about that one at all. Just going to carry on moving through here. Fortification will be used as well. Rolling Thunder from Stoikov, going to be able to get that blink in, though. He can't get too far away from his teammates, and it looks like Stoikov, just turns himself around now. And again, no Sven for another 46 seconds. He is, I mean, he's holding his nerve on that buyback. He's not being baited out for it. They do lose a tier 3 tower. Racks are exposed. The other lane's pushing in, and the smoke coming in now. Will they be able to find the smoke? It breaks high ground. The arena comes out, doesn't actually trap anyone inside of it now as well. Boom. Do they want to go for a little bit more? Though Ice Path, it will actually connect onto Boom. Yuragi jumps himself to the back lines. Sven, this time he will buy back onto this one. The strength, it comes through. The God Strength as well as the Stormhammer. Yuragi, though, turning around onto the Sven. Do they have the damage to get a kill onto this one? Yuragi trying to get himself away. There's going to be that Refresher Shard coming through. Yuragi trying to run himself out. The TP, do we have an interrupt? Do we have the damage? They break the Aegis. And now, that's a BKB list. It's an Aegis list. It's I think a TP list Ursa burn now as well. Stoikov gets low, though. Retsu, they get kill onto Yuragi. Stoikov will fall in return. Sanctity, he's trapped inside of the cogs. Nefrit gets that kill. Can they go for any more? It looks like, again, it's going to be 3 heroes dead on the side of Navi. No buybacks. Hookshot comes in onto Boom as well. Retsu, not too far behind. Yule Scepter coming in. Pablo, though, do they have the trap cogs? He's going to go for the BKB TP out. Do they have the damage to take him down? Do they have the backer? Anything? No. He will get that TP out. Meanwhile, though, bottom lane, look at this. Ari, he's keeping at least one lane pushed in at all times, forcing LeBron not to be able to move with his teammates.
What a crazy game of Dota this is, man. What a fight. Also, we almost lost the Mars. Retsu lost his God Strength literally the second before he blinked forward. If he still had it, that's a dead Mars for sure, but it goes away. Boom is able to retreat, and Boom also did not have buyback. He would have been dead, 3 cores, no buyback. Who knows what would happen after that, but the defense, ultimately, shout out to Jakiro. LeBron found the perfect angle. Not only does he dodge the initial Arena of Blood from the Mars, he also got an ice path that somehow caught both Mars and the Ursa at the same time. It interrupts the Ursa right-clicking for just a few seconds, and those few seconds enable Retsu to catch up because Retsu, at the time, still did not have BKB. So he could have died, and now he's high ground. He gets Hex, though. He didn't BKB, so Ari is able to get away to safety.
Yeah, the Hex will do a little bit of work here with the God Strength coming up. Fortification is available for the side of Navi. Yuragi's back up 13 seconds, 20 seconds on Sanctity now as well. So the Fortification does come through. Can they at least get a lane of racks from this on the side of Z10? It looks like they're going to swing against it and then maybe back themselves. Well, yeah, respect those respawns. You cannot get caught out because the only 2 heroes in the game with buyback are that Warlock and that Tinker. So at the minute, Z10, they just have to play this one super defensively, give nothing away here. Otherwise, it could cost them the game.
Retsu has to do his best impression of Superman. Bring back the Superman train because, gang, this game is on your shoulders right now. He needs to do absolutely everything. Unfortunately, we also have reached a point where Stoikov, it's not that he's not being effective with some of these roles. The problem is that he cannot die inside the Rolling Thunder as well. There's enough damage on the enemy lineup, so the movement for this hero has to be very careful. I must say, the one hero who I did say early on in the game, I need to see him perform well for Zero Tenacity to have a chance, is Pablo. And for a while, I'll be honest, I wasn't really feeling it, but these last 10 minutes, I don't know what happened, but my boy has leveled up on this clockwork. His hook shots, the way he's been breaking up these team fights, even the way that they isolated the Ursa high ground, all because of clock. He's going on the backlands, interrupting everybody, forcing Boom in particular to not have an easy angle of approach, throwing out rocket flares onto the Tinker so he can't blink forward. It's doing the Lord's work for the side of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and oh boy, look at the time. We are 5 minutes away from those handy-dandy tier 5 items coming out. I wonder if we're going to get to this one with the state of the game and how it is here, but Roshan could be back up in the next minute and 19 seconds. That might be the next objective that these teams wait out for, you know. Also, with that Aegis, they can look towards the top lane. They can look towards, you know, ending this one to the tier 4 towers here as well. But if Z10 can interrupt that fight, which isn't going to be easy because the longer they are out of the base, the more of that base they are going to lose. So Z10, every time they're outside of that base, they are on a clock, especially if the Tinker is still up here, being able to push those lanes in. But I think both teams are going to wait around for this next Roshan respawn. Oh,
Navi, though, they're actually smoking up.
Yeah.
They're hoping to catch somebody from Z10 outside the base. But fortunately for Zero Tenacity, they sniffed this one out. Oh, maybe not. Stoikov goes forward. Stoikov might be dead.
Storm comes in. There's going to be the arena coming out now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill out onto? The Chaotic offering comes through. Fatal Bond's going to be dropped now as well. But the Macro Pirate, Stoikov, he will live. Retsu wants to chase in. Stormhammer going to be used. Toss up onto the other. Onto the Sven. The Sven, look at the damage! Yuragi, he deletes Retsu. Retsu's going to be gone for 2 minutes on the sideline. Stoikov, he's not going to be able to get himself back. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder wearing off. And Yuragi on that double kill. Nefrit inside the fountain here. The buyback comes through from Stoikov. Has to use it. They have to throw everything they've got on this base defense. Otherwise, it's going to be GG going the way of Navi. And they're going to be able to get the Hex out now as well. Nefrit, what's he going to be able to do? I don't know if he has his BKB here on the Bristleback. I think he's already used it now. The dive comes in. Backlines, look at all those snot rockets flying around here. Can they get the kill out onto? They do. They take down Kaori. The Rolling Thunder continues coming through now as well. They might be able to get the kill onto Boom. Boom's going to get really down low into this one. Yule Scepter will be used here. Pablo is waiting. Hookshot will be out, but the defense matrix, it keeps Boom alive. It is an unnatural life lifespan, but it will still be enough here. They take down the Bristleback. Buyback coming through here from LeBron, but all 5 heroes on the side of Na'Vi, they are alive. And it looks like 57 minutes into this game, the GG is going to be called. Z10, they put up a massive fight up against, I think, the tournament favorites, Na'Vi. But in the end, Na'Vi will be able to take the second game and take it overall 2-0.
That game was stressful for us to cast. Can you imagine the stress of actually having to play this game right now if you are one of these teams? Incredible game at the very end. Man, I love these kind of games where we have, especially, I'm a carry player, right? So I'm always going to be loving to talk about the carries. I love these kind of games where between the carry to carry matchup, it's whoever stuns the other will kill the other, right? That's it. That's the only matrix between the two of them. Whoever gets hurt first just dies, and it kept happening over and over in this game. Also, man, let's just put some respect on the Kaori Tinker. I hope you enjoy playing it, my friend, because that's the last time you're ever going to get it again. The team had 50 kills. He was involved in 40 of them. 80% kill participation for the man right here. 37,000 damage being dealt out now. This was absolutely incredible from him. They still ran into that issue we spoke about where they couldn't reach him. Even when Stoikov could reach him, right? Reaching a Tinker, if you're reaching a Tinker, let's say you're playing Storm, Queen of Pain, Puck, that's one thing. But there's a limited amount that Pango can do when the enemy hero has defense matrix. The Pango doesn't have nullifier. You just like stand there hitting him and he's just like, well, whatever, gang, I don't really care. I will say at the very end there, I was astonished that Stoikov survived that last engagement, but I was even more surprised he decided to swashbuckle forward. I think in that moment, if they'd held their composure a little bit longer, waited and seen, maybe they get some additional vision out of the clockwork. Honestly, I think they could have taken that fight. It was just that they overextended, and to make matters worse, when Retsu eventually joins the fray, goes in with God Strength, he doesn't press BKB, immediately gets tossed, immediately gets torn to shreds, and the game just ends just like that.
Yeah, and again, the little things that Z10 need to work on, they aren't out of the event. There is a lower bracket run that could potentially come through from them, go through to that grand finals for a Na'Vi rematch if Na'Vi get all the way through. But for now, that is going to be it for this series. We have one more series to come. We are going to take a little bit of a break, and we're back to see how this one's going to break down right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the final series of the day. It is the second upper bracket semi-final to see who has the pleasure of moving on to face up against Na'Vi in the upper bracket final and who drops down to play up against Warmove in the lower bracket quarters. It's going to be Robert Yagi coming up against the Apple City Gang, and I do believe these teams were in different groups here at the start of the event, so not sure how they're going to match up against each other, but both teams on a bit of a roll here. So, Snur, what are your thoughts about both of these going into this best of three?
Well, first thing I want to say is Apple City Gang, I saw them first on the come up the last CCT that we had, and already back then I was like, there's something here. There's something special about this team. And, you know, every now and then we do have these newly formed squads making a big splash in a tournament, but then they disappear into the ether, never to be heard from since. But Apple City Gang, I'm glad to see that they kept it going. They are better than they were, of course, last time around. There is obviously still some room for improvements. I do think that sometimes this team can be a bit too balls to the wall. Somebody needs to be on the squad and say, boys, relax, just calm down, let's just take it easy. But I really like the direction that this team is going. And their opponent, not only did Apotage beat OG yesterday in the upper bracket final to get here, they did extremely well in the group. And this matchup is one of the reasons why CCT as a tournament exists, right? Two relatively unknown teams, lots of relatively unknown players, but nonetheless, here they are in the upper bracket semi-final, whilst teams like Passion UA, OG are down in the dumps and even eliminated in some instances. So we love to see the future of Dota from these kind of squads. I'm quite excited about this matchup.
Yeah. And the Apple City Gang, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back and check. It is the old Dragon Esports stack. So Dragon Esports came into, I think it was the very first CCT as well, maybe like the first or second CCT. They came through. They looked absolutely amazing. They were taking names left, right, and center. It felt like I think it was a Leon Bet event as well. They look really good. And then after a couple of events, they dropped off a little bit. And there was lots of replacements. Dragon Esports, they chopped and changed players, they chopped and changed teams, and it kind of fell apart after that. And I was looking forward because it is new players on the Apple City Gang stack, and they've come through. They've reformed here to ACG, maybe just a stack and not an org. Do have Astral in because originally the Dragon Esports, it was a full Ukrainian stack, so they've got Astral in here as well. I think it might be QBFY standing in for them today though. Yeah, so it might be that Ukrainian stack come through, and yeah, they do look really good. So ACG, I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. And again, like you say, seeing how these teams face off against each other, because they haven't played in the groups. They've looked really good. They've looked genuinely very good in the group stage, coming into the first rounds as well. So do they have it in the bag here to maybe even challenge Na'Vi, whoever goes through in that upper bracket final?
Yep. And now, of course, we see Rapatagi. The one name that I know from the squad, everybody else is relatively new, but I know Astico. He was one of the guys that was put on after they tried to reform Team Spirit. Team Spirit always known as the next big things, right? That's why Yellow Submarine always signs the next big thing. And this guy was on that squad for quite a number of months. Obviously ended up leaving, and now he's on this team. But lots to come from this team. And the thing is, because there's not as much tape available onto them, let's say you haven't been playing them in pubs, you haven't come across them in any of the battle cups, you don't scrim against them, there's not that much information, right? They don't have Wikipedia pages that you can go and pass. There's not a massive amount of data on Dota Buff that you can say, right, these are their ban pick patterns. So that does give them an element of surprise that I hope they can try and leverage in the matchup.
Yeah, and with the recent change as well, I think all of the players are on the higher side of the MMR scale, the higher mortals, so you can't even go and check out the pubs. You can't even go and take a look at what they're picking up there and what they're playing, because there is no longer any way to spy on the high-level players. But yeah, straight into the bans. They're coming through these bans so darn quick. The Beastmaster has been taking away, the Terrorblade here, TA as well as the PA, and on the other side, it's going to be the Tiny, the Nature's Prophet. ACG, they can, again, once again, are we going to get a third Tinker pick first in a row here for the CCT? Am I genuinely in a nightmare? Will it ever end? I don't know, my dude. No, probably not.
You live in Tinker World now. Like, it's Tinker's world, you just happen to live in it. I see no reason not to pick the Tinker if it's available to you. So what do they ban? They ban Ember, that's a reaching hero, and we go Jakiro. Okay. So now they leave the ball in the other court. They're like, all right, guys, if we're banning Ember, presumably they do have a Storm Spirit player. I mean, I have seen Durays play some pretty mean Storm. So they could be leaving the option for the Tinker to go through, knowing that they want to grab the Storm Spirit later on in the draft.
Yeah, and we'll see what what else goes through, because again, you're talking about that long list here. So the Warlock is still there, Darkseer is still there, the Magnus didn't get banned out, the Medusa's available too. So there is a long shopping list of heroes here that can come through in this first pick that doesn't really get too punished if you do lock them in first. So we'll see what the side of Robert Yagi want to go for. Is it going to be that Medusa off, the big flavor of the month hero? Are they going to go back for something like that Magnus here to get like a good start? We'll see what Robert Yagi want to go for. It's going to be right off the bat Tinker. Shouldn't even needed to have questioned it.
Listen, I understand, fam. We both had hope. We were hoping and praying that they'd be like, let's play something else. Let's try a different strategy. Nope. That ain't broke, don't fix it. Another Tinker. Obviously, it can be the 5 position. We've seen it just dominate as a forward, can go mid. Who the hell knows with this hero? Man, just what a hero. Just requires so much out of you. Now I have to pick a hero that has a lot of reach. I need to make sure that somebody maybe can resist that magic damage, or if not, we have enough sustain to just get through it. And I have to make sure throughout the draft that I have somebody that can build Nullifier so that if things go late, we have somebody to get through the defense matrix. Just what a... Outside of how annoying it is to play against, just to draft against, this must just suck quite a lot.
I have been seeing, like I say, so the Dragon Knight mid's coming out, you go for that Blink Dagger, you immediately go in for an Orchid. You get that silence out, you just look to hunt around. The Bloodthorn comes out afterwards, you get a BKB at some point in there too, but the entire game plan for the Dragon Knight is just find the Tinker, kill the Tinker, all the way through. It does force the Tinker, and we are seeing the Yule Scepters coming out for the Tinker. You're having that protection that way, but it means then if he does try and go for that Yule Scepter, he's landing right back in squarely in the face of the dragon with a big dragon tail whipping around to stun him as well. So we'll see what... Surely if he let it through, surely this time ACG, they have a plan to deal with this Tinker, and they're not just letting it through because they forgot about it.
I like that Dragon Knight idea though. I think even outside of it being played mid to be the one that deals with the Tinker, even if they deploy it into the safe lane, in tandem with the Jakiro, there'll be push potential from that lane, extremely hard lane to break down regardless of what the off-lane duo is going to be. Jakiro, DK, that's a lot of beef on that side of the map. It'll give them some later magic damage, and you'll have a hero like the DK that can scale into the pure right click if he does indeed need to be deployed in the safe lane. So I think it would be a decent option to just pick DK and decide what to do with it later.
Yeah, and that might be what... I mean, they're not going to have the first pick. We are seeing what this next ban coming through here for the side of Robert Yagi's going to be up against ACG, and then Robert Yagi obviously have that first pick coming through, but then there is going to be 2 to respond here with ACG, so we'll see right off the bat what it's going to be. So they go for the Tusk pick up here, potentially both supports picked up for the side of Robert Yagi. We'll see, like you say, that Tinker, is it going to be the core? I mean, even if it's not, and again, one of the other things that's wrong with this Tinker hero, I could list things all day, but even as a support, comes into the lane with 70 damage. 70 damage. My dude, this hero, it's way overtuned. This is the Akuma of Dota 2. It just needs removing from the game.
We need to actually go and check Nothing to Say his bank account, see how many bribes he's been paying to Valve for them to buff his hero up like this, because it is absolutely insane. I love as well that it's being paired with the Tusk, because you have defense. Let's assume this is a support duo. You have defense matrix on the one side, and you have the snowball save to bail you out of trouble if need be. You can move very quickly around the map with both of these heroes. Tinker, just with his itemization, Tusk by himself, both of them have damage as supports if need be throughout the game. I like this. But I also really like the Bounty Hunter, because regardless of where the Tinker is going to be, contingent on the Bounty actually having a decent start to the game, you can always have vision on this guy, and he's not going to be rushing the Yule Scepter, so you'll have no way to get rid of the track in the fights.
Okay, we're going to see...
That a Visage?
Yeah, I think this is the... You remember a couple of months ago, we were seeing the Bounty Hunter Lycan combo, and the Lycan Wolves, you got the track on the Lycan Wolves, just run them down. Might be doing something similar here with the Familiars here for Visage. You're going to have some good tower push potential coming through with Jakiro and the Visage as well, and doesn't really worry too much about walking himself around here, because you know where he's going to be, you know what pressure he's going to be putting out on, and if there is a rotation out, he's a fairly tanky, a fairly survivable boy, so you can get those TPs in to save the hero too. So it's an interesting pick. It's not a hero I've seen for quite a while, but we'll see how ACG try and play around, and again, what the plan is with the Visage.
I haven't seen Visage, and I don't even know what facet people go for. Do they go for the Death Toll? Do they go for the Sepulchre one? What's the other one called again? None of the additional familiars, Faithful Followers, I think. I don't even know. I imagine if you play Death Toll, right, with the Bounty Hunter, that is a lot of gold you get in the early game. Just with these 2 heroes, you can ostensibly just snowball the entire game and just rush at them over the side of Rapatini. I don't know though about the Visage. I haven't seen it in long enough. If it's anything like it used to be similar, the one problem that they might run into is the constant damage that comes out of this hero does get negated somewhat by a spell like the Defense Matrix. They still have some salvation tools. I suppose Snowball does give a target for the familiar drops, but I'm just uncertain. And another thing I'm really uncertain about is this doesn't really help them start fights. Like, if you look at how their engagements go, ACG is so skirmish heavy at the moment. Like, team fights feel like right now they're out of the question into Wukong's command, into having Corrosive Haze on top of you. So I would like whatever mid hero they pick up, or it has to be a mid now, right? Maybe they'll get carry lost. It has to be someone that can open up tempo on the map, because right now I am a little bit worried about what they do after the laning phase breaks down.
Yeah, we'll see what it's going to be here. They're already going to be into the reserve time here on the side of ACG. They've banned out the Sand King, the Titans is gone as well. So yeah, what they want to be picking up, what they want to be using for that jump, for that aggression, and like you say, that backline dive to come through. The Bounty Hunters could be nice, but once you get later into the game, there's going to be gems, there's going to be wards, there's going to be dust, so the Bounty Hunter going to have a hard time getting through. So it is that Storm Spirit that you were talking about in the early phase of this draft.
Yeah, the Ember Spirit ban made it feel like they were just keeping their options open, hoping that they had the option to go for Storm. And I'm glad they waited until they got the 18, because now you see Slaughter, you see Monkey King, right? One of them has to be going into the mid lane. Regardless of who it is, you can probably deal with the matchup. Well, unless they put Slaughter off Monkey King safe lane and get another mid. But you've already banned Ember. You could presumably ban Puck and Queen of Pain, just to make sure that you cover yourself on the Storm. They go ahead, they ban the Puck. I like this a lot, and I do think this fixes a lot of their problems with their draft. Now they have the reach to the backlands onto the Tinker. They have a hero that can play fast with both the Visage and the Bounty Hunter in the early game to actually generate the snowball that they need.
Yeah, and we'll see how Rabbi are going to respond to this one. We are going to be getting these bans out here, so they're going to have a little bit of time to think about this one. What do they want to be removing? Okay, Morph and the Troll, almost instantaneous on that Troll ban here as well. So it looks like the heroes that would have been nice to pick up against the Monkey King, against that Slaughter as well, have been taken away. So what else is left for them? Because again, we're losing the TB, we're losing the PA, we're losing on the other side, it's going to be the Tiny being taken away, the Nature's Prophet, all these fairly popular carry heroes. So what have ACG got left up their sleeve? What's it going to be? Did they go back? Do you really want to play? You don't want to play a Sven into a Monkey King if it's going to be the core Monkey King. It's a big ask. And what do you want to play? Especially if you're playing a melee hero into the Slaughter too, with those bashes coming out, can be very risky. You're going to have the Tusk as well for the shards. So it's a lot of lockdown. What do they want to do here? They ban out the Medusa though on the side
DK
of ACG.
DK or Ursa.
Yeah.
Looking at these bans, the Troll especially, the reason why you ban Troll into Monkey, you don't want to play Monkey into heroes that can run into your arena and kick you out. They're just stronger than you in that fight. So Ursa is the next best hero to be able to do that. DK is just tanky enough that he can survive the Wukongs, get out, reposition, and maybe restart the fight. But I think I would like Ursa the most because it also fits into the idea of their draft, right? Skirmish heavy, early game tempo focus, wanting to fight as much as humanly possible. So Ursa also does decently in the lane against the Slaughter, demolishes the Monkey King if he's inside the Wukongs, and indeed, there's my big man. The bear comes out for Crystallize.
Yeah, and so we're going to see the full lineup coming through here for ACG. What's the response here, though? What do you want to be playing in? Because you could shift that Slaughter into the mid lane here, because I don't know how well he's going to be doing up against the Ursa Burr. So if you're looking, are you looking to keep that Slaughter here, do you think? Or do you want to pick up another offlaner here that might fare a little bit better up against that Ursa Burr?
I think you just accept that the Ursa's going to get us farm. Don't try worry about him too much. I would prefer Monkey being mid and you pick up another carry for yourself. Morph, I think, would have been excellent for this game, but they banned it out themselves. So what other options do we have? Lifestealer's still in the game, but he's not always the best into Ursa. You can go Gyro. There's not that many carries. Even Tiny. Tiny is okay, but
he's also
the
banned.
best. Oh, is he banned? Oh, yes, right. Damn, no Tiny. What do you play carry here?
Yeah, and you see that, I mean, Rabbi Yagi, they're going to take the time out. They're going to be going all the way through this reserve time here, it feels like, just to try and think. They've got about a minute left, and they might just use it, as well as talking about the draft, the game plan that they want to try and play as well. I have seen a couple of Shadow Fiends coming out here, whether you want to play that into the Storm. They could go very greedy. They could pick up something like a Sniper here as well, just to try and deal with the Storm Spirit early on. And by the time the Storm can respond to the Sniper, you can have these rotations coming through from the Tinker, from the Tusk as well. So we'll see what it is going to be here for... Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Nice.
Okay.
I like this a lot. I think if they went sniper, it could have been a bit risky because, like you say, it deals it to him in the lane, but then afterwards, then Storm Spirit's just like rubbing his palms together. He's like, sniper and tinker, who's dying first? It's up to you to decide.
Yeah.
But now with OD can demolish the Storm, not demolish him, but can do pretty well in the lane. Does a mass amount of damage, which they definitely want to throw into their team fight as well. The Astral Imprisonment is one of the best tools against Ursa because Enrage does nothing against it. There's nothing you can do. You just have to, you're in timeout mode, right? Just have to wait to come back and actually leash out your damage. Gives them another tool as well to make sure 100% that if they do gag somebody, make it very hard for ACG to escape. Now you have to try and run away from Astral. I have to run away from a Monkey King chasing me. I'll have Vision on top of me thanks to the Corrosive. There's Ice Shards. There's Tinker that can blink to the far side. I like this a lot because it also responds to the tempo that they're trying to set from ACG. They're aware that, guys, we're going to be fighting a lot. So we need to pick a mid hero that's capable of fighting a lot, but also dealing out a lot of damage in the meantime.
Yeah, and we'll see how it's going to go between these two teams. And looking at it, yeah, like you say, there's just so much control coming through here for the side of Rabbit Yagi that if ACG trying to fight into this one, it's almost going to have to be BKBs, you know, for a lot of these heroes to get themselves in. Not the most mobile heroes out with the Ursa, the Visage as well as this Jakiro. So it's going to be up to the Bounty Hunter, Storm Spirit to get to those back lines. But if you do dive to the back lines, like say, Tinker, Defense Matrix, Yule Scepter comes out, you're going to have the safe and Morel. If Morel turns around here with that imprisonment, you're going to have the Snowball, you have the Shards, you have the Crush. There is just so much that ACG have to try and play through. And it's going to be so hard. I think it's going to be an uphill battle all the way through for them. I'm not saying they can't do it. You know, plenty of people walk uphill every day of the year, but you've got to really put the effort in to get yourself there.
This is unfortunately a very snowball heavy game, especially looking at their off lane. You've got Visage, you've got Bounty Hunter, you know, it's like, these are not heroes that you envision to yourself, right? If things are even, we're in a good position. These are very heavy snowball heroes. So for ACG, the first 10 minutes of the game will tell us everything. If they're ahead after 10 minutes, then they really can take over this game. But if the game is even, or God forbid they're behind, man, this mid game will look extremely tough. Like, then you'll have an underfarmed Visage who's not really contributing anything outside of an aura or two. Who even knows if he still goes the aura build? I have no idea. So we shall see. We shall see. I do favor personally the Radiant lineup. I do think it's a little bit easier to play. However, I do think it's also an incredibly fun game to be playing as Ursa. The only one you're really worried about is going to be the OG. That's really annoying, but we can have a pretty good game as the bear here.
Yeah, and facet-wise, just to clarify, the Visage did go for the death toll. So it is going to be the extra gold coming through for him. So, you know, the early build-up onto that, trying to benefit him. QBFY went for the through and through. So Shuriken Toss applies its damage and slows to enemies it passes through. Is that the one that you usually see on the Bounty Hunter? What's the other facet here for the Bounty? Genuinely, I never check. I just see the hero and I go, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I've been seeing more and more people playing the through and through. People used to play the cut burst, but people don't play with the Janata in the lane anymore. And it just doesn't feel like you get enough gold to offset just how much less effective you are without playing with the Shuriken Toss. So you just get more out of this particular facet. I mean, the gold you steal with the other one it's like whatever. It's negligible. If the game is going well enough, you should be able to get to track early enough that you get that gold anyway.
Well, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with the through and through here. And yeah, getting yourself around and get yourself into the fights with this Bounty. It's always nice, and then you hit a wall and you just go, oh yeah, now they can deal with me. You know, now I can't roam around the map solo. Now I need to stick with my team. So we'll see QBFY, how effective he is going to be able to be on this Bounty Hunter, how much he's going to be able to rotate. And then, you know, if he does stop in time, because I see a lot of Bounty Hunters as well, they get a little bit stubborn with it. They say, oh, I've been punished once, but it won't happen again. Oh, I've been punished twice, but, you know, third time's the charm. Oh, I can carry on running. I've got an invis, it'll be fine. So, yeah, QBFY, I mean, I'm not shaking him. He might be a really good Bounty Hunter player. He might be able to play this hero so optimally that the rest of ACG can just put their feet up and rest. But you
might
do
die
need
here, though. He's under vision.
Yeah.
They're gonna go on him.
He might be able to get himself full weight. Nope. There's going to be the tag team coming through now. Saw the dust for the reveal, and it looks like, I mean, he even went for the shuriken anyway early on, so wasn't even going to be able to get that shadow walk off. It's going to be an easy kill, going the way of Snowy as well, and it's going to be Snowy that starts off with the first blood, so the carry being given that first blood gold is never a good sign for the other team.
Yep. He's going to start himself off with the Orb of Frost ASAP, so going to buttress his laning prowess here. Going to be very fun to watch. Before we start, I also want to just quickly glaze the Ursa once more. He does something that a lot of other carriers don't do as well. Part of his usual routes of itemization is the nullifier. We're talking about it in the draft. You need a tool to get through this defense matrix. And speaking of defense matrix, it is going to be Astacor getting a quick D-Ward to start things off. So not only bonus gold for Monkey, but bonus gold for the Tinker.
Okay, and yeah, how can you start off any better here? You did go for a 3-1 split on the bounty rune, so you lose out a little bit of gold. It's not optimal here for the side of Rabbit Yagi, but still, it's going to be interesting to see how Amaterasu plays in this lane here as well. QBFY, double balance strike comes in. That's a lot of damage here, and Denton in the top lane going to be able to get him off. Did he go for any more here? Denton's going to be able to run himself away. Yawai, though, he just could not help his teammate out, and yeah, with the crushes coming through, with the bashes, once Spirit gets a few levels up, it might get a little bit harder here for this Ursa until he gets those, like you were saying, the defensive items up here for the Ursa Burr.
He just needs a point into level 2 to feel a lot safer here. Once he has that point in 2, he can't get killed by the ice shots. It's only really the Jakiro that's going to be in trouble, and unfortunately, Flacco was a bit too far forward. Although I will say shout out to Spirit. He was sitting here in the trees right above this Lotus pool, and he came down. Completely surprising. Flacco did not see the move coming.
And well, kill him once, shame on him. We'll see if he goes twice, though. You know, we'll see if he does get punished out again. Because I think, again, Jakiro, with the dual breast, with the liquid attacks as well, he's one of the easy heroes to try and kite around. He's ranged anyway, but when he gets these slows coming through, when he gets the control coming through, it's easier for him to run away. But maybe, like you say, the Tusk could be with that one hero that deals with him, just because he cannot fly over the shards. He just has to try and get himself around, so it might be to his detriment here. And you can see just how far Flacco is playing away from everybody else in this lane now.
Although it doesn't make sense that you can't fly over shards, right? Like, how high are those shards, man? What the hell?
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, how high is this dragon flying? You know, he's barely off the ground. He's
Honestly,
a
that
lazy
should be
dragon.
the next big change. They should incorporate like the Z-axis into Dota. Now that would be a big change. That would be fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't miss enough skill shots as it is. That'd be fun. QBFY going to be coming out onto Snowy now as well. Just get that mini stun to come through. It's a lot of damage out onto Snowy, but Snowy just going to be able to move himself back out as well. Amaterasu going to be low on mana, so Astacor just throws out the March of the Machines here. QBFY on the very edge of the march, and you can see that even Amaterasu going to be forced back. And if you're looking at these players, you know, again, what's the opening onto the Monkey King? Because this Tinker with the laser, with the march, it makes it so easy, and then even not, you know, the Monkey King's going to have the tree dance as well. So if things really look rough, well, speaking about looking rough, Yawai Crush comes through onto Flacco once again here, but he throws out the Liquid Fire, and Spirit just actually changes his mind here. Yawai comes across, but the Ice Shards just creates that barrier, so Yawai can't get the contest onto the Lotus. And yeah, even with the jump in, not a lot of damage coming through here. Spirit gets the bash out onto Flacco, and Yawai, Still Breath, going to pause Spirit's aggression.
I'm gonna chill for a little bit. I also just realized something that has been bothering me about the Visage lane. I think this lane might be unplayable into Tinker because usually as Visage, you rely on constantly being able to stream out the soul assumptions, you know, rein in the damage. But when they have this healing march, all that damage gets nullified. Eventually, you throw out this damage and you come back, well, they have HP again. Also, Snow was able to just quickly there dodge the soul assumption with the mischief. Very nicely done.
Yeah. And QBFY coming in a little bit of danger here now. So trying to run himself away. There's a laser in 3 seconds here, but the Monkey King not going to go for the full chase onto this. They do give it up, and QBFY going to be able to get himself back, heal himself up with the Tango. Meanwhile, a lane we've not spoke a whole lot about here. The mid lane, the Storm Spirit, actually winning the trade-off on the last hit wall so far, Duel Race.
Storms can't lose lanes anymore. Thanks to this goddamn static slide. Like, lanes that used to be just awful for the Storm, he's just now, chilling. I've even seen these Storm Spirits get very good farm into Huskar lanes, not really bothered too much by that hero, so it's just the nature of the beast right now. You just kind of expect to lose a lane to a Storm Spirit. I did not expect the mana of it to be this large, but Miriel does have a massive creep wave under the tower. Unfortunately, could not pick up the flag bearer, but he does get the range creep. So he'll be chilling. He'll still get his farm.
So he gets low here. He's going to go down to this one. The balance strike comes out. There's going to be another attack coming through from the Visage with the burst damage. It's not enough to get the kill. He's trying to do what he can. But again, yeah, it's just not enough here. So the Soul Assumption not quite locking down, not quite getting the kill out onto Snowy. And Snowy is going to be playing with minimal health, but he does have some regen to come through. And again, if he gets into too much danger, he can try to trade up the right right clicks onto QBFY. Top lane though, can they get the damage out to Denton? Denton's going to be able to throw these shards out once again. Flacco going to have to try and walk around them, and Spirit, does want to get himself, no, he walks himself back in, gets that crush off onto Yaoi. TP away here for the Tusk, and Spirit, they are playing on the very edge of, I think, what this hero, becomes stupid instead of brave, and they are making it work.
Getting as much CS as they possibly can, but like we spoke about in the draft, you just sort of accept that your Y is going to get his farm as well. And the Spear indeed is the CS leader on the map at the moment, which of course can be somewhat troubling, but your own hero is farming very decently on the other side. So, but now I think you're still okay with this. And that being said though, you are worried about your mid lane because you know that Dual Raze is going to be able to rotate far sooner than Middle is going to be able to on his OG.
Yeah. And if we look, do they actually want to make a QBFY coming into the mid? It looks like the Tusk is on the other side of the river just in case. Morale, he's got these wards down now as well. Does he back himself away here? He's going to have the defensive imprisonment if he really needs it to save for TPs in from his teammates. Just wasting the support's time here on the side of Apple City Gang so far, but it's not like they're doing anything super important, like saving Yaoi from going down here. Potentially the bash comes through. There's going to be the shards out now as well. Yaoi, only level 4, no enrage. And Denton will get the credit for the kill. The sprint away here for the Slaughter too won't be punished out by Flacco.
He made a mistake and got punished for it. He used his Earth Shock in order to try and find a kill onto the range creep. And as he was doing so, they immediately jump him, knowing that he has no escape. That was very smartly done.
QBFY, Defense Matrix will be here now as well. The Jingu Mastery comes out. Can they get the damage out? Walks himself through the machines. At least he's got the Jingu stacks here out onto the Monkey King. So, if he needs to, he can walk himself up. Got some lifesteal. But yeah, that's a decent amount of damage onto Snowy. He just cannot secure the kill. They can't lock it down. And Snowy, he's going to be fine again in this lane. Again, the Defense Matrix, the Jingu, the March of the Machines coming through. I genuinely don't see how to kill this Monkey King without throwing 5 heroes at him.
The bright side for them, they don't lose their Bounty because Bounty is one of the better heroes to be in this position, given that he has 9 armor for whatever reason.
10.
So,
10.
You'll take these right clicks from the Monkey and be like, that kind of sucks, but imagine if this was like, insert any other squishy hero in that exact same position.
Snowy trying to get onto the neutrals now as well. Mid lane, how's Morale? Morale's got a free lane at the minute. The Storm Spirit could have played back just a little bit, I think, with his creep wave, trying to play it around. Yeah, getting the blocks off now as well. And you see that Morale, well, it's going to be just slightly to the Storm Spirit side of the river here, so he backs himself away from this one. Morale, I wonder if we're going to see a rotation coming through here. We're looking at the 8-minute rune now as well, so Denton rotates down, QBFY on the other side. It is going to be a bottom spawn though, but only an illusion rune. Probably the worst rune for these two heroes, so Morale not too bothered about that.
We're worried about when we're going to start seeing movement towards the Visitor side of the map.
Yeah.
He's the one that I want to see really being focused on by ACG. I don't want to see this hero enter into the mid game without that much farm. And so far, I was saying that if it's relatively even after the lanes breakdown, I'm very worried for ACG, and it is relatively even all across. The one bright spark, of course, that the Ursa is doing incredibly well, but even this advantage that the Storm had earlier is eroding somewhat in the face of this OD, who has complete just chilling time in this mid lane while the Storm is farming the jungle. OD is recovering everything that he lost in the net worth, and I might even find a kill. Denton is here, but do they have the reveal? No, they do not.
No, he's just gonna wait it out here. There's no dust, no wards, like you say, nothing to give the kill over. QBFY, he's gonna live. He's just gonna be able to soak this XP in the lane here inside his Shadow Walk form. Losing out on a little bit of in. What do you want to see build up here as the sprint from Spirit gets away? But yeah, Morale, what do you want build up? It's gonna be the 4-staff that's queued up, but after that, do you go Meteor Hammer here for the OD? Or are you gonna go Blink to try and get the engage out? You maybe get a quick jump onto the Storm Spirit. What do you want to build up for the OD?
I would actually like to see a Parasma at some point on this hero.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the mana pools overall from the enemy lineup. Outside of Storm and Jakiro, very, very shallow in the large part. So if you have access to like this massive mana pool from the Parasma, you just blow them up, force the early enrage out of the Ursa, and then keep the fight going that way. So if he goes 4-staff, start the build up into Parasma, maybe before finishing it, you stop for BKB. I don't think he'll actually need the Blink Dagger in this game. The Slaughter is going to be available. Tusk will go for Blink eventually as well. So I think Morella can sit back a little bit and just focus on supplying damage for his squad.
Okay. Astigo doing his best impression of a helicopter there too with the taunt. It looks like Spirit coming through, and Dulrace, he might be forced away. Where's that? It's going to be the haste ring coming through, so Amaterasu might be able to chase up here, but do they want to carry on going? Spirit going to be able to get the sprint away once again. Snowy is inside the river. He's going to be locked down by the familiars. Gets himself back to the other side now. So look at the damage coming through from the Venge. Excuse me, I keep calling it Venge, from the Visage. Just throwing that damage out. That's just how long, you know, it's been since I've seen this hero. It's just completely slipped from a lexicon, the hero name, this Visage. So backing himself away, doesn't do a whole lot with his haste. Going to go towards the drums. So it looks like it might be that aura build coming out here from Amaterasu.
You know, things you don't expect to see in a game of Dota. Number 1, a Visage. Number 2, Visage rotating at 10 minutes to try and gank middle. What? What's happening, bro?
Yeah. Oh, Snowball's going to come in
try
here.
and go for him, though. They're
going to try and
Might
get
die.
up. Right on top of him, the familiars. What can they do here? Do they have the slow to get the damage out? The tag team comes out, those shards, and Snowy, he will be able to pick it up with the Wukong's command there. Really well played from the Monkey King as well as the Tusk.
When they clean up the familiars too, threefold going the way. That's, you know, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Rapatagi, I think this is the kind of situation that you pray for. You get the kill. Your Monkey King didn't have to leave. He's still farming bottom. The wave is being pushed in. Visage has familiars, but they still not put a dent in your tower. Things are going amazingly. They're trying to scale into the late game against Ursa. You want to try and outfight them at this portion of the game when the rest of your team are also hitting their power peaks, in particular this OD.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get Snowball out to QBFY. QBFY can get himself away from this one this time now, so Storm Spirit will be able to get the dive in. A lot of damage out into the Monkey King here. Monkey King, he might just go down to this one. Dores, no, the Balance Strike, it comes out. They do still take down Snowy, and Denton will fall next now as well. Astigore, they've got the track out onto the Tinker. Tinker, can he get himself away from this one? It's a lot of damage, and Astigore, he takes down QBFY, because of course he does. 3 heroes still here, though, for the side of ACG. What are they going to try and do? TP away from Astigore. The jump comes in from the Storm Spirit now. He's got that defense matrix up. No mana left, though. Astigore, he will go down. Really well played from the Storm on that track to punish out the Tinker.
That's 2 tracks, baby. So just a cheeky 1,000 gold for some early game kills. Not bad, not bad, not bad. And the big part about this as well is that the Visage was involved. So we finally do get to see some tick over from the Death Toll. Additional gold flowing into his coffers. Almost has the full drums. Should be flying out right now from the courier. All they need to try and make this a lot better is take this actual tower. This is going to be one of the big problems that they have. After these kind of engagements, these quick skirmishes, their push potential is almost wholly locked between the Visage and the Jakiro. And if they can't quickly take the tower, immediately Tinker comes back, forces the D push. You know, Storm doesn't have infinite mana to continually chain kill at this stage of the game, at least underneath the tier 1.
Yeah, we'll wait to see how many of those Galvanized stacks he gets up. He might be able to work his way there towards that infinite mana now. It is going to be the Kaya next for the Storm Spirit. But does he want to move himself back towards the bottom lane here? In the top lane, the Crush comes out to QBFY as well as Yaoi. So Spirit, he's going to be able to get the Corrosive Haze track of his own making out onto the Bounty Hunter. And then just play this one defensively. Looks like Dulrace going to stop in his tracks. Doesn't want to go all the way onto the Monkey King here. Might just rotate back into the mid lane because I think that was an AD rune out for the OD. So the OD-AD to do a little bit of work onto this mid lane tier 1 tower.
OD in question is going to go for the Hurricane Pike first as the initial item for this game. So certainly some additional stats, making sure that the sanities hurts as much as possible. We haven't seen one in the game just yet. Honestly, the longer you wait for a good sanities, the better for me. This makes it so much more exciting when you get them.
Yeah, it's all about waiting for that hammer to drop. Yeah, like I said, it's the anticipation building up here. As Snowy going to be tracked out, QBFY going to be able to get a little bit of damage out once again. And Snowy now throws out the Wukong's command. QBFY, though, going to be able to work himself away. Shadow Walk does get him out fairly safe. Snowy hanging around the dust reveal, though, into the Snowball. Can he get the kill out onto him? It looks like they will be able to. QBFY getting punished for hanging around a little bit too long.
I like what Snowy was doing there. He was careful to make sure that he didn't actually exit the Wukongs. Obviously doesn't have vision of the storm right now, so still stays on the edge so he can benefit from that additional armor.
Yeah.
To get the kill. And they don't even interrupt the area he was farming. He was literally heading this way anyway for the farm, so Bounty Hunter just gave him a young bonus.
And I do like that the Monkey Kings are going for. I know the Tree Dance Facet got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. But yeah, the Monkey King being able to go into the Wukong's Faithful, especially with the Storms being around, when you might have to exit for a few seconds and return yourself to that ring. It is just a nice one to have, and I'm surprised. No, I know how powerful the Tree Dance Facet was, so I know why it wasn't being picked up, but it was always another powerful option against that, and now it is the #1 facet, it feels like, for the Monkey King. Oh,
I feel like
Monkey.
Simeon Stride is at its best from the mid lane. When you're playing carry, I really prefer Wukong's Faithful. It's quite nice.
And he did jump himself in, immediately jumps himself back out here. Do they actually force out this tier 1 tower again? It's not taking enough damage to be at risk of going down quickly. And again, another track comes out. QBFY, though, gets bashed up. They're going to be able to get the Corrosive Haze out onto QBFY. And QBFY, no way away from this one. Yeah, the Crush comes out. And Snowy gets himself another kill. He says, track that.
You can sense it from Apple City Gang. The palpable desperation. They know they need this tower. Like, Visage cannot play a game with this limited of a farm space, right? It's not like some Beastmaster, some Bristleback who exploit Ancients in order to get their farm. Like, you exploit regular camps and heroes. That's what you do as this Visage, and you're being denied both right now. And this Tinker, just constantly making sure that there's always a defense. Tusk as well, being around. If you don't have vision of the Tusk, you're always worried about being caught in the shards. All of a sudden, Monkey shows up out of nowhere. Maybe you die, so they're being halted in their progression. I mean, when was the last time? Well, firstly, the last time you saw Visage, but 16 minutes in, Visage has more net worth or less net worth than a Slardar. That's not supposed to happen.
Odie, the Force Staff, can he get himself away from this one? He's going to be able to get the Astral Imprisonment out onto the Ursubur, but look at this, the chase down. No, he has backup, and they're going to give up this kill. The Macropire even going to be dropped for that. Snowball comes in now, Corrosive Haze out, Storm Spirit's going to be able to get the jump out, but look at the double cross. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Flacco will go down. Dulrace, he pops this regen rune Spirit with a sprint. Can he get himself away? It's going to be the Astral Imprisonment, keep him alive a little bit longer now, and it's going to be the Enrage coming through from the Ursubur. Do they have the control? That's going to be your hammer being dropped here. Snowy is still alive. Astigo gets the kill onto Yawai. Can they go for a little bit more? Dulrace, the Crush comes out into the Snowball. The Warriors Punch could be falling up now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Dulrace is using a lot of mana, but he still has that bottle charge, still has that regen rune going, so he's going to be back to full health, full mana. Maybe Amaterasu, he's going to be sending in the Familiars. Won't be able to get any kills on that though, and the Ursubur does pay with his life, it looks like.
Remember earlier on when I was saying this is an amazing Ursa game, except for OD. That's the exact exception handle. You show up, two different things. You can either astral you, so you can't do anything, you can't leverage out the damage, or worst case scenario, you pop your enrage, you have your overpower, you blink in, and they get astral, and you're just like, well, okay, now what do I do? And you just saw how sad he looked, just standing there being like, I can't do anything here. And so many of these heroes came close to being able to die, but you can't bring them down. And the way that you build, yes, you build Nullifier, but that comes a lot later in the game. So at this stage of the game, these 4-staffs are anathema to this Ursa. This OD has turned into a pure kite machine. And he's making the Ursa pay for it. Man, that could not have gone any worse for them.
No. I mean, it was kind of looking that the Storm Spirit had that regen rune there as well. Otherwise, he would have been down a Storm Spirit too. And we get the reconnect in. Speaking of the Storm Spirit, he's going to get that reconnect in. But yeah, it was just showing that the Ursubur desperately needs that BKB pickup, because otherwise, like you say, and even when he gets to BKB, it's going to get down smaller and smaller on the window here. But if he can't stop from being kited out, maybe he goes for the Disperser, keeps that speed up once again. But if he can't stop from being kited out, he really is going to be punished in every single fight.
Well, click on his inventory, the classic carry thing. You die, you Q BKB.
Yeah.
This many times myself. Many. And like, I do this most games myself. I don't want to buy BKB. Then I die. I'm like, okay, fine. I guess I need it.
Yeah, as an offlaner, I don't have that luxury. I just kind of have to take whatever's, the farm that's given to me. Because I'm still expected to jump in BKB or not.
Yep. God, you don't play like a coward, bro. Go in. It's fine.
No, if I was playing like a coward, I would pick something like a safe laner or something like that. I'm the offlaner. I'm the vanguard. I'm the tip of the spear, with the offlaner. Sometimes literally if I'm playing the most.
Hey. Oh, I thought you were gonna make a Mandela joke on that one. That would have been great, sadly.
No, I'm not that cultured, But yeah, looking at the game state here, 9-3 coming through for the side of Robert Yagi. And this is what they were doing. This is what I saw them do up against OG yesterday. They just take control of the game where they can take control, and then they just invite the other team on and say, okay, you fight into us. Oh no, oh, you've caught us. What are we going to do? And then all of a sudden 4 or 5 heroes appear out of the fog. So ACG, if they are taking a fight, they have to be absolutely sure. They know what they're getting themselves into.
Check out my boy Mirel. He is indeed going to go for Parasma, and I think he's doing what I was speaking about. You buy the Witchblade, finish BKB, then you come back for the full Parasma. I really like what he's doing here. This is, in my opinion, the best thing. Bottom, can they get this kill?
Maybe not the best thing for QBFY here. Spirit is close. They're going to be able to get the kill out. And who do they give it to? I mean, okay, there was the Shuriken bouncing around, but Spirit will get it in the end. Just playing with his food, it felt like a little bit there, the Slaughter.
What they need to do, they need to buy Lotus Orb on the Slaughter so he can bounce back the track.
Yeah.
So he can have track and corrosive haze on the bouncy. That would be so funny.
Yeah, he can try and get rid of one of them, and he's going to have the other one affected in there too. So, yeah, like you say, I wonder if he does go for it, because the build that I've been seeing, it's either the... No, it's going to be the Yule Scepter here for Spirit. So I was going to say, it's either the Blink BKB or the Blink Echo Saber coming out for the Slardar. I'm not really seeing too much variation, but this time around, it is going to be the Yule Scepter here for him.
Well, feels bad to be Ursa here. Sorry, brother.
Oh,
Be kite
yeah.
central in this game.
And
What can you do? And eventually, of course, the Tinker is going to end up buying a Yule Scepter as well. So you'll have the double Yules. Ursa not going to be enjoying life, especially when those become turned into the Wind Wakers. It'll be very unfortunate. But maybe Ursa can get a new lease on life by fighting around the Roche pit. They have some very good vision here. So they saw Spirit heading inside the pit. Maybe they try to jump it, but now Bouncy underneath the sentry.
yeah, he's going to be caught out. He's going to try and get himself into the Roshan pit. And look at that, even Roshan going to get involved in the fight here. He tosses QBFY away. He says, get away from me. And now he makes his march down the river, gives a free kill over to the side of Rabbit Yagi. And that was just... Roshan with the assist there, man. I wasn't expecting to see that today. TP away, but the Monkey King is to be close. Flacco can get himself away from this one. There's going to be no boundless strike. So Flacco will be able to complete that
Radiant's
TP.
bottom tower has fallen.
Feels bad, man.
Dire's
Dota
top
itself
tower
is against
under
you.
attack.
Roshan. Well, I kind of wish, not a mechanic I would very much endorse, right? If Roshan is involved in the kill, getting an assist, Roshan should grow stronger. Take the HP pool of whatever hero died, add it to the overall Roshan pool.
Could you imagine if, like, you're late on in the game where you're seeing, like, the 4.5, even a 5k hero, and he just manages to get a last hit, gets, like, lucky running down the river like that, and all of a sudden you have a Roshan with 100k HP that nobody can take because he's unkillable?
Brother, I already like the idea. You don't have to sell me extra.
Yeah, fair enough. Mid T1 tower. They might put this one under pressure. Flacco is close, but he's going to be stood in the match, and the machines now dive in from the Storm Spirit. Can they get the kill up? Has to go. He's going to be dragged back. The track gold. Is it going to be given over to him? The defense, look at this one. He's got the defense from the Pavis. Actually going to be a full solar crest there, as well as the defense matrix. Marching the machine gun. It took so long to get through him, that Tinker. It's just... I cannot understate how much I hate this hero. It can overstate, understate, I don't know. Yeah.
4 heroes while I'm tracked underneath the tier 1 tower, eating the pot shots, and it takes them that long to kill. Like, wow. I was about to say, why was he so far out of position? But when you're that tanky, maybe you do get, a little bit overconfident at times.
Yeah. And that's it. He was screaming to his teammates, calling them cowards for not following him in. Oh. Speaking of following him in now, there is going to be that snowball in. Can they get the kill? QBFY, he's going to Lotus. I think somebody's going to Lotus up for the side of ACG. Astral Imprisonment comes out here to save the Monkey King. Just a little bit of life. You'll set out. Does he get the Crush Time out now with the Wukong's command now? Do they have the damage onto Duelraze? No. Duelraze will be able to get that dive away, but what damage can they do? Because look at these right clicks coming through from Morel. Morel trying to chase up here, but Amaterasu has that defense. They might just settle for a tier 1 tower, and it looks like, again, they say on the side of Robbie Yagi, okay, you come into us, we have all of the answers. Lotus, it's on the Visage. I knew I saw it.
Visage with the Lotus. Shout out to Duelraze. That was an excellent zip to dodge all the damage coming out of that OG. So completely wasted ultimate. The Storm stays alive. They lose their tower, but maybe they can claim this Roshan. They've just shown up, like you said, with the Lotus Orb. They have drums here. They'd love to be able to claim this, but they know. Will Rapatagi let this go for free? There's a Blink Dagger available on Slaughter. Tusk is here as well, but nobody else is nearby. It looks like they're just going to give it up.
Yeah, the Eclipse is down here, and Storm Spirit dives himself in. Who did the edge? Oh, Denton getting cheek there, trying to snatch it with the shards. Won't be able to get that Roche kill there. Was given over to the Dire. Yawai with the edge. I guess, yeah, they're not going to give it to the Storm Spirit till a little bit later on, but again, it doesn't feel like the Ursula wants to be fully involved in these fights just yet. He's going to be going for that Nullifier, though, like you were talking about.
Necessary item for this game. Also, having this Nullifier right now is going to assist greatly by the time the Wind Wakers arrive. And even the Yule Scepters right now, not going to be providing innate protection. Ursa can just rip through you. So definitely the required item. A little bit earlier than you normally see because of how necessary it is for this game. So he's gonna only get the Basher thereafter. But I like this a lot. And if you have Nullifier Basher, woo, we have some big problems for the Monkey King. Then at that point, your only concern is being kited by the OD.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, and we'll see, like I say, he's got that BKB up. He's not used a charge on it just yet, so going to be all about fighting around that and how else he's going to be able to protect himself. I mean, you're probably relying on the big jump in from the Storm Spirit, just to kind of keep that OD occupied. Even the Visager to get in with the Lotus Orb, just to try and maybe reflect one of those Astral Imprisonments right back onto the OD. And Morel, though, how is he building it? It's going to be, he's got the Witchblade up. Is it going to be the full Plasma? I don't see it on the Courier. I think it's just going to be the Ag Scepter here. So Witchblade, maybe then back into the Plasma after that.
That's interesting. Okay. I mean, to be fair, this is one of the this is another tool anti-Ursa, right?
Yeah.
You get this. Ursa relies on being able to jump 100 to 0 the first target before moving on. Now, all of a sudden, that's no longer possible. And we've already spoken about how Morel just being alive in the fight frustrates the efforts of the Ursa. I kind of like this, actually. Not something that I would think about. You don't see that all the time nowadays with this Aghanim Scepter, but in this game, definitely very useful. I wouldn't even be surprised if he gets an Aghanim Shard as well, which will also help out in kiting the Ursa even further.
Yeah, and you can see that, again, they just continue to do the damage here that onto the objectives, because ACG, they're going to move through the Twin Gate here. They're looking to set up a timing, maybe try and even find a jump out, maybe an ambush here if the side of Rabbit Yagi go for any of the Tormentors coming up, if they try and go for any of the buildings out here as well. Then they're undecided on whether you want to try and play this, but you can see that Rabbit Yagi not taking any sort of risks, no bait coming out here for them. Playing it safe, you've got the Monkey King being handheld here by Denton in case he does get into trouble, and ACG, they can force down this bottom lane, but the Tinker is going to be here as well to use the Marching Machines, just to make it take as long as possible for ACG to get any of these objectives.
But they're going very smartly. Dual Raise and QBFY are cutting off the angles of the TP, making sure that they have vision if anybody were to show up here. The Familiars are the ones putting pressure on the tower. I was about to comment that I haven't really felt the impact of this Visage at all in this game. This is perhaps the only time where I'm like, oh, okay, this is quite good. Zero risk push for them. Should be able to get this tower. So, ACG in a very good position. Despite the fact that they are being tripled up in the kill count, this game still hangs very evenly in the balance.
Yeah, the fact that they've been able to keep that net worth so close to the Ursa fight on the farm, like I said, the Visage fight on the farm here as well, it is looking really good, and they've set themselves up on a great platform. If they can win 1 or 2 fights, I mean, they've already taken the HSCO, so that's not going to be a thing that they want to opt for, but they can take the rest of the tier 2 towers, that tier 1 tower on the top lane there as well, and then look to force Robert Yagi right back into their base. So what we're looking at here, the Ursa going to be about 800, 750 gold from picking up that Sacred Relic, getting himself towards that Nullifier. Yule Scepter out here for the Tinker, though. Astigo going to be able to walk himself back to his high ground.
Building, of course, into his Yule. Oh, right back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, back lines. Did you get the catch out? Amaterasu's going to get low, and the Lotus Orb not going to keep him going. So Morel, really good secure on the kill there. Really good jump as well. Do they clean up the Familiars? They are going to follow the Visage to the grave, it looks like.
That is very, very nice. Free gold for them. There was a track that was seeing them coming, but they don't really care. So tier 2 tower is unlikely to get brought down immediately from this. You do have a Jakiro that can lay out the macro pyre. But every time you get these kind of kills, again, ACG are the ones that have the heavy snowball lineup. Honestly, we're at the point now where Visage could have been literally any other hero. Wouldn't have made a difference at this moment in time. Actually, might have made more of a difference. So I feel like he's going to be free food for the next upcoming fights with how few items he has at the moment and how few levels. The Storm Spirit's doing quite well, but still, we need at least one defensive item. Might be the BKB. Oh, wait, going for the Shivas. Okay, that's going to be the defensive item for Dual Raise. Relying on the Shiva's guard. So, saying to himself, I'm not going to die in the Wukongs. I have enough armor to survive through that. And if I can just survive that, I should be able to get out. And of course, this gives me enough mana that even if they do chain disable me, they can't one-shot me with the ultimate from the Sanity's Eclipse.
And if we look You're on the side of okay, we've got the disconnect. We're waiting for that to reconnect in here. But if we look at the side of Rabbit Yagi, item-wise, what have we got? So Slaughter, Hand of Midas Gaming. Sure, why not here? Morel, he's making his way. He's going to be about another 1,300 gold off, 1,250 gold away from the Arc Scepter. Who hits the timings first? Do you think who's the responsibility on to try and take these fights? Try and make something happen in this game.
Big responsibility. I think for now, nobody. I think
Right.
honestly, ACG should just farm. Don't try to do anything. Finish off the Satanic, yes, but get as close to the Basher as possible before a fight is forced on you. Because they're the ones on the timer right now, ACG. They were the ones that's still playing with the Aegis. Oh, it's 1 minute left. That's still acceptable. You still have some time to finish the Satanic or the Nullifier. Finish off the full Shiva's Guard for the Storm Spirit. And then ideally, at that point in time, you've also got the 4-star on the Bounty Hunter. Then you can try and take a fight, but I think we're locked behind this Nullifier. You can't do anything until you can get rid of this defense matrix.
Yeah. That's. I mean, it's not going to be too far away now as well for the Ursa. He's definitely going to have it before that Aegis expires. And we'll see just where Yaoi wants to go next. So he does have that Basher queued up. Like you were saying, if he gets both of those items out in a decent amount of time, it is so hard for Rabbit Yagi to try and fight into that Ursa Burr. But in the minute, he is 0-2 and 0 on Yaoi. So at least twice, they have had the answer on the side of Rabbit Yagi. Monkey King as well. What's the monkey building towards here? It's going to be this BKB. He's not going to be too far away from that BKB here too. About 400 gold, but he needs to be careful. There is a smoke coming through from the side of it. You can see he's already away. ACG not going to be able to get this jump out onto Snowy. Snowy, he's already leaving this place. He's got his Radiance up. He's got his Mage Slayer up. He's going towards that BKB. Going to make it a little bit, just a touch harder for the Ursa to fight into this Monkey King.
They see OD, but he gets back in time. Oh no, Den10 goes forward, breaks the smoke, and the Nullifier connection doesn't break his blink, so he's out to safety.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go onto it. Snowball comes out here from the Tusk. He's going to be able to get the Walrus Punch out of there's going to be the Ice Path. It does connect. Yaoi even getting the track there to get the extra gold out, and Yaoi does get the credit for the gold. So saves his mid laner, but it will be still a kill that they give up here, a track kill they give up on the side of Rabbit Yagi.
Normally you'd say worth, but like you said, it's a track kill. That's 1,000 gold given away. Oh my goodness. Doesn't really feel that solid. Nonetheless, though, you don't lose an important hero. You manage to dodge the entire time of the Aegis. You now also are aware that the Nullifier is out, so it's not going to be a surprise in the next engagement what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we'll see here again how they're going to try and play. I like this is the HCG. The players so tight knit as a group. They're letting the Ursa go off and farm. They're letting the Bounty Hunter go track, go scout out, but they're playing the Storm Spirit, obviously can catch up in terms of the Ball of Lightning, and you've got a bit of a hand-holding situation going between the GQ and the two cores that he's just staying in the middle of them. You're making sure if either one gets jumped on, he can immediately respond and buy time for the other to back them up here. Spirit, TP away, Storm Spirit doesn't jump in the right direction, so the Slaughter will be able to get himself back safe.
Will, of course, buy time for the Storm to finish off his full Shiva's Guard. And he's going to angle for the BKB second. So going double defensive, which I honestly do not mind in this circumstance. And then the Parasma to round that all off. So still a lot of farming to go for the side of ACG. I still really want to see what's Visage going to do. He's trying to build into a Nullifier for now. He went for the Aghanim Shard, so we do have that additional Gravekeeper's Cloak. Make him a bit more tanky. I think they have been concerned on how easy it has been to bring his HP pool very, very low in the previous fights. And we'll see if it happens again as they now smoke up on the Radiant lineup.
Yeah, and Storm Spirit, the regen rune. Does he want to try and risk it to get himself in? It's going to be the crush coming through, but he does pick up that regen rune here. And Dure's trying to play around. They might be able to get a kill out onto Denton. And the rest of the side of Rabbit Yagi just back themselves away. Yeah, they don't want to go too far. Spirit is tracked up, asked to go. Does Storm Spirit? No, he's not making the jump in. I thought he was making the jump across the river, but they will be away here on the side of Rabbit Yagi. It was close.
Oh, they're coming bottom. They found Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, Tinker, he's got this Glimmer Cape. Is he fine? No, he's not fine. There's going to be the reveal now as well. Is that track going to come through? The jump comes in. We'll be able to get the kill on Astegor. You love to see it. The Tinker goes down, gets punished for being out of position for once.
And shout out to Durace. He immediately after they took that fight middle, he made an immediate beeline bottom. Knowing full well that the Tinker was going to try and de-push that side of the map. Gets there right on time. They force the kill. And while all this is happening, no heroes are around middle, and with Tinker being dead, no D-push, so the Familiars, Visage, intent on proving my skepticism wrong, has now facilitated another tier 2 tower being taken down practically for free.
Yeah, they're just going to force the rotation back here as well. Top lane, Monkey King going to try and do what he can. I think QBFY might just hang around and maybe stop the TP. Yulsefta comes out for QBFY out onto this Monkey King. The track will be here as well. And it looks like the Monkey King, well, Storm, he's actually going to go to the other side of the river. Yeah, Monkey King, he's just going to have to try and play away. Go for that TP, and the Bounty Hunter can't catch up to interrupt. It was close, but just couldn't get there in time here on the Bounty.
They were so paranoid, they even scanned the area, thinking that there might be other heroes in the vicinity. Fortunately for them, not the case. So Monkey gets out, and the rest of his team are currently smoked. They're pinging out where they believe that Jakiro was at. It's an accurate ping, but they don't have any positive vision of the area. It's a bit of a difficult jump. There's a tier 2 tower. Dual Rays now has the 4 Shivas, carrying a gem as well on the Storm Spirit. Yeah, I don't think you should continue with the smoke. You probably have to back off for safety.
Yeah, they have finished the BKB on the Monkey King, so he's got that safety up his sleeve here, as well as the Slardar starting onto his. Ogre Axe is out, buys up that Mithril Hammer now as well. So about another 1100 gold here for the Slardar to get himself towards the BKB. And I think that's when you want to start to look for the fight. You know, when the BKBs are up for both your cores here. OD going towards that refresher, it looks like. It's not going to be Plasma at all, unless he changes his mind. You know, he can still change his mind. He's allowed to do that. But it looks like he wants to go, you know, the double Astral Imprisonment, the double Sanity's Eclipse there as well. Just being able to really put the pressure out onto the Ursa in the fight.
It's going to be quite some time before he has the full refresher. ACG, they would love to find a fight because Ursa has completed his full basher and just bought an Aghanim shard as well. So this is one of the bigger power spikes that Ursa is going to experience. He's not going to get that much stronger relative to the opponent than this. So they'd love to find an engagement, but they're being dodged. Rapatagi is like, you know, maybe we don't want to play with bears. We'd rather just play with some nice little creeps instead. Play with the fishies. That's what they're going to do for now.
Yeah, and I don't know what's worse, trying to play with a bird or trying to play with some creeps. You know, either way, you might end up just getting a little bit mauled there. As Monkey King, he is going to show Yawa. He has a blink available. It's only going to be a basher. It's not a visible blade here. QBFY, the 4-staff comes forward. Immediately, Snowy could be able to get that jump away. They're going towards his... it looks like it's going to be the Butterfly coming up for the Monkey King. Already got himself the Eagle Song, so he's going to have the Butterfly as well as the Radiance coming through. Ursaba surely going to be working on an MKB at some point. No, going to be the Abyssal Blade. So, what can they do as... Storm, how is he looking as well? Just looking at the items, so yeah, it's going to be the BKB here for Dual Race.
He basically has it right now. Once he finishes off this camp, that is practically a full BKB for the Storm Spirit. So the next fight, honestly, the next fight looks quite favorable for Apple City Gang because we still have this bear issue. Overall, everything looks so good, but dealing with the bear, if you can't deal with him effectively like you did in the last couple of engagements, this bear will rip through all of you. And
yeah.
I think they can sense that. That's why they've been dodging all of these fights when they don't know exactly where your eye is at. They've been happy to maybe go for a pick off here and there onto the Visage, you know, try to bring down QBFY, but outside of the smoke we saw about like 90 seconds ago, they've been very reticent to move on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and the Ursa does. He has a sneaking suspicion now. Storm Spirit jumps onto the other side of the river just to see if anyone's trying to contest onto this Roshan. Yeah, why? He's in the pit now. He is building towards that MKB after the bash. You're not going to go for the full Abyssal Blade. Surely to get here in time though, the Roshan. It's going to be going down so damn quickly. Can anyone jump in onto this one? They're going to be able to get the interrupts of Radiant. They do get the kill, but the Aegis, it still goes the way of Yawai. And now Snowy going to do what he can with this Wukong Command. It's going to be channeled around. Can they pop this Aegis immediately? They can. It's going to cost them Spirit though. It might even cost them Snowy. Snowy, he has that BKB. What can they do here though? Snowy's going to be getting the damage to the face. It looks like he might just be able to get himself out. It's going to cost them Denton. Afterglow going to come in now as well. Can he take down this Monkey King? Look at all the shields coming through onto this Monkey King. Somebody surely can get the kill out onto the Monkey. He is still alive. Finally, he goes down. Amaterasu gets that damage off now as all the OD could be in trouble. No, he's going to turn around, trying to get the right click summon to Amaterasu. QBFY close as well. They did lose the Ursaba in that fight, but it's going to cost them 4 heroes on the side of Rabbit Yagi. And again, technically 3, because he lost the Aegis there as well. So, they got a Roshan. Let's call it even.
A little bit even. It's like, half-half. It's fine. Man, that fight right there, it should not have broken down in the way that it did. The OD and the Monkey sort of saved that fight, but man, they almost put themselves into very early jeopardy because after they killed the Ursa, all of them stick around, but they forgot that he still had BKB. So when he comes back, He's so difficult to kill, but shout out to OD, yet again, putting in a masterclass of kiting this Ursa, dropping the damage with the hammer. But it's this Wukong's that helped to just break the fight in their favor. That in tandem with the Radiance coming in from this Monkey, you know, it's exploiting the fact that there's no MKB just yet on this Ursa. So he missed so many attacks that should have just killed these heroes early on. Elongates that fight, allows Rapid an opportunity to still look decent. I mean, it's crazy. They still ended up losing that fight, right? Pretty resoundingly, but it could have been so much worse for them.
Yeah, and you can see that. I mean, it's keeping the net worth difference. Even with these track kills coming out, you know, the net worth difference between the two teams, only 5,000 gold. Not a massive amount of difference here, yo. That could be one team fight swinging the way of the side of Rabbit Yagi that evens that one back up. How are we looking here? So the Ursaba going to be respawning if he wants to. I mean, what does he get rid of? Does he just straight up get rid of his boots to free up a slot here for the MKB? Surely not, right? You finally get rid of the Battle Fury?
We are at the stage where you can start thinking about getting rid of the Fury, indeed. So that could be the potential. He does need the boots for that additional movement forward.
Yeah.
It's tough, right? Because you can also play these 7-slot gaming, maybe try to swap them around with BKB activated before you enter the fight.
Yeah.
It's all about how confident you are as the Ursa player. If you feel like you need the damage more than the mobility, then you can get rid of the phase boots. If you feel like you're not going to scale that much more, you get rid of the Battle Fury. Or if you're a god of estimating just when and where to swap out the items, you can take the risk of playing around with the MKB backpacked and then the BKB coming in.
Yeah, we'll see what his choice is going to be. He's not quite there just yet in terms of the gold needed to get it, but he is going to be able to find this farm again on the Radiant side of the river, so the safest place for him to farm. They never, you know, why would you ever think the Ursaba would be on your side of the map? And smoke coming through from the side of Rabbit Yagi. Are they going to try and look for a big jump here? Who are they going to be able to find out? Jakiro is the closest one, but even Jakiro, Flacco here, going to be able to move himself away. The Monkey King might still see him. They actually go for a different target in the river. Snowy picks up that regen rune now as well. The balance strike, can he get on top? No, Jakiro, he's going to be able to get himself away from this one. It's going to be a lot of wasted time here for the side of Rabbit Yagi, but he might find Yawai by a bit of a coincidence. They walk themselves forward, smoke breaks. Yawai, which way did he go? It's going to be Denton actually blinks himself open. Spirit, he gets that blink out. BKB is here for Yawai now as well. What can they do? Out onto the Ursaba, not too much because the ice path, it does lock everybody down, and the Force Staff going to save this Ursaba's life.
God damn, Ogre Seal Totem! Tumbler's Toy, Ogre Seal Totem. Bro, I was ecstatic when they removed Tumbler's Toy and made OST much worse, but this is ridiculous. If he doesn't have OST there, I'm not sure if he dies, but he certainly has to think about having to get more support in, worry about his positioning, but he literally just presses one little button, hops over all their lockdown, and he's just chilling. That's so annoying.
Oh,
They might find the Tinker.
Can he get himself away? He's going to have the Ogre Seal of his own here, but the Familiar's going to be able to get the Storm Power. Astigo, you'll set to come through, but the Ursaba ready to rip him apart, and it looks like, well, it's going to be it looks like the re-engage coming through here for the side of Rabbit Yagi. What can he do? Did he get the damage out? It's going to be the Tinker's gone down already. Denton gets low. He will fall now. What can he do? Flacco's going to get lower now as well, but Yawai, he's still got that Enrage going. Did he have the damage to get the kill off? Once again, the Astral Imprisonment comes through. Yawai, the Sanity Eclipse gets dropped. So does Flacco. Yawai, QBFY, they all go down. Can they go for any more onto this one? The rotation's coming through from the Monkey King through the trees, trying to get the chase down onto the Visage. The Visage, though, is he going to be able to get himself away? One more hop from the Monkey King. Balance Strike is here. Amaterasu, he's trying. He's got that. He might not know what's going on here, Snowy, because the Visage going to be right on top of him now as well, and they don't have any reveal. The Rule Raise is close. Storm Spirit jumps himself in right on top of Spirit. They have the control, and that was just a bit of an overextension there at the end for the side of Rabbit Yagi.
All right, never mind. Yet again, Visage proving some value. That silence as the grave, baiting the Monkey to chase him that deep in. That high key sort of saves everything because that fight was just terrible, right? You get a quick, easy kill onto Tinker. You think that's the end of affairs, but then they come in. We get to see the refresher of this OD doing an absurd amount of damage onto this Ursa. The funniest part, though, was when he reflected the Astral Imprisonment, and he stayed in longer than the Ursa thanks to the Enrage, but doesn't matter. Ursa doesn't have a proper target to hit.
Yeah.
He gets bursted down. And then the following chase, it looked too solid until they ran into that Visage. So, good job. I must say, though, that fight would have looked very, 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 very different if Duraze was there at the absolute beginning. I feel like they still are going to have some issues dealing with the Storm Spirit, but if he's not there and it's the Ursa as the big core by himself, they just don't stand a chance.
No, no, they don't. QBFY chasing down out onto Denton here. Denton going to be able to get some farm out, gets himself away as well. He is tracked up though, so QBFY, if they want to carry on going, which it doesn't look like they want to do, Denton, I mean, I don't think he's respecting that track, but he's not going to get punished for it this time. So.
7k net worth lead for ACG. They have now just picked up the MKB for the Ursa. So much more effective in dealing with the Monkey King one-on-one. Unfortunately, the Monkey King was never his problem. It's all this OD. Nerale is the one to worry about. And he's going to need his team to help him out in that regard.
Yeah. Dulre's, what's he got now? The Plasma is up. He's got the Sanjin Kaya. Shiva's Guard out for him as well. BKB. What's coming on the courier? Going to be the Ag Scepter as well. This is going to be big. This is going to be massive. If they can get a great jump in, the drag back onto absolutely everybody. I can't understate how impactful this is going to be if he can catch out to 2-3 heroes here, and the Ursa's just going to be able to carry on coming through. He did keep the Battle Fury as well, so this could set up for one hell of a cleave here for Yahweh.
Yeah, he got rid of the boots. Okay, he's going to play with Swiftblink. So you sell boots and you play with the Swiftblink. All right, that makes sense to me still. That's all good. They're smoked up, looking for a fight. There is an OD not far ahead of them, but OD senses that something is wrong. Gets the 4-star to the low ground. So he's all good, but sadly, Tinker might not be if he does decide to go death top. And instead decides he wants nothing to do with that. He's going to play behind the Monkey King instead. You remember what happens last time where heroes were missing and he went to defend the lane alone?
Yeah, and I think ACG have done a really good job in this game of containing the Tinker. Like you say, making him second guess every time he wants to go to a lane to try and push it out. Whereas we saw Ari in the last series, he was just getting the pushes for free. There was no punishments coming through. Zero Tenacity couldn't really figure out where Ari was going to pop up, and he got, I mean, it's still happening here for the Tinker. He'll set to coming through though. Out onto Spirit. Did he have enough time to get on top of Amaterasu? There is going to be that Lotus Orb, but the right clicks coming through here. The Crush, don't need to stun him out for any more than that Crush, and Amaterasu should go down. Spirit is just waiting this one out. He's going to be back up in just a second. You mean you don't like it when he's going to be able to get the Storm Crash like one of his familiars and be untouchable?
Also, and you can see the rest of Apple City Gang like debating, should we go for this? I think they also were just as surprised as us on how long he survived. Storm Hex.
He's going to be getting that Walls Punch into balance right now as well. The Sanity Eclipse, it does get dropped. Do they have the damage? They do. 2 heroes dead on the side of ACG. No barracks as well. And it's going to be the Storm Spirit down for over a minute and a half. This is big here for the side of Rabbit Yagi.
Middle tower has fallen.
The Hex in tandem with the Abyssal Blade, absolutely no chance. That's 2 cores down for at least 50 seconds.
Yeah.
How do you defend? Like Ursa, you can come through, take a fight here and there, but there's no way you can push them all back by yourself.
Yeah, and we'll see now that is going to be the death of this tier 3 tower in the mid lane, and they want to carry on coming through onto the racks, like you say. If they had buybacks, probably at least one of them would have bought back by now. There's a tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, so they can't go that way, but still, they could pick up 2 lanes of racks from this one, and the Ursula still not bothered about coming back for the defense, so this is going to open up, what is that? Is it going to be 2 full lanes of racks? Because Visage still 15 seconds, 17 seconds away, and look at how quickly they rip through these buildings here on the side of Rabbit Yagi.
I was mentioning earlier on how I do not favor Apple City Gang if things are even, let alone if they're behind.
Yeah.
Man, their draft is also really bad against Mega Creeps. Like, your Wire does have the Battle Fury to help them out against some of these Super Creeps, but Storm Spirit, Visage, Bounty Hunter, these are not the heroes I want against upgraded creeps, so they need to do everything in their power to defend bottom. Thankfully, they still have a tier 2 tower there, but if they get a Roche on the side of Rapatagi, then they're just going to come through, take that away from you, and there's not really too much defensive prowess you have against full Megas. Apple City Gang are in trouble right now.
Yeah, and the big man's going to be up in at least 46 seconds, or not even at least, he's going to be up in a max of 43 seconds before the Roshan respawns. And once he does, can Apple City Gang contest it? Because the longer they're outside of the base, do they just have to sit the Jakiro back, let him push out the mid and the top lane? Or do they just have to give this Roshan up for free? Spirit scouts it out, says, hey boys, Roshan is up. Do you want to try and take it? They are grouped up to try and go for this one now as well. So we'll see if ACG, they are smoked up. Do they want to try and contest?
They have to. There's no way they can deal with an Aegis, a Cheese, a Refresher Shot as well. Imagine triple Sanity's Eclipse. There's no way. They have to resist this. And Durace will go scout out right now that something is not right. The Observer Ward will see him, so both sides know that both sides know that both sides are here.
Yeah, and Amaterasu doing the best he can as well to push out this mid lane with his familiars, make sure that the Ursa Can get that top lane push out while the rest of them are smoked up contest if they need it. Shards come through, traps off those stirs. Can they go for more? QBFY or Yule Scepter comes out into the slaughter. Ice Path's going to be falling up now as well. Do they have enough damage to get the kill out onto him though? He's just going to be warning shots coming through. Nobody trapped out on the stirs. As Ursa just moving himself around. He's got that Earth Shock, and he's going to have the Shard there as well. So he's going to have the Enrage coming out on that Earth Shock. Might be a bit of a benefit. Meanwhile, this is going on. Ashigo says, you don't want to force a fight? Okay, I'll force out this bottom lane. We'll go for this tier 2 tower. Force you to fight or come back and defend. Kill comes in. Storm Spirit, what can they do? We have the big Vortex being backed in, but look at the Wukong Command now as well. That's going to be absolutely massive. Snowy can get himself back into the control. Does he want to get himself back into the control? No. He lets that Wukong Command fade. They want to go for Amaterasu. Amaterasu is going to be coming back outside of that invincible form. Now look at the right-click damage coming through. Snowy, he will get the credit for the kill. Buyback here, both for Denton as well as the Visage. For the Visage, looking to maybe defend. He's not going to TP. No easy way back in onto around this Roshan fight.
Fortunately for him, not too far away, and the team is holding things down. Ursa's going to be the one that goes into the pit now. They're trying to pull a fast one here, Rob, and they're going to get it. In 10 seconds, they'll have this Aegis.
Do they have enough time here? Do they want to try and recontest on the side of Rabbit Yagi here? Someone's going to get in quick, and it looks like, is it going to jump in? No, they just let the Aegis go the way of the Ursa Refresher Shard now as well. Cheese, though, Spirit will be able to pick that one up. Can they fight this one out? It looks like QBFY, they dropped. They immediately popped that Aegis. Can they go for Mother Spirit? He's waiting for the crush. Can he get the timing off now? It's going to be the BKB for Yawai. Yawai, he's going to try and do what he can. QBFY has gone down already, though. Lotus Orb is out. Merrill, he's not going to be able to get himself away with the Force Staff. There's going to be another big Vortex coming in as well. Denton will go down, so will Astigo. No Astigo. He's still going to be inside the Markiplier. He will die. He's going to buy back immediately once again. Jump forward here with the Balance Strike. Wukong's Command out once again for the Monkey King. And Flacco's going to get low now as well. Dualraid's going to get himself away from this one. He's out of life. He's out of mana. A laser, a stiff breeze will do the job here. Do they have the control to jump in? Astigo gets that kill. Flacco going to be forced to TP himself away in the trees. No interrupt from Snowy. And the Ursa on the backlines. They are still hunting these two heroes down. Astigo, though, will be able to get that TP away.
Man, what a crazy, long, drawn-out fight. And they end up losing 4 heroes in the long run there. Of course, Aegis does end up saving one of them, but man. That fight, all in on the OD, doing tons of damage. But the recovery, I thought after the big, massive ultimates that it was all over. Until Dualraid firstly says no with the Aghanim Scepter. Tons of blue holes in that fight. But also, shout out to Flacco. Those macro pilots, he managed to lay out 2 of them in that engagement. Did an absurd amount of damage, helping to turn the tide, making it difficult for the Monkey and the OD to just stand by. So, forcing them to reposition, forcing the OD to end up dead. If he doesn't do that, and the OD is able to survive, they just chase and kill absolutely everybody, but he makes the fight actually favorable for his lineup, buys enough time for Yoragi or for Yawai to get out on the Ursa, and even almost created the opportunity for Dualraid to survive. We barely died on that Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and it feels like, just for me in general, we've got lucky with the matches that we've had today. You know, they've all been fairly back and forth, fairly even here. I know, obviously, Na'Vi in the end locked down that 2-0, but not before Zero Tenacity. Give them a good run for the money. And then in this game, I still could not predict to win it. Look at the net worth. There's 1,000 gold difference between these two teams here. And, what they're going to do, the Ice Path comes out, doesn't actually latch onto any of the heroes on the side of Rabbit Yagi. Do they want to try? No, they're going to back themselves away. Don't want to overextend here because you don't know where the rest of Rabbit Yagi are. Can't get that quick pick and run. So ACG don't want to risk it here. They are 2 lanes of racks down. They need somebody to push out these lanes. Makes it a little bit harder for them to stay out the base as long as they want to, but still, they are looking for these fights.
I mean, that's the astonishing part, right? 2 lanes of racks down, and it's still an even game in the network department. It's very even in the kills department. And even the exchange in the base, in the Roshan pit, the Spirit Slaughter, he managed to pick up some items, but he didn't get the Roshan's banner. It's still inside the Roshan pit.
They're going to go for a little bit more now. They get the kill onto QBFY. Snowy, he's looking to scout out. Does see where Flacco is. Flacco drops the Ice Path. He jumps into it here, but still, Snowy going to be able to chase. Can they get on top of Flacco? Still the balance strike. It will connect the instant jump in, but there was this great bait mate here. Snowy, he's going to be taking care of. He gets that Wukong's Command out. Do they have the crush out? They do. They have the control out. The Warriors Punch 2 onto the Ursa Bird. He's got the Enrage. He's got his BKB going. Going to be able to get himself out with the Ogre Steel Totem now as well. The Sanity Clip's going to be dropped once again. The 2 buybacks come through. Those are the double sanities, and they get a kill out onto the Visage. They do force 2 buybacks out onto the both supports on the side of Rabbit Yagi. So they are going to be, again, 3 kills to the good here, and they know at least 2 buybacks down. Rabbit Yagi, what can they do for this one? Do they want to go for that final tier 2 tower?
You know, I respect the attempt. ACG, they knew that Flacco was sitting with the Yule Scepter. They tried to get the familiars to scout out the monkey, drop onto him, you Yules him, give the opportunity for Ursa to come in. And it looked decent, honestly, if the monkey wasn't right behind him. I mean, not the monkey, sorry. If the Slaughter wasn't there with the OD not being too far away, they might have actually been able to kill the monkey. Like, Ursa was right on top of him, but Defense Matrix was there, Snowball was there, gets to stay living. I don't think they'll go high ground off the back of this, but they will definitely try to set themselves up for that next Aegis. And this game is starting to get to that. We're getting to that point right now where, man, you really wish that Visage was a different hero. He keeps just dying. Not just dying, but like, he can't do any spells as he's dying, right? Like, imagine if you're playing Moss or something. You can drop behind an arena. Maybe that creates an opportunity for your team, but with Visage, one of the lowest net worth cores in the game. He is very tanky, yes, but they need some way to affect the enemy, not just keep him alive.
Yeah, and they are grouping up here on the side of ACG. They got the counter to the Storm Spirit's courier, so he's not even going to have that refresher all out for the next 3 minutes or so here in Storm Spirit, even if he had the gold. And this is going to be the Wukong's command. I like this as well. Immediate drop on the Wukong's command. Make sure you can use it to take down those towers. You have your protection built in if they try and jump on you, and that's it. Yeah, once it's going to fade off, you don't need to stick around too long. You get in, you get out, you get your buildings, job done. And ACG, they just could not fight into that one. They were a hero down anyway, but they didn't want to fight into the high-level Wukong's command.
To make matters worse, it's not just the Visage, but your position 4 is QBFY Bounty Hunter. This is not the hero. Like, imagine if you was playing Tusk, right? You're in this position, you have to defend the high ground. You say to yourself, well, I'll try and build Aghanim Scepter, blink in, kick some heroes onto the high ground, reposition them. Maybe I can blink in, save somebody during a Wukong's command, but these two heroes, under these conditions, can't really contribute to the fights anymore. He does have really good items, the Orchid and the Yules that he's used to decent effect. But we're past the point now where these rapid attacking heroes are at all concerned about what Bounty is doing in the fight. Like, you track me? Whatever, bro. Get the hell out of here. I don't care.
Yeah, and the track, you know, like you say, that he gets a couple of tracks off. He's going to be going towards the end this now as well, but the tracks can be taken care of because you have ways. You're going to have the snowball that if someone jumps on this, someone that's tracked you have the snowball. It's going to be the Guardian Screams coming out now. There's also heals, so you can target heals as well by Asco. Defense Matrix, he's got the Holy Locket that boosts up his heals anyway. March of the Machines, you know, I've touched about on that so many times today. And there is ways, if the tracked hero is being engaged on, you just get the save out. So they're not even really bothered about too much about that. Like you say here, Morel going to be going towards his Parasma finally after the refresher of Hurricane Pike. It's okay. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it, Morel. It's fine. Nobody saw you use your BKB. You're,
That one was on you, gang. That one was on you. You cursed him. That one's your fault.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
You know what's crazy? Is he actually almost died. They were smoking towards that area of the map from ACG, but they decided to turn tail. They could have killed him, but now they might just kill QBFY instead.
QBFY going to try and bounce stuff out. Augustil Totem going to use once again your favorite item out here. Lotusov is out to Amaterasu, but they're going to be able to get the dive out. And once again, Yawai tries to get himself into the middle of this one. The Macropire will be dropped. Snowy though, he has the Wukong's command down. He has the Jingu Mastery now as well. The refresh comes out from the Ursa, but what can he do? He's going to have that double BKB, the double Enrage here now as well. Do they get the damage out into the Monkey King? The Monkey King will fall finally, but Yawai now has to be on the retreat. Ooh, look at that damage. Flacco gets so down low. Do they get the damage onto Morel? Morel, he's got no BKB. He's already used it. Well, he's going to have the second one coming through thanks to his refreshing now, but he's still going to be burst down. They take down 3, only losing QBFY. QBFY says, thank you very much, Yai, for finishing off that fight. Even drops the tip to him.
I don't think it's a coincidence that the one fight we've seen in the later game that involves Ursa able to actually hit the Monkey King demolishes the monkey inside of his own Wukong. The OD is able to arrive and save him slightly, but nobody else is around him. So normally it's OD saves, Tinker comes in with Defense Matrix, and then Slaughter's there, this and that other hero, but this time around that doesn't happen. Ursa gets a stick on his target, and he's just gone. He evaporates. And to make matters worse, we also get to see what happens when the OD BKB is down, and he's also unable to keep kiting the Ursa. The Wire is able to tear him apart as well. So now, with 1 Rex remaining, Rob, they take in this fight. Can they maybe get themselves an Aegis? It's not that far away from respawning. Maybe they thought to turn things around slowly but surely. It turns out that if it comes down to it and we have to box, we still have more than enough punches to throw.
Yeah, and Amaterasu did just check the pit there, saw the Roshan banner, gets that one for free because it was still there from the last Roshan attempt. But I suppose if things are going to go wrong, that's the best possible way for it to go wrong for Robert Yagi. You lose a fight on the other side of the map, you know, and the lanes are being pushed in. Like you say, you've got 2.5 lanes of rack, so they can't even push out towards your tier 3 towers here on the side of ACG. So yes, you lost a fight. That's bad. That's not great. That's not amazing. It's not brilliant, but still, in the best way possible, they lost nothing from it apart from the kills.
Some things might change though. Visage being alive through being involved in a lot of those kills got him a ton of gold. So we're all building into a Hex for this Visage, which is going to be incredible. Hex on the Visage, some extra control for the squad. If they can get this Aegis, that's key number 1. Get this onto the Ursa. No, not even on Ursa. Maybe Dual Rays could also do something with this Aegis, but they're going for it. And look how far away they are on Rapatagi.
No.
They're not ready for this one, Rob.
No, they are not indeed here. This is going to be a free Aegis going the way of Yaoi once again, it looks like here. And yeah, like you say, Robbie Yagi just not going to contest. These lanes have been pushed as well. The Storm Spirit, the Visage, doing some great work to keep pressure off the base while they take this one. And this is going to be another Aegis for the Ursa. Who got the refresher? Oh, who did he pass it off to? The Shard. Going to go the way of Jakiro here. So double Macropyres, double Ice Paths. He's going to have the Yule Scepters coming through now as well. This might be a big pickup if they get on top of the Monkey King. The Monkey King, they immediately have to run away. He is tracked, so they know roughly where he is, but he has his entire team backing him up here. And at ACG, they know just how desperately they need to make sure not only that they win it, that they don't lose the fights, right? So they don't push that issue.
Bro, I'm looking at how Dual Rays is playing this game, right? The kind of zip that he just made there, he's been doing it all game. How has he only died twice? What the hell is going on? The degree of aggression that he showed, and yet hasn't really been punished for it all that much. Involved in like what 90% of his team's kills. My man really has been the forward engine of the team. I was worried about the fact that Visage couldn't really fulfill that role, but Dual Rays is like, don't worry, brother, I can carry the load for you. My shoulders are broad enough to do it all.
Yeah, it's just Storm Spirit things, isn't it? It's like, if you look at it as you know, the perk Storm Spirit, if they die more than 4 or 5 times in a game, they need to be kicked from the team because they are massively underperforming.
There's a limit. There's a limit. 4 deaths and you're like, bro, sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like baseball. 3 strikes, get out of there.
3 strikes, pizza party time, bro.
You know what? I've not heard of a good pizza party in a long time. You know, all the teams are doing it behind the scenes now. They're not even making social media out of it. They're being boring.
I heard some pretty juicy stuff at TI. Obviously, I can't really talk about it. You know, things were told to me in confidence, but trust me when I say it was very spicy behind the scenes.
Okay. Well, we know who it's going to be when those anonymous leaks start coming out about what was happening around TI.
3K net worth lead still for ACG. Even with this Aegis cheese, it's not like the game is beyond reckoning. Honestly, not this game revolves down to now. We're at the point of the only thing that matters, can OD reliably kite out the Ursa? If he can, they win. If they can't, they lose.
Storm Spirit, the crush comes through here. Can they get a kill out onto the Monkey King? Like you were saying, there's going to be the Macropyre being dropped. Look at the damage coming through. Snowy, he gets himself away, but it doesn't matter. Flacco still gets it. I think it was on the end of the Macropyre, and the damage coming through the Monkey King. He has to buy back into this one. Yaoi, he has that refresher robe if he needs it. Does the Monkey King? He has that BKB still, has his own refresher robe, but he's still going to be taking a lot of damage here. They take a lot through the Slaughter as well. Slaughter needs to get himself away from this one, but I think Yaoi now needs to get himself out. That BKB, the Enrage will be wearing off. He is out of mana. The Wukong's command comes through. Oh, the Ice Path, it controls out onto Spirit. He cannot get the lockdown onto Yaoi inside that Wukong's command, and Flacco, he's been my MVP this game. The Ice Paths and Macropyres, they've been on point.
Shout out Flacco. Yeah, Flacco. I was telling this to Wingblade yesterday. One of my favorite rappers, a man named ASAP Rocky, one of his nicknames is Flacco. So you are ASAP Flacco, my friend. My G is playing like a superstar today. And in that fight, man, they lost the Monkey King, they brought back, but he had access to the BKB, Rob. He didn't use it. He just stood there, taking the full Macropyre to the face, trying to get out with the Boundless, but he was perhaps relying on OD getting there in time to save him with the Astral Imprisonment, but you know, you were clamoring earlier for the game for a potential Blink, and he did queue it for a second before deciding on going for the Hex. If he had Blink in that moment, he would have saved the Monkey. He could have maybe turned the fight with the first Wukongs being there with the whole team, but him having to spend time TPing back in sort of ruined their prospect of winning the fight. But even then, they still almost win it because literally the thing I was saying right before the fight broke out, all about can they kite the Ursa. And good God, by the time OG got there, Ursa was absolutely able to do nothing.
Yeah, he'd run through his full arsenal there as well, completely out of mana. I will, just in the defense of Snowy, say that the Macropie now is pure damage with that Ag Scepter being up. So I get the idea. He's like, okay, yo, Tinker, save me, please. I don't want to use my BKB there because it would have still been able to go through, damage him through the BKB. But yeah, no, you are right. The Monkey King needed to do anything in that fight apart from die. And the one thing he did do was die. By the time he got back, yeah, like I said, the Ursa was on the retreat. That refresher orb timed absolutely perfectly here for the Ursa for the double enrage, the double BKB. And all of a sudden, this game has flipped on its head a little bit. They are 2.5 lanes of racks up here against ACG, but Robert Yagi, it feels like they're massively on the back foot for now.
You know, both this game and obviously the previous series, this is the reason why we love Dota.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I was trying to describe to some people one day about like why Dota is such an interesting game, and because they were asking me, doesn't Dota have a time limit? And I was saying to them that one of the reasons I love Dota is not only because it doesn't have a time limit, it's the only game I know that you can play for 90 minutes, be in an extremely dominating position for 89 minutes of those 90 minutes, lose one bad fight, and instantly lose the game.
Yeah.
It's amazing to watch.
Could you imagine any other esport going to 90 minutes long for just, not even a full set, just for one map of a set here? They'd all be losing their minds. You know,
So, when we did IESF last year, right?
Yeah.
They had a Mobile Legends tournament happening at the same time, right? One of the mobile games. And the time it took us to finish one game of Dota, right? They were finishing whole series, and they'd come back and be like, y'all are still going. What the hell, guys?
Oh yeah, I've heard the Mobile Legends games, like they last like a max of 15 minutes. You know, like a set can take like an not even an hour to run through. You can get through one in like 45 minutes, 15 minutes. With the draft in there as well, you might just kind of push to an hour. But yeah, like you say, you can go through an entire day's worth of games there on a Mobile Legends game before you even really get through one Dota game here. 62 minutes in. We are seeing the tier 5s coming out as well. Anything interesting? So the Minotaur Horn here for dual raise. He's got the timeless, so the debuff duration spell amp coming out for him. Is there anything that's catching your eye here for any of these tier, the big neutral items, the tier 5s?
Magic Lamp is pretty pog on a Tinker. And you were asking earlier in the game, is OG going to go for that Meteor Hammer build? No, he's going to wait until 60 minutes so he can just get Fallen Sky. It's all good, gang.
Yeah. Why do you even need a blink? You just throw out the Fallen Sky here, and this is still anybody's game. I could not say which way this one's going to go. Like I say, one good fight could swing it for either team, and this is where you're going to be looking. Everybody needs those buybacks. The Monkey King's already used his. The Bounty Hunter's already used his. Apart from that, though, everybody's saving the gold for these buybacks because you get into that point in the game now where the gold is pretty much useless between the two teams. It's all about having, apart from the buybacks, it's all about having the chance to take these objectives, the split push coming through as well. Look at the Tinker being a massive pain in the arse, pushing out this top lane, forces the Visage back now as well.
Ooh, that's another good one. Unrelenting Eye for the Ursa. So maximum slow resistance, and then of course you're going to get some status resistance as well. So practically no points ever hitting him with the Astral anymore for the duration of this game. It's going to be running you down. If you just see this guy, you just have to Astral the heroes around him. And we still don't have any Wind Wakers just yet. Still being built up by the Slaughter. He's going for Overwhelming Blink first. So lacking access to the Wind Wakers does increase the danger prospect of this Ursa quite massively with this neutral item.
Okay. We'll see if he's even going to get... I mean, what's he got in terms of gold surplus? Doesn't quite have enough to have that as well as his buyback in general. So, yeah, he's still going to be a ways away. He's still going to be, I think it's about 1,000 gold, something like that, roughly, before he's going to be able to get here. But, yeah, AC, he's got himself the Stygian Desolator. He's got himself the Ag Scepter. BKB's out, Shard. He's pretty much fully slotted up here. Like you say, get that Wind Waker, get himself the Overwhelming Blink. What do you do then? You get yourself, the Moonshot if this game goes for another half an hour, which it might just do the state of this game.
Get some Moonshot. At some point, we have enough money for bots too.
Yeah.
We eat the Aghanims, and then we buy like we could buy another Hex actually. I think that could still be useful here.
Yeah, you get yourself like a Skadi to come out against the Ursa there as well. I suppose like a Heart, make it super survivable. Yeah, there's options.
Heart could happen. Still a bit worrying if the Ursa ends up getting Rapier, then it won't matter. Oh, they're trying to go dual raise.
Jump comes in there. He's going to try and force it out the BKB, though, which he actually do now. There's going to be the snowball being reflected back here from that the Storm Spirit. What can he do onto this one? Big Vortex wrap back coming through onto Spirit now as well. There's going to be the Astral Prism being thrown out as well as those Santa's Eclipses. But look at Spirit just melting that fire. They are going to be absolutely frying that fish. I take mine with chips. As it looks like they're going to carry on going here. Flacco, double macro power going to be thrown out once again. The Monkey King caught out inside of it, and it looks like the damage. And again, Flacco with these double macro powers, the ice pass, everything MVP for Flacco. 2 heroes dead on the side of Robert Yagi, and this might be where you see the opening for them to even up the racks here on the side of ACG.
We have a new Lord and Savior, and his name is Flacco on the Jakiro, baby. The angles that he's finding with these macro pyres, being able to consistently chase the monkey. Crucially for me, the big thing is that he made sure to angle the first one that it somehow hit the monkey and the OG. He didn't actually care about killing either of them. He just wanted to separate the heroes from one another. As soon as OD is separate from the monkey, monkey's in that corner by the tree, and the bear is right in front of him, and Ursa eats him alive, as expected. Oh my goodness. They just keeping this OD from playing Dota, but now bottom, you might find a kill here.
Yeah, you're going to be able to get the Hex out into the Walrus Punch. Can they get a kill? There is going to be the Santa's Eclipse being dropped. Still Raise goes down. Has that buyback available, though. The Storm Spirit, if he wants to get spicy, join the rest of his team. But you see the Jakiro, he has opted back. They lost a tier 4 tower with that creep push in here. So slowly but surely, that base is being whittled down for the side of ACG, and they still haven't been able to touch these tier 3 towers on the Robert Yagi base.
You gotta love Dota 2. 24k net worth ahead, and yet you're the one that's being forced to play inside your base. You can't leave the map properly.
Yeah, look at that. 24k ahead. The win probability still 71% in favor of Robert Yagi.
Man, I really love this game.
I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. QBFY, though, did they get the damage out onto him now as well? They might be able to get... There's going to be a lot of damage coming through here. They have the track out onto Morel. Morel, what's he going to do? You'll have to span it up into the other. They take down the Tusk. Tusk is dead. Monkey King, does he want to buy back here? They might be able to take the kill. QBFY will go down. Lasers going to fly through from Asengard now as well. Going to use these refreshes as much as possible. And again, the Macro Pyre being dropped through the BKBs here. Morel, he's got a burr right on top of him. No, you want to be carrying a burr here. And the damage out. Can they get the kill out onto Morel? They do. Hex out now onto the Tinker. The Tinker no way away from this one. Even with all the lives, they've got all that protection. They have the damage. Surely they have the kill. Do they take him down? Astegor cannot get himself away from this one. 3 heroes dead. But again, mid lane, it is pushing up. They have a double wave here for the side of Robert Yagi. Can they even try and touch that base once again? Roshan is up. That looks like it's going to be the next objective here for the side of HCG.
Flacco God. That's all I'm saying, bro. Flacco God. Like, he didn't need to deal that much damage here. The Macro Pyre yet again creating the opportune moment. OT has to decide, do I stick around and try to mess with the Ursa and stay and get burnt, or do I try to get out? Decides to get out at the last moment. Ursa happy to chase him down. And the entire time, you know, one of the things about being a Visage, right, who after a while it felt like they were kind of ignoring him unless it was a very easy kill. But when you ignore this hero, soul assumption, soul assumption, soul assumption, soul assumption, 5,000 damage worth of it came out in that fight. And although he wasn't the most, it's still unignorable damage. You have to do something about it. You have to retreat. You can't take the fights properly. And now he's hunting Monkey. Found him on the other side of the map, Rob.
Oh, my dude. Snowy just has to go for the BKB balance out here. Dulraze is hunting, but Monkey King going to be able to get that TP away. This game's going to be going on for so long. Level 30 onto Dulraze, level 30 onto Yawai. We've got the level 29 onto Amaterasu. On the other side, Morel. Only level 28. 29 out onto Snowy now as well. 28 on Astegor, Spirit, 20 level 27. We're hitting max. We're hitting not only max net worth, max item slots, we're hitting max levels. We're going all the way on this game, it feels like. 69 minutes in. And again, win probability 74% in favor of Rabbit Yagi.
Oh, so it's climbed. It's climbed.
Yeah, it's got better. Yeah.
Everybody almost has buyback. It's just a task that's remaining for now. The Aegis does expire in only 3 minutes 40 seconds, so that's a long time that ACG can try to use to get these pushes back. They're forcing out the top wave, they're forcing out middle. Bottom, they still have a melee wave, so it's still okay. And now Ursa feels like he has the latitude. He will backpack the MKB and pick up the Divine Rapier. Sadly, it does no longer has the True Strike like it used to back in the day. So that Butterfly of Monkey is still going to have some impact upon him. But every hit that does land is going to do immense amounts of damage. And he has a shield rune as well now? Bro, this is go time. Aegis, Divine Rapier, BKB, Refresher, Unrelenting Eye, Swift Blink, Nully. Let's go, baby. Let's win the game.
Yeah, he has everything a grown Ursa needs to close out this game, it feels like. Yeah, Yawai. And you can see that he's just getting himself around into the mid lane. They want to keep this pressure off the the top lane, off the mid lane here as well, because again, these lanes, they will push in, even use the familiars on the bottom lane to do what they can. Who's got the... Oh, it's the Tusk with the Necrobook here, trying to push the lanes out, trying to get the split push out on his own. Did he jump into a trap though? Sanity Eclipse comes out, they might be able to get the kill into Amaterasu. Amaterasu gonna get low. This Wukong's command, but again, the protection coming through here, and they have that Macropire just gonna rip through absolutely everybody. The Righteous coming through once again. From Mirror gonna be the double Sanity Eclipse. What can they do? Amaterasu, do they have the control onto the Ursa? But he cannot go down, he can't drop this rate. Aegis, forgot about the Aegis. He's gonna have that Swift Blink. Backlines now as well. Morel's trying to get himself away from this one. Do they have the damage to take him down though? And again, it's gonna be the Walrus Punch coming through. They have the control out onto the Ursa.
Got the Rapier.
Yeah, he is dead. The Rapier is on the deck, and even my VC struggling a little bit with all these particles, everything going on the screen here. 3 heroes dead on the side of ACG. We've got the Rapier. Who's picked it up? It's going to be... Okay, it might actually be QBFY that goes down. 4 heroes dead. Only Dual Rays gets out alive. And Snowy now, he has a Rapier for the Monkey King.
That could not have possibly gone worse. Dual Rays goes in, finds what he thinks is a good initiation, but they just bought so much time. The long snowball from Denton, the Astral from Morale, but the genius move that they did is what Monkey King did. Snowy absolutely carries that fight. Drops the Wukong in one place, but then he boundless strikes to the other side of the fight while still in the same command ring, refreshes and gets the second one out. Now it's impossible for Ursa to go. Ursa can still get there, but the rest of this team cannot catch up. And Morale is just on the back lines, buying time.
Push comes out.
Himself, and now they might just lose the game.
Yeah, look at this. The Storm Sword is going to get really down low. The Macropire comes through. Walrus Punch here. They take down Dual Rays. Dual Rays has that buyback, and it looks like they want to go for Mega Creeps here. Might even be able to... Well, do they try and stick around to force out the buybacks here? Spirit going to be the only one inside as the Tier 4 tower now. That last remaining tower. Look at how quickly it disappears. Jump comes in from the Storm Spirit now as well. The Monkey King going to be dragged back. Do they have enough? No. The Astral Imprisonment are going to be keeping alive a little bit longer now as well. ACG, they're going to try and do what they can. There's going to be the Tuck Punch coming out onto Yawai. Can they get this Monkey King? The Monkey King trying to desperately get himself in the middle of this fight with the Wukongs coming through. He traps in absolutely everybody being controlled in this one now as well. Amaterasu, he's trying to do what he can in this Invince form now as well. The punch comes through. Flacco is dead. They're going to be able to go out the Vortex. Only going to be doing so much. This Monkey King, he still lives. And with all that lifesteal coming from the Jingu, they're going to be able to get the kill to Yawai. Only Dual Rays remains, and not even Dual Rays will be able to survive through this one. 73 minutes in. 5-man wipe going the way of Robert Yagi. They take game number 1, and this is going to be just the one of a best-of-3 series here.
Imagine playing this game and you still have to do a full series after this. What the hell, bro? Crazy, crazy game. Shout out to Snowy. Him getting that Divine Rapier, you saw it in that last fight. It wasn't just a lifesteal that he was getting back. It's that he was, for the first time in the entire game, actually out-clicking the Ursa, dealing much more damage to him than he was receiving. Ursa, at this stage of the game, it's not like he has some satanic or whatever to help him get back to full HP. He has to rely on pure damage. And Monkey's like, I gang, I got this. At the time, Tinker is still alive to give him defense matrix. He's just chilling. Man, what a wild, wild, wild game of Dota 2. I know we wanted to give our MVP to the Lord and Savior Flacco, right? And he did play an amazing game. He ends the game 8-7 and 17, did a ton of damage for his squad, but I would feel very unhappy not giving it to Morale on the OD. That guy, I feel like he carried his team to victory here. Like, his movement in the map, his understanding of when and where to use the Astrals, even the genius idea to buy the refreshers, just frustrated this Ursa so much. Think about how strong Ursa was like 25 minutes ago. If there was not an OD, if it was like a Storm and Ember, heroes that can't save somebody else, this game would be over. They would have won long ago, but he was the OD, the one hero that could make sure that Ursa stays constantly on the back foot, makes it work, and gets the W. Very well deserved from him.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for this first game. But again, there is still a series to come. We'll see if Apple City Gang going to be able to pull it back to a 1-1. Maybe we'll go all night. You're going to go straight into the morning here, it feels like. Or, Robert Yagi, you're going to be closing this one out into like Navi. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back, and everybody, to the second game of this series. I can't believe we're only just into the second game here. It has been going on for so long, it feels like already, but we are here to see if it's going to be that 2-0 coming through here for Rabbit Yagi. They are 1-0 up against ACG, or if ACG do they have that game plan to come out and finally somebody sees sense, they ban out the Tinker?
I hope so. I hope so. And it is going to be them banning it. They realize, you know what, guys? We've had enough. We've seen enough. You and I have seen enough. 3 games back to back on Tinker. Almost all 3 of them spanning an hour long as well. One more than an hour. It's like, yeah, we've seen enough. Do something different for this one. Honestly, though, no matter what happens, I'm very excited about this game because that one, not only was it very back and forth, at most stages of the game, right, you could understand and see what the teams were trying to do. It wasn't like one team completely outclassed the other. It was a clash of 2 different ideas. One idea happened to win out in the end, but even then there was like razor thin margin. So I'm hoping for similar kinds of entertainment for game 2, especially since we won't have Tinker to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a fun game all around here. And I think, like I was saying, up until like the 55-minute of that last match, I mean, really right up until that rapier fight at the end where the Ursula went down, genuinely could not decide who was going to win that game. It was so, like you say, it's so back and forth, so up in the air. And I wouldn't be surprised, if that fight goes the other way. We're sat here, we're saying, okay, ACG 1-0 up against, Rabbit Yagi, and Rabbit Yagi were just able to come out, like you say, that clutch play by the Monkey King with the double Wukong's command coming through. What are we going to be seeing first? The TA for Rabbit Yagi right out of the gate here. And yeah, ACG, we'll see what they're going to respond with this time around. The Jakiro, well, they could maybe use with Jakiro right here, right now up against the TA, but it's going to be banned out with that Tiny, the Terrorblade being taken away, Tinker, as well as that Beastmaster, Night Stalker, and the PA. What else, though? Prophet.
I was about to say, the thing that's left is Nature's Prophet. In my opinion, right, I believe that right now in Dota, that there's only 3 truly like beyond S tier heroes, right? Obviously, we've seen Tinker. We know that Tinker is S tier. We know that PA is S tier. And this hero, Nature's Prophet, is absolutely busted in everything that he does. Can play in multiple different roles, pretty much cannot have a bad lane. Wherever you put him, right, he will be able to have a good lane, gives you tower pressure, gives you the numerical overload around the map, and builds into an absurd amount of damage. The right-click output from this Nature's Prophet when deployed as a carry, it's always more than you think, right? You just see this guy there chilling, you're like, where the hell did my health go? What the hell is going on? So I personally, just from this, I'm much happier with Apple City Gang. Just having Nature's Prophet, to me, shows that they're going to be in control of the draft into the next phase, because now it's on Rapatagi to find answers to the NP.
Yeah, and Prophet, like you're saying, the damage, and only the damage, but he has, the best attack animation apart from Sniper in the game. Like, it's just a quick flick of the staff there, and the damage is flying through. So, and I'm genuinely surprised they didn't nerf the Ironwood Treant. Okay, they nerfed the Ironwood Treant, but this dude walking around with that thing, it is a danger to any buildings left standing here that get in the path of the Nature's Prophet. So we see on the other side, Rabbit Yagi going to ban out the Tusk here. Just thinking about the next one to come through. And yeah, how do they then try and deal with the Prophet? Are we looking at the global presence coming through? Do we need like that Spirit Breaker coming out? Do we need something that the Nature's Prophet isn't really going to be getting free lanes from, isn't going to be thinking, oh, I can just TP here and there's nothing bad going to happen to me?
You need heroes that can just respond, right? So Spirit Breaker would be a very nice option. I like that a lot. Keeps the consistent vision tracked on the hero. But a Spirit, a Puck, these kind of heroes that no matter where the Nature's Prophet goes, not only are you able to TP in, but you can reach him immediately, right? So let's say you pick up some like Pangolier, for example. You can TP in, but there's no guarantee you get directly on top of the Nature's Prophet. So that profile of hero is what I think they need, especially from the mid lane. I don't think you can play TA mid anymore after seeing this, unless you want to like put some Slark in the safe lane. I would rather TA play safe lane. She gets her farm from there, and then you put a Spirit middle. Maybe you get like a Vision hero as well. You could put like some Clockwork here as the 5 position for the team. That can be the lane with the TA. That can get you Vision for the Nature's Prophet and be the one to jump Nature's Prophet, create space for the other mid laner. So I want to see Clockwork plus a Spirit, I think, is a good response to Nature's Prophet. Okay,
we'll see what they want to go for here on Rabbit Yagi. They've got this next pickup. On the other side, Ringmaster is going to be the pick. So your favorite hero going to be coming out now. You're the Escape Act, going to be able to deal with anything that comes their way. Like you say, the Magic Resist, the move speed buff coming out now as well. It's everything a hero needs to get themselves out of danger. At least you can still target them with AoE spells. The fully magic, loads of Magic Resist coming out, but at least you can still target them.
You can hit them with the Side's Blade Splash from the TA, so that is certainly something. Does kind of suck that Psionic Trap doesn't work, obviously, through the escape act. That's very annoying. So one of your chase tools is already gone, but you do have the right kind of damage from the TA, so at least that's nice. On the bright side as well, the way that Ringmaster spells work, they can't break through the refraction immediately, so you can always get away from him. Even if like the Wheel of Wonder connects instantly, you should be able to blink out of it. So that's still nice for the TA. They pick up the Phoenix now as well. Don't know where this is going. This could be the mid Phoenix. This could be the offlane Phoenix. This could be the position 5 Phoenix. A lot of options available for Rapatagi.
Yeah, and going to have a good heal coming out. Going to be able to counter out the Impalement Arts. Like you say, you're going to have some protection now as well. With that Mortar coming through, so the dead shot, the call-in. You drop that Supernova in the middle of the call-in, and nobody's really going to be wanting to come in to right-click that. It's a really nice positioning spell to have here with that Mortar. Like you say, though, whether they want to reveal... I mean, they're going to have one more pick in this phase where they can maybe reveal, but maybe not. Maybe they pick an offlaner, like you say, keep that Phoenix flex between the mid, between one of those support roles. And on the other side, ACG, they do have 2 heroes to pick up now, so we'll see what it's going to be for them. And this Prophet, more than likely, I would have thought would have been the... I've seen a couple of 4 Nature's Prophets, but I've seen the majority of them going as that position 1. You're building up that overwhelming farm, and then just looking for the fights. Like you say, that overwhelming damage, split push potential coming out as well from the Prophet.
Yep, that's what I'm expecting as well. The one drawback to having the position 1 Nature's Prophet is both him and the Ironwood Treants take a heavy amount of impact from the Fire Spirits of the Phoenix. But outside of that, so far, it's still looking decent. You can get hunted somewhat by the Weta Deadshot, but you play positionally well enough, you should be fine. And they pick up the Ancient Apparition. They don't have that much lockdown to ensure Ice Blast do connect, but now there's not going to be any heal coming in from the Sunray of the Phoenix. And of course, depending on what else you get for the mid lane, you can try set up for the better Ice Blasts. I wouldn't mind seeing Mars. I think would be pretty decent here. We've seen Mars Ancient Apparition before, like throughout the games, but I think primarily you just want a hero that can go forward, start the fight, create some chaos, so that not just the Ice Blast can lay in, but that Nature's Prophet has more time and space to decide when is it safe to TP inside into the fight.
Yeah, and we'll see what that next pick's going to be here, what they want to be actually looking towards on the side of Yagi here as well, because like you say, that Ancient Apparition comes out, it kind of scuppers the plan from that Phoenix here, so they go for the Lycan. And is this going to be potentially offlane Lycan coming out here? Nature's Prophet, Lycan. We had a nearly 70-minute game in the last one. This might be a 15-minute, 20-minute game here if ACG get the run, because we are back in the Zoom meta here. At least for this game, we are back in the Zoom meta and looking for that split push coming out, the lane push potential here for the side of ACG. It's going to be very hard for Rabbit Yagi to stand up to early on, and they do need to force this one, I think, to like the 35-minute, the 40-minute mark to be in with a chance of stopping that pressure here from the side of ACG.
Almost like ROTK has been dragged back in from 2014. Come drop for us, brother. He's doing the right thing. One thing I like about this Lycan, you can make life hell on earth for this Phoenix, just constantly being run around by these wolves, nipping at the heels, forcing you to keep diving in and out. I do like this Tide actually seems really solid here. Like, I'm looking at this draw from ACG. They don't have that many disables, firstly, but the few debuffs that they do have, you can crack in through pretty much all of them to keep yourself alive. Yes, you might suffer somewhat from the Ice Blast, but you've got Sunray right behind you anyway after the Ice Blast gets dispelled. They needed a big team fight. They now have Ravage, they have Supernova. The calling can still cover for both of those heroes in that instance. You have some now armor reduction from the Gush to help the TA damage output. This is really solid. And you buy Aghanim Shard, right? Dead in the Water is super good against both Nature's Prophet and the Lycan together.
Yeah. It's a lot of off control being off, and like you say, the minus armor coming through. Not only in the team fights, but this could be Rabbit Yagi saying, okay, we're going to match your aggression. They could look for a very early Roshan as well and force the fight in. They have to be careful about the AA blast coming through, but if they can get a kill into the AA, it will open up the Roshan pit for them, and they might even go, something a little bit more. You're just going to offer a little bit more. Your stun potential coming through here for them. What are we looking at mid lane here? For Rabbit Yagi. So yeah, like you say, the puck come through, the control to make sure they get that extra lockdown that maybe sets us up for the Ravage. They could go for something like the Invoke, those Sunstrikes, the Cold Snaps coming through, being able to drop the Meteors to clean up the waves as well as these Wolves, this Treant pushes in. Just something that cleans them out. So yeah, we'll see what it's going to be in the last pick, but we do have bans to come first, or at least one more ban to come.
I mean, it would have been great if they got Storm, but I was expecting that to be banned. There's no way you give him that again after that performance. So no Storm, no Ember. That leaves us with what? Puck. If Earth Spirit was playable, this would be a good game for the Earth Spirit. It just happens that the hero is kind of unplayable, so we're not going to be seeing that. I think
Poor
the
Earth
most
Spirit.
natural, straightforward one could be Puck, right? Because you're going to be worried about some counter matchup. Unless you want to go Tiny. Tiny could also work, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tiny wouldn't be too bad. It would, though, make sure that the Nature's Prophet does have more freedom in the game because you're only worried about Blink Daggers instead of like the Storm Zip or the Puck being able to move around freely. But I could still see them doing it because Tiny would tear apart the two supports on the side of ACG. So that could be an angle they look towards as well.
Yeah, going to be able to get a good toss. Imagine a good toss back, into the Dead and the Wards, the Ravage or the Dead Shot, even keeping them in the middle of the colon as well. So yeah, that could be. They're gonna go super greedy though. They pick up the TA potentially for the mid, and Sven is going to be that carry. Okay, makes sense. Cleave against the Wolves, high armor as well because there's a lot of physical damage coming through on this side of ACG. So you can tank up that Tidehunter. It's going to look fairly unkillable. It looks like when he gets in the middle of these fights.
There's a non-zero chance. It's very low, but it's non-zero. that the Sven is actually position 5, playing with the TA in the lane, and then the Phoenix goes mid with the Tidehunter playing off lane with the Muerta. I think the only thing we can say for sure is that Tide Muerta will be the off lane duo, but the other ones is actually up in the air, honestly. I'm not 100% sure. I think you're right that it's most likely going to be TA mid and Sven safe lane, but they could decide to adjust this themselves now. I don't think it'll, depending on what the matchup looks like in the mid lane, I don't think it'll be too bad. What's it probably going to be? They have Monkey they could pick. They could pick Queen of Pain. They could go for the Tiny themselves, but maybe not with so much beef on the enemy lineup. I think Queen of Pain is pretty decent. They go Kunkka. I forgot about Kunkka.
Everybody always does. And if we look at the hero lineup coming through now, so Dual Rays, again, another big tanky boy going to be on that Kunkka. Yeah, it just feels very greedy from both sides. Nature's Prophet liking Kunkka. I mean, okay, the Kunkka's going to be the one that's going to be doing the most rotations. He's going to be that early impact hero, it feels like. Maybe grouping up with Ringmaster, Ancient Apparition, letting Amaterasu farm out into the Helm of the Overlord, Nature's Prophet into maybe this Mjolnir, looking for his farm up there as well. But both sides, it feels like very, very... I wouldn't be surprised if we're on 0 kills, 0 deaths, right up until like the 30-minute mark, where both teams go, okay, we've all got our items, let's now start to fight.
There's a lot to farm here. I mean, both sides also will have real difficulties starting that many engagements, right? I'm looking at Rabani. What do they have for stun? They have Anchor Smash, Dead in the Water, and Ravage, right? That's pretty much it in tandem with the Dead Shot. If Supernova lands, great, excellent, but you don't rely on that spell, generally speaking. The other side, they only have really the Kunkka to supply any kind of disable for the entirety of the game, so initiation is certainly going to be in short supply for both teams. What is not in short supply, though, is damage. Both squads definitely have brought damage to the table. One side has Nature's Prophet Lycan, the other side has TA plus Sven. Yeah, even though it might take a while maybe for these heroes to start dying, when they do, they're going to die very, very, very fast.
Yeah, and the usual build-up you see from the Tidehunter is like the Vlads into a Blink or a Force Staff. You can get that pipe there as well if you want to, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Tidehunter go for that quick Ag Scepter. That minus arm going to be coming out in an AoE form. It's going to mean that the Sven, wherever he jumps, he's going to be able to get some good cleave damage, just good right-click damage off here, so we get ourselves into the game. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Spirit go for that early Ag Scepter, maybe just the Vlad's Ags here for the Tidehunter if there's enough stacks about, and then maybe try to look to get aggressive, get that shot out, like you're saying, the Dead in the Water comes through, and then maybe look to help the TA, help the Sven find those kills, find that early aggression coming out here with the help of the Tidehunter.
We'll see. I think it depends. You go Ags if the game is going really well, but I do think you should have a pretty decent time in the lane, right? Playing against Nature's Prophet, there is a lot of damage from the Treant, but you have Anchor Smash, one of the better tools to help you deal with that. So I think Spirit will be, for the most part, A-okay. We'll see if he decides to go for that, but the more important thing is, as long as he has Shard, Blink, Vlads, he can do whatever the hell he wants, honestly.
Yeah. So we'll see. What are you looking at in terms of, because there's a lot of tanky heroes, there's a lot of, let's say, beefy heroes coming out here for both sides. So are you expecting an early first blood? Do you think it genuinely is going to be one of those games where we get to like minute 7, 8, and nobody's died quite yet?
Yeah, the main problem is both sides really are... It's the disable issue, right? They don't have much control to ensure that they can actually bring these heroes down.
Never mind. Denton, he walks himself in. There's going to be the deny on the bouncer in here for Yawai, but Yawai does pick it up. It's going to be the Treant that gets the deny, and the hero itself gets the first blood. So immediately, I am wrong. But apart from that, when we get into the laning stages, are the kills going to be flying, fast and furious?
Well, I don't expect the Muerta to just run into 3 heroes by herself in the lane, so
yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen again.
Maybe that's a little bit of fatigue, you know, stepping in there. You just had a 70-minute game. It's only game number 1. There might be a couple of yawns going around here, and maybe just being, you know, the big yawn came out as the 3 players were around. He was just like, ah, crap. Nothing he could do about it.
Speaking of things, you know, in the last game we got to see Visage, which we haven't seen in a while. When was the last time you saw Kunkka Templar Assassin mid? This used to be a very common lane experience, but it's pretty much been consigned to the dustbin of history right now.
I did see the Kunkka a couple of days ago. I don't think it was in... Was it the Fisher event? I think it was the Fisher event that I saw the Kunkka being picked up in.
But was it playing against the TA mid?
You know, I've slept since then, so I could not tell you. Yeah. But it didn't look too bad, you know, the Kunkka pickup. I think the big thing was as well that it went for the Radiance pickup on the Kunkka. So it was the Radiance into the BKB. It was very heavy right click damage coming through from the other side, so you know it just felt like a really nice one for the Kunkka to pick up. But yeah, I couldn't tell you who was playing it. I couldn't tell you what event it was in. I just know I've seen a Kunkka in the past couple of days.
I've been seeing a few Kunkkas here and there. It has been emerging, but nothing too major just yet. And top, Snowy playing a hero that is going to be still farming quite well in the lane, like he did in game 1. Sven Phoenix, unlikely that anybody dies in this lane except for... I mean, QBFY can die, but they have to massage him quite heavily before he gets to that point. He can probably only die at level 1. Once he hits level 2, it becomes quite difficult to bring down this Ringmaster.
And... yeah, like I said, I think this is going to be one of the more boring laning stages, the more tame laning stages. It's never boring. Dota's never boring here. In fact, QBFY, you are going to be right. It's going to go down. Level 1 Spirit, though. They get the kill onto Flacco. Amaterasu turns back around onto Astacor. Spirit is low, and we've got 4 kills on the board. 2 and 2 already here. So, splitting the damage, splitting the kills, and maybe it's not going to be as boring as I thought it was going to be.
Not a surprise that the 2 very squishy supports, Phoenix and the Ancient Apparition, end up taking a tumble. But the surprise is that top lane, Escador chased all the way underneath the tier 1 tower to get the kill onto QBFY, so he knew he was going to die, but still deemed it important enough to find. Unfortunately, gives up quite a lot of golden experience to the Lycan instead.
Yeah, and I suppose that the more important thing is Astagor, he picked up that kill before he went down. You could have imagined what amount of a nightmare it would have been if he'd have tried to dive that tier 1 tower and got killed right before he got the kill onto QBFY. So yeah, like you say, he does give up a decent amount of gold, gives up a decent amount of XP. It does create space though for the Sven to just be able to find out his farm on this lane. And Amaterasu, he does have the Impalement Arts that connected out to the Sven. How big is the hitbox on that dagger? That's ridiculous.
Yes. Yes. The silly spell. I really hate him. I actually just hate Ringmaster, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
This hero pisses me off, man.
I don't think I've played enough up against the Ringmaster enough to be pissed off by that hero. Like, the Tinker thing, it goes back to the very first day of Dota, I'm pretty sure, that I ever played. But QBF, the Ringmaster, I've not played enough to be like, I'm aggravated by that hero now.
The Q, my friend. You will learn to rue it as time goes on.
Oh, look at this one in the mid lane. Dual Raze, he got so low there to the TA. The TA putting a lot of pressure here onto Dual Raze, and Dual Raze finding it hard to even commit to try and contest onto these last hits here. Top lane, Astagor as well, Snowy. They're each going to take a lot of damage now as all the Impalement Arts coming out for the Ringmaster. Can he find the angle? Looks like not. Just going to go for the D-ward here. And yeah, not going to be able to take that Phoenix down.
Looking at this mid lane, remember the days where the Torrent would immediately remove Refraction from the TA? And you used to just pick this as like a direct lane counter. Since they've changed that, I had thought like over time we would see more TAs going mid. And she's definitely leveraging that advantage. A few years ago, this matchup would not look like this with the CS balance, but Morale doing a pretty good job on this Templar Assassin. And things are looking quite decent here in this mid lane. It's controlling the runes as well. Have the advantage in the CS. Life is good.
Yeah, even guessing when the torrents are coming out. That's like my one big thing though is what are the rotations going to look like for Morel? Is he going to be the one that hits those rotations out? Is he going to be trying to put pressure onto other lanes here? As well, the Howl's going to come out here as well. QBFY, is this going to be the damage onto Astagor to get the kill? He turns around into the Wolves. The Wolves though are going to be slowed down by the Fiery Spirits. Astagor will be able to get himself back. We are in the nighttime now as well, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do with this on the side of ACG. As Astagor was that Impalement Arts is going to be more damage. It's going to be level 3 as well. So 2 points actually into the Tame the Beast. Doesn't have a level 2 here out onto the Impalement Arts, which potentially could have been a killer onto Astagor, but the TP coming in. It's going to be Danton. Can they get the kill underneath the tier 1 tower here? Because there's a lot of damage onto the the heroes. And yeah, you can see that Snowy, they are going to be playing back. So, purely defensively underneath this tier 1 tower, not going to be aggressed on by the Ringmaster or by this Lycan, by Rabbit Yagi.
A very unfortunate TP from this Muerta. She's going to be forced to twin gate herself back down if she wants to go there, but
Yeah.
she might not have the latitude. They still have so much harass out onto the Sven. They could actually kill him. He's dead.
Sorry,
He's gone.
yeah.
Got him.
There's going to be the Vortex coming out now. So the Blood Grenade, the slowdown, and QBFY, he gets it with the Tame, the Beast. There's no vision there to see the rotation coming through, though, and Spirit is going to take down Yaoai's courier. Can Yaoai, though, get the body blocks up for this TP in? Icarus dive away here for the Phoenix. No Sprout, and Astigo will be able to get himself back towards the tier 2 tower.
They'll, of course, want to apply pressure here with the Cyan Nutrient. I mean, like, which other carry heroes can do this, right? Get this kill, not just stick around, but have him not really impact his prospects on the other side of the map. Yes, Tidehunter's shipping waves, but whatever. You expect that at this moment in time. I mean, we're 6 minutes in, and you're in danger of losing your tier 1 tower as the Sven already.
Yeah, he's going to try and do what he can to defend this one. The rotation comes through from Maryland now as well. He might be able to get the kill onto Yaoai. Yaoai, one more right click, it will do the job. Snowy, he takes him down. Turns targets onto Amaterasu. Amaterasu can get himself away. Even the Fiery Spirit's going to get involved. The tips being thrown out by the Phoenix. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of beef between these two teams.
Nah, Amaterasu started it because that failed TP from the Muerta when she went top, he tipped her immediately. You know, haha,
okay.
you wasted your time.
Yeah.
So now they're like, yeah, boy, now what? Now what? Tell us more about how we wasted our time having the Muerta here.
Meanwhile, the Tide just continues to farm up on the lane. The Ringmaster has gone down to the bottom lane here. Dulre's, how's he looking through the jungle? But yeah, he's having a real tough time of it, this Conker. Even with the TA being out of the lane for as long as he was, Dulre's still not been able to catch up in those last hits.
That movement top was actually so detrimental because because you end up losing that fight for ACG, right? You not only lose the fight on your 2 cores, you don't take the tower, so Sven gets to maintain his position. It turns out your support sort of wasted their time being around, although they might kill Tidehunter.
Okay, Spirit, yeah, he's not got a lot of mana left as well. The TP comes in as well as the Tame the Beast. They should be able to, will be able to get the kill. He tried to get the Arc Smash off. Not really did too much work there. And, okay, it's a death of the Tidehunter. He was out of position there as well. He's got a little bit too cocky, like you were saying about where he was trying to play around these creeps, where he was trying to play around the lane. Instead of playing around between the 2 tier 1s, he was like, no, I'll let the creep waves apply the pressure to the tier 1. But like you say, what, 700 damage to this tower? Nowhere near on going down. He should have just gone back to the lane, really.
Gonna just go back to farming with the Nature's Prophet. Amaterasu is getting closer and closer towards having his helm for this game. And the thing is, heroes like Phoenix absolutely cannot deal with Zeus. So being able to throw this additional Zoo towards her will make a difference. And it looks like the tip war between himself and Amaterasu hasn't subsided just yet. You gotta love a bit of spirited banter between opponents.
Yeah, friendly rivalry, right? That's what it's all about in Dota. There's no all chatting, there's no bad manners. It's just, a few fun tips. Maybe throw in a couple of voice lines too.
The OG meta, let's go.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, Spirit back to the lane. He did farm up a couple of stacks there. What's it gonna be for him? He's just gonna go towards the wand, it looks like. And I mean, this Tidehunter, what's he already got out? So he's already got the one bracelet, the Queln Blade, as well as the phase boot. So can get himself into the position. If he doesn't want to go 4-staff, doesn't want to go blink, can try and wall himself in with the phase boots for a good ravaging. He is going to have the setup, the dead shot coming through. Like you say, the damage that the Phoenix can do, the slows that the Phoenix can do as well. A good Stormhammer as well could set up for that one. So Spirit, we'll see item-wise what he really wants to build up to.
He has a cornucopia queued up. Usually when I see the cornucopia, it leads to a mage slayer for these Tidehunters.
Yeah.
So if he does get that, some additional magic resist versus Ice Blast will certainly be extremely useful. Definitely something you need because you cannot crack in through the Ice Blast, one of the few debuffs that you can't do anything about.
Yeah, that's going to be... So, yeah, he's got the rest of the Mage Slayer queued up here. Like you say, that Tidehunter. Going to be able to go towards that. And, again, in terms of his farm, he's not really being interrupted. He's still going to be about, what's it, 4th, 5th on the table. That's not bad for a Tidehunter who's just been left alone like this. One death to his name. Meanwhile, the aggression coming out onto the other sides of the map here. But the Sven still finding his farm. The Nature's Prophet in the river jungle. The swamp, whatever you want to call that area of the map here. And Spirit, the marsh, several names. But yeah, even Morale. This just feels like Rabbit Yagi aren't really being punished for getting a fairly greedy draft. But then, like I say, the other side, ACG, all their cores want to do for the first 10-15 minutes of the game here as well is farm.
Although I do think you definitely get the better end of that trade for Rabatagi. You have then Sven TA having free farm right now. You definitely take that. And yet again, I still cannot go back to how big of a play it was to defend the Sven's tower top. Even if they lose it now, that move happened 4 minutes ago. So it's not going to really mind as much losing it now. They're losing, they're getting the other tower on the other side as well, so not really that big of a deal. Then is still farming the jungle. Yeah, the thing goes down, but whatever. We've created enough space and time, and especially our TA is taking full advantage of this. She almost has as much farm as the Nature's Prophet, leading in very closely towards having her D-Lance. So, what, are we going D-Lance, Deso Blink, or D-Lance Blink? Or maybe just skip the Blink altogether and go Hurricane Pike. We'll see.
Yeah, I have seen variations, like, well, it's always what the tier you're building up. I think the Dragonlance always gets built up and then you skip either the Blink. I've seen a couple of TAs skip over the Deso, actually go straight into, the Supernova comes out here. Can they deal with this one? Snowy, he's going to be close and try and get that Stormhammer off now as well, but it looks like it's just going to be enough to dissuade the pressure from ACG. Icarus Dive comes in. Okay, QBFY though, not going to be effective, not even going to be able to land his Impalement Arts, but yeah, I've seen a few TAs skip over the Deso, just go straight in for a Daedalus here. Mid lane, dual race, going to be the Ice Blast, point blank out onto the TA. Can they get the kill though? TA, he's going to be trying to walk himself away. The Cold Feet will proc now as well. QBFY comes in, he's going to have to tame the beast, and while the TA didn't need to stick around that long, will go down, be controlled out here by the AA. And it was looking, I mean, I thought he was going to take that Ice Blast and go, you know what, okay, cool, I'll back myself away. But no, he carries on going there, wasn't able to get the kill out onto the Kunkka. Kunkka does barely live there, and the TA gives up his life.
Kunkka gets out with 30 HP. I completely understand the temptation to keep that chase going, and more chasing is happening on Flacco.
They want to go onto him now as well. The Tame the Beast comes out, the slow out onto the... They're going to spend the Ravage onto this one. It doesn't connect onto the Ringmaster, but surely, with this being spent out, they have to get the kill and the Gush. It will do the job here, so Spirit does get the lockdown, gets a kill out onto Flacco. I suppose it's an early kill, it's an early Ravage, so it's forgivable to throw it out for a support like that.
Damn, what did... I mean, now I'm asking a rhetorical question, but what did Flacco do in the previous game to piss them off like this? I know, he was putting in that work on the Jakiro, so now they're like, yeah, ice is nice, isn't it? Let's melt this this little popsicle. So,
yeah,
nice kill. Like you say, it's early. Doesn't really matter that you pop Ravage. Well, it might matter because now you have less ability to threaten for the tier 1 tower bottom, but you still do have the Sven in the vicinity. He still does have God Strength. You still do have dead shots from Muerta nearby, so... If I'm Apple City gang, just let this one go.
Yeah, there's no real reason to risk it, like you say. No real reason to put yourself in danger of this. You can see this fan as well here. He's going to be getting himself close to that Echo Saber, so he wants to carry on farming up, carry on finding the space. Now, worth-wise, though, it is going to be that Nature's Prophet that's at the top here, and the Maelstrom is complete, and it is going to be the full Mjolnir to come out here for the Prophet. We get that go up, so let's see what they want to try and do here. Do they want to try and take over the bottom part of the map on the side of Rabbit Yagi? They're moving themselves down, so it's going to free up space for the Lycan, and the Lycan, well, he's already got himself that Helm of the Dominator. I assume the Overlord not too far away from him there as well.
RNG gonna pop the God Strength, they even scan behind the tower just to make 100% sure.
Yeah.
But that'll get him the building. They get to back out. This is also gonna give enough gold for the Sven to finish off his Echo Saber. So he's going for the regular build here. Should be able to keep farming. Ideally, they put some pressure bottom so that there's one less area of the map that your Y feels free to farm on the Nature's Prophet. And looking at their draft, he's the only one that can respond to big moves that are being made. And speaking of responses to big moves, mid lane, Ice Blast almost killed Ascador.
Okay, the Supernova is out here. Are they going to be able to get the damage onto this Yawai, though? Might be at risk. He's going to be able to break the egg, but he will go down. Not really a trade they wanted to make, but I think he was committed at that point. He's like, okay, I know I'm going to die, but I need to break this egg first.
They tip him for good measure. Thank you, boys. But he showed up. That was the worst possible situation, right? Like you said, he's fully committed. Once he shows up, he can destroy it. He knows there's one right click would have killed Phoenix. He forces the Nova. He knows he has the right clicks, but unfortunately, so does the Templar Assassin. And she says, thank you very much for contributing to the Blink Dagger Fund. We appreciate you.
Yeah, And that's a big jump up there. So what was that? Over 600 gold going the way of Spirit as well as Morale. And you can see that, like you say, he's not too far away from this Blink Dagger now. About 400, 500 gold for the Templar Assassin. That's the Mage Slayer up for the Titans now as well. Going to go back for the Blink into the Shard. And then there's Shiva's coming out here for Spirit. So it isn't going to be... No Vlad's coming out for him here. No Ags coming out for Spirit either. He's just going to go full utility. Full build-up here onto the Titans and be that offlane utility hero. Get the lockdown in and get the control, the damage reduction as well with that Mage Slayer. Or even the health reduction coming through, the heal reduction coming through for the Shiva's God.
Heal reduction going to be excellent against Amaterasu. If eventually Nature's Prophet builds into some lifesteal with his Satanic later, it'll help get him too. But crucially, I think the big thing about getting Shiva's God instead of getting some of the other options which we discussed is that this kind of nullifies the Lycan army, right? They can no longer harm the Tide, and you can drop the Shivas, slow them down so that your more immobile supports also have an opportunity to escape away from them. So I think the Shivas actually works quite nicely for the game. Nice into the Nature's Prophet as well, since he's all going to be building physical damage. Right click.
Yeah. He is going to be able to get the last hit on the tower there as well. It looks like he is going to go for the Blink Dagger first over the Shard. He has the goal for the Shard if he wants it, but this creep wave should get him close to that Blink Dagger. Not going to be completely on. Meanwhile, Amaterasu, where's he going? He's got himself the Ancient Prowler Shaman here for this Lycan. So they're going to move themselves over to that Tormentor, be able to get this one for free. QBFY, again, got to be careful about how much damage he takes, but the damage it will be split enough now that QBFY not at risk and now gets his Shard on the board. So we do see the spotlight here for the Ringmaster. Okay, keeping himself up to where the Titans is, but the Tide Spirit already moving himself away.
Did force a fair amount of HP out of your Y, but your Y, of course, it's Nature's Prophet. Should be fine. Reports bottom now to farm. So annoying. Why is he allowed to do this? I actually don't know, but he can.
What do you reckon? Swap the spells around, make his teleport his ultimate?
No, just slap a 10-second cooldown on it.
Okay.
10-second. Maybe actually, I wouldn't even be upset at 15. That's how strong the spell is, dude.
Oh, yeah, take it to half a minute. I mean, yeah, if he gets himself to the point where... No, because you don't even go for that. You go for the Treant HP and damage right at level 25 now if you're rocking the Iron with Treant. So yeah, just make it every half a minute. Yeah, make it fair. Make it the same as a... just every half a minute. Every half a minute would be fine.
Yeah, I think that's a lot more balanced.
Yeah.
This is not balanced, but... Top late. Looks like they might try to run onto Amaterasu. They had an Observer Ward that scouted them out farming these camps, and they do have a Blink Dagger on TA, but... we were talking about this earlier, right? The struggles that they have with initiation. I mean, think about the initiation. They need either Blink Stormhammer, Deadshot was just hit now, but unfortunately didn't send him back to the right direction. But it does force him to shapeshift, and then tip him again. I love the mental warfare this game.
I love that. Yeah, Amaterasu was just like, oh shit, they're going to be jumping on me now. I need to get myself away as quickly as possible. And like, no, just a random Deadshot. Just, letting you know we know where you are. Absolutely bonkers.
TA, they see her. Dual Race has vision. Don't know if he wants to go in though.
Teammates around him though here. They're going to try and go into Denton. Denton takes a lot of damage from this one. The Blade Mail comes out. They do get the kill to Denton. Merrill, does he want to carry on going to this one? Has that Blink Dagger up. He's going to be able to turn Flacco into Swiss cheese. Look at him. He turns him into ice cubes there. Straight up deletes the AA. So that's going to be a support for a support here. Morale might want to carry on going. Has that Blink Dagger available? The God Strength has been popped by Snowy. Are they looking for a fight here? Or I think he's just using it to get that farm out. Echo Saber is up. BKB not too far behind here for the Sven. And he's going to go back for the Harpoon right after that, it looks like. So no Blink Dagger here for him. Could be that Harpoon into the Sanjin Yasha. Something a little bit different for the Sven.
It's going to be a bit more tanky. In that fight, he actually triggered God Strength to try and kill the Lycan army. And he almost got close, but... wasn't able to finish off the Ancient Creep, Fields Batman, but he can at least still transition that back into the triangle. He's going to go BKB first. It's almost finished. So BKB, Harpoon, SNY. Then he'll decide afterwards, does he want Daedalus? Does he want a Blink? It'll just depend on how the situation is unfolding in the game.
Oh, he might be able to... I mean, Flacco's going to be close here. Does Flacco come across the Sven? He doesn't. The Sven just immediately pops that war cry. Not sure what else is behind the Ancient Apparition, so doesn't want to pay with his life here onto Snowy, so he does just back himself away. But, yeah, again, the game feeling fully relaxed for both sides. There's not a massive... Okay, we need to take this objective. We need to go for Roshan. We need to... they are just finding the farm. They're finding their items, so we might be in for Is it going to be the fight coming out, though? The TA, you're going to be able to see the Kunkka. The Kunkka's going to be silenced up now as well. Do they get the damage out to get him killed off here? He's popped that blade mill. Astacor gets slow. There is going to be the boat back into the X marks the spot, and Morel going to be coming back into this one now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto the Kunkka, though? The Kunkka shapeshift coming out from the Lycan now as well. The Wheeled Wonder is down, but Spirit is going to be close if he needs it. They have that Ravage. Amaterasu gets the kill onto Astagor. Can they carry on going onto QBFY now as well? Snowy is going to be able to get involved. There's going to be the God Strength coming out, and look at how quickly QBFY, though. Does he live? He does! So close to taking him down, but he won't be able to secure that kill. Might go back for the Lycan, but the Lycan in that shapeshift won't be slowed down. Going to be able to dance his way away from this one in the wolf form.
30 HP seems to be the magic number for Apple City Gang. That's what he manages to barely survive with onto QBFY. Okay, we see you, gang. We see you. That fight was very, very scrappy, of course. We got a little bit unlucky. The Phoenix ran out of mana, and his magic one was on cooldown, so he couldn't pop the supernova. If he had Nova there, they definitely turned that fight, but
yeah,
they did not in that moment. And we also get to see something that you were talking about earlier. So many beefy heroes. Dual Rays just take so much damage. Between the Blade Mail and the Coco Rum of Ghost Ship, man feels practically unkillable right now.
Yeah, he genuinely, any other hero there probably dies in his place, but the fact that, like you say, he had so much damage mitigation coming through for him, he was able to just dance around it there as well. He couldn't get the heroes right back on top of him once he started to run away. Yeah, easily, well, not easily, but he does get himself out there. The TA Morale is there as well. He's going to skip over the Desolator, so straight in for the Crystallis here for the Templar Assassin. I think that's going to be an early Daedalus here for the TA.
While she's building that, the Nature's Prophet is going to angle towards a Hurricane Pike. He has it right now being delivered in. Then next he wants a BKB. I mean, Hurricane Pike certainly makes sense in this game. Whenever the enemy team has, in general, a lack of lockdown, Force Staffs, Wind Wakers, these items just carry a massive premium of effectiveness.
Yeah, and what do you expect here? You know, it's all well and good about joking about, you know, or just 30-minute farm and stuff like that, but where do the teams need to be looking at? What objective do you think is going to be the next one to go down? Who needs to set the tone here coming into this next game? Look for that next pickoff and maybe look for another build in themselves.
The interesting thing is both teams literally can just sit back and farm literally forever because they scale so well.
Yeah.
Like, Tidehunter, Sven, TA scale amazingly through the game. But we have a Lycan. The only one that doesn't scale all of the cores is this Kunkka. You know, Kunkka does experience a pretty steep drop-off after about 40-something minutes. So I would say, just based on that, it should be Apple City Gang looking to try and make moves. Perhaps they wait for the AC BKB combination to finish on the Lycan and Nature's Prophet respectively, and then you try to make your moves. Because you already have the BKB on Kunkka. He's not really going to get that much stronger in the game than when he is after picking up the BKB with the Blade Mail. He's going to angle for the Radiance next, but I think maybe they can be the ones to try and make something happen as they get the BKB on the Nature's Prophet.
Okay. We did just see the Tidehunter coming across the AA. The AA, though, got the cold feet out, so he got that stun off, kept his life intact here. It looks like the creep wave is going to push out the Tidehunter. If you want to go in this tier 1 tower in the top lane, it is still full health as well. Not really been touched because the Lycan was keeping the lane shoved in towards, like you say, that dire tier 1. And yeah, 22 minutes in here, it feels like both teams just happy to sit back, happy to look for this farm. Snowy, what's he got item-wise? He is going to be able to complete that harpoon in, so it means that he isn't going to be kited out as easily here. Going to be able to get that harpoon, stick towards whatever hero he wants to aggress on, but he is looking towards that Tidehunter, looking towards maybe the Phoenix, the Mortar for that initiation first, so he can just run himself into the fight after that.
Lyca is also buying the AC, so they're going to have a ton of armor increase between the Shiva's Guard on the Tide, the AC Warcry combination on the Sven, and of course between Gush and the Maelstrike, they have a lot of armor decrease as well. Even the AC will contribute to that end. So this is basically anti-Lycan, anti-Nature's Prophet tech. They're like, fine, you guys play purely around physical damage? Okay, let's go out of a way to mitigate that. Make sure that you're hitting like wet noodles in the fight.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to go a little bit later on, it feels like. And on the other side of the map, ACG Kunkka, like he was talking about that Radiance, he's going to be a ways away from it now. Yeah, BKB for Yawai here. Snowy, he's going to try and catch up with the help of his teammates, try and get the kill onto the Ringmaster. The Ringmaster's silenced out, and it looks like the Tame the Beast not going to be on for work. In Spirit, he will pick up the kill there, and it was the ultimate being popped there as well for the Muerta. So Denton just trying to do as much damage as he can, and with that Renovatus as well, he can help his teammates get hero catches out like that.
I will admit to cracking a wry smile whenever I see a Ringmaster die. Can't help it. Fills me with great joy. Good kill for them to pick up here. Didn't cost them anything really. The hero was very far forward though. Nobody on his team nearby him. Wasn't really clearing out the waves that fast. Get some experience in the process. So got closer and closer to level 12. Unfortunately, it seems like he granted a level 12 in the opposite direction. Now they're smoked up. Astacore and Denton, they still have the Supernova. They still have Blink Ravage. They can still take a fight here. The only problem is that they don't have their big damage dealers. Sven and TA are nowhere nearby. Sven is making his way here, but does not have access to a Blink Dagger. This will take a while. So I don't think they should take a fight without him.
No, just like you said, just wait out for the big guns to come in, and the Templar Assassin. Looking at it, 24 minutes in, that was a quick Daedalus to come out after he finished on the Chrysalis, so the jump comes in. Do they get the catch out now as well? There will be the boat coming through here and the escape hack for the Kunkka, but do they still have the damage to go through this one? The Wheel of Wonder comes out, controls out that Tidehunter. The Tidehunter holding onto the Ravage. He will be hit by the Ice Splatter, brought back by the X Mark as well. So Spirit gonna have to walk himself away from this one. He does not want to shatter. He's gonna get low. Does he shatter? He does. QBFY gets the credit for the kill. I think he hit him with the Impalement Arts to finish off that kill, and yeah, could not throw that Ravage out, and all of a sudden, Robert Yagi, they need to back themselves away from this fight.
Oh, Kunkka. Coco Rum. So let's just take a peek at how much damage he was able to tank, right? He has a Talisman of Evasion, a Blade Mail, a BKB, which he didn't even use, an Essence Ring, which he did, and Coco Rum. And they only brought him down to half HP despite committing, 4 heroes in that attempt. He's chilling. Just got it all turned around. Man, this is something they're going to have to worry about. We're still very far away from MKBs or Bloodthorns or the like, anything to deal with this evasion. So this Kunkka, I think they need to change targets because that's the second time they tried to go on him and found 0 success. Somebody else needs to be the one they jump on.
Yeah, and speaking of jump in the top lane here, can they get the top of the Mortar? Pops that ultimate, tries to walk herself away, was in the spot, these traps are down as well. It's only Sven that's not here for the side of Rabbit Yagi, so I wonder if they're going to try and counter this one or not, because you see the AA, the Ringmaster, backing themselves out here. The Nature's Prophet, he's back on this bottom lane. He's back to farming. Going to go for a shot here on the Prophet. And yeah, again, 26 minutes in, we are 9-9. This is definitely one of the slower games I've seen in the CCT, but like you say, both teams, they're just happy to find the farm, hit that power point, hit those spikes, and then look to take the fights after probably another 45 minutes, 50 minutes of farming.
Interesting little factoid that I went and discovered, right? So you see Muriel on the Templar Assassin.
Yep.
Muriel, because he went for this early Daedalus, it's the fastest Daedalus this patch on Templar Assassin. That being said, the sample size is relatively low, only 11 pickups of the item. Okay. However, looking deeper into the data, this is in the top 75 timings all time out of 1,690 pickups. So very impressive timing for the TA.
Yeah, and it's not like the TA's been rotating looking for kill. Well, majority of the time not looking for kills. They've not been putting the pressure onto the lanes. It's not like the Templar Assassin mid that you usually see that gets that Blink Dagger, Dragon Lance up, and he just hits side lanes. They have been finding the farm here, and there is a bit of a drop-off. The Nature's Prophet into the Sven isn't too bad, and then the Templar Assassin, a bit of a drop-off there to the like, and then a bit of a drop-off after the Kunkka. It just shows where the farming priority lies here on both teams.
Speaking of that Nature's Prophet, he's going to start building into a Revenant's Brooch now, and I wholeheartedly agree with this. He needs some kind of way to pierce these massive HP pools of the Sven, of the Tidehunter. Thankfully, he does have some help, of course, from the Ice Blast, and none of those heroes have any real easy way to deal with it. There's a BKB on the Sven, but TA and Tidehunter do not have such luxuries for themselves. I do kind of think that this Roshan right now, obviously both teams want it, but it's probably more important for ACG. They kind of need some way to... Because if you think about the last couple of fights, right, even the ones where it looks successful, they've been succeeding off the basis of Kunkka just not dying on the front lines, and then they sort of respond thereafter. But I do want to see them pick up something that allows them to play with the agency instead, cross the river, put some pressure onto these towers, make sure that they can still allow the Kunkka to have a big influence now while he's still relevant before he starts to fall off.
Yeah, and the AA Blast is down, the Wrath of Nature's down now as well. So if ACG, if they want to contest this, they kind of need to go all in, maybe throw out a boat as well. But you see that Robert Yagi, they've got pretty much everything up ultimate-wise. So ACG, it will be a big risk if they try and contest this Roshan, because I think Robert Yagi here just walked themselves back into the pit, but there is going to be some info coming out for the side of ACG. They have this train inside the pit. They scouted out, to see if anyone's going to be coming back into it. So let's see here, ACG. Is it just going to be a back away, let them have that rush, or are they still going to fight into this one? As hopefully we're going to get that unpaused. Everyone has reconnected. But yeah, God's Strength, Ravage, Dead in the Water, Supernova, all these big spells, they are still here.
We'll see perhaps if Amaterasu is going to send Wolves to the top lane just to try and force them to make a different decision, perhaps. Fortunately, for all of us, there is no Tinker in the game, so we're not going to have some cheap TPing top to force that push out. We're going to have both players and both teams actually have to play this one fair. Even UI, he has teleportation, but it's a 20-second cooldown, so he can't actually afford to leave. If he shows top, Roshan is just gone instantly, so
yeah.
Very careful moments.
Smoke is going to come out here for the side of Rabbit Yagi. Where are they going to go? The Treants, again, right back into that Roshan pit. Danton goes in, Smoke doesn't break. So they're going to see the Treants, but they get themselves into this one. And Sven, he's just go right back on it. Is there going to be a boat being thrown out here? The Kunkka is close. Maybe waiting for this one. The Trap's going to be on the low ground here now, too. The Impalement Arts do come through. I think that connected onto Mer. That's such a massive hitbox. It looks like other side of the Ravage. It comes out. It's going to dissuade them from pushing in. Do you want to try and finish the Rosh off while that's going on? No. Realize going to be able to get the Aegis. Oh, Amaterasu. He got cheeky inside the wolf form. Tried to get and snatch that Aegis away. Won't be able to do that one, though. They do spend the Supernova. Spend the Ravage here on the side of Rabbit Yagi. Do they want to go for more? The Blink 40 here for Spirit. Won't actually find anything, but they do get the Aegis out onto the TA.
That fight was an absolute disaster. Apple City Gang completely lost their heads. I think the pause rattled their preparation for the fight because AA cannot ever be the first hero caught next to the Roshan pit by the Ravage, supposed to be further back. The Lycan, like you said, was doing a cheeky move towards the right-hand side. Your Y is trying to help with right-click damage towards the left, but doesn't really help. The boat kind of whiffs completely. They didn't connect anybody onto the torrent. And worst of all, they had to waste escape out onto the ancient apparition that was going to die anyway. So very disjointed initiation from Apple City Gang. They lose an Aegis. The crazy part is they took that Aegis, Rabatagi, without even needing to commit the full team. It's like TA is inside the pit with the Phoenix. The Sven and the Tidehunter are outside dealing damage to the left. Muerta is all the way to the right, barely doing anything, and they still get a kill and Aegis and get away scot-free.
Yeah. And Morel is going to start on this MKB now. They get the kill out onto Flacco now as the Sven just picks up that shrine as well, the Wisdom Shrine for free. Level 21 on the Sven. Comparing that across the board here, what are we looking at? 19 for Yawai, 16 for Amaterasu, 17 on Dual Rays. On the other side, Morale, as well as Snowy, both level 22 now for the Sven, level 21 for the TA. You can see that they're pushing this advantage. It's not a massive difference in terms of kills between these two teams, but when they get it, you know, they are using every scrap of the map on the side of Rabbit Yagi.
All right, I've got a bold proclamation to make. If Apple City Gang are unable to win a team fight in the next 3 minutes, this game is guaranteed loss. Because if they don't do it in 3 minutes, you'll have the double MKB on the Sven and TA. You're already struggling to deal with one or the other of them. The Radiance of the Kunkka will not protect everybody at that point. And of course, we still have Dead in the Water, but we'll have the Shivas available at that point too. So we'll have additional slow and the health reduction available. They don't have any tools to deal with that from Apple City Gang. And they, worst of all, it's not like they can itemize into those tools either with these heroes.
So, what are we saying? If they don't want a team fight by 32-30, are you saying? Yeah, it's just going to be game over as we see that Rabbit Yagi going to be able to get themselves another tier 2 tower, or actually got to get the first tier 2 tower of the game, but another tier 2 tower of the series. And yeah, it looks like again, ACG, they're just going to play keep away. While this Aegis is up, they don't want to give anything away.